On a deserted street, the flickering streetlights created a dim atmosphere. A young man went looking for a place to rent and luckily found a cheap room. The realtor guided him to see an old house that looked to be over 20 years old. "Don't worry, I guarantee this room is absolutely clean. The rent is only $800,000 per month. Trust me, you'll like it right away." "Okay, that's good anyway. I'm only renting for 2 months." The young man clicked his tongue and followed the broker upstairs. After entering the room, he asked the broker to leave the key and left because he needed to rest so he could report early tomorrow morning. "Okay, I won't bother you anymore. I'll bring the rental contract tomorrow morning. You can go to bed early." When the door just closed, the broker smiled with satisfaction as if he had just won the lottery. The room was eventually rented, which meant he would receive a pretty hefty bonus. As he left the house, he thought to himself, luckily, the guests arrived at midnight. Otherwise, he would have been stopped by that old lady, saying this room is haunted, all superstition. There are no ghosts in this world. As he walked and thought, he suddenly felt as if an invisible strong hand made him fall. About the young man renting the room. As soon as he stepped into bed, he collapsed. He was so tired that he just closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Late at night, the sky was pouring rain, thunder, and lightning rumbled. In his dream, he felt cold drops of water falling on him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wake up. The next morning, "Hey, wake up!" The call rang out, but the young man still didn't move. The broker suddenly felt a painful slap in the face. He opened his eyes. He was faced with the fierce, wrinkled face of an old woman. He panicked, waving his arms and legs, wildly screaming, "Oh, don't come here!" When he came to his senses, he realized it was Granny Long, an old woman who lived in this apartment building. He put his hand on his cheek where he had just been hit. He still felt the pain. He was confused, not understanding what had happened last night and why he was lying at the foot of the stairs. The police officer recorded the incident. Roughly speaking, after taking the client to the room, the broker returned, but for some unknown reason fell down the stairs. "Doesn't this house have surveillance cameras?" While talking to the police, he suddenly shivered. Looking down, he met Granny Long's cold, cutting gaze. She was staring at him. "I told you there's something unclean in that room. Why do you still insist on renting it out? These days, don't be so superstitious. Besides, even if you tell your tenants, they won't care. You're really brave, you killed someone." Granny Long was angry. Her eyes were bloodshot. She shouted straight at him. Cold sweat poured out. He stammered, "What? That person is dead." The guest in the very room rumored to be haunted. At this time, an exorcist named Tang Cara was also present. However, he could not sense any demonic energy or spiritual power here. Things are getting more complicated. The only way left is to use the golden nether eyes to see into that mysterious room. But even after opening the hexagram, he still did not see any sign of the devil. Still, this intrigued him all the more. Mysteries like this never failed to amaze him. "Wait, that stance you just took, are you Naruto's fan?" He was startled, stunned, as if he had just caught a fly. Looking back, it turned out to be just a little boy with a runny nose. "I thought I'd been discovered." The little boy happily sucked on the candy and said, "I know a little bit about ninjutsu hand seals." With that, he gestured wildly, spitting everywhere. Looking back, Tang Cara had disappeared. He had now flown up to the roof of the building, quietly watching the boy struggling to pick up the candy that had just fallen to the ground. He slightly curled his lips and muttered, "What a troublesome kid." The hand seal just now was not ninjutsu, but Taoism. He clenched his fists. It seems this matter is not simple. He had been to this place 3 times. 5 days had passed, and he still hadn't found any clues. Even when using golden nether eyes, he couldn't sense any demonic aura. Looks like only by leveling the entire building can we force it to show up. What a headache. He needed to find another way to lure it out and teach it a proper lesson. The next day afternoon, in the real estate agent's office, he was busy writing a report on the death of his tenant. "What does it have to do with me if a customer dies of a heart attack?" He grumbled in frustration at spending the whole morning just writing the report, and the bonus for the target has gone up in smoke. It's really bad luck that won't let go. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Hello, I'd like to rent the room that's rumored to be haunted." Like a dead man clutching at a stake, the Rain Man's eyes immediately lit up, and he happily replied, Okay, let me take you there right away." But then he hesitated and said, "But that room last night, The girl smiled and nodded. I've heard of it too, but that's why I want to rent it for live streaming. The guy shook his head in dismay. Young people today really do not care about anything for money, not even their lives. Even so, he still gave her the key and gave her a few safety instructions before leaving. The girl opened the door. She looked around and muttered, "That guy probably died in this room. But anyway, let's fill our stomachs first." She walked over to the only old table in the corner of the house, pulled out a chair, sat down and began eating her noodles. Under the table, a pale white hand suddenly reached out, tried to grab her little legs, but the girl quickly pulled her leg back, then suddenly remembered something very important. She hurriedly rummaged through her backpack that was thrown on the bed. It's a bit scary here alone. But she giggled, hee, with him by my side. I'm not afraid of anything anymore. She pulled out 2 posters, one hanging right on the main door. The other poster was posted on the window. "Stay here in the door and help me." She smiled and whispered to the poster. Suddenly the lights in the room went out. Knock, knock, knock. A strange sound came from the wardrobe. She hugged her backpack tightly, panicked and asked, "Who's in there? I have a weapon for self-defense come out." She was shaking so much that she could barely speak. The cupboard door slowly opened, and from inside came a strange green light that grew larger and larger, swirling like a tornado. "So you were hiding here," she said coldly. Hand simultaneously unlock backpack. "It's time for you turn to shine." From the backpack, a black rooster rushed out, straight into the closet. She quickly closed the cupboard door. "Open the door! Don't lock me in! Let me out!" A desperate scream echoed from inside the closet. Boom! The cupboard door shattered. The girl immediately jumped back. With lightning speed, he threw out a cloth bag and shouted, "Coon, bag return." The black chicken flew into the bag. Then the bag automatically locked itself. "This is my precious, a 4-clawed crow that can force any demon spirit to reveal itself. Are you still not coming out?" As soon as she finished speaking, a skull demon appeared. The demon had disheveled black hair, long limbs and sharp claws. From its empty eye sockets, a dark green demonic aura emanated. "I'll rip you apart." The demon growled, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth as it charged towards her. But the girl stood still without flinching. As it approached, she suddenly slapped it straight in the face. Then she immediately threw another powerful hook. How can the neighbors sleep with all that screaming? The demon was beaten to the point of staggering, falling to the ground and sliding a long distance. He yelled angrily, "Who are you?" The girl smiled and shook her head. "What a childish prank! A low-level spirit like you has no ability to kill, only knows how to scare the weak. That's why you can't see through me through this disguise." With that, she raised her hand and drew a blue circle in the air. Instantly, all her disguise fell away. "Let me introduce myself. I am Tang Cara, a first-class graduate of the demon-capturing major of Lu Sang City Demon." He stood tall, his golden eyes flashing with coldness, the corners of his mouth slightly raised with confidence, looking straight at the trembling demon spirit in front of him. "I thought you were the lust spirit that made me cross-dress. What a waste of my acting talent. Golden nether eyes can't detect your stealth ability, good job. But in terms of strength, just one of my fingers is enough to finish you off. Then you just wait until you see me and then we'll talk." Grr! What the hell? Why can't I hide? Haha, I told you so. The 4-claw crow has the ability to make any evil spirit reveal itself. Don't you believe it? Now there's no way to hide anymore. The spirit panicked and tried to run away. He absolutely could not let Tang Cara catch him. He must wait for her to come back. But when he touched the poster hanging on the door, he felt something was wrong. A bright golden light burst from the talisman, revealing its true form. Where can you run to with just a small talisman? You have to show yourself like this. Looks like you're weaker than I thought. The little devil, after showing up, was scared and hid in the corner of the room. His eyes were filled with tears, looking really pitiful. "Wait, you were so fierce just now. Why are you trembling like this? Now I told you there is no demon in this world that I cannot capture." The little demon hugged his forehead from being flicked by Tang Cara, his eyes filled with tears. "I can't leave here. She hasn't come back yet. You scare people away just to wait for someone to come back. We have been around since ancient times. Because we are small and timid, the only way to survive is to hide. Thanks to that, we were recruited by Yao Cheng Si to gather information. any demon spirit that has humans as its support will live in peace. But when other demon spirits discovered that we were cooperating with humans, they immediately hunted us down and killed us. During one mission, we were ambushed. I was injured and slept in this closet for who knows how long. When I woke up, the world had changed so much. Giant iron monsters, skyscrapers, and all of humanity. They didn't sleep at night and screamed loudly. I was scared, so I only dared to hide in the closet. But then a human discovered me, a blind old woman. She was also very lonely, treating me like a pet. One day she fell clearly without any injuries, but even though I fed her, she still didn't wake up. A few days later, someone came to take her away. I waited and waited, but she still didn't come back. Enough, stop talking. Tankar couldn't stand it anymore. He covered the talkative little devil's mouth with his hand. First, let me check your identity. He took out his phone and scanned the picture of the little elf. The result shows the name Tan Wang. Extinction status, time of destruction, Beijing period, cause hunted by demon spirits. Even though this case only has a 2,000 reward, it's still quite interesting to capture you. Moreover, extinct demon spirits would fetch a very high price on the black market. Tankar's eyes lit up, causing the little demon to sweat in fear. No, let me go. I don't want to be sold to the black market. Tankar grabbed the little demon's neck and lifted him up. Humph, even though you're valuable, I won't sell you. The little elf looked up in surprise. That old lady won't be able to come back, but from now on, you won't be lonely or afraid anymore, because I will protect you. I will rename you Xiao Hei. The little goblin was moved, his eyes filled with tears. Finally, I have a name. Are you willing to accept the name given to you? Shulker nodded slightly, a happy smile on his lips. At the same time, Tankar took out a magic cage and swallowed Xiao Hei inside. Let me go. Yao Chengxi's people are really unreliable. Humans are all fire islands. Xiao Hei was locked in the burning cage, screaming fiercely. On the screen, showing the progress of the mission, Tankar silently clicked on the failure box. After finishing his work, he left and went to Latian Pedestrian Street to get some food. At this time at a certain construction site, the atmosphere became bustling. A worker named Lao Zhuang had just discovered an item that seemed to be a treasure, looking like an antique. This thing weighed about 500 kg. Moving it really exhausted them. I'm so tired. This thing is so heavy. It was a giant jar. It looked old, covered in dirt, and was tied tightly with rope. At first glance, it doesn't look like much, but it could be a valuable antique. Just open it and you will know right away. The mouth of the jar was covered with an old cloth covered with strange characters that looked like spells. When old Zhuang carefully opened the cloth, the people around could not hide their curiosity. They quickly moved closer to see more clearly. At the same time, in another place on the deserted road, a girl was riding a large motorbike speeding through the pouring rain. No time, no time. Why is it raining now? She had just received a rare order and it had to be delivered in 5 minutes. Despite the stinging raindrops hitting her face, she still stepped on the gas using all her strength to accelerate. The car shot forward like an arrow cutting through the wind. Luckily, this road is less crowded at night. Suddenly, the wheel skidded backwards. The motorcycle lost balance, throwing her into the air along with the package. Her body rolled a few times. Then she slid down the road. Her helmet was also thrown far away. Did I run into something? There were clearly no obstacles on the road, but she felt like she had just bumped into something. Looking up in the white rain, she saw something. That morning at Zhuang Xiaoran's house, Aunt is knocking on the door. An annoyed voice rang out, "Xiaoran, wake up. Where the help you offered before moving? Every morning you sleep in and come home late at night. What on earth did your father teach you?" She continued to mumble, "You have plenty of relatives you could have gone to. I really have no clue why you chose to be a leech here. You are absolutely shameless, mooching off us like this." Lying in the room, Xiao Ran clearly heard every word of her third aunt. It looks like she can't stay here much longer. She needs to find a new place to live. But just a bit more, and I will have saved up enough to find that woman. Once I find her, I will make sure to macca her regaget, abandoning us heartlessly. She looked at her father's picture on the bedside table, her eyes flashing with determination. "Father in heaven, please bless me with wealth." Downstairs, the third aunt was sitting at the dining table, sipping tea, looking annoyed. Why don't talk to her? How long has it been since she moved in? A short stay due to work has dragged on for 6 months now. Third uncle slowly replied, "She is my niece. If I don't take care of her, who will? That might be the case, but it is not as if she doesn't have money. She must have saved up a small fortune with all the work she does. Let's end this conversation. Talking about her makes me annoyed. Go to work after finish your brief fast. I will go to the supermarket to buy somethings." When the door closed, third uncle glanced at her and smiled faintly. "She's gone. Come on." Xiaoran was still standing behind the door, quietly observing. "Must be menopause. Don't take it to heart. Go wash up and have some breakfast." In the bathroom, she washed her face and thought vaguely. She was completely unaware that outside her uncle's eyes were fixed on her, a sick, lustful gaze. Through the misty mirror, Xiaoran was startled to find her uncle's figure standing right behind her. "What are you doing here?" He laughed and knocked on the door as if he had just arrived. "I'm here for some floss after finishing my food." He moved closer deliberately, pressing against her. "Your hair is really thick." The smile on the man's lips grew more and more sinister. "I used to hold you in my arms, and in the blink of an eye you've grown this big." As he spoke, he fixed his eyes on her full bust, clearly visible through her thin nightgown. "Last time I accidentally saw your phone, the account had more than 500,000. A young girl, coming home late every night. You must have been doing naughty things. I can give it to you, only if you obey." He leaned close to her ear, saying nauseating words. At that moment, she was completely disappointed in her family relationship. She had thought that her family would treat her well. She did not expect that her third uncle was a despicable person, wearing a human shell. Without hesitation, she turned around and threw a knee straight into the groin of that despicable man. Attacked by surprise, he did not have time to react. The pain made him curl up, lying on the floor. He held his private parts tightly, with both hands trembling. "Say, look like I have to find another place to stay yet again." After saying that, she turned and left without looking back. Her stomach growling, she told herself, "I should have had breakfast before leaving." She wandered the streets looking at other families gathering happily. She could not help but feel sad. But it's okay, she encouraged herself to keep trying. "Buck up, I still have to work hard to earn money today." From morning to night, Zhuang Xiaoran has to take on 3 or 4 jobs at the same time, from being a photo model, delivery staff to serve the restaurant. She was so busy that she had no time to rest. At the end of the day, she received more delivery orders to different locations. On a large motorbike, she sped through the streets. "Master, she is such a beautiful girl. Why does she have to do delivery?" A clerk asked the owner of the store where she had just received the order. "Not only delivery, she does 3 jobs a day. I don't know why she is so desperate to earn money, but one thing is for sure, she is a speed enthusiast. Maybe delivery is also a way for her to relieve stress." At Lantian Walking Street, Tankar was munching on a hamburger when he happened to pass by a girl speeding on a motorbike. Suddenly the compass in his pocket rang out shrilly. When opened to see, he saw countless red threads clinging to Zhuang Xiaoran's body. It was a sign of a murderous tribulation. He never expected to encounter this here. When he was young, he had heard his master say, "Those who are caught in a tribulation will inevitably die. There is no way to save them." He turned back to look for her, but she had gone far away. He thought everyone had their own destiny. He couldn't help. Just then the phone in his pocket rang. He turned on his phone and saw that there weren't many orders, but among them was an urgent Grade A order. This special order came with a much higher price tag. Tankar's eyes lit up. Today is truly a lucky day. At the construction site, many workers are surrounding the newly excavated medieval. They looked around, but there was no sign of old Zhuang and his group. "There seemed to be something in front of that big urn," a worker said. Around the jar, only thick clothes of the workers remained, but there was no sign of anyone who dug this up. "Where is everyone? Why are there only clothes left?" The buzz of chatter made the construction site chaotic. At that moment, strange sounds came from inside the jar. A stream of black water boiled and emitted strange steam. A pillar of light burst from the mouth, shooting straight up into the sky. When the light went out, a skeleton appeared before them. Its body was covered with copper nails, looking extremely terrifying. "Ghost!" a scream rang out. The workers ran away, but the skeleton just opened its mouth. Instantly attracted all those present. Their bodies were pulled back. piled up into a giant ball. Worker ball flies into the air, and then immediately after all was sucked clean by the skeleton. They disappeared completely, leaving only their clothes, shoes, and helmets scattered everywhere. After swallowing a bunch of souls, Skeleton gradually transformed, turned into a giant demon. That creature is the mummy, an evil entity formed from resentment accumulated over thousands of years. He possesses an immortal body with 4 eyes that can see through the state of the human soul. This body not only brings immortality, but also helps him increase his spiritual power. Looking down at his clawed hands, he wondered, "Who am I? Why did I become this way?" Gradually, memories flooded back. He remembered the whole past, the reason why he died. In his heart arose an unbearable resentment. Anger erupted. He frantically absorbed spiritual energy to increase his power, but something strange happened. His body was pierced with copper nails. These nails were like seals, limit his ability to absorb spiritual energy. A premonition that something dangerous is approaching. He doesn't know what it is, but his instincts told him to run away immediately. In the rain, he walked heavily, his whole body numb, as if all his strength had been drained. The copper nails on his body were still constricting all his vital energy. "I cannot fall. All these years the suffering I have endured must be paid back many times over." He gritted his teeth and told himself to run as fast as he could. He shot into the air, moving like lightning. "Even if I have to spend 1,000 or even 10,000 years, I will find you." Crossing the road, suddenly a ray of light flashed, heading straight towards him. "What is this flash? Is it another person out to catch me?" He fell to the ground and quickly turned his head to look back. A girl was lying motionless on the road, her body covered in injuries. She was Zhuang Xiao. It turned out that she was driving a motorcycle and crashed into him. At that moment, he felt an extremely strong aura approaching. That must be the one who wants to kill me. In his current state, he was absolutely no match for that person. He had no other choice. Approaching Zhuang Xiaoran, he saw that the girl had opened her eyes, but her gaze was filled with confusion. She seemed to no longer have the strength to resist. Her eyelids gently closed her body, falling into a state of powerlessness. Mummy crawled closer. Little by little, blue threads of air curled through the girl's eyes, nose and mouth, then permeated every cell in her body. Like parasites, he always slips through the skin, capture her heart and mind. Little by little, he completely invaded Zhuang Xiaoran's body. Her pupils gradually turned a bright yellow, her eyes cold without any breath of life. She was no longer Zhuang Xiaoran, now she was Mummy. When Tankar rushed to the construction site, it was too late. Mummy had already disappeared. He was one step too late. His cold gaze swept across the construction site, not a single sign of life. In just a short period of time, so many people had died. He clenched his fists. "I must find it immediately." Mummy with Zhuang Xiaoran's body, step by step, strong, walking in the rain. Golden eyes flashed with hatred. A cat spirit suddenly appeared on her path. It immediately recognized the soul inside her body as Mummy. Cat Spirit widened her eyes, secretly speculating, what luck to bump into a mummy that pops IP every 100 years or so. What's more, she appears to be very weak. What a chance. Sharp claws extended. The giant cat charged straight at Zhuang Xiaoran, but she only turned her head back. Her eyes were cold as ice. She gently waved a finger. With just a wave of his hand, the cat was sent flying away. It was shocked to realize that although Mummy's spiritual power was not strong, his fighting strength was too terrifying. Had I known, I would have just continued sucking up to humans. At least then, I would still have food to eat. Mummy stood there not caring about the defeated cat. She felt that her strength had completely recovered, thanks to fusing with Zhuang Xiaoran's body. The copper nails that were restraining him had also fallen off. Let's test this body out in a place with more people. Her eyes flashed with danger. She immediately rushed towards a crowded place. She bent her knees, preparing to leap. She shot up to the rooftop of a tall building. She looked down. Everything around her seemed to have changed completely. Skyscrapers reach into the sky, and modern people dress more daringly than in the past. She didn't know how long she had been imprisoned in that jar. Eyes filled with resentment, she turned her gaze towards the people below and shouted, "They must be descendants of those bastards. I will make sure your bloodline ends here." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her mouth. She sucked the spirit of everyone around her. In Yao Chengxi's command room, the sound of an emergency alarm echoed everywhere. The whole region is now under a level red alert for the Han Long Gui. Yao Chengxi's commander's face was extremely tense. She angrily shouted, "Isn't Tankar in charge of this? Where is that kid?" She clenched her fists, biting her nails in frustration. He won't make in time at his current distance. We can only ask someone from that wood to come over. Sister Long, a panicked employee called Han Long Gui. According to data analysis, in less than 3 minutes, all residents in Lanshan City will be dead. Tankar is the only class a Demon City Division agent nearby location has been sent to him. But considering his current location, I'm afraid I will be late. Notify the prison division to contact the Royal Guards immediately. Send 2 Royal according to the incident coordinates. On top of the building, Mummy is trying his best to absorb the spiritual energy of the people. Then 2 guards sent by Han Long Gui suddenly appeared. Is there only this one demon spirit? Isn't it a bit of an overkill to call both of us here? Be careful, according to human intelligence, the target is a person. It's been hundreds of years since I've seen one, and it's still a woman. Something's a bit fishy. I will go test it out first. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the third brother, one of the 2 guardians, sprang towards the girl. Mummy suddenly smiled mysteriously. Her eyes flashed with a cold light. She suddenly jumped up and threw a knee straight into the guard's face, causing him flying backwards, hitting the steel railings on the building. She raised her face, her eyes filled with interest as she looked at the remaining guard. "You seem to be a lot stronger than him." Suddenly, an invisible force made her bounce back. Her mouth opened. Then she released all the souls she had just absorbed. "What's going on?" Long Jie asked worriedly. A guard calmly replied, "Although it wasn't thanks to our doing, the human souls have already been released." Han Long Gui was surprised. "Not your doing. How long will it take for those souls to return to their own bodies? From the looks of the current situation, they will not be able to return." "What do you mean?" "We have already subdued the mummy without her dying. Those souls are unable to return to the bodies. She has already activated her protective hibernation. Unless we remove that seal, there's simply no way to kill her. We can only hold her for 2 more minutes when the time is up, even if we are able to defeat her combat. It will take time if the souls in the air aren't able to return to their bodies in time. You know the consequences." Hearing that, Han Long Gui couldn't help but feel nervous. Is there no other way? There is still an option, exile. Hearing the 2 words, exile Long Ji, and the female employee's expressions immediately changed. Could he be talking about that heaven-flipping seal? I've heard from my colleagues that our headquarters has a mysterious heirloom in their hands. It has sealed a large number of demonic spirits since the ancient times, which resulted in mankind being able to control them. That place is considered the third world. However, we will to report this matter to headquarters if we really want to use it to seal the mummy without approval from the higher-ups, even the commander. Seemingly still lost in thought, Han Long Gui suddenly made a decision. No need to report anymore, exile it at once. The other 2 were terrified. "Big Sister Long, we have yet to inform the higher-ups. Lives are at stake now. There's no time. I will take full responsibility." The guard solemnly confirmed the decision to exile once more, before proceeding to open the gate to the third world. As soon as Han Long Gui's order was given, guard activates the seal. A bright beam of light shot straight up into the sky. The pitch-black space gradually revealed a large gap. At that very moment, the heavenly seal began to unfold, just as Tang Cara rushed toward the building. He realized that the emergence of the deadly Calamity at the construction site matched perfectly with the predetermined coordinates. When the realm of heavenly unfolding was revealed, it immediately sucked Mummy in. Tankar just arrived the scene before his eyes made him stunned. The demon spirit is that strong. They've actually called for exile. Furthermore, why is the evil Calamity attached to its body? I've seen that backfeed before. And he had definitely encountered this evil energy. Somewhere before, it was the girl riding a motorbike in the walking street the other day, using golden nether eyes. He saw through the girl's soul that was merging with Mummy, proving she is still half human. This made him curious and excited. This seemed to be getting more and more interesting. A rare opportunity like this. Hadn't he always wanted to set foot in the other world to broaden his horizons? Without hesitation, Tankar jumped. He shot straight into the space that was opening up. He followed Mummy into the third world. That scene left the guards and Han Longui stunned. Has that brat gone mad? The gap in the space of the heavens gradually closed. Swallow both Mummy and Tankar. Outside the heaven world, Han Longui was so angry that she was going crazy. The Surrect technique used by the protectors can only banish demonic spirits. That's a place of no return. Before him, there has been no records of any humans entering there. Gritting her teeth in anger, she continued to growl, even if he's able to come out of there alive. I will make sure to personally butcher him. Longjai angrily swung his fist, constantly fuming. In the heavenly world, the elves were slaughtering each other. Suddenly realizing that someone had opened the gate to invade a winged elves that was munching on meat, suddenly burst out laughing excitedly. Haha, a awaited day has arrived. Over these past few years, I've hunted at least 3 demonic spirits a day. All of that bitter training was all in preparation for this day. Having said that, he flapped his wings and flew straight towards the space gate. Freedom! I'm about to get my freedom. But as soon as he touched the light, a raging fire broke out, burning his body. Only a part remains intact to slowly regenerate. The black-winged goblin claimed to himself, "It's fortunate that I'm able to regenerate and regain my original state, as long as any of my organs exist. Since I failed this time, I can just continue my training to try again. With my special ability, I will definitely succeed in the future." Lost in thought, it didn't even notice as the rest of its body was sent flying right into Tankar's face. Before he could understand what was happening, he swung his arm and smashed it hard, turning the pile of slime into a mess. So disgusting is that a bug. Now Tankar has officially set foot in the world of heaven. That girl should be nearby, but when he looked around, the scene was extremely quiet. Not a soul in sight. No sign of any good spirits either. Well, it's pretty deserted. While he was still muttering, suddenly from behind came a ferocious growl. A giant demon that looked half buffalo, half wild boar was approaching. I originally wanted to see which unlucky one has been sent over here. I never expect to see a human being sent here. It roared its eyes, shining brightly as it looked at Tankar. It's been too long since I've eaten. What a nostalgically beautiful smell. Facing the bloodthirsty goblin, Tankar still calmly looked at it, his tone without any fear. That you know where the earlier intruder is at, right? As for Mummy, after being sucked into the heaven world, her soul seemed to disappear. She opened her eyes. She was bewildered, not understanding what was happening or where she was. She suddenly sat up in panic. Where the hell am I? She looked around in panic, but what appeared before her eyes was a strange place she had never seen before. She recalls that I was doing a delivery when I seemed to collide into something and fainted. I saw fireworks when I woke up once. When she woke up, she found her body had no wounds. But who brought her here? From what she remembered, there was nothing like this anywhere in Lanshan district. While she was lost in thought, she suddenly noticed a giant snake hanging above her. Its mouth was wide open, as if it was about to swallow her. In another development, Tankar somehow managed to subdue the wild boar demon. Now he is riding on its back, letting it lead the way to find Zhuang Xiaoran. While moving, the monster raised its voice and asked, "I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart that it's no use even if you arrive at that place. It has been a blue moon since a human has appeared in here. It's because of what you've said earlier that even if she is considered a human, there's a possibility that none of her will remain after a horde of demonic spirits has their fill of her." It continued, speaking with a worried look. "That our lives are also at stake." Tankar just smirked. If there's a will, there's a way. On Zhuang Xianran's side, when she was about to be swallowed by the snake, her body suddenly reacted extremely quickly with a flexible movement. She jumped to the side, causing the snake to lose its grip. It plunged headfirst into the ground. At this moment, she clearly felt that something unusual was happening inside her body since coming here. But she had no idea what it could be. Turning around, she was horrified to see before her a giant, hideous-looking creature. What the hell is this? So disgusting. Did it just try to eat me? She thought to herself, and then ran away with all her might. But the monster only needed one jump to stop in front of her. There was no way out. She knelt down in fear. Her eyes gradually turned red. Tears welled up uncontrollably. She choked, realizing it had been a long time since she had cried. When she was young, she had a family filled with happiness. The first time she cried was when she fell off her bike. At that time, Dad panicked and ran to ask, worriedly, "Don't cry, little Ran. Stand up, you've managed to ride very far, okay?" Mother gently coaxed. "What the matter, precious? Is it painful? It's all your dad's fault for not holding you properly. You really don't love your daughter one single bit." The father continued teasing. "There's are many ways to show love, you know. The day will come where she needs to fend for herself." He continued, "Little Ran's my most precious treasure in the whole wide world. There's no one I love more than her." Mom immediately pouted. "Are you saying that I'm in second place? I'm the one that loves little Ran the most." At that time she laughed happily when she saw people arguing about who loved her more. But that happiness was short-lived. Her father was seriously ill. It was the second time she cried in her life. At that time her mother worked hard to earn money to pay for hospital fees. She was with her father day and night. After 3 years her father's condition improved. Life for her and her mother gradually became less difficult. At that time she held back her tears and tried to be strong, to be a support for her parents. But fate did not smile on her family. Sometime later, her father's illness relapsed. This time her strong-willed mother was no longer smiling. Her mother just smiled again. But this time it was while being together with another man. "Follow Mum, little Ran. If this goes on, both of us will die of exhaustion from taking care of your father." "No, Dad needs us. I want to stay with Dad. I will definitely work hard to earn money and treat your sickness." She cried out in despair. It was the third time she had shed tears. She cried out in despair. It was the third time she had shed tears. 2 years after her mother left, her father passed away. That was the last time she cried. Because her family had many siblings, she was adopted by a relative. But after many years of living together, she gradually realized that they did not love her. In the end, they sent her to live with her mother. The day she met her mother again after many years apart, she immediately realized that her new husband was bankrupt. The mother she once knew was now much thinner and more haggard than before. She must have gone through a lot. She just wished that she would say that she regretted abandoning her and her father. She longed to be in her mother's arms again and cry her heart out. But she only uttered one sentence, and that sentence was engraved in her mind. From that moment on, she could no longer remember her grandmother's face. The strange thing is that even though she was heartbroken and desperate, she did not shed a single tear. The only thing she felt was her heart being pierced by hundreds of thorns. It was that moment that made her realize one thing. In this world, the thing more important than family and love is money. From that day on, she was determined to earn a lot of money. As much as possible, she wanted that heartless woman to regret. She swore to herself that she would never shed a tear again. When she turned 15, she started working, becoming stronger and more resilient than ever. To save money, she stayed at her relative's house. She also learned how to protect herself. Every day she worked so hard that she could only eat one loaf of bread. But no matter how exhausted she was, every time she saw the balance in her account increase, she felt empowered. But thinking back, she couldn't help but wonder if what she went through was really worth it. Even if she had earned a lot of money, even if she had made that woman regret, what good would it do? In the end, she was still alone, without family, without friends, and without even a dream. Exactly what did I live for? Even if she disappeared right now, no one would remember her. No one cared about her life or death. Her tears fell silently, her eyes staring blankly at the monster before her. Every moment of her life appeared slowly, like a slow-motion film, empty and meaningless, just as the monster opened its giant mouth and charged straight towards her. Bang! Gug! A powerful punch to the monster's face sent it flying. The person who just made the move was none other than Tankar. He appeared just in time. Zhong Xiaoran was still kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes were wide open. She was confused as to what was going on. "Wow, I'm alive. That's great." Tankar looked at her and smiled gently, but he didn't understand why it made her cry even more. Xiaoran burst into tears. Why are you crying again?" While Tankar was chatting with her, the wild boar demon he had been riding earlier was stealthily trying to escape. Tankar glanced up at the sky where the space gate seemed to be gradually narrowing. When he turned back, he caught the wild boar trying to sneak off Oi Pig. How long will that remain open for? The wild boar was so scared that he broke out in a sweat and stammered in response, about half the time it takes to make a pot of tea. Tankar frowned. That means I've still got 2 minutes to play around. Just as he was still muttering and thinking, the giant snake spirit behind him woke up. The patterns on its body began to glow, emitting a powerful hypnotic aura. If hit, there would definitely be no escape. The wild boar thought happily niece. He's caught. The flower patterns on curtain gecko can cast fatal illusions. People caught in the illusion will experience their most painful and tarrying memories. But contrary to what he thought, Tankar just frowned and shouted loudly, "What the hell are you doing? Don't breathe out right in front of my face, it's damn disgusting." Having said that, he swung his arm and threw a punch so strong that the snake spirit flew straight into the sky. Could it be that he doesn't even have any painful or terrorizing past? Not a single one of them. The wild boar's leg died. It gaped at the scene before its eyes. The reality was completely opposite to what it had imagined. At this moment, countless goblins were rushing towards Tankar and Zhuang Xiaoran. "Oh no, this is bad!" Tankar turned back to warn, "Hey girl, stand behind me and don't move around." Having said that, he smiled happily and took a deep breath. Time to exercise. Immediately, a blue electric current erupted from his body and radiated to the surroundings. With overwhelming power, he grinned excitedly. "I've to limit this move in the real world because it's too destructive. But now in here, talisman bodily suppression borrow lightning. The lightning seal is one of Tankar's 4 seals. When he activates the lightning seal, he can transform into a lightning state and use the power of lightning to fight." He leaned over, waving his hand, carrying a lightning bolt. Boom! Powerful streams of energy shot straight towards the oncoming demons. The binding triple thunder, its power is not to be taken lightly. Boom! Monsters struck by lightning. Each one fell, and lay in a pile on the ground. Delightful. "Let's go back." Tankar turned back and smiled at Zhuang Xiaoran. The person was still trembling and kneeling on the ground. On closer look, you are slightly cute." With that, he lifted her up. Zhuang Xiaoran screamed in panic. Who are you? What do you want? Grab hold of me." Tankar just gently bounced his foot, immediately shot straight into the air. They headed towards the closing gates of heaven. So height. "Oh, you're hugging too tightly." On the ground, the wild boar witnessed the whole scene. He's able to activate the wind-tailism technique with a tap of his feet. Generally speaking, people who cultivated secrets of Taoism would channel their aura within their bodies into talismans to serve as a medium for their techniques and skills. What more, he did not even use any talismans as a medium to display those techniques. Exactly what kind of saint he is. Outside Heaven World, Longjie Tankar is back. Tankar was screaming because Zhuang Xiaoran was hugging him so tightly that his throat was suffocating. However, as soon as they escaped from the Heaven World, Zhuang Xiaoran's eyes suddenly showed black blood vessels. Tankar hugged her and landed on the ground. Immediately, he was stared at by the guards with murderous eyes. "You brat, it was so hard for us to exile it. Why did you bring it back? I've done you guys a big favor, and yet you dare shout at me." He looked down at Zhuang Xiaoran lying in his arms. He realized Mummy had taken over her body. Slap! He hit Mummy hard on the forehead. Knocks it out instantly. The guards were amazed by Tankar's ability. It took us so much effort to restrain that Mummy, yet one slap from him is enough to knock it out. He lifted Zhuang Xiaoran's face up and spoke loudly. "Look properly. She's now a human, okay? She really is emitting the scent of a human, yet she was clearly a mummy just now. Let's go 7th, brother. Since it involves humans, we've no authority to interfere. Nevertheless, how did that brat know that she's a human?" Before leaving, the 2 guards kept on admiring Tankar's abilities. On the other side, Tankar was about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly, Han Longgui's voice rang out majestically. "Tankar, I order you to return headquarters within 3 my tunes. If not, you should know the consequences." "Yes, please clam down, big sister Long. I'll make sure to give an explanation later." He was sweating and hurriedly brought Zhuang Xiao, ran back to the headquarters. After that, she was taken to the medical room for a general checkup. Blood pressure, normal. Brainwaves, normal. Heartbeat, normal. Next up. Meanwhile, the staff reported the situation to Han Long-gui. According to the earlier systematic scan, all of the souls have returned to their bodies. It's fortunate that the mummy was dealt with on time, that there's no loss of life in the area. However, there are over 100 people dead in the construction site. Over 100 people dead, huh? Han Long-gui gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with anger. You're the one that accepted this mission, yet why did so many people die? Tankar was yelled at so much that he broke out in a sweat and stammered, "Big sis Long, I've really did my best." Han Long-gui glared at him for a long time, then sighed. Speaking of which, I can't imagine how the situation would turn out if you haven't accepted this mission. However, don't assume that I'll forgive you just like that. Tankar shrugged and smiled awkwardly. It's originally a rank A mission. However, in realistic terms, it should be a rank S mission. Furthermore, I immediately went to the target location right after accepting the mission. However, it seemed to be able to detect my incoming presence and fled beforehand. It should have bumped into that little girl as it fled. I don't know what's the reason behind it possessing her body. There's also something suspicious. He paused for a moment and then continued. Why did two protector uncles not detect that half of her soul is that of a human's, with their level of strength? It can't be hard for them to detect the soul of the human. He smiled smugly. It's fortunate that possessed the golden nether eyes. That little girl was that close to being exiled by them. I really am worthy of being the overall champion in mission accomplishment stats. While Tankar was busy praising himself, Long Ji beside him was so angry that his face turned black. At this moment, is she a human or a demon? It's up to them. Oh, give the verdict. In the lab, doctors are trying to take Zhuang Xiaoran's blood for testing. This is the large gauge needle, and it still isn't able to penetrate through. It's you to me then. Another doctor had to use a specialized drill to get her blood for study. Other than the abnormal brainwave activity, which we're waiting for, the statistical analysis, all of her other parameters are within normal human boundaries. Blood sample successfully acquired. Do we have to do the tests simultaneously? Proceed to check immediately. Receiving orders from Han Long-gui, the research team immediately conducted a synchronous analysis of Zhuang Xiaoran's blood cells. While monitoring the testing process, Han Long-gui noticed something unusual in her cellular structure. Suddenly the lab exploded. "Hey, what the matter?" Han Long-gui's voice was cold. "Respond." A trembling employee reported subjects. There are abnormal changes present in the subject's blood. I theorize that it's due to having left the subject's body for too long of a time. Immediately stream your visual uplink to me, yes. The image that appeared before their eyes was a devastated laboratory filled with smoke and dust. So much power just from a single drop of blood. What's the analysis of her brainwave activity? Give me a moment. The results are out. The majority waves are normal. However, there is some unknown electrical activity mixed, should be the influence of the mummy. Coupled with the earlier blood analysis, the primary verdict is that when the young girl is conscious and in control, her physical state is no different from an ordinary human being. However, if that mummy takes over, her body changes will occur to her body that will transform her into a demon. Therefore, my final verdict is soul fusion in a shared body. Outside the research room, Tankar muttered after hearing this. Those two uncles weren't able to tell that she's a human, so it's not possession but fusion. He was still thinking when he suddenly felt a cold aura right next to him. Turning around, Long Ji was looking at him with eyes that wanted to eat him alive. "Little Tankar," he said tremblingly. Big sis Long, you can beat and scold me, but please do not use such a tone and smiling expression to look at me." Han Long-gui gritted his teeth and growled, "I was frightened by the power contained within the drop of blood from that young girl, yet you were able to knock her out with a single slap. You really are awesome." Tankar smiled, cold sweat running down his forehead. "Stop talking like that, I beg of you, big sis Long." However, Han Long-gui did not let him off easily. The girl was still in a state of sarcasm. "As of now, she is a fusion between a human and a demon. You should know that the Demon City Commander isn't allowed to lock up demonic spirits. What more, she's an S rank bomb that can go off anytime. In accordance with the regulations, demonic spirits are to be exiled by the protectors in that world. However, half, if her is still a human. Wait a minute, don't tell me you're thinking about that big sis. That's right, little Tankar. After discussing with the higher-ups, I will feel most at ease if you take care of that little girl. Stop joking, big sis. Long before coming down from the mountains, I've promised my master to not make any contact with females, so it's a no-go to even stay with one. So that means that you're asking me to carry this burden alone, huh? Don't forget that I'm the one decides whether you're able to continue staying here or not. Relax. I will find some ways to pacify with your master, or perhaps you would like to go back to the mountain and continue cultivation. Hearing that he had to go back, Tankar immediately sobered up. "Sis long as a man, I will take on the challenge. Since it's a mission, I accepts natural that I look through it till the end." Very good, Jingshi, yes. An employee standing next to Long Ji received the order. "Get that girl out immediately. Make sure no other department saw her." Got it. As for you, Tankar, keep in mind that you going into the other world shouldn't be told to others. Secondly, the girl is not to be left alone at all times. The next time you're summoned to the headquarters, she must be with you. Understand? All right, you're free to go. Just wait for Jingshi to contact you. Good job, sis. Long Jingshi too. As he left, he thought, why does it feel like I'm the one with Calamity? Jingshi stammered, wanting to say something to Long Jie. I know what you're thinking. There won't be any problem with that guy. The power he exhibited in the mission is no less than 10% of his true power. You're mistaken. I'm afraid that the mummy would once again take over the body and Tankar might accidentally kill her. Let's go. The higher-ups are waiting for our reports. I have to clean up after Tankar again. On the way home, Tankar thought, sigh, it feels like there are only difficult days ahead, must be calmer. Somewhere in the mountains. Tankar's master was riding on the back of an old turtle. He felt the connection between him and Tankar was severed. At the same time, he received a phone call from Han Long Gui. Baby Long, what's with the sudden call? His teasing tone made Han Long Gui grit her teeth in anger. You dare make indecent jokes again, I'll make sure to wash my hands off your disciple. What you want to say is Tankar went in and out of the heaven-flipping world. Now he had to cohabitate with the girl possessed by the mummy, isn't it? How did you know? Han Longwei was surprised. She hadn't even had time to say anything yet, but he already knew. If I can't even predict this small matter, how would I allow him to leave the mountain? And I'm still history's strongest esoteric, the 17th generation leader of Tao Esoteric. Han Longwei didn't want to waste any more words with this shameless person, so she hung up. Great, still the same temperament and personality even after going into politics. Li Yichuan looked at the hung-up phone and just smiled. Little Chuan, you're the 5th generation I've followed. Letting him do as he pleases. Aren't too afraid a misfortune may appear in the future. A voice rang out. It was the old turtle. He was riding the spirit beast of the previous 5 sect masters, named Song. Each has their own fate. Neither me nor you can interfere, change it. Old Song, don't worry too much. Such a happy day. Let's go out and enjoy the moonlight. Just then, a few red Calamity lines snapped. Might as well take this chance and make a foretell. There's still a turnabout for Tankar, inside the space of consciousness. Zhuang Xiaoran was startled. What going on? My hand. While she was still in shock, not understanding what was happening, she suddenly realized that there was another person there. She thinks she has met him somewhere before. The shadow before the crash. Saw Shaw then woke up with a start. Turns out it was all just a dream. But where is she now? She found herself lying on an unfamiliar bed. Everything around her was different. Looking down at her body, she realized that her clothes had changed. And this windy and cool feeling, could it be? As expected, they have been removed. The thought made her panic. She quickly shrank back, her arms tightly hugging her small body. Her face flushed. Trying to calm down, she recalled everything from the beginning. At that time, she was on her way to deliver goods when she accidentally bumped into a ghost. Then woke up. She was taken to a strange place where there was a giant monster that wanted to eat her. At the critical moment, a young man appeared, saved her, and took her to the sky. Does that teenager really exist? Or could it be my imagination playing on me, as despite my strong front, I've always wished for someone to protect me? Such warm smile, such strong power. If that man really exists, it would be great if he can protect me. While she was still thinking, suddenly, the bathroom door opened. "Girl, you are finally awakes." It was Tankar. He was only wearing a towel, brushing his teeth as he asked. Zhuang Xiaoran looked with wide eyes. "He does really exist, but did he really remove all my undergarment? I didn't expect him to be this kind of person." She immediately grabbed the pillow beside her and threw it straight at Tankar's face. Surprised by her reaction, he didn't have time to dodge and received a hit in the face. "What are you doing? Can't you see I'm brushing my teeth?" "You big pervert," Xiaoran shouted, and at the same time rushed forward and delivered a knee to his groin. Clang! She hugged her leg, trembling with pain. Meanwhile, Tankar was unharmed. "I saved you out of my gracious heart, but you in turn still dares to attack me. You pervert who allows you to remove my clothes." Looking at his surprised face, she became even angrier. She thought resentfully, "Is his bottom made of steel? It hurts." Tankar sighed and explained, "Your whole body is wet. I was scared that you may catch a flu. That's why I got you to take a bath." "What, you still bathe? Take a bath for me," she screamed angrily. "My master said before only married couples can bathe together. Of course it wasn't me who washed you." Having said that, he turned his head and looked towards a corner of the room come out. Zhuang Xiaoran was stunned. A strange creature slowly appeared. "That's the one that washes you." As soon as she saw the strange animal, Zhuang Xiaoran jumped out of bed in panic and hid behind the chair. That monster touched my body." She burst out, tears welling up in her eyes. Hearing that the creature suddenly burst into tears, it cried. Tankar shook his head. "Although she looks big, but by human age, she is only 5 years old. Quick, apologize to her." Zhuang Xiaoran bit her lips and bowed her head in apology. He smiled and continued, "Although it might look like this, its species can be considered one of the gentle ones in the demon world." "Demons?" Zhuang Xiaoran asked curiously. "This world is being coexisted with both humans and demons. Only normal human, like you, don't have a clue. In addition, one of inside your body." Hearing this, Zhuang Xiaoran was stunned and didn't understand anything. Tankar turned to the huge demon spirit beside him and ordered, "You shall tell her the rest of it." The demon approached Zhuang Xiaoran, looked that demon and spoke, "Sorry about that, eh? It's okay. Big sister is the one that got scared." "What does Big Sister want to know?" "I will tell you everything I know, that why am I in his house?" The demon nodded and explained, "You being here is an assignment allocated to Tankar by Yao Chengxi. The relationship between the demon and Yao Chengxi are complicated. Why don't I start from the beginning?" "All right." Seeing her curiosity, the demon continued to tell the story. "In fact, since a long time ago, we demons existed in this world. Majority of the bad demons take humans as food. In Italy, humans do not have the strength to go against these bad demons. That's why humans have always been food for these demons. However, after many years, humans with extraordinary powers appeared and stood out. Row fight against these demons bravely. They found an organization named Duty and Mission to protect the humans across the world. Thus, with humans having the power to retaliate against demons, demons don't kill as often. However, this also caused the world leaders to take caution against esoteric. Later, demons took this opportunity to launch a large-scale attack against humans. By then, the esoteric did not have the power to oppose. As a last resort, Tao esoteric founder used a jade to seal most of the demons in it. The artifact is named Heaven Flipping Seal. After the event, the rest of the demons and humans signed a contract, the Armistice, to coexist peacefully. The founding of Yao Chengxi is to monitor demons living in the human world, and those demons with intention to harm humans. Speaking of this, the demon turned and asked, "That's the gist of it." Zhuang Xiaoran was still confused. She muttered, "What about the demon inside my body? You have to ask Big Brother Tankar about that." Hearing this, Zhuang Xiaoran turned to look at Tankar. He had changed his clothes by now and was standing there with a mysterious smile. "Now is a good time to get some work done." "Huh?" He smiled meaningfully. "Go lie down in the bed." "What are you saying?" Tankar looked at her for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. "I might not know times where it took over your consciousness, but the demon's aura you are exhibiting is getting stronger. In simpler words, If not left in check, your consciousness will be swallowed completely by the demon in your body. Hearing this, a fear rose in Zhuang Xiaoran's heart. The demon he is referring to. Could it be the monster in my dream? I wonder what plans he has for me. In her head suddenly appeared countless unanswered questions. She looked up and saw Tankar performing some kind of magic right in front of her. You're going to cast a spell on me. Tankar smiled slyly. I haven't had the opportunity to cast this spell yet. Now is a great time to try it. After saying that, before Zhuang Xiaoran could react, he used a technique on her forehead. Tao exclusive conscious wandering spell. Immediately she fainted on the bed. Tankar closed his eyes and moved closer, lying next to her. The demon standing next to the bed, eyes wide with horror. I've never seen this skill before. I hope nothing goes wrong, even though both have fainted. Looking at them, they kinda look good together. When Zhou Xiaoran woke up, she found herself in a space identical to her previous dream, but her body seemed frozen, unable to even move a finger. She tried to move, but in vain. She suddenly realized that this place was not a dream. She was startled. This is your subcons, Klaus. Turning around, she found Tankar was also there. How are you here, and how are you knowing my thoughts? He replied calmly, because my consciousness followed you in. Thus whatever you are thinking, including your feelings, I know them all. That's right, the reason why you can't move is because your consciousness is disappearing bit by bit. Looking up at the floating lights around her body, she panicked. All these white lights are my Klausness. What will happen if this body of lights disappears? The answer is, as you feared, your consciousness will be completely erased. As he spoke, Tankar pointed forward. There a mummy was standing not far away. But don't worry, I'll help you destroy it before you disappear. Trust me. Using consciousness to fight, I'm getting goo bump just thinking about it. Standing in front of Mummy Tankar became more excited than ever. Seems like your consciousness has recovered. Let's fight. Mummy squinted at him, his voice full of murderous intent. Although I'm just a consciousness, I can still feel that. You are the guy that was pursuing me. Tankar sneered. What are you babbling about? Let's fight. Mummy suddenly roared. Bo-An must have sent you. Tell me where is he, or I will eat you. Tankar frowned slightly. He had no idea what this demon was talking about, speaking gibberish. Else, I will make the first punch. Before he could prepare, he was immediately kneed straight in the face by Mummy. Boom! The pain shot up, but he didn't have time to react. Then another punch like the sky continued to fall, causing him to be knocked back a distance. Tankar's face distorted slightly, but he still stood firm, not wavering. Is that guy really that strong? Tankar's cold eyes stared at Mummy. You just have to hit my face, huh, bastard? Mummy shivered slightly, even though he looks like a normal human being. Why? His whole existence screams danger. Tankar gritted his teeth as expected of an S rank, to be able to deal damage to me. Your punches are great, now it's my turn. Mummy smirked. You might be strong, but however you seem to have forgotten. This place also my subconscious. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant, Mummy suddenly appeared behind him. Before he could react, the monster grabbed him and lifted him up into the air. Mummy burst out laughing. This clone here is formed by my hatred for revenge. It's unbreakable. You can't break loose. Your consciousness might be powerful, but I can still cause damage to you. His eyes flashed with arrogance. In addition, right here I can create infinite clones of me. Having said that, Mummy raised his hand, and immediately countless copies of it appeared, forming a mighty army. Looking at the long row of mannequins, he laughed triumphantly. Although their speed might not be on par with mine, their strength is close to mine. Its voice full of pleasure by receiving each punch from each of them. It's enough to turn you into ashes. You made a mistake by coming here and here. It squinted at Tankar. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of mummy figures rushed to attack. Tankar stood still. His cold eyes looked at the scene before him without showing any emotion. He curled his lips and smiled faintly. It's just clones, old trick and boring. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand vigorously. The giant mummy that was holding him captive instantly turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Tankar roared boom. The power from him exploded so strongly that it stunned the entire mummy army, standing rooted to the spot. This consciousness is his true form. He smiled faintly. his voice bored. "This shit is what you've prepared for me. This is utterly boring." As he spoke, he ran his hand through his hair, his eyes cold and indifferent. Seeing Tankar's state, Mummy shouted in panic, "Not good, clones assemble." Immediately, the entire group of clones turned around and ran towards the main body, but before they could go far, boom, with just one punch, Tankar blew away the entire clone. Mummy witnessed that scene and panicked, turned around and ran away. But as soon as she turned around, she saw Tankar standing right in front of her. "You a tiny clone think you can beat me into oblivion?" Staring at Mummy, he shook his head in disappointment. "And dare to call yourself invincible." With that, Tankar just gently snapped his fingers. Bangjig Mummy was thrown away like a broken moss. Tankar slowly walked towards Mummy, who was lying motionless on the ground. Its consciousness has already started recovering. Nitbad. He looked at Mummy pensively. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he muttered that Bo, and he speaks of, must have been his enemy from his previous life. What exactly did he go through that caused him to become this? In another corner, Zhuang Xiaoran felt her body gradually recovering. She was surprised. "My body is forming back." Just then, Tankar spoke up. "Now quickly think of a container that can seal the guy in." Zhuang Xiaoran's eyes widened. "Container? What do you mean?" Tankar calmly replied, "This is your subconscious. Only you can create an item out to seal that guy. Anything is fine. There isn't much time left for me." She was confused. What should I create? Handbag, necklace, ring? Tankar got impatient and yelled, "Hey, I'm not asking you to think of what to buy. Can't you see nearly half of my body is disappearing?" A moment later, she cried out, "This is it." Tankar turned around, but when he saw what she had just thought of, his face immediately darkened. "What the what?" In front of him was a lipstick. Mummy blinked in confusion. Somewhere in the middle of nowhere, it was raining. "My whole body feels icy cold and heavy. There's also an onjing, sharp pain." "What's that blood? Is it mine?" A ghostly laugh echoed in the darkness. Following that were the sounds of slow footsteps. Approaching, a phantom figure appeared. "Who is he?" Zhuang Xiaoran Huang's scared voice trembling. The other person slowly turned his head, revealing a terrifying demonic face. "Su Ye Kuao, I'm sorry." Zhou Xiaoran woke up with a start, her heart pounding. It turned out to be just a dream. Before she could calm down, she suddenly realized Tankar's face was close to hers. She screamed in panic, You, what are you planning to do to me?" He shrugged. "You have been unconscious and mumbling non-stop. I was only thinking of moving closer to smell if there are any more demonic aura on you." She glared. "If so, can you get off me now? The demon in your body has been temporarily sealed. You can rest well tonight." "It's still inside my body. What happened?" "It's simpler terms. He was running, I was chasing, then ran into you. But for whatever reason, he fused into your body. After causing havoc using your body, you were brought back to Yaocheng Sea. However, due to your unique identity, neither a human nor a demon, you were then put under Mu care. Therefore, you will stay with me until we find ways to get rid of the demons in your body." What? As soon as he heard Tankar announce that he couldn't go anywhere, Zhuang Xiaoran immediately became so angry that he wanted to explode. What's the difference between this and being put in imprisonment? Moreover, how can I live in a male stranger's house? Who knows if you're or not? Putting the bathing matter aside, just then your face is so close to my face that you could have kissed me. What if you... She angrily spoke a long string without stopping. Just a moment, what does she mean by kiss? Sister must be talking about male and female kissing on the mouth, an act of affection. The huge monster standing next to him explained. How do you know that I learnt it from watching the TV dram? Don't watch these strange things, you're still too young. Seeing a person and a demon standing there discussing heatedly, Zhuang Xiaoran felt unable to bear it anymore and rolled her eyes in anger. Are you acting dumb? I really don't understand what you're saying. It's such a disgusting thing to eat each other's saliva by kissing mouth to mouth. Looking at Tankar's stupid face, she suddenly had a thought. Could he be the legendary brainless person? I'm so tried. Let's continue tomorrow. You can sleep here for now. Tankar turned away, clearly not wanting to continue the argument. Wait a moment. If I insist on going out, what will you do? As a man, I will never beat a woman. If you want to go out, I won't stop you. But let me warn you, if you're not by my side, that guy in your body might reappear again. Only I can guarantee your safety. Also, don't wander off. There are many demons that live here. It's none of my bussiness if you got a scare. I don't have anywhere to go either. He saved me too. Although he might look sloppy, he is a good person. Is it because I'm too tired? Sleeping here feels... She gradually fell asleep. While Zhuang Xiaoran was sleeping, suddenly there was a rustling sound. Something slowly emerged from within her body. A mummy tail. Why is this happening? She woke up with a start and realized it was morning. Thinking back to everything from yesterday until now, she felt everything was so strange. Even now, I still can't believe what happened yesterday. Do I really have to live with that guy from now on? Also the thing inside my body. What do I do? While lost in thought, she unconsciously raised her head to look out the window. But then she was stunned. What is this? Big sister, what happened? Zhuang Xiaoran's shrill scream startled Tang Cara and the monster awake. Both of them frowned at being awakened so early. But what surprised them more was the scene before their eyes. Zhuang Xiaoran was glued to the glass door. I didn't notice this last night. This scenery, this height, the heart of the city. Could it be? Her eyes were shining brightly, like a child seeing miracles for the first time. I must be dreaming. Stand at 3,000 by 150,000 square feet high and located at Lusang City Marina. It's a combination of 4 top-notch height-quality, luxurious mansions and the highest skyscraper in the world. There are 121 floors at the height of 600 meters and sold at $250,000 per square foot. It hit the world record of being the most expensive skyscraper. Named Arashi Wave Bay a come number 1 here. Even the cost of the floor is... Tankar turned to ask, "Are you pro-Erti agent?" You weren't even that shocked with all those events that happened yesterday behind you, while the monster also stood there, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Such a bright morning, and I heard you screaming. I thought it was due TP the thing, big sister, your butt. Zhuang Xiaoran heard this and turned her head to look. A real tail suddenly appeared on her body. Don't you think it looks kinda cool, yeah? She cried out in panic. What kind of shit is this? Why is it on my butt? While he was chatting with the monster, Tang Cara suddenly felt something was wrong. Zhuang Xiaoran's tail, it was attacking him. The sharp tail shot straight towards Tang Cara. He quickly retreated, trying to dodge. But it seems the tail has a soul. Just aim straight at him and attack. Seeing Tang Cara rushing towards Zhuang Xiaoran, the monster didn't know what he was planning. It was just worried that that tail might hurt her. The moment he reached Zhuang Xiaoran's face, Tang Cara suddenly crouched down, let the tail rush past and stop. Tang Cara threw a can of water in front of her. The tail immediately cut it in half. Zhuang Xiaoran suddenly felt as if she could control this tail. So cool, I want one too. Tang Cara's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhuang Xiaoran with admiration. There is nothing to be fucking excited about. Didn't you say that you have sailed this monster? She angrily rushed at him, not even bothering to explain. Tang Cara seemed to not care about her anger, turning to speak to the demon. What's the matter with this tail? Hesitant monster. Go ahead, attack her. Want to know how strong that tail could be. Tankar brother, it is so dangerous. Believe me, remember to use all of you power. The monster immediately rushed to attack Zhuang Xiaoran, but her tail blocked all of his attacks. So sorry, little sister. All of my attacks have been blocked by that tail. Coming in front of Zhuang Xiaoran, Tang Cara said stop. Now it's even more awesome than I expected. With the strength of Yora, even a B-level monster. Just a moment before the tail had just taken the initiative to attack me. I guess you were frightened at that time. Having said that, Tang Cara suddenly patted Zhuang Xiaoran in front of her, startling her. Immediately the tail reacted and rushed to attack him. But Tang Cara quickly grabbed it. Look, just like this. Wonderful. After sealing the demon consciousness in your body, you can actually use its power. She is not happy, but this tail is too ugly. If Ifo out with this, I will be recognized as a monster. You really think it's ugly, yes? I think it is obviously very cool. By the way, last time you had horns on your head, it seemed to disappear. Will it work? I will try. Listening to Tang Cara's words, Zhuang Xiaoran closed her eyes and concentrated. Retract. For me, retract, retract. Surprisingly, the tail actually retracted. But Tang Cara didn't care much. He said indifferently, "All right, I have to go to work now. Just stay at home obediently. Now just stay calm and watch the changes." But still not satisfied, He turned back to give instructions. Are my words not clear enough? There is no way to help you completely eliminate the demon spirit in your body. I want to join the Demon City division. Zhuang Xiaoran tried to put on a cute face and looked at Tankar, begging. As if it were easy, it would take a long time, he coldly refused. Seeing that acting cute was useless. Zhuang Xiaoran was extremely angry. I want to go to heaven. You don't look down on people. Suddenly the phone in his pocket vibrated. He reached out to take it out. Just looking at the screen. His face changed immediately. It's a message from Longjie. The organization has decided that you don't need to go to work today. Stay home and take care of that little monster girl. Tankar stood still, staring at the phone screen, not saying a word. The monster saw that and called out, Tankar, brother, what wrong with you? I am unemployed now. He was like his soul had left his body as he spoke. He showed the phone to the monster. Behind Zhuang Xiaoran approached. I might be able to help you. Stop messing up, okay? It's all because of you, Tankar snapped, not wanting to hear her boring talk anymore. She tilted her head in thought. Your task now should be to look after me, right? That's why they let you take a temporary vacation. Zhuang Xiaoran paused for a moment and then smiled. Then we can take on private business. As someone who was very diligent in finding part-time jobs, this was not difficult for Zhuang Xiaoran. Okay, but wait. While Tankar was still hesitating about something, Zhuang Xiaoran immediately interrupted him. Yes, I'll be your personal assistant. Then we will kill demons together. Divide the money, we can earn your 7 mine 3. So they officially became partners. Xiaoran held out her hand in front of Tankar. My name is Zhuang. Xiaoran, happy cooperation in the coming days. Tankar took her hand and replied, my name is Tankar, hope the day ahead. Just like playing game, I'm the champion in catching spirits of Luzang City. This guy pretended to be mysterious for half a day, actually just to praise himself. If you have the ability to find private jobs, it promised to cooperate with you. Finally, he agreed to let her go. She was very happy deal. In a deserted forest, a group of kids are going deeper into an abandoned building. This is suburban reserve. A boy lagged behind, seeming hesitant. I don't think sneaking in this place is a good idea. What are you afraid of? This the way to our secret base? The leading boy brushed aside the other boy's worries. I wouldn't take you here if I didn't see you as a good friend. If you are afraid, then you can go home. I want to go. When the group arrived in front of the abandoned house, the leader boy immediately spoke up. This is our base. Let me tell you the rules. First, you stay here with your eyes closed. We will go inside and hide. After counting to 100, find us all, and you will officially join our crew. The boy nodded. Okay. Then start counting with your eyes closed. 1, 2, 3, 98, 99. 100. I finished counting. I came to find you guys. When he opened his eyes, he found that there was no one around. A little fear arose. I'm about to go in now. But he still tried to muster up the courage to run into the building to look for his friends. At this moment, the kids hiding behind a tree outside burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, such an idiot. If he finds that we are all gone, he will pee his pants because of fear. Is it really okay to leave him here alone? A boy wearing glasses asked. Don't worry, there's only any way to get out the city from here. He can get out by himself. His father is one of the 4 major consortiums if anything happen. Hey, you're too talkative today. That's right, it's just a joke. What big deal could it be? Another kid sneered. Humph, who told his father's company to dare to fire my father, and he still dares to be friends with me. I don't want to hang out with him anymore. Tomorrow I am going to get on a pack of spicy strips that he definitely peed his pants. Even if he really on his inside, he wouldn't tell us anyway. The group burst out laughing and continued to leave the forest, leaving the boy alone in the abandoned house. In the abandoned building, the boy thought his friends were hiding somewhere, so he kept looking for them. I've searched the entire first floor. They might be hiding on the 2nd floor. This place looks old and scary, yet they treat it as a secret base. The boy used to tell himself, please don't let anyone jump out and scare me. If I'm scared to the point of peeing my pants, they'll definitely laugh at me. Thinking, he tiptoed, using the light from his phone to light the way. Suddenly, in the dim light, he saw the silhouette of a person. Found someone, he thought happily, and approached. But the closer he got, the more he felt that there was something strange about that figure. The moment he realized it was the silhouette of a female student, the boy couldn't help but be surprised. Why is there a female student here? The boy was still surprised when he suddenly saw the shadow turn around and coldly say, "Get out of here." Immediately, it rushed straight towards him, like a scary ghost. Terrified, the boy ran away, but when he turned back, the shadow had disappeared. A demon appeared and said, "Come play with me." At Tankar's house, he was sitting boredly playing video games, waiting for Zhuang Xiao, ran to find a job while complaining. "You have been tossing all day, haven't you finished it yet? When or earth can I take private work?" Zhuang Xiaoran was still clacking away at the keyboard. "Then stretch and stand up." Just then the doorbell rang. She turned to look at Tankar, but saw that he had no reaction at all, just sitting there, as if this was his home. He doesn't care if someone rings the doorbell. This guy really doesn't treat me as a stranger anymore. Zhuang Xiaoran angrily went to open the door. Standing at the door is a little girl. Still does not correspond to the calculation question. She saw the little girl smile and talk as if she was very close little sister. "Yuk, the luggers back for you, and the locomotive is also sent to the repair shop." Hearing this, Zhuang Xiao ran immediately guessed who this little girl was. "This must not be that 5-year-old, the girl nodded, smiling brightly. "Yes, my little sister, I forgot to introduce myself before, that was so impolite of me. I am Yatan Demon Spirit, haha, you can call me Yaya from now on." Looking at the little girl in front of her, Zhuang Xiaoran couldn't believe her eyes. "This isn't real, I must be dreaming." The image of the giant monster from before appeared in her mind, making her stunned. But even though she still couldn't accept this fact, Yaya was still happy and cheerful. "Today was great, I'll be able to live with you from now on." Yeah, then explained why she had this appearance. "So that's how it is. Does that mean I'm just wearing a layer of human skin?" "Don't worry, it's not as scary as you think. If this were real human skin, I wouldn't dare wear it either. Black ball called Spirit Capsule, which can wrap the body into a human in one click. This one was picked by Tankar brother, he helped me choose it." Hearing this, Zhuang Xiaoran's eyes instantly turned red with anger. She grabbed the pillow beside her and threw it straight at Tankar's head. He was still engrossed in his game. "You're too much. How can you still be human after turning a 5-year-old into this?" Tankar still didn't understand why she was scolded, but she was already angry. He also shouted back, "What's wrong with you? In someone else's house you're screaming and hitting me." "Aren't you ashamed to say that?" Zhuang Xiaoran pointed at Yaya, who was still confused, not understanding why these two people were arguing. "She's only 5 years old. You chose this form for her and think it's suitable." Tankar crossed his arms and shrugged nonchalantly. "I didn't say anything wrong, master. I once said that girls with big breasts are always loved by everyone. Yaya wants humans to like her. That's why I went to the trouble of buying this Lin lung for her, even though I don't understand what's so great about those 2 pieces of meat." Zhuang Xiaoran was speechless at this absurd reasoning. She looked at Tankar with disdain. What a real idiot. She turned to Yaya and told her, "Humans are not as good as you think. You can be liked by boys outside, but you absolutely must not let them easily touch you. Understand?" The girl nodded, but then smiled mischievously. "I understand what you mean. If I were a human, I would be at a disadvantage, but I'm a spirit. As long as I can make humans like me, I don't care what I do. I'm just a liar. If humans knew my true appearance, they would definitely find it extremely disgusting, right?" "Ya." Ya lowered her head, her expression slightly sad. Suddenly Zhuang Xiaoran gently hugged the little girl's sad face. Ya, you are a kind spirit, a girl who deserves to be cherished and loved." Hearing those gentle words, Yaya could not hold back her emotions and burst into tears. "You're exaggerating. I don't deserve your comfort." "Silly, I don't blame you. It's just that I look a lot like Tankar. Both have a gentle side to them. In a large and luxurious villa, everyone is busy searching for a missing boy. A butler hurriedly reported the situation to his father. Based on the surveillance system, we have identified 3 children accompanying the young master. However, the abandoned house they mentioned was thoroughly searched, but the young master was still nowhere to be found." "What about its phone's location? It's still in that old house, and there's even signs of movement. We even used a thermal sensor to scan, but there's no life inside, not even a mouse. Could it be a demon spirit?" The man's face turned pale. He immediately ordered quickly contact that organization. "Pay them high prices to hire the strongest members. I must save my son at all costs." Speaking of this, he could not help but burst into tears, extremely worried about his beloved child. At Tankar's house, Zhuang Xiaoran was discussing work. Before, when I had free time, I used to browse through a forum specializing in ghost stories. There were many posts there sharing terrifying experiences of encountering ghosts, some of which were even more thrilling than novels. But now it seems someone really needs our help. Tankar glanced at her, his voice somewhat impatient. "You've been busy all day. Have you found a job yet?" "I have compiled most of the reliable posts. It is late today. I will sift through each case tomorrow. I'm going crazy if I stay at home all the time. Because you said you could get a private job, I agreed to cooperate. But I'm not a patient person. If there's nothing by tomorrow, then our cooperation is over." Tankar frowned, his expression doubtful. "I don't understand why you keep wanting to follow me to catch the demon spirit, and even said you want to join Yao Cheng Si." Zhuang Xiaoran sighed. "My current situation doesn't allow me to go out to work and earn money like before. You can't just stay at home and watch over me forever either. If I can make money and you can hunt demon spirits, wouldn't it make sense to cooperate?" Even though she said that she actually didn't think that simply the most important thing to her was making money from hunting demon spirits, she looked at Tankar's large room and thought to herself, he was so strong, if she cooperated with him, she would definitely gain and not lose. Tankar looked at her, curled his lips, and smiled coldly. "Chasing the demon Lin is very dangerous just for money. You are also risking your life like this." Zhuang Xiaoran replied without hesitation in a firm voice. "No matter what, I must make money." Tankar shook his head slightly and shrugged. "Indeed, my master was right. City girls love money as much as life." She glared at him and angrily shouted, "Okay, if there's anything tomorrow, then consider the cooperation a success. But no one is allowed to play tricks. I know I won't argue with you anymore. I'm going to bed first, waiting for good news from you. Hope tomorrow will be no problem." Zhuang Xiaoran clenched her fists, secretly determined, tomorrow I must find a customer. She looked at the family photo placed on the bedside table and whispered, "Dad, please bless me from above. I must seize this opportunity." The next morning, after changing clothes and getting ready, she just opened the door, then found Tankar waiting outside. He crossed his arms, the corners of his lips curled up, his eyes full of teasing. "I didn't expect you to have some skills. You've already received an order for me early this morning. They're waiting downstairs." Zhuang Xiaoran was stunned, completely clueless about what was going on. She clearly hadn't received any orders yet. Tankar spoke as if she had already finished everything, but whatever, she had no choice but to follow him downstairs. In front of them, two men dressed in black with fierce looks were waiting. Zhuang Xiaoran frowned. Tankar was amused. "Well, it seems like a big deal," but then suddenly stopped. Behind the two men there were two shadowy figures looming, looking extremely strange. "Our master invites you two to come and chat for a while." The two men spoke in unison, opening the car door and inviting them to get in. Seeing this situation, Zhuang Xiaoran couldn't help but swallow. She glanced at the two men, feeling a chill down her spine. "Get in the car." The atmosphere became heavier, made her a little uneasy. Tankar tilted his head and glanced at her. "You can feel it too, right?" Trang Tianhiem nodded. He whispered, "They are demon spirits." Sure enough, I saw two strange shadows behind them and thought I was seeing things. My agreement can only distinguish demon spirits based on the color of their spirit breath, yet you can see their true form. He looked at her with interest. "Maybe that spirit inside your body absolutely can make you to the Demon City division." The car stopped and they got out. In front of them was a huge and imposing gate. Tankar looked at the tall gate and exclaimed, "Is there a dinosaur locked inside this gate?" Tankar laughed but quickly returned to a serious expression. "I used golden nether eyes to check while I was still in the car. The spirit energy here is A rank. If they only send two people to pick them up, wouldn't that be a waste of manpower?" Tankar curled his lips, glanced at the two men standing in front of the car door, and said provocatively, "What? When are you going to make your move?" The two men looked at each other and suddenly began to take off their clothes. Zhuang Xiaoran's eyes widened and she stammered, "What are you guys doing?" "Sorry, we don't want to ruin this suit. It's expensive." The two answered in unison, their faces still calm. Zhuang Xiaoran almost fainted. "To avoid misunderstandings, we will transform now." As soon as they finished speaking, they immediately transformed into two giant wolves. She stepped back reflexively, alertly exclaiming danger. But Tankar still stood there, calmly, hands still in his pockets. The corners of his lips curled up coldly. I thought I could handle you guys with just my feet. It seems I underestimated my opponent this time. He took his hand out of his pocket. Boom! A bright light flashed across the sky, followed by a series of consecutive booms. Zhuang Xiaoran raised her hand to cover her eyes. What, I can't see anything. Above, Tankar grabbed the two wolves' heads and slammed them into each other. The two wolves flew in two different directions. It's nothing to me, you guys just shut up. He spoke coldly. Zhuang Xiaoran had not yet recovered when suddenly a loud bang sounded right next to her. She was startled, turned around, and saw one of the two wolves that Tang Cara had thrown down, head down, right next to her feet. She quickly turned to the other side where the remaining wolf was lying on its back on the ground, while Tang Cara was calmly sitting on its belly. "Are you giving up yet?" he asked, his eyes full of menace. The wolf gnashed its teeth and roared. "Our Chi Wolf clan will never surrender, even if there is only a glimmer of hope left." "Stubborn, huh? Then I have to get serious." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, preparing to throw a punch. At that moment, Wolf felt a chill run down his spine. The overwhelming power from this punch seemed like it could level an entire city. It hastily shouted, "I give up." Now it looked no different from a well-behaved puppy wagging its tail in front of Tankar. From afar, Zhuang Xiaoran witnessed the entire scene unfold in the blink of an eye. She gaped, unable to believe her eyes. It was over in just 5 seconds. She glanced at the tall wolf guarding the statue, now wagging its tail vigorously, obedient like a puppy. What did I miss? Even he was wagging his tail. Turning around, she saw the wolf that was headfirst on the ground beside her was also wagging its tail wildly. She could only hold back. It spoke, "Big brother has already given up, I'll follow suit. We have long heard that you are very strong. At first we thought that even if we had to fight to the death, we would try to hold you off for 5 minutes. If we could do it, it would be a great honor for our race, but it turns out we were too naive. We couldn't even hold out for 5 seconds. We offer our apologies to you with the most respectful ceremony of the Chi Wolf clan. We were too reckless." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them knelt down in front of Tankar. "What the hell are you kneeling for? Put your clothes on first," Tankar said angrily. The big gate slowly opened. The two of them walked inside, talking as they walked. "So the match is over." "Yeah." After exchanging a few moves and realizing their strength, I suddenly got bored and didn't want to fight anymore. Outside the gate, the two wolves were still shocked by the battle just now. "Second brother, how many times did you hit him just now?" "1 punch, and I hit him twice." "But did you feel it? It was clearly a hit, but it didn't seem to touch his body." Both of them thought for a moment and nodded. "It seems like there is an invisible wall protecting him." At first I thought I was hallucinating. It was strange. Even his clothes were not damaged at all. As rumored, that boy is really a monster. Inside the villa, Zhuang Xiaoran couldn't hide her curiosity. She turned to ask Tang Cara, "How old are you, and yet you're so strong? Did your master pass on all his life's worth of skills to you?" Absorbed in their conversation, they did not notice in the nearby bushes. A strange eye was silently watching them. "I have something I don't know if I should say or not." Zhuang Xiaoran hesitated. "Just say it." "Actually, I didn't accept this order." She lowered her head in embarrassment and admitted in a small voice. Tankar was immediately stunned after hearing this. "What did you say?" "Where did this application come from?" "I don't know either, but you agreed with me last night anyway. There's work today, so our cooperation is complete. Don't play dirty." Inside the chairman's room, the chairman's guest has arrived. "Please come in." They entered inside. There was a masked man holding a sword standing next to a boss. It only took 5 seconds to defeat the Chi Wolf clan. He slowly said, "My sword is also thirsty for blood. Can you hear that? Really, your sword can talk. Tell it to say one more thing." Tankar was stunned, thinking it was real. He leaned in to listen to the sword. Zhuang Xiaoran stood beside him, speechless. "This idiot, doesn't he realize that the other party is provoking him?" she thought to herself. The masked man curled his lips. "The knife wounds all over those two wolves' bodies were caused by me." To defeat them, I only need 2 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword. Swish, swish, slashed a fly flying by. The fly was immediately cut into many pieces, falling to the ground. He looked at Tankar and smiled coldly. I wonder if my sword is faster or your fist is more powerful. Having said that, he swung his sword straight down. Swish, flying fish in the sun. But before he could slash with a loud bang, he was thrown back, hitting the glass door hard, causing it to shatter. Both the man and the sword were thrown dozens of meters away, falling flat on the ground. At this moment he thought back in panic. When I attacked, he didn't dodge at all. I clearly hit him, but why does he still look unharmed? Before he could react, Tankar had already stepped forward and stood right in front of him. What I hate the most is people who jump in and slash others for no reason, he said while rubbing his neck. Applause rang out. The so-called chairman stood there witnessing the entire incident that had just happened. He slowly clapped his hands, his eyes filled with admiration. Tankar, the head of Yao Chengsi of the city, is indeed worthy of his reputation. Even the strongest bodyguard beside me was defeated by you in the blink of an eye. It seems that only you can take on this order. He suddenly lowered his voice, his eyes filled with worry. My son went missing in an ancient house. Last night the Demon City Division sent someone to investigate but found no clues. However, I am sure that the boy is still there. If this is a trick of the demon spirit that even the Demon City Division cannot detect, then the person behind it must be very strong. I beg you to help me find my son, no matter how much money you give. As he spoke, he cried, tears and snot streaming down his face, his hands clasped together in supplication. The two people in front of him, one was excited because he heard that the demon spirit was very strong. The other couldn't hide his smile because of the large amount of money. Both of them replied in unison, "Okay, we accept this order. We will definitely help you find your son." As soon as he finished speaking, all three were surprised to see that the missing boy had returned. But something is not normal. Zhuang Xiaoran quickly realized that behind the boy there was a ghost clinging tightly. Meanwhile, the boy's eyes were empty, his whole body lifeless. The old chairman panicked and rushed to hug his son. "My dear son, what happened to you?" "The boy was like a vegetable," he cried and shook his son. "Wake up, son." Tankar glanced at Zhuang Xiaoran curiously. "You seem very surprised. What did you see?" Zhuang Xiaoran said sternly. "There is a soul clinging to the boy's body. It seems to be suffering extreme pain." Hearing this, Tankar burst out laughing, raising his hand to rub his chin in delight. "That's good. Such a strong spirit, yet you let yourself see before me." The old chairman was panicked. "Could it be that my son has been possessed by an evil spirit? Please save him." Tankar frowned and said in a low voice, "The boy has 3 souls, but is missing 7 spirits. People often call this condition soul loss. If the 7 spirits are not found before midnight tonight, the boy will die." Hearing that, the old chairman collapsed, hugged Tankar's legs tightly, and cried, "His mother passed away early. I only have him left." In a hidden corner, someone was sitting on a chair, calmly taking a puff of cigarette-sipping tea. He looked into the distance and muttered, "One bean has gone bad." He squinted his eyes and smiled faintly. "You can squeeze my beans out. Maybe you're a fellow disciple of Maoshan's sect. It seems we'll meet soon." He smirked leisurely, turning the pages of the book in his hand. At the old chairman's villa, a low voice rang out. "It's true," Chu Ziyin spoke softly. "We are only allowed to reveal ourselves to those who are strong enough as mercenaries. Do you know how dangerous it is to reveal our identities?" He suddenly smiled faintly. "But my saber says that you deserve to know my true face." Saying that, he took off his mask, his eyes sharp. "I am the swordsman Chu Ziyin." Before he could finish his introduction, he looked up and saw that Zhuang Xiaoran and Tankar had already left. He frowned slightly and stood still for a long time. He angrily roared, "At least turn around and look at my true face once before leaving." However, neither of them bothered to look back and just left. The monk that the brat just mentioned is also from the secret guild. If someone like him could awaken his spirit, he would be no different from those people with superpowers that are often mentioned in games. Tankar thought indifferently and suddenly turned to the girl beside him. Everyone has a spirit. As long as you don't cause me any more trouble, I'll teach you how to awaken it when we get back. Hearing him say that, her eyes lit up like headlights. I promise I'll be good. She was so excited that she didn't even pay attention to his indifferent expression. Tankar, on the other hand, was still thinking about the black bean incident just now. If it really is someone from the immortal sect who did such a humiliating thing to the sect, I must teach him a lesson. The two continued to cross the dense forest, heading to the abandoned house to find the boy's soul. The girl suddenly complained, "Why do we have to wait until night to come out here? It's only 4 hours until midnight." He calmly replied, "Only at night does the evil spirit of someone who is good at hiding become most evident. Hurry up and finish this so you can go to bed early." In front of the old door of the abandoned house, Zhuang Xiaoren suddenly stopped, her eyes staring into the darkness inside. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Don't go in." The voice kept repeating in her mind, "Don't go in, don't go in." Her eyes gradually turned black. She panicked and covered her ears with her hands. Could it be that the monster inside my body has awakened again? The surrounding scenery suddenly changed. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a very strange place. In front of me is a big bell. Where is this? Why is there a big jar of wine here? She approached cautiously. Suddenly, a dry hand suddenly grabbed the mouth of the jar. She jumped back in surprise. From inside the jar, something is trying to get out. Gradually, its second shape became clear. It was a dried corpse. Its body was full of copper nails, looking extremely painful. "What is it?" The mummy began to change, gradually turning into a child. It looked at her and whispered, as if talking to itself, "I don't want to be locked up anymore. I don't want to be locked up anymore." It screamed miserably. She was horrified at the sight before her. The child was locked in a jar, surrounded by pitch-black darkness. All alone, his whole body curled up, his hands hugging his knees, trembling with fear. Seeing that scene, her eyes suddenly blurred. "Am I crying?" Tears silently fell down her face. Suddenly, "If you're too scared, don't come in." A familiar voice rang out. She looked up and saw Tankar standing beside her, his eyes filled with worry. She exhaled, her voice trembling. "I think I just returned to the conscious world. There I encountered a mummy, but then it transformed into a faceless child. It had been locked in a coffin for so long, I could even feel its fear, its pain, and its loneliness. I don't know why I'm crying." She clutched her shirt, trying to hold back her emotions. Tankar looked at her momentarily, not knowing what to say. "Seeing you like this, I suddenly feel strange." He thought for a moment and then muttered, "Maybe Mummy and her memories are merging together. It's normal for those memories to resurface from time to time," he said as he turned and walked inside the abandoned house. "Wait," she said hastily. "It also told me absolutely not to go in there." Tankar turned to look at her. "Do you see anything else?" She hesitated and shook her head. "No, but I don't know if it was because I was influenced by it or not, but just standing in front of this big gate made me feel strangely uneasy." He frowned suddenly, remembering something. When chasing Mummy before, why did it always know the way to escape? It turns out that in addition to having a better sense of agreement than me, it also possesses super sensitive senses. Without even looking back, he just shrugged and said simply, "With me here, what are you afraid of? If you're in danger, just stand behind me." His casual words made her smile. Amidst the cold night, a ray of warmth crept into her heart. Although he was a bit arrogant, narcissistic, and a bit narrow-minded, his somewhat blunt words made her feel at ease. She happily ran after him into the building. "Wait for me, it's dark, I'm scared. Can you slow down? I'm really scared." "No, I won't wait. I really want to fight." Suddenly a strange sound rang out. Zhuang Xiaoren felt something unusual right under her feet. In just a moment, a cold airstream came from behind. It was as if someone was silently watching her from the shadows. Not only that, the surrounding atmosphere also suddenly changed. "Tankar, come out here with me for a moment." Hearing her call, Tankar immediately turned back. They both looked down and found that they were floating in mid-air. "What's going on? I was clearly standing on the ground just now." She stuttered, not believing her eyes. "Maybe we were sucked into another dimension." Turning to look at Tankar, she saw that he was preparing to act. "I will use my power to destroy this place." He used the talisman to perform a series of moves. The evil thunder and lightning, the three thunders, cannot be separated. Swish, swish, swish. Thunder and lightning struck one after another. but there was no response. It didn't work, he frowned. Interesting. Seeing Tankar's somewhat troubled expression, she thought to herself, it seems his pride is hurt. It's strange, all your attacks were neutralized, but how did that kid get back? Go quickly find the one who created this space, catch him, and everything will be clear. As soon as he finished speaking, Tankar angrily walked deep into the old house. The deeper we went, the more strange the space became. Not a single trace of spiritual energy or evil spirit existed. It seemed they were up against someone extremely skilled at sneak attacks. Suddenly, a demonic hand emerged from under the floor, following them. Do you feel anything? Tankar asked. No. So if we don't find it, won't we be able to escape from here? While talking to Tankar, she didn't realize that the monstrous hand and long, creepy tongue had approached her face. That wet tongue suddenly licked her cheek. Ah! She was startled and screamed. What are you yelling about? Tankar snapped. Just then, another hand suddenly rushed to attack him. Reflexively, Tankar quickly grabbed it. He turned back to look, but when he saw what was in front of him, he shouted immediately, "What the hell is this?" A deep voice echoed from the stairs. "Haha, it's been a long time since I've touched a woman who's still as attractive as ever." From the wall, a demon gradually appeared. It said in a mocking voice, "Leave that woman behind, perhaps I will give you a way to live." Tankar jerked his chin towards her. Back off. The entity he commands is 5 times more powerful than the mummy manifests within you. Having said that, he turned his wrist, his lips curled up with interest. Looks like this trip was not wasted. I finally met a worthy opponent. The demon stretched its neck and arms, approaching the road. Seeing how calm you are, you must be someone sent by the demon city. Don't be long-winded. I'm in a hurry. Hurry up and attack. Haha, don't be hasty. It's been a long time since I had such interesting prey. It would be a waste to end it too quickly. Why not play a game first? Tankar frowned impatiently. You're talking too much nonsense. Suddenly, on Zhuang Xiaoran's face, where the demon licked countless arms that looked exactly like its own, grew out. Those arms immediately reached out, wrapped tightly around Tankar. Don't try to resist in vain if you destroy this arm. The woman will also be injured and may even bleed to death. Are you okay? Do you feel anything unusual in your body? He turned back to ask her. No, I don't feel anything strange, but you. Before she could finish her sentence, Tankar interrupted. If you don't see anything unusual, then take care of yourself first. While she was still thinking, the strange tentacles tightened around Tankar. The pain became more and more intense, but he couldn't use his strength to destroy them. Ah! He screamed in pain and fainted. Seeing Tankar writhing in pain, she could only scream his name. Ha ha ha! The monster laughed loudly. That woman is injured, I was just joking. If I had that ability, I would have attacked you long ago. Indeed, people are always controlled by emotions. Ha, forgot to tell you. As my tentacles wrap around it, its power will grow stronger and stronger. He must be in a lot of pain right now. Right soon, he won't be able to move anymore. Hearing the goblin's words, Zhuang Xiaoran clenched her fists. She grabbed the arms growing on her face. All the disgusting tentacles were instantly torn off. Her face immediately returned to normal. Seeing that scene, the monster was so scared that it broke out in sweat. Did she turn into a monster? Zhuang Xiaoran clenched her fists, threw a strong punch straight to the demon's face. The demon was sent flying backwards and slammed into the wall. She was full of spirit. She stepped forward, standing in front of Tankar. It's okay, before he wakes up, I'll use my mummy's power to protect him. The monster was enraged by her attack and roared, I will not forgive you. I want to see how long you can last. Looking at the demon in front of him, Zhuang Xiaoran thought to herself, if I have decided to become the Demon City Division, then when faced with danger, I cannot forever hide behind Tankar. My body has changed. I am no longer a normal human, but a person with the ability to fight. But the demon spirit's aura was 5 times stronger than the mummy in my body. If we were to confront it head-on, I would definitely not be a match. The only thing I could do was hold it off, persevere, until Tankar woke up. Then we have a chance to win. Hundreds of demon spirit arms rushed towards her at the same time. I can do it. Certainly, I can do it. Suddenly she stopped. Wait, why hasn't my tail appeared yet? Doesn't it always automatically protect me when in danger? She raised her arms to hug her body, preparing to receive the attack. A strong wind blew. She raised her head in surprise to see that all of the demon's arms had been broken. "Good job," Tankar's voice rang out from behind. "How long has he been standing there? But having a girl protect me isn't my style." "You're awake," she was glad. "Just that little bit of strength can make me faint," he smirked. "I was just pretending you dare to trick me." "Haha, don't you want to become a pervert? Consider this a little test for you. But every time I'm in danger, my tail will automatically appear to protect me. Why didn't it appear this time?" Seeing her bewildered expression, Tang Cara smiled and explained, "Just now when those disgusting hands grew on your face, I asked you if you felt anything strange. When you answered no, I immediately guessed that this demon spirit was not as strong as it appeared, yet it could still release fake demonic aura, creating a sense of danger. This kind of trick was just a trick, deliberately exaggerated to scare others. It must be just a lowly spirit." Having said that, Tankar lightly bounced his feet. Somersaulting in the air, he appeared right in front of the demon spirit. His face then looked like a real devil. "Do you want to know what a true spirit is?" He looked straight at the motionless demon spirit, terrified the one he thought was just a normal kid. In the blink of an eye, the pressure from him was so strong that it made me suffocate. I didn't expect that there would be someone with such a powerful spirit foot among humans. "This is bad. I feel nauseous." The demon fell to the ground. It struggled for a long time, and it turned out to be just an old man guarding the door. I intended to ask for some information, but ended up scaring it to the point of fainting. With that, he hung the demon spirit on the wall, tying it tightly like a bow. "What are you doing? He looks like he's about to die. Doing this even if it wakes up, it won't be able to escape. Come on, if it's the gatekeeper, the owner of this place must be nearby. Rustle, rustle, what to do next?" "Let her hang around for a while, she'll be by my side forever anyway," another demon spirit replied while chewing. She called out to Tang Cara, but there was no response. She had indeed been separated. "This place has a strange architecture, with so many rooms. Is there some special purpose? What was the reason for that monster trying to separate the two of them?" As she walked and thought, a dark shadow passed over her head, but when she looked up there was nothing. Hallucination, but she clearly felt someone was watching her. "Ha ha, hi hi." Suddenly there was laughter from ahead. Two children were playing and running past. "There are children here. Hey, wait!" she called out and ran closer. The two children suddenly went straight through a door and disappeared. "Souls," she stuttered. She didn't expect there to be ghosts of children in this place. She panicked and covered her mouth with her hand, but then suddenly remembered. "Wait, aren't they looking for the young master's 7 souls? Maybe there's an important clue behind that door." She immediately pushed the door open and entered. Inside the room on the table, there was a strange vase. "What is this?" She bent down to look inside. "This is..." Panicked, she backed away and fell to the ground. "Why is there a dead dog in here? It's disgusting." A strange smell hit her nose, making her alert. She turned her head. "This smell is..." She looked towards the bed in the middle of the room. It seemed to be covered in dried blood. At the same time, on Tang Cara's side, he was still searching for her xiao. Ran he walked while calling out loudly. "I really don't know where to run. How many more wandering demons are there in this place?" Dark room with eerie tones. There was a strange dark stain on the mattress. Is that what a person looks like? Is that the form of a human being? She covered her mouth with her hand, trying to calm herself down. Even though it was only a fleeting smell, she could tell it was blood. Not only could she see the souls of the dead, she could also see traces of blood that had dried long ago. On the wall, there was an old family photo, probably of the owner of the room, the man, his wife, and daughter. But why is the photo so tattered? Could the shadow on the bed be their daughter? The atmosphere became frighteningly cold. Looking down at the floor, she discovered traces of dragging. Where do the bloodstains lead? She quietly followed the trail. If it shows the way so clearly, then there must be something waiting for me at the end of this path. The trail of blood led her to another room. This must be the child's room. But strangely, there wasn't much blood, just a pool of dried blood on the floor. Could it be that the child was murdered here first and then dragged to the main room? If the murder weapon was a knife, the victim would have been stabbed countless times. Who could be so cruel to a child? No, the culprit is probably not human. She looked around. There is an old notebook on the bedside table. Moving closer, she opened the notebook and saw that it was filled with a child's scribbles. One picture depicted a family with a mother and father holding hands with a little girl and a pet dog playing beside them. Turning to the next page, she saw an image of a man with a knife rushing towards a woman. On the next page, a gruesome scene appeared. Someone had killed the dog and thrown a key into its mouth. There was also a little girl sitting next to the dog's body, tears streaming down her face. On this page, she read the words, "Father's Secret." After reading the book, she couldn't help but wonder what had changed the man to the point of being so cruel to his own family. Perhaps the dog that was killed was the animal in the vase. But was the child really murdered by his father? And why was the key hidden in the dog's stomach? What is the mystery behind all this? She must find out the truth. Thinking, she quickly returned to the original room. When she opened the drawer of the nightstand, she discovered a knife with dried bloodstains on the blade. "So this is the murder weapon," she murmured. Gazing at the knife in her hand, an idea suddenly came to her. She stepped toward the jar that held the dog's remains, hesitated for a moment, then made up her mind. Was the real key hidden inside it? But then she reassured herself, "If I've chosen this path, I can't back down." "Sorry, puppy," she whispered, and used the knife to break the vase. Then she moved closer, used the knife to cut open the dog's belly to take out the key. She thought to herself, this is the only time in her life she will do this. Holding the key in her hand, she looked around, wondering where she should use it. Suddenly she saw a safe in the corner of the room. It was it. She went closer, put the key in the lock, turned it gently, and the safe opened. Inside there was only an old notebook with a tattered cover. The scribbled lines overlapped each other, repeating the same content over and over. "Kill, kill, kill her. Today is the most painful day of my life. My family has hit rock bottom. Everything in the workshop has been taken. Nothing is left. I once dreamed of giving Li Mei and Yue Yue a happy life, but in the end, I failed. To me, the two of them are angels, and yet I'm so useless. I couldn't even provide them with a decent life." She paused at that line, taking a deep breath to steady herself. "As a man, I feel like a complete failure. The only right thing I've ever done in my life was meeting her. She gave me a beautiful, smart daughter today. When I looked into her eyes, I realized how blind I've been all these years. So focused on work that I neglected them both. I only knew how to chase money. Never once stopped to ask what she truly wanted. Only she can help me find myself again. I truly love her, Li Mei. Today I made the decision to move my family to the suburbs of the city. There we found an old manor. The three of us will live together. More important than anything else, I will use the last of our savings to fulfill her dream, opening a free private school. She said life out there would be much more peaceful. Just being able to see the lovely children every day will make Yue Yue happier as well." She stopped, her heart filled with confusion. Impossible, this couldn't be true. Li Mei wasn't that kind of person. The ending of the diary was full of confusion. She stared blankly at the lines, a feeling of unease rising in her heart. That letter couldn't be real. The person she loved must have misunderstood her. At last I've ended them both, mother and child. I can only hope the talisman the old shaman at the foot of the mountain gave me will work as promised. I burned her corpse to ash, then drained the blood from that bastard child, soaking it into dried branches inscribed with sealing spells. This way, even if they become ghosts or demons, they will never find each other again. The soul of that illegitimate child will be forever sealed within this old manor. Now I can finally leave in peace. Reading this, Zhuang Xiaoran was so shocked that she covered her mouth with her hand. Nausea surged. When she dissected the dog's corpse, she didn't feel that way, but now thinking about what happened in this room, she could only feel her stomach churning. The owner of this place was really crazy, not even sparing his own wife and children. Was he so cruel? Suddenly the wardrobe door in the corner of the room opened unexpectedly. A cold air crept through the space, making her spine shiver. A strange feeling came over her. She slowly walked towards the closet. Inside, it could be the father's evil spirit or the child's soul. But no matter what, she had a bad feeling. If that strange shadow hadn't appeared yet, it was very possible that this was something she could deal with. It was very possible that this demon had created this strange space. What's inside exactly? There was only one way to find out. She reached out to open the cupboard door, but at that moment she stopped abruptly. A feeling of unease rose up inside her. She tried to piece together all the events that had just happened. From the very beginning, the child's spirit had led her into this room. Then one by one clues were revealed, and then the cupboard door suddenly opened. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like someone was deliberately controlling her. Furthermore, that uncle demon spirit had said that there were people who could conceal demonic energy if there really was such a person here. Then it was highly likely that it was the thing hiding in this cupboard. In horror movies, don't. Situations like this usually lead to disaster. She's not an invincible protagonist like Tang Cara. The reason she was still alive until now was because she was always cautious in every situation. Just now she had been so focused on gathering clues that she had forgotten the danger before her. This cabinet cannot be opened. The most important thing now is to find Tang Cara and complete the mission with him. If he is captured by the demon spirit, not only will he not be able to help him, he will also become a burden. Just as she was hesitating, a voice came from behind. "Help me! Please help me!" It was a child's voice. She quickly turned her head. Before her eyes, the ghost of a little girl floated in the air. Her eyes filled with pleading. "Don't be afraid. If I wanted to harm you, I would have done it long ago." She was surprised. "You are that child," the ghost nodded slightly. "I brought you here so you can understand my story clearly, so you can believe what I say. I'm going to share a little secret about this old manor with you. Consider it a gift in return for your kindness. If I'm not mistaken, you and everyone else came here to save that guy in the hat, right? I know where the child's body is hidden. If you just tear off the strange amulet stuck on my body, I will tell you everything I know." "Your body!" She looked toward the closet. "Yes, it's inside that closet." She slowly walked over and opened the cupboard door. A soft sound was heard, revealing the withered corpse of a little girl inside. On the child's forehead, an amulet was nailed shut with an iron nail. Treating one's own daughter like this was truly inhuman. From the lines in the diary, the mother did not seem to be a virtuous person. What exactly drove the child's father crazy? She stared at the little girl's body in the closet. For a moment, the image of bloody hands clawing desperately appeared before her eyes. The child was locked in a jar trying to escape, but the people outside coldly closed the lid of the jar. Evil laughter rang out with glee. Her eyes suddenly darkened, filled with hatred. She grabbed the leaf on the girl's body and tore it off. There was a slicing sound. Immediately, a gust of wind swept away the little girl's soul. Tears rolled down the child's cheeks. Her clear eyes sparkled with joy. She smiled. "Sister, thank you for freeing me. I can finally go to heaven to reunite with my parents." She looked at the little girl, but her eyes were cold. "I'm not your sister. My name is Su Ye Chao. Now Zhou Xiaolan has turned into a mummy." She gently swung her long tail. At the same time, on Tankar's side, he sat on the pile of demon corpses, thinking deeply, what are they afraid of? Not a single demon spirit is willing to reveal even a little information. The second floor has a barrier, so we can't get in. The first floor has also been searched quite thoroughly. If Sister Long finds out that I brought her out to receive a mission, and I also let her get lost. Some time ago in the forest that lies before the old manor. The sky was grey, the rain poured down incessantly. Thunder and lightning roared. The cry of a newborn baby echoed through the rain. A man carrying a baby ran into the building. The baby cried and cried. The man put it on the cold floor and turned away. The door of the building slammed shut, leaving the child alone in the cold darkness. Its cries echoed throughout the room. Suddenly, hundreds of spiders appeared from nowhere. Growling, they surrounded the baby, tearing off pieces of tender flesh. Its cries grew weaker and gradually died away. Back to the present. Zhong Xiaoren, now a mummy, turned to the little girl's soul, floating in the air. "Little sister, you are now freed." She saw that the person who saved her had now turned into a mummy. The little girl thought to herself, so what that brat wanted to keep was the demon spirit in this older sister's body. The little girl looked at Mummy and said softly, "I can feel it. I am just like you. We are both lonely children." Suddenly, a huge pressure filled the space. The little girl realized something in shock. "Oh shit, it's about to strike. That boy." The little girl's soul panicked and quickly said to Mummy, "Before I disappear, please listen to me carefully. He has the ability to manipulate the space in this room. All physical attacks are ineffective in this space. No one can destroy him. In other words, it is unbeatable, but maybe there is still a way to beat it. At that moment, a black hole suddenly appeared behind the little girl's soul. Black hands reached out, grabbed the little girl, pulling her inside. The little girl struggled to finish what she had left unfinished. I've seen it before. Before she could finish her sentence, a cold hand covered her mouth. Drag the little girl into the dark abyss. Mummy watched him and thought, the space gate hasn't closed yet. It seems like he intentionally left it open for me. Thinking so, she immediately rushed inside. Inside that mysterious space, she saw a strange figure. Is it you who wants to lock me up? Mummy spoke up. The strange creature sneered, his tone arrogant. Even if sister's soul is destroyed, it doesn't matter. As long as I swallow you, we will be together forever. But from now on, you will have to replace her to be my friend. Only then did Mummy realize that the one who had devoured the little girl's soul was a giant rat with the face of a newborn baby. She was furious, her eyes flashing with coldness. Let her go now, or I will blow you up. The little mouse pouted, his eyes emotionless. What I hate the most is being threatened by others. If you keep being so stubborn, I'll have to swallow you. Let's try it, Mummy growled immediately, rushing forward. But before she could attack, the little mouse raised its small but clawed hand. A creepy sound rang out. Mummy's legs were bent behind her back. The intense pain made her fall to her knees, screaming miserably. Ah, are you in pain? The little mouse clasped his hands together, looking sympathetic. I'm truly sorry, but if you don't listen, I have no other choice. If you don't want to stay here and play with me, then I'll have to break your legs. It sighed and continued. I originally left some spirits here, hoping they could befriend me, but they weren't any fun. They can only help us collect the necessary things from the human world. You know, the only one who came here yesterday wearing a hat is the one who is most like me, lonely and lost. I thought we could live happily together, but he said he wanted to go back and begged me to let him go. I had no choice but to eat half of his soul. He curled his lips, his eyes flashing with evil. Anyone who enters my space, no matter how well they hide, I can see through their true nature. Mummy, I've heard that eating your flesh will help me increase my strength. Leaving is simple, just part with your hands and feet. Even though her body was shaking with pain, Mummy still tried to stand up with her hands. Slowly walked towards the little mouse. She smiled faintly. Want to take my hands and feet? Sure, if you live long enough to take it. At this moment, Mummy suddenly realized something unusual. When she was in the other room, she could still sense the bloodstains, thanks to her special ability. But here, that ability was disabled. This meant that this demon spirit space could block her abilities. She had been too careless. The most important thing now was to see if there were any other demon spirits hiding in this space. Don't waste your time looking anymore, the little mouse sneered. There are no other demon spirits here besides me. I'll ask again. Do you want to stay and play with me? Mummy is silent. The little mouse curled his lips, no answer. Looks like you can handle pain better than I thought, but what if it's internal pain? He waved his hand slightly. Mummy's stomach immediately twisted. The intense pain made her spit out a mouthful of blood. Oh my, you're so ugly, you've made me dirty. He pretended to cover his mouth and cough, his tone full of teasing. Mummy tried to stop the blood pouring from the corner of her mouth. You're dead. The little rat sneered. What are you talking about, big brother? I can't hear you clearly, but that's okay because I won't talk to a dying man anymore. With those words, Mummy headed straight towards him, the treasure of 6 chambers. Boom! A terrible explosion rang out, blowing the little mouse into pieces. From within his body, 2 souls slowly drifting away. One is the soul of a little girl, and the other is the soul of a young master. Those souls have been devoured. Normally they should have disappeared long ago, but why can I still feel their existence? The surrounding space seemed to have disappeared, but this entire room was still within the barrier. Even if I kill him, I still can't escape this confinement. Brother, the little girl's soul spoke weakly. I have seen his true form before. It was a pitch-black monster. It became this form because it swallowed about a newborn baby and countless live mice. If we can find the remains of that child, perhaps we can completely destroy this little rat. The remains are on the 3rd floor. Whoosh! The little girl's soul had not yet finished speaking when it was caught by the little mouse. Why does everyone want to leave me? No one can leave this place. Hundreds of gaping mouths suddenly appeared on its body, swallowing the entire soul that had just escaped. The opportunity was cut off. Mummy felt a sharp pain in her stomach. A strong, fishy smell rose up from her throat, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Knowing his true form is useless, my body can't move anymore. My internal organs are also severely damaged. I haven't even found that bastard yet, and this is how I end up. Just as she fell to the ground, a sudden burst of power erupted from below. Severe shock. Boom, boom. What is the source of this power? Suddenly there was a loud noise downstairs. Then a figure rushed up. The barrier on the upper level seemed to have been broken. Who just bumped into me? Mummy opened her eyes to see a familiar face. So it's you, Tankar. When he realized that Xiaoran had been transformed into this form, he was instantly furious. Who did this to you? It's me, a clear voice rang out. The little mouse who appeared behind Tankar sneered, If you've come all the way here, then I will break your arms and legs, crush your internal organs. He waved his hand and grabbed Tankar. Bang, 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 the sounds continued to ring out, but Tankar still stood still without any damage. How is that possible? The little mouse was surprised. Tankar turned his head, his eyes blazing with anger. You're the one who turned her into this. With that he raised his hand. Thunder roared and lightning cracked through the sky. Hundreds of bolts of lightning shot straight at the little mouse, swallowing it. He screamed in pain, his body convulsing violently, the electric current squeezing and piercing him. Don't let it move, keep burning continuously for 5 minutes. Now it's your turn. Tankar turned to look at Mummy. Your consciousness has been sealed. This isn't something that can be fixed in a short time. Tell me now, what did you do? Now is not the time to discuss that. Mummy gasped, trying to raise her voice. That demon spirit is something that cannot be killed. If you want to escape this place, you must find its true form. It is best to leave quickly in this space. It is invincible. Do you think I will believe the curse? Tankar curled his lips. There is no such thing as absolute invincibility in this world, and if there is, that person can only be me. Mummy angrily yelled, Quit the act and just do as I say. Once that demon spirit's body recovers, even for a second, it will definitely run away. At that time, it will use spatial magic to isolate us. By then, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to do anything to it. The barrier hasn't been rebuilt yet. Go listen. I got it, Tankar nodded. He activated the golden nether eyes technique. He looked everywhere. Suddenly, he noticed something above. He immediately flew straight to the 3rd floor. At this moment, Xiaoran suddenly heard a voice in her mind. Thank you, big sister. She was stunned. Mummy, you call me big sister. On the 3rd floor, Tankar saw a small skeleton. The remains of a newborn baby. Is this its true form? He lowered his eyes and sighed softly. Rest in peace. A flash of light appeared, and the skeleton was destroyed. Below the body of the little rat gradually disappeared. I was too careless. It thought that Tankar was just an ordinary Taoist priest. I thought my intuition was wrong. But it turned out that as soon as they set foot in this place, I realized that inside the girl's body was a mummy. However, he was completely unaware of him. What is he anyway? Is it because his spiritual energy is too strong that I can't sense it? After the little mouse disappeared, the spirit of a newborn baby suddenly appeared. This baby is not dead yet. Both Tankar and Zhuang Xiaoran stared at the little soul in amazement. Boo-hoo! The child burst into tears, then suddenly opened his mouth. He released the souls of the little girl and the young master. If you have escaped from the body of that wide-mouthed demon, then quickly leave. The humor of meeting my mother will definitely not disappear. The child's soul sobbed. Ever since my body was taken over, my consciousness has always existed. It's just a pity that I can't control the monster's body. It used my soul and the bodies of the living rats to transform into a monstrous creature. I was trapped inside, unable to escape. Now I'm finally free. I want to see my mother, and after I see her, I will return my brother's soul to you all. Standing beside him, the boy Tankar said in a low voice, Human souls are very different. I advise you to transcend. If you use other people's souls to exchange, it proves that you don't trust us. Even if we agree in just a few hours that soul will disappear, in that short period of time, how can we find your mother? Furthermore, we are not sure whether she is alive or dead. I don't care, I just want to see my mother. The child screamed, his cries getting louder and louder. If not, don't even think about leaving here. A strange space suddenly appeared around the child. This is dangerous. Sorry, I'm not very good at coaxing children. Didn't you destroy its original form? Then why hasn't the baby's soul disappeared yet? Furthermore, it knows how to use spatial magic. It was the evil spirit of that newborn baby, perhaps, because it had been parasitized by the wide-mouthed demon spirit for too long. It had been assimilated. That wide-mouthed demon spirit, if I'm not mistaken, was a type of parasitic spirit. What is a parasitic spirit? I don't know its specific properties. Tankar took out his phone. There was still a cell signal in this place. Just in time to look it up, he handed her the phone, the screen showing search results about a type of demon that could create an independent parallel space. That space was originally only as small as a rat's nest, but the demon spirit could parasitize the souls of weaker beings, continuously absorbing other living beings. To evolve stronger, the space it created became larger. In its parallel space, the demon spirit was almost invincible, unable to be destroyed. It could also launch long-range attacks within a range of 10 meters. If it was seriously injured and lost consciousness, it would cause the space to fall into chaos, thereby opening up an exit to connect to the outside world. Tankar sat down in front of her and pondered. Even if we had information about it now, it wouldn't help the current situation. Furthermore, the spatial technique that this spirit had just cast had a smaller range, proving that it was even stronger than outside this room. Back outside, even if I attacked with all my might, I couldn't break this space. If we don't meet its demands, will we be trapped here forever? He smiled reassuringly at her. Don't panic, there's a solution to everything. Besides, when I attacked from the outside, I didn't even use my full strength, huh? Why is that? Because if I use all my strength in this space, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. That means in this first order, I can't help you at all and even become a burden, she mused, looking sad. If you think about it, you're the one who helped me. You lured the parasite out, and you even caused this space to collapse. Furthermore, even if you weren't there, I wouldn't be able to use my full strength. If I'm careless, I might destroy that young master's 7 souls. My thunder art consists of a total of 7 stages. You've already seen the first thunder and the third thunder. Since this technique is mainly designed for large-scale destruction, I made a promise to my master before leaving the mountain never to use anything beyond the first stage while within the city. Given the current situation, I still can't use it, but I can try a purely physical attack instead, the metal severing technique. Let me broaden your horizons a bit. No one aside from my master has ever seen this move before. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! He clasped his hands together, his entire body emitting a powerful golden aura. He advanced towards the boy's soul, causing the little girl to turn around and look at the newborn baby. Let them go, little brother. You've seen how formidable Big Brother is causing trouble. Like this is useless. Sister, I know you are as pitiful as me, but at least you had your father and mother by your side. As for me, my father abandoned me, leaving me stuck here. Bitten alive by rats, possessed by demons. If mother finds out I'm missing, I'm sure she'll be very worried. I believe she's still waiting for me to come back. So whoever gets in my way, I will kill that person. As he spoke, the boy's eyes flashed with fierce, murderous intent. The little girl standing beside him trembled. Resentment had made him more and more demonized. Before she could finish her sentence, the boy interrupted her. Sister, don't stop me anymore. You can't understand how I feel right now. You only have a good father, but I have no one. After taking over that monster's consciousness, I realized that my sister's father was not evil at all. The little girl was stunned. What did he say? Because the person that monster parasitized first was my sister's father. The girl was completely stunned when she heard that it was brought here by my father. After parasitizing him, it gradually made my father become paranoid, suspicious, and then started killing everyone. Its goal was to turn this room into a place of death where no one would dare to enter, and then take this place as its own territory. At that time, because my father's mind was that of an adult, he could not completely control it, so he forced him to commit suicide. Then it chose me. Because babies have incomplete minds when it parasitized me. It gradually made me develop consciousness, but unfortunately, I was completely controlled by it. After hearing that, the little girl suddenly hugged the boy tightly. Thank you for telling me the truth. I knew father didn't become like this for no reason. It turns out everything has a reason. You have helped me untie the knot in my heart that has been tied for so long. As for your mother, the little girl suddenly paused, her eyes pensive. I know about her, but I can't tell you. She reminisced about the past. After being murdered by her father, she didn't know how long she had been drifting. When she woke up, she found herself as a spirit. At that moment, she was extremely scared. She tried to escape, but some mysterious power had sealed this space. No matter what she did, she couldn't leave. Then she found her own body with a strange talisman stuck to it. Although she was extremely frightened, she still wanted to remove it. Her instincts told her that this talisman had something to do with her being trapped here. But when she tried to touch it, she found that she couldn't make contact with it. Indeed, the talisman was what had trapped her. Gradually, she realized one thing. Besides a little bit of consciousness, she no longer had any emotions. No more fear, no more tears. She even gradually forgot who she was. At that time, besides loneliness in her heart, arose another emotion that grew stronger and stronger. Resentment as her mind filled with murderous intent. A sudden sound caught her attention. It was the cry of a baby. At first she thought she was hallucinating, but then she heard arguing outside. Although she couldn't hear the specific content, what she witnessed was extremely horrifying. Do you want to hide this matter to the end? Are you threatening me not to report it to the authorities? A woman with a face full of anger loudly questioned the man opposite. Hurry up and turn yourself in. Doing such an immoral thing will bring retribution sooner or later. Are you crazy? I said this is the old man's family's business. It has nothing to do with me. I found the fake letter you wrote to the madame when you went to the temple. I have lived with her since I was young. What is her personality? Like I know it best. You want to separate the relationship between the old master and the madame. There must be a plot. The old man had no relatives at all. You set your sights on this mansion. Now that they are all dead, do you think you can easily take it over? Don't talk nonsense. The old man is crazy. He committed suicide. What does it have to do with me? I secretly followed you. You went to the old lady's house in the upper town and brought back an original incense burner. I didn't pay any attention because I don't believe in such superstitions. But after the old man used it, he went crazy. There must be parasites inside. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think if you report to the authorities, they will believe you? So why did you bury his body under that tree after the old man committed suicide? Isn't that hiding the truth? The angry woman turned and walked away. You also forged the master's handwriting to transfer the ownership of this house to your name. Then you lied to the relatives of the former students, saying that they were being hunted by creditors and had to flee. So when the guards find the body, how are you going to explain it? The old man treats us so well, you really are inhuman. The woman did not know that behind her the man had picked up a large rock, raised it high, and prepared to bring it down on her head. Witnessing that scene, the killing intent in the little girl rose strongly, deeply, penetrating her mind. From then on, she decided to control her killing instinct until now. As for the other man, after burying his wife's body, he entered the house and never came out again. Inside the house, he saw his son had now turned into a giant rat. It turned to look at him, its mouth speaking in a childish voice. "Father, who do you want to play with?" The terrified man ran away, but it was too late. He was torn to pieces by the snake. "Those two must be my parents," the little girl said softly. "But from now on, I won't be alone anymore." She gently hugged the boy. He smiled. Before his eyes, the image of a woman appeared, the boy's mother. It was an illusion created by the girl's soul. At the big dining table, the little girl's family and the boy's mother and son were gathered together happily eating. The little girl smiled at the image and then turned to the other two. "Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister, for helping us escape." "That's right, big sister." The little girl looked towards Xiao Ran. "Please send my thanks to the big brother in your body on my behalf. He could feel my loneliness and suffering over the years. That's why he wanted to destroy me completely. Again, I sincerely thank you both." The girl took the boy's hand and the crowd disappeared. "Hopefully somewhere up there we can meet again, those we miss." When the souls of the two children completely disappeared, the barrier surrounding the ancient house also disintegrated. Tankar took out a magic treasure and collected the young master's 7 souls. Finished, he turned to look at Zhuang Xiao. Ran, it seems like a lot of things happened that I don't know about. The matter is very complicated. There are some things that even I don't understand. What exactly happened? Stop talking. Does your body still hurt? It doesn't hurt that much. I just can't stand up. He bent down and picked her up. What are you doing? You're suddenly hugging someone. Do you want me to leave you alone? She ignored him and turned to ask, if there were vengeful spirits in this world, then reincarnation must also exist, right? Those two children had disappeared. Had they gone to the underworld, would they ever see their deceased relatives again? Although there are spirits in this world, there are no gods. As far as I know, there is no such thing as reincarnation or the underworld. Oh, I have one more question, speak. Why were you so angry when you saw me injured? Does this even need to be asked? I promised to protect you well, but I let you become like this. I can't even protect a little sister. If this gets out, how will I lose face? She blushed and thought he was angry because he felt sorry for me. Returning to the old chairman's villa, Tang Cara said, the boy's 7 souls have been returned to their original places. He should be able to regain his sanity after sleeping for a day. Thank you very much. I will transfer the money to your account in a moment. As for that little girl, is it okay if she just bandages it up like that? She fought desperately against the demon spirit like that. It breaks my heart to see her like that. I told you, she just fell carelessly. He snapped at the old chairman, then turned and said, find me a car, we have to go home. Wait, I have another mission. I wonder if you two want to accept it. The old chairman called them back, took out the black beans he had given them before, and placed them on the table. Help me investigate the background of this thing. On the way back here, I heard about the situation at the old house. Does the owner of this black bean have anything to do with your son's disappearance? There is no relationship between me and him. I'm not interested. But anyway, he is also considered a fellow disciple, and he also knows how to use the scattering bean technique. Such a powerful magician is leaving this shady business behind. I will definitely catch him. Tankar carried Xiaoran away. In the room, only the old chairman and the masked man remained. The old chairman turned to look at him. Chuzin, since they came back, you haven't said a word. Unlike your usual personality, right? Is there something you want to say? Seeing no response, he turned around and found that he had fallen asleep. You brat, you dare to fall asleep. Gyatmin woke up. Chuzin quickly said, are they gone? He sighed softly. There is always a mountain higher than the other. It seems that I must increase my cultivation level. Otherwise, I will just be a frog in a well. That person is the leader of the demon spirit. Capture industry in this city, because I am not in the demon city. Chuzin took off his mask and said in a low voice, Boss, I want to resign. I don't want to be a bodyguard anymore. I want to be the demon division. Late at night on the deserted road, a masked man walked while talking on the phone. Don't be subjective this time. The target doesn't seem to exist in this world. All databases could not find his identity. Only one thing is certain, he knows how to use spirit energy. The port has prepared a ship for you and will leave the city immediately after completing the mission. He replied briefly and quietly hung up. Years ago, in order to battle demon spirits, humans began studying the Fangxian sorcerers and created millions of secret techniques. As time flowed on, these individuals gradually established their own sections within the hidden society known as the secret orders. Each developed unique and powerful techniques of their own. Among them, 5 orders rose to the highest prominence: the Dao Secret Order, the Wu Secret Order, the Xiang Secret Order, the Jing Secret Order, and the Mo Secret Order. Among them, the Dao Secret Order was the most powerful and unique, as it was divided into 2 distinct branches, the Maoshan sect and the Fangxian sect. The Maoshan sect specializes in close quarters combat, making use of ritual tools and talismans as support. What sets them apart is their ability to channel spiritual energy, known as mana, to cultivate elemental forces such as wind, lightning, flame, and metal, greatly enhancing their combat power. In contrast, the Fangxian sect focuses on astrology, divination, self-cultivation, and alchemy. Their path demands profound knowledge and wisdom, and as such they rarely take part in direct confrontations with the Yao spirits. For reasons unknown, the Fangxian sect gradually withdrew from spirit exorcising missions, and instead began to involve themselves in politics, serving as strategists and advisors to successive kings. Through this shift, they came to wield immense power and prestige within the realm. However, this golden age did not last. The first large-scale war between humans and the demon spirits, known as the Battle of Track Lock Gate, erupted with devastating force. The secret orders at the time were unable to stem the flood of Yao spirits, surging through the lands, laying siege to cities and strongholds. In humanity's darkest hour, the entire Fangxian sect was forced to take the field. It was during this fateful campaign that they met their end, completely annihilated in the line of duty. All of the above is compiled information on the Fangxian sorcerers. A staff member reported respectfully to the old chairman, "I understand you may leave." After listening to the report, the old chairman pondered for a moment and then continued speaking to Tankar. The records in Yao Chengxi's archive also confirmed that the Fangxian sect had been destroyed. "So what exactly is that black bean hidden in my son's ear?" "Black beans." Tankar frowned slightly and replied, "That is Fangxian's secret technique, the scattering bean technique. It can turn plants into spirit bodies. Only sorcerers with extremely high cultivation can practice this type of magic. In particular, this is a secret technique that is never passed on to the outside world. So the one who used it must be a lucky surviving Fangxian sorcerer." However, Tankar still said coldly, "Although asking someone from the same sect like me, this is a bit rude. But I still want to know, can you reveal how to use this black bean?" The old chairman pondered for a moment, then slowly replied, "Black beans are used for spying. In other words, the other party is monitoring us. As for his purpose, I think it is definitely related to business." In another room, a man was sitting with his legs crossed on the table. The cigar in his hand still burning, he gently exhaled a puff of smoke, slowly saying, he finally decided to make a move. A man nearby furrowed his brow and said seriously, "Old master, this time our opponent is a strategist from the Quanhe Corporation. Definitely no ordinary foe, but is the assassin they've hired really capable enough?" The other man smirked coldly. "No need to worry. He's ranked #1 on the assassin leaderboard in the industry. Jay just a counselor. Do you think he can't complete the mission without anyone knowing? Don't forget he once single-handedly confronted hundreds of people, completely destroying a terrorist organization with just a single bullet. Moreover, the crime scene did not leave any traces." Having said that, he pressed the cigar down into the ashtray, his eyes cold. "If I kill that lady, I want to see how the Quanhe group can fight me in the future." The night sky was quiet. The bright moonlight shone down on the empty street. A masked man stood silently on the roof, his eyes indifferently looking into the distance. "This is my 112th order. I have never failed until now." For an assassin, the most important factor in completing a mission successfully is intelligence. This time information about the target was almost zero. But that only excites me more. With that, he raised his gun and pulled the trigger. A bullet shot into the air, pulls a bright blue wire connected to the gun. The bullet shattered into many small pieces, dash in different directions. The man followed their flight trajectory, the corners of his lips curling up meaningfully. He had been following the other party for over a month, but the other party's behavior was truly difficult for him to understand. The other man was like an unsolved puzzle. Apart from the route from home to the Quanhe group, he didn't seem to have any extra social connections. Not only that, his hobbies were also extremely rare. Apart from reading, he didn't care about anything else. He didn't even use modern electronic devices, not even a phone. The most surprising thing is that he only sleeps for 1 hour a day. My intuition tells me that he seemed to have discovered my existence. This insecurity made me break my own principles for the first time, despite the lack of complete intelligence, but I still decided to do it tonight. The killer stood on the rooftop of a high-rise building, aimed the gun at the opposite building. Bang! The bullet tore through the air and flew away. The bullet was aimed straight at the blonde man who was sitting leisurely, reading a book at a large table holding a pipe in his hand. He just glanced at the incoming bullet. He smirked. A thin wisp of cigarette smoke he blew out touched the bullet. The bullet instantly disappeared without a trace. The assassin was stunned. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His bullet had disappeared. The man remained in the same position, one hand holding the pipe, the other hand slowly raised to wave at him, the corner of his lips slightly curved up. Sure enough, he had known of my presence beforehand. The assassin suddenly felt something was watching him. Swish! From inside his sleeve he pulled out another gun. He turned his head quickly. The image that appeared before his eyes made him stunned. Hundreds of dark red insects are floating in mid-air. What the hell are these things? I didn't notice them when I came up here. Have they been lurking in the shadows all along? With such a large number, they must not be simply watching us, but if they intended to attack, they should have done so long ago. While we do not know the enemy's intentions, we should take advantage first. Thinking so, he immediately raised his gun and opened fire at the strange creatures. However, their size is too small, and the frequency of their wings flapping is high, which means their speed of movement is extremely fast. If we only rely on normal bullets to attack, the possibility of hitting them is almost zero. We must first limit their movement. 3 bullets were fired, forming a ballistic net that enveloped the strange creatures. But their speed is faster than bullets. The red insects suddenly rushed towards him, caught the assassin off guard. He fell straight off the balcony. However, he quickly realized that the wounds these insects left behind were only superficial scratches. They didn't intend to take my life. Is this some kind of joke? He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. From above, the blonde man exhaled a thin puff of smoke and spoke softly. Sorry for injuring you like this. Go home and rest for a few days. By the way, please send a word to your boss. If he dare to bother me again, I really will go see him myself. With that, the red insects blinked and disappeared, leaving behind a red bean that fell in front of the assassin. He immediately fired the bullet shot out, creating a rope, helping him swing back to the rooftop. Now he had some important information in his hands. The other person could make the bullet turn into dust in the blink of an eye. It was unclear what method he used to know exactly when he would strike, but it was clear. He had a complete grasp of his plan of attack. Not to mention he could turn a red bean into a creature that could move extremely fast and had a certain attack power. Today is April 23rd, the most shameful day of my life. Sooner or later, I will reclaim all the humiliation I suffered today. The assassin stared at the one who had caused him such a humiliating defeat, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. As for the blonde man holding the pipe after finishing off the assassin, he raised his finger and calculated something, muttering, "There shouldn't be anything to worry about this month, right? April 25th is coming soon. Will something good happen, or will I meet a noble person?" He smiled. They walked leisurely back home. Just as he reached the door, Tankar kicked the door lightly and called out, "Yaya, open the door!" Inside the house there was a sound of giggling. "Ha ha! Stop joking around. I'm ticklish." Immediately after, another voice rang out, "All right, I have to go open the door." Zhuang Xiaoran, who was being held in Tankar's arms, at the moment asked curiously, "Who is Yaya talking to?" As soon as the door opened, Yaya immediately happily shouted, "You're back." At the same time, a little elf was being held in Nana's arms. As soon as he saw Tankar, he jumped onto his face and hugged him tightly. "Master, you're back. Xiaohei, let me go." Tankar frowned and snapped at it. "It doesn't like being in that room, and it's really looking forward to seeing you." Looking at Xiaoran, Yaya realized that she had injuries and asked worriedly, "Sister, how are your limbs?" Xiaoran smiled reassuringly. "It's okay, they're completely healed." Suddenly remembering something, she asked curiously, "How many demon spirits are there in this house?" Ya tilted her head in thought and then replied, "Probably more than 100. Xiaoran was surprised after hearing that. She didn't expect that there would be so many evil spirits in this house. Her eyes suddenly turned to a corner of the room, where a space pink hole just appeared. "What is that?" Following Xiaoran's gaze, Yaya calmly replied, "That is a teleportation door connecting to another world." Just then, a calm voice rang out, "Mr. Yiyan, Wu has arrived." Xiaoran's eyes widened in surprise. "Another world is everyone's guest who wants to come here." Ya turned back to look at Tankar, who was leisurely playing a game, and continued, "To Tankar, he is a guest, but to us, he is the king." The little demon in Yaya's arms was startled, clinging tightly to Tankar, her voice trembling. Wow, I feel like something very scary is coming. Don't mess around. Yaya held it tightly, softly, reassuring it. He is the king of our demon spirits. He won't hurt you. Really, really? Yeah, I guarantee it. As she spoke, she hugged the little demon and slowly walked towards the space door. Xiao Ran stood still and watched her expression becoming more and more confused. Who is coming? She suddenly remembered the last time she told her about the history of Demon City Division. She knew that after the war, the number of demon spirits left in the human world was very small, but she had never heard about the origin of most of the demon spirits. Langtin Demon City. Her voice filled with respect. The second world that place is called Langtin Demon City. By us, the guest who is about to arrive is the highest authority there. The famous master and eyewitness, he has always devoted himself to protecting us, demon spirits. He is a king worthy of all kneeling. Just to see him is an honor. While explaining to Xiao Ran, Yaya knelt down in front of the door, bowing to the person who was about to appear. Xiao He saw that and quickly knelt down. At that moment, 5 figures gradually appeared from within the space door. Xiao Ran's eyes widened in surprise. You guys, this little devil is the king of the demon world. The more she looked, the more confused she felt. Previously, she could perceive the power of the demon spirits through their aura. For example, the 2 wolves earlier, she could clearly see their ghost images and feel a strong spiritual aura. But the man in front of her was completely different, exactly like Tankar. She couldn't feel any spiritual aura from his body, but that made her feel more creepy than ever. Meanwhile, Tang Cara remained calm, only glanced over and said indifferently, "Oh, you're here again. I'm going to play games for a while and then go to sleep. You guys make yourself at home." After saying that, he continued to stare at the screen, not paying any attention to the person who had just appeared. Xiao Ran looked at him blankly. The other party is a demon king. How can he speak so casually? The person who just appeared didn't seem to notice that indifferent attitude. He just gently replied, "I'm bothering you again. I'm sorry." Then he turned to the dentist and continued in a low voice, "We meet again." Yaya immediately stood up, bowed, and respectfully said, "Your servant greets Master Yi Yan Wu." Then she looked up and softly said, "Please give those things to us." He continued talking to the girl. In the quiet night at an abandoned factory, a large truck slowly drove in. Front of the car, 2 men stood waiting. One of them asked, while smoking a cigarette, "Have you checked the goods?" The other nodded. "No problem." "The young master seems to be very unstable right now." Someone beside him said softly, "His mental state is extremely unstable. I'll go check first." Boom, boom, boom. Something inside the truck was struggling violently, as if trying to break the door to get out. When the door was opened, a cold air blew out. A giant creature gradually appeared. It was a demon spirit with legs as sturdy as a big tiger, but its body had the appearance of a woman. Seeing it, the young master couldn't help but be moved, tears rolling down his cheeks. "Amazing, it turns out you really exist." The appearance of this creature bears many similarities to those recorded in the Guigu god legend. The demon spirit walked towards the 2 people, bowed his head, and coldly asked, "What is your purpose in capturing me? This place is not the city center. Everywhere is desolate and deserted. Even if I eat you, Yao Shengxi won't know." A man slowly replied, "We are both demon spirits. Judging by your cultivation level, I should call you senior. In the legends, you were once called the godmother of ghost. But other than the ability to replace countless demon spirits, your combat strength has not reached level A. If Senior really wants to make a move, then I will take the move." With that, he transformed into a demon spirit, preparing for battle. Suddenly, the young master raised his voice to stop them. "If we really fight, no one will benefit. I came here just to ask you for a small favor. If you help me after this is done, I will not only let you go, but also give you enough money to enjoy for the rest of your life." Guigu God coldly looked at him. "Are you crazy? Doing so is violating Yao Chengxi's truce. If I help you, not only will I be banished to Langting Demon City, but you will also have to bear their wrath." The young master laughed. "Do you know who I am? I am the eldest son of the Quanhe Group's founder, Li Dongsheng." He continued slowly, "You must have heard of me. Half of Yao Chengxi's revenue comes from our 4 major corporations. Do you think Yao Chengxi can control me? Don't want to get involved any further. Guigu God immediately flew to the roof and ran away. He thought to himself, at first I thought they were just a group of black market spirit hunters, but they turned out to be people from a large corporation. People like this can't be messed with. After finding my son, I might have to hide for a while. Seeing the demon spirit run away, the young master shouted, "Don't run, your son is in our hands." Guigu God was stunned, immediately stopped, turned to look straight at him. On a street, a group of people were frantically searching for a little devil, the son of Guigu God, who had just escaped. "How are things on your side? Can't find him. That brat ran too fast. Keep looking. If the young master finds out that we lost him, he will definitely be furious." Waiting for them to go far away, the little devil sneaked away. But not far. He stumbled and sat down on the ground. The image of strangers breaking into his house flashed through his mind. At that time his mother tried to protect him and push him away, but in the end he was still kidnapped. He felt so useless. Little Devil suddenly remembered Yao Chengxi, the place his mother had mentioned, as a place that could protect demon spirits like him. But could he really trust that place? What should he do now? Who could come to save his mother? He burst into tears, his eyes and nose running. At Tankar's house, Yaya brought a box and gave it to the Demon King. "What do you need here?" Yaya then brought the white box in front of Master Yi Yanwu. Xiaoran thought to herself, so they came to pick up something. If the other party was the city lord, then this box must be something extremely important to them. She wondered if it's a powerful magic weapon or a precious treasure. Taking the box from his hand, Yi Yanwu and the others walked upstairs. They chatted as they walked. "We lost again this time," one person complained and then turned to blame. "Fourth brother, when we fight in a group, if you still don't rush forward to block my attacks, I'll tear you to pieces." Fourth brother was sobbing. "I also wanted to rush forward, but those guys were too scary." Everyone laughed. "It's okay, I'm here. I'll support you with all my might." Third brother, "Don't bully fourth brother anymore. Just fight. According to my command, we'll definitely win." Suddenly remembering something, he turned to look at Tankar. "That's right, little Tankar. Zhou Lang is also here with me. He is helping to handle some matters in Yao Chengxi. Why don't you come over and say hello?" Hearing that name, Tankar shivered and goosebumps appeared. He turned to the Demon King. "Forget it. I'm currently banned by Sister Long." "Really?" After Master Yi Yanwu and his companions entered the room, Xiaoran dared to speak. She asked in confusion, "Hey, they came here just to form a gaming group. Is the Demon King that free?" Master Yi Yanwu is very busy, but this trip can be considered a short vacation. Vacation, but why go to Tankar's house? Because he has a very close relationship with Tankar's master. Moreover, Master Yi Yanwu also likes him very much. But you have never been to the second floor, right? Do other demon spirits live there too? There were 3 rooms upstairs. One was a normal bedroom for Master Yi Yanwu when he came. The other 2 rooms, one was the residence of the demon spirit. The other was Brother Tang's training room. "Can this place hold more than 100 demon spirits?" Seeing her confusion, Yaya explained, "The space inside is a separate world, created by Zhou Lang, the person that Master Yi Yanwu just mentioned for Brother Tang." Yaya exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, I really want to meet Mr. Zhou Lang. I heard he's very handsome. He is not only Tankar's friend, but also possesses the strongest spatial magic among the demon spirits. The parallel world of Langting Demon City was built by him. Who is he? The sect master of Zihuai City. Langting Demon City. Sect master? Do you mean like a provincial governor? That's about it." Xiao Ran was stunned. "Wait, he can create a parallel space. Then how big is Langting Demon City? That space has an area equivalent to the human world." "Huh!" Xiaoran suddenly felt dizzy and almost fainted. Yaya panicked and supported her. "Are you okay?" The amount of information in the past 2 days was too much. My brain was about to overload, Yao Cheng. C was already surprising enough. I didn't expect there were 2 other worlds that were even more terrifying. The story ended here. Tankar stopped playing the game. He stood up and walked towards Xiao, Ran saying in a low voice, "I will tell you something very important. This is the most basic knowledge if you want to become a part of Yaochengxi. At Yaochengxi headquarters, Lusang City branch, Han Longgui was standing in front of a large screen, her expression tense. When she saw someone approaching, she turned around and asked, "Are you here?" The person who just arrived was the Zihui City street master of Langtin Demon City, Ju Lang. "Any instructions, Commander?" He smiled and looked at Han Long. "Gui," she said, "recently the number of large-scale deaths in cities has been increasing if we don't find a solution quickly. I'm afraid that the people will soon discover your existence. Therefore, we need your help within 10 days to create a special spirit prop." She paused for a moment and then continued, "There is one more thing. We have to wait until the head of the secret sect, Li Yi Chuan, comes here to explain more clearly." Mr. Li had to leave the mountain. It seemed like something big was about to happen. Elsewhere on top of an airplane hovering in the sky, Li Yi Chuan lay on his turtle's back, eyes looking up, looking at the sky and sighing. I say old song hitching a ride. Like this is a bit of a pain, but it's also a bit too much. Li Yi Chuan slightly curled his lips. "This time the demon city summoned us. Something important must have happened, right? Who knows? It's been a long time since I've seen Xiao Long. I'll take this opportunity to go see her. Don't you want to see Tankar? Little Tankar, that brat, will soon come up the mountain to meet us. Somewhere else." A young elf boy had just escaped from his captors. He clenched his fists and said to himself, "Humans cannot be trusted anymore. It was because my mother was too trusting that she was taken away. As a spirit with an identity like ours, even if our lives were threatened, we could not resist humans." The boy bit his lips tightly. A flash of hatred flashed in his eyes. Yaochengxi made this contract. Do they really care about the life and death of people like me? Right now, the only person who can save Mother is me. The boy struggled to stand up, his heart filled with determination. If Mother is in trouble, I will definitely destroy them all. Because of anger, his body began to change, gradually showing signs of a demon spirit. Just then, Jingxi came back from shopping and unexpectedly met the boy. She looked up and around. She quickly realized there was a camera nearby. Without thinking, she quickly threw the bag, dragged the boy into a small alley. "Follow me quickly. If the camera records this appearance, you're dead." The boy struggled, trying to pull his hand out of Jingxi's hand. "Who are you?" Jingxi glared and shouted, "Didn't your parents tell you? This city has hundreds of thousands of cameras installed by Yaochengxi. Even if you are a spirit-type demon, the system can still detect you. Once identified as a demon spirit, you will be banished to Langting Demon City immediately." The boy was surprised. "You are also a demon spirit. Luckily, I just got off work and met you." Just then, a group of people appeared and saw them. The boy stepped back, ready to fight. They are Yaochengxi's people. Hearing that, the boy's eyes became alert. "If you are Yaochengxi's people, then don't pretend to want to help me. I don't need it." Jingxi frowned. "You're misunderstanding something about Yaochengxi. Quickly take me to meet your parents." The boy gritted his teeth, his voice filled with indignation. "I only have one relative, my mother, but she was taken away by you humans." "What, your mother was taken away by humans?" Jingxi immediately became serious. "Quickly tell me the time and place. I will report to headquarters immediately." Hearing the two words report, the boy shouted in panic, "Stop pretending to be a good person. You're just looking for an excuse to send someone to arrest me." His eyes flashed with anger. "I will not be foolish enough to trust humans like my mother did. Don't think that just because you are Yaochengxi's man, I will be afraid of you. Do you think I'm human?" Jingxi looked straight into the boy's eyes, her voice calm. "Don't judge me by my appearance. I'm a demon spirit." The boy still maintained his guard. Jingxi let out a soft sigh and then said seriously, "I won't call anyone here. If you don't trust Yaochengxi, then trust me." She placed her hand on her chest, her eyes determined. "I, Jingxi, in the name of Commander Yaochengxi's secretary, swear that I will definitely help you save your mother. Let's go to your house first." "Wait, why are you helping me?" The boy was surprised when she said she would help him save his mother. Turning back, Jingxi softly said to him, "I don't know why you misunderstood Yaochengxi, but I still have to tell you, our existence is not just to maintain peace between humans and demons, but the most important thing is to protect you guys." Look into her eyes. The boy recognized the sincerity. There was no sign of confusion. Suddenly, a green stream of air appeared in front of him. The boy was frightened. What are you going to do?" Looking back, he saw that Jingxi had just summoned a motorcycle. She got in the car and waved at him. "Get in the car." He stammered, "Where did you get this car?" The two got in the car and drove quickly towards his house. On the way, Jingxi asked, "Why do you hate Yao Chengxi?" "Because the armistice agreement has too many unfair terms towards us demon spirits. I guess when your mother was taken away, she didn't resist, right?" "Yeah, my mother is a good mother. She knew that if she used force, I would be implicated too." Jingxi sighed softly. "You may find it unfair, but have you ever thought this world is not only full of bad people, but also cruel spirits? Without laws to restrain them, many demons would take advantage of the loopholes to endanger humans who were powerless to resist them. Furthermore, the secret of the existence of demons would easily be exposed, which could cause a social crisis. I believe that most humans do not want to live with demon spirits, although there are still injustices like the one your mother suffered. But don't forget that half of the reason Yao Chengxi exists is to protect you guys. That's also why I love this job. I hope you will believe me. I will definitely save your mother." The boy was listening attentively when he suddenly smelled a familiar scent. He quickly said, "Turn left." Jingxi asked while driving, "Did you find out where your mother is being held?" "No, but my sense of smell is very sensitive. I smell mother's scent from this direction." "Sit tight, I'm picking up the pace." Suddenly the boy blurted out, "Now I trust you 100%. As long as you save Mum, I will definitely repay you." Jingxi smiled. "Your first sentence is enough." The motorcycle sped through the night, heading to an abandoned factory. The boy looked around and said softly, "Mother's scent is coming from this factory. This place is suspiciously deserted." He wondered, could this be a secret trading place for spirit hunters? "Follow me, I will protect you well." Jingxi patted his head and said softly, "No matter where you are, you cannot use your abilities carelessly. I promised to save your mother, so I will do it no matter what. Moreover, although I am just an office worker now, I used to be a member of Yao Chengxi's demon catcher." With that, she summoned a shining sword and said in a low voice, "No matter what happens, I will protect you." The boy smiled softly, then followed her into the factory. "Mother's aura is definitely here." Jingxi glanced around, but there seemed to be no one here. The boy frowned slightly. "There's a very strong smell of gasoline. A big truck must have come here not long ago." Looking up, Jingxi noticed a pink hole in the roof. "Could it be that your mother escaped?" The boy immediately knelt down, pressing his nose to the floor. "Try to trace." Mother's aura was coming from underground. It seemed like there was a secret door here. He stepped back a little. "Try to keep a safe distance." Whoosh! Jingxi put her hand on the floor. A green mist emanated. Immediately after, a deep tunnel gradually appeared before her eyes. Sure enough, there was an underground bunker. Looking down, she frowned slightly. It looked like a warehouse. "Let's go down and see." Underground, Jingxi turned to ask the boy, "This place is quite high when you jumped down just now. Were you hurt?" "Look ahead." In front of them appeared a man who looked like a bodyguard. He stared at the two of them, his eyes cold. "I didn't expect you to find me so quickly." Jingxi said firmly, "I am Yao Chengxi's man. I hope you will cooperate in returning this child's mother. Otherwise, I will arrest you for capturing a demon spirit." The man looked at a cigarette, curled his lips, and smiled contemptuously. "You, alone with only a peach." He slowly exhaled a thin stream of smoke, his tone still calm. "I only follow the young master's orders, and his order is intruder kill, without mercy." From his body, dozens of identical copies poured out. He continued, "However, if in the time it takes for a cigarette, you can talk to my satisfaction, perhaps I will consider letting you go." As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen or so men immediately rushed towards Jingxi and the boy. The sword in her hand quickly shrank. She jumped, dashing past each enemy. Swish, swish. Before they could touch her, all of them were taken down. In the blink of an eye, she was close to the man holding the cigarette and kicked him straight in the face. Boom, he fell flat on the ground, unconscious. Jingxi turned back to look at the boy, who was still standing there with his eyes wide open in surprise, and burst out laughing. "Smoking is harmful to your health. Don't learn from this bad uncle." The two continued to move deeper inside. "That's right, I don't know your name yet, just call me Xiaoqi." They came to a large room. Xiaoqi took a deep breath and recognized his mother's aura coming from there. You move closer to me. If there are guards outside, there must be guards inside too. Suddenly there was a loud whoosh. A demon appeared, quickly hugged Xiaoqi and rushed away. Jingxi's arm suddenly extended, grabbed Xiaoqi and pulled him back. The demon spirit lost his hostage and turned around in a low voice. I just received news that this brat escaped. I didn't expect him to come here on his own. He glanced at Jingxi, his eyes filled with suspicion. How could a human being stretch his arm like that? It was surprising. Jingxi coldly replied, "In the name of Yao Chengxi, I advise you to surrender and hand over the mother of this child." The demon spirit's lips curled. No matter who you are before the young master completes the experiment, you are not allowed to leave here. With that, he rushed forward and launched an attack. Jingxi swung his sword to block, but the blade could not penetrate his body. His whole body seemed to be covered with an extremely hard metal layer. Undaunted, she raised her sword high and resolutely slashed down. The shining blade slashed straight at him. The demon spirit quickly retreated. He frowned and thought she attacked too quickly. As soon as she touched the ground, she counterattacked immediately. This speed was completely beyond that of a normal person. He observed Jingxi, his eyes flashing with sharpness. She used her spirit breath to create blade energy, clearly able to attack me while I was in the air, but she deliberately waited until I hit the ground. Don't want to be looked down upon. That's not fun at all. Jingxi raised his saber and spoke proudly. This saber of mine is called Hei Yuan Wei and is forged from Wujin meteorite. No matter what kind of armor your body is covered in, it is not worth mentioning before it. Her eyes were cold. I don't want to take your life. It's best to surrender. Hearing that the demon spirit tore off his outer garment, revealing a body covered in solid metal, he smiled faintly. I have heard of Wujin meteorite for a long time. I didn't expect to have the chance to meet him today. His face suddenly became full of challenge. But don't forget, the scales on my body are also one of the hardest substances in the demon world. I'm really curious, is it your blade that's sharper or is my skin superior? Saw him tear his shirt. Jingxi blushed and turned away, annoyed, saying, "Let's just fight. Why are you taking off your clothes? Put them back on me right now." She stuttered shyly, but he just smiled faintly. "Come here, let me see your blade with my own eyes. It seems that if you don't defeat me, you won't give up." Jingxi took a deep breath. Her eyes were determined. "If that's the case, I just hope this battle won't take your life." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand and made a move. Sharp blades like hundreds of cajeput flowers simultaneously rushed towards the demon spirit. A loud explosion, smoke and dust covered everything. It was impossible to determine whether the enemy was alive or fallen. Jingxi tied her hair back, turned to Xiaoqi, and calmly said, "I hope he isn't too badly injured. Let's go, there's probably no more danger inside." Xiaoqi looked at her back. Secretly admired this sister is really amazing. From the beginning she was able to summon the motorbike, open the entrance to the underground tunnel. And not only is she good at fighting, she can also make her arms enlarge or extend like weapons. What is her strength anyway? Just thinking about that, suddenly his eyes went dark. Xiaoqi staggered and fell to the ground. Jingxi startled and exclaimed, "Hao Qi, what's wrong with you?" The demon spirit laughed coldly. He was poisoned. He stood there completely unharmed by the attack just now. He continued to mock. "I don't know if your blade is sharp or not, but your death spirit blade energy is useless against me." Impossible. Jingxi was surprised. Suddenly she felt dizzy. Everything before her eyes became blurry. The demon spirit sneered. "Looks like you've been poisoned too. At first, it's just dizziness. Gradually your limbs will become limp. Your chest will feel pressured, and then your whole body will become completely paralyzed. When my poison enters your body, you won't be able to feel anything." Jingxi was stunned. He was right. Her whole body was gradually losing strength. "Actually, the moment I hugged that brat, I secretly injected the poison into you guys." Despicable. Jingxi gritted her teeth. The demon spirit shrugged, his tone indifferent. "This type of poison is the mildest, slowest acting, and won't take your lives. As long as you don't make a fuss, wait until the young master finishes the experiment. I will inject another poison to help you forget everything that happened tonight." As he spoke, he raised his hand to prepare to inject a blue solution into her head. Suddenly, boom! Jingxi and Xiaoqi suddenly disappeared. Leaving the demon standing still, he muttered in shock. Disappeared. This is the first time I let my prey escape. What kind of ability does she have? Right under his feet, Jingxi and Xiaoqi had shrunk to the size of tiny ants. Jingxi hugged Xiaoqi tightly, trying to run out as fast as he could. Worried in his heart, this is bad. My consciousness is getting more and more hazy. I must get there before I completely pass out. Only he can immediately save this child's mother. At Tankar's house, Xiaoran was still confused, not understanding what he was talking about. What is the basic knowledge? He slowly replied, his eyes thoughtful. Your performance at the old house wasn't bad. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to complete the mission so quickly. Furthermore, the person residing in your body can see things that even I can't detect. Xiaoran frowned, listening silently. He continued. For example, that Taoist. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that there was a magician named Fang Xian in this world. However, I had sealed that Taoist's consciousness. Yet he escaped tonight. It seems that he won't be easy to deal with. He smiled faintly, but it doesn't matter. As long as you're by my side, you'll always be safe. Having said that, he sat down next to her, his voice low. It seems that the matter of that mummy must be considered long-term. If you want to become a member of Yao Cheng Si, you must understand these basics. For example, the racial classification of spirits. They are divided into 4 main types: spirits, goblin monsters, and gods, respectively. Most spirits are creatures created from the obsessions or resentments of humans after death. These creatures are usually invisible to the naked eye and can only be active at night or in the dark. Goblin are creatures formed from plants or non-living entities that absorb the spirit energy of other creatures over long periods of time. Unlike spirits, goblin can move freely throughout the day and night. Monsters are creatures of animal origin that cultivate their own spirit to evolve into their current form. Like goblins, they can also move without being limited by time. Finally, gods are creatures that existed before humans. They possess enormous destructive power and can move freely day and night. So there are many types of demon spirits. She asked him curiously. That's right. So what exactly is a spirit? Did you say I have one too? He calmly explained, everything in this world has a spirit. You can think of it as a form of mystical energy in humans. This type of energy is called spirit consciousness, while in demon spirits it is called demon consciousness. Humans have a spirit since birth, it's just that it hasn't been activated yet. It's like a locked box. Until the box opened, the owner will have extraordinary power. However, most people's spiritual consciousness will not activate on its own, unless they cultivate themselves to awaken it. Of course, there are still a few special individuals who are born with an open spiritual consciousness. These people are the individuals with supernatural powers that movies often mention. In our circle, they are called sanshi. Ah, I know about this. She clapped her hands and said excitedly, that red-haired guy wearing a mask at the old chairman's place claimed to be a sanshi. He nodded. People like that usually don't join Yao Cheng Si. Some will choose to be bodyguards for the upper class. Others will hide their abilities to avoid trouble. Because the job of hunting demons is an important but also extremely mysterious job. People outside the secret guild who want to become members of the demon guild must have someone in the secret guild introduce them. But you don't need to worry, my master can be your guarantor. Who is your master? She asked hesitantly. Before he could reply, Xiaoran fell asleep on his shoulder because she was so tired. Click, click. Hearing the sound of a camera being taken, he turned around and saw the girl happily taking a few pictures with her phone. Hey kid, what are you taking pictures of? Hehe, what a perfect match. We'll go upstairs first. After saying that, the little girl hurriedly ran away. Looking at Xiaoran sleeping soundly on his shoulder, he suddenly had a strange feeling, like when he saw her crying at the old house tonight. Strange, what is this feeling, he asked himself. No wonder my master doesn't let me interact with girls. Why is my heart beating so fast? As soon as that thought flashed through his mind, he was startled and gently pushed her away to let her lie down on the sofa. No way could it be that I'm also gassed. He corrected his thoughts. No, his body was originally very healthy, thanks to cultivating internal elixirs. Just as he was thinking, he was startled by the doorbell ringing. It was so late, who else would come? When opening the door, he saw Jingxi standing there. She only had time to call his name before collapsing. "Hey, what's wrong?" His eyes quickly scanned the hallway, found a boy lying motionless there, the side of the abandoned factory. A demon was reporting to his young master about tonight's situation. Young master, the intruder is Yao Chengxi's person. Moreover, she escaped this place, cannot be stayed any longer. I've contacted the second experimental facility. We should leave immediately. Inside the laboratory, a demon spirit, the mother of the boy Xiao Qi, is locked in a large test tube connected to another test tube where a young girl is imprisoned. On the computer screen, the data analysis signal suddenly displayed a line of text. The data collection process was complete. "Ha ha ha!" The young master laughed happily, tears rolling down face. He knelt before the laboratory, voice full of excitement. "Lu Yuan, I finally found a way to help you come back to life." 2 days later, April 25th, at Tankar's house, Xiaoran looked at him worriedly. "She's been in a coma for 2 days. Do you really not need to take her to the hospital?" He calmly replied. "Her pulse is completely normal. She's just unconscious. There's nothing to worry about. But if she's someone from the demon Chengxi, logically speaking, we should have informed your organization." He glanced at Xiaoran and sighed. "Comrade, you're really stupid. If she chose to come here, it must be because there's something that can't be known by the demon Chengxi." Just then, Jingxi opened her eyes. She finally woke up. After calming down, she recounted the whole incident that happened to her and the boy Xiao Qi. "So that's how it is," he mused. "But it's been 2 days since this happened. The kidnapper must have escaped." "Jingxi, you're too reckless, aren't you? You didn't tell Sister Long but rushed in there alone." She explained softly. "At that time, Xiao Qi still did not trust Yao Chengxi, so I promised him that I would rescue his mother. Moreover, the situation was very urgent at that time. I will definitely help you with your matter. But to find out where the boy's mother is being held, I'm afraid it will take quite a while." Xiao Qi suddenly spoke up. "My senses are very sharp. You can try it." After he finished speaking, he ran out to the balcony and took a deep breath. "You can find your mother just by smell." Tankar was skeptical. "It's possible. It was thanks to this kid that we were able to find that base before." At this moment, Xiao Qi's mother demon was tied to a laboratory table. Her body was attached to countless tubes, connected to strange devices. From her body, a blue smoke slowly spread through the ventilation slots, quietly diffusing into the outside space. On this side, Xiao Qi suddenly smelled a familiar scent. His eyes lit up. He happily shouted, "Found it." In the laboratory, the young master stood in front of the test tube containing a girl named Lu Yuan. He glanced at the lab table where the demon spirit was being held captive and said coldly, "How's the progress?" A mechanical voice rang out from the control device. "Brain. Jealousy data transmission 30%. Low pregnancy rate pregnant person is safe." He frowned. "Increase the speed." Brain jealousy data transmission 65%. High pregnancy rate pregnant person is in danger. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with madness. Continue. Brain jealousy data transmission 100%. Successful pregnancy rate 99.9%. Survival rate of pregnant person is extremely low. Switch to full power. Execute immediately. The demon spirit who had been following him closely spoke up. "Young Master Yao Chengxi's discovered that we were capturing the demon spirit. If your identity is exposed, even the master will be implicated." The young master narrowed his eyes, his voice cold as ice. "You've talked too much today. Even if I have to fight against Yao Chengxi, even if I have to hunt down millions of more demon spirits, I must save Lu Yuan." The demon spirit was silent for a moment, then muttered softly, "Emotions between men and women are truly elusive." He reminisced about the past. 2 years ago, when he and his young master were walking down a deserted street, they came across 2 thugs harassing a girl. One of them grabbed her hair, pressed her against the wall, his voice full of threats. "If you don't pay, I'll sell you to a nightclub." He licked his lips, his eyes filled with evil intent. "It would be a waste not to use such a delicious body to make money. I really don't understand. Your father is so sick, he should just die. Knowing that there is no cure, why do you still borrow money?" While he was speaking, he suddenly realized that there were two men standing in the distance observing. "You bastard, what are you looking at? You want to meddle in other people's business?" The thug still held the girl's hair, tightly glaring at the young master. The young master raised his hands and said to them, "Don't misunderstand, I pass by this place every day, just keep going. We love to see other people's faces when they beg or seek help. Today is a lucky day to have the opportunity to witness a scene like this." He looked down at the girl and asked with a smirk, "What's with this expression? From beginning to end, there hasn't been any change. Are you mentally retarded?" "Turns out he's just a curious passerby," the thug sneered. "Don't think that just because I have bodyguards following me, I won't dare to attack." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward and threw a punch straight into the young master's face. But instead of letting the bodyguards stop him, the young master just raised his hand to signal them to stay still. His hand touched the place where he had just been punched, gently stroked the wound, and then smiled faintly. "So this is what pain feels like, how interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and kicked very hard. "Throw the thug away." Big Brother, the remaining guy, panicked and ran to help his comrade. He turned to the young master and growled, "Do you know which gang we belong to?" The young master leisurely took out a gold coin and threw it down in front of them. He said calmly, "Sorry, I just heard the sound of a skull cracking. This guy will probably be a vegetable for the rest of his life. This gold coin can be exchanged for 30 million at the bank as medical money." Seeing the gold coin, the thug's face immediately changed color. He hurriedly helped his companions and hastily ran away. As he walked, he kept saying, "We was really rude. Please pretend nothing happened. This girl's debt is also cleared. She is yours now." The young master didn't care much. He just put his arm around the bodyguard's shoulder and said, "That sidekick you taught me just now was really amazing. I'm in a good mood today. Let me take you to an interesting place. Please wait a moment." The girl from earlier suddenly spoke up. He turned back, his eyes sweeping over her. "Thank you for helping me pay off my debt. I have nothing, but I can give myself to you. You can do whatever you want me to do." He smiled. "This girl is interesting. Can she do anything?" Night at Kwanhei Hotel. She came out of the bathroom wearing only a towel. The young master was already sitting on the chair. Seeing her, he waved his hand. "Are you done? Come here. This morning you said I could do anything right." He smiled, his eyes full of meaning. Khan slid off her body. He stared. In his heart, he thought, from beginning to end, she didn't show any emotion at all. It's really not interesting. Suddenly, he grabbed her. He flipped her face down on the bed. Just then, his eyes fell on her back. Countless old and new wounds piled up on each other. That night, he learned that those wounds were all left by her drug-addicted father, the man she was willing to borrow money from just to save his life. Since childhood, she had no mother, growing up in the abuse of her own relatives. Perhaps those things had turned her into the emotionless person she is today. Since that night, he did not understand why a special feeling arose for her. He wanted to protect her. Day by day, he became more and more interested in this girl. But no matter how many things he buy for her, take her anywhere, she still didn't seem to care, like a soulless doll. She was completely different from the previous women he had met. Those women, in order to get what they needed from him, did not hesitate to pretend and play all kinds of roles. But to her, all the things other women craved were like air. For the first time in his life, he felt helpless in front of a girl. He was not willing to give up. He told himself that no matter what method he had to use, he had to find out what made her interested. However, a year passed and she was still like an abandoned doll. He didn't want to continue, nor did he intend to drag things out any longer. In the end, he decided to set her free. But at that moment, she suddenly grabbed his hand. Her tears fell. She choked up and said, "It's been a long time since someone has been by my side like this. Please don't leave me." Looking at her weak, helpless, and pitiful appearance, he realized that without knowing it, he had fallen in love with her, and moreover, the feeling of wanting to protect her from the beginning suddenly flared up fiercely. In a brief moment, reason cannot control. He hugged her tightly and said softly, "I can promise I will never leave you, but on one condition. Be my girlfriend." Just then, she suddenly pushed him away. She hurried down the street. Her cheeks were red with embarrassment, but for the first time she smiled at him. "So starting tomorrow, let's officially date." But as soon as he finished speaking, a truck suddenly came from afar at a terrifying speed. Now he could only tell himself, I lost her once. This time, no one can stop me from saving her. A loud bang rang out from the laboratory. He thought to himself upstairs, could it be that the enemy has found this place? He rushed out. This whole area was heavily guarded. There was no way anything could break in. But right on the roof, a large hole appeared. From there, a figure slowly landed, both hands in his pockets. Tankar spoke coldly. Who is the one who cornered the little devil's mother? Quickly confess or else don't blame me for being cruel. He looked at them indifferently. Calmly continued, hurry up, I still have to go home to eat. I'm so hungry. Inside the lab, a voice said, bring that guy out here. Immediately from the basement, a stone tablet was raised. On it was a man chained tightly. It was the driver who drove the truck that day. The young master smiled faintly. I've found him. But unfortunately, he refused to admit his guilt and stubbornly refused to leave. He looked straight at the driver, his eyes cold. You have a chance to live on. However, to do that, someone needs to donate fresh blood to help stabilize your body. Cherish this opportunity. On the other side, the demon spirit looked down his eyes, meeting the pregnant woman with a full belly. Xiaoqi's mother, Tang Cara, smiled slightly, his eyes slightly cold. Just as he was thinking, the demon spirit suddenly rushed over, intending to attack from behind. But when its poisonous needles touched him, they immediately broke into pieces. He turned back coldly and swung his hand down, delivering a thunderous slap, like a blow from the heavens. Made him face down. Do you want to die so soon? The demon spirit who had just been defeated secretly trembled in his heart. I'm a level A demon spirit, yet I was beaten to this extent by a teenager. Tankar stomped on its face, his voice cold. You were the one who kidnapped the little devil's mother, weren't you? Suddenly, from the mouth of the demon spirit, a stream of green air rushed out, spreading throughout the space. Tankar frowned and covered his nose. What's this smell? Haven't you brushed your teeth in a while? The demon spirit smirked, spewing out more poisonous gas, causing the surrounding space to be covered in a thick layer of bones. He thought to himself, I originally didn't intend to use this move, but I didn't expect this guy to be so strong that he had to use it. Just let the toxic gas come into contact with the skin, the body will immediately swell up and be unable to move. Once the toxin enters the body, the internal organs will feel like they are being burned and melted little by little. If the poison is not removed in time, even gods will find it difficult to save their lives. The demon was gloating, waiting until he lost all ability to fight. I will lock him up here. But slurp, the toxic gas, is gradually being sucked away. Tankar still stood tall, his expression completely unaffected. He curled his lips into a smile, looking straight at the demon spirit. If you want to fight, then fight properly. Don't play these tricks anymore. I also practice internal alchemy a little bit, but you are like this. Suddenly he stopped. His expression changed slightly. A feeling of discomfort flared up in his stomach. Puff! He let out a puff of air. Just as he wiped his mouth, Tankar stared at the demon spirit and said, Hey, you dare to poison me? If you want to hit me, then hit me fair and square. You gave me this stomach ache. If you don't have any paper, I'll wipe your face. The demon spirit was stunned, not expecting that his poison would not affect Tankar at all. He was sure that the violent attack would knock out his opponent, but the person in front of him only suffered a slight stomachache. Seeing how effortlessly he neutralized the poison art, the demon spirit quickly realized that his opponent might be from the Taoist, Serect Set. Order and organization not to be underestimated. He could hesitate no longer. It was time to go all out. Immediately, two snake heads stretched out from his back. Their mouths opened wide and spat out a series of poisonous needles, rushing straight towards Tankar. But the unexpected happened. Before the poison needle could touch Tankar, all vanished into thin air, leaving behind a shrill metallic sound. The needles could pierce through armored vehicles, yet they could do nothing to him. The demon spirit was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. In the laboratory, the young master realized that the situation was not good. Immediately took out the phone to call someone. There is some trouble here. Come here and help me solve it. The sooner the better. The person who received the call was the person who was assassinated, but luckily escaped death. He replied in a calm voice, Understood, I'll be there soon. He glanced at the notebook in his hand and smiled. Today is April 25th. It seems to be a lucky day. I wonder what interesting things will happen tonight. At the same time, the alarm system in the laboratory rang loudly, warning vital signs of a pregnant woman in critical condition. Tankar glanced coldly and said, "It seems you are also an intermediate A-level. If I don't take it seriously, it seems a bit impolite." His hand clenched the slippers he was wearing, rushed straight towards the demon spirit. Seeing this, the other party sneered, "You intend to use your slippers as a weapon, don't underestimate me." But the moment the sandal touched the spirit's head, a loud bang rang out, and its entire head was buried deep into the ground, like being hit by a meteorite. Tankar stood up straight, one hand holding a slipper, the other hand clenched into a fist, coldly said, "Using a slipper is not a superfluous thing to you. If I used it to stick gold glue on my fist, I'm afraid you would have died." Immediately, the laboratory door was kicked open by Tang Cara. He glanced around and growled, "Who kidnapped your mother? Come out here." But as soon as his eyes stopped at a corner of the room, he frowned slightly. "This is trouble." Outside the building, the man who had just received orders from the young master leisurely rode his bike over, looked up at the lab and muttered, "Looks like I'm a little late. I hope the young master is okay. I'm really looking forward to something exciting happening here." At Tankar's house, dinner was ready. Everyone was gathered around the dining table. "Wow, there are so many dishes today. Did you really make these dishes?" Yaya and Jingxi looked at the dining table excitedly, unable to hide their admiration. Xiaoran scratched her head and laughed. "Because I used to stay at my relative's house. I'm used to doing housework. It's not a big deal. If everyone makes a lot of dishes, everyone will know." "It's so delicious I can eat 20 bowls of rice tonight," Yaya said, while chewing her mouth full of rice. Jingxi suddenly realized that Xiaoqi didn't touch her chopsticks, so she worriedly asked Xiaoqi, "Why aren't you eating?" The boy lowered his head, his expression gloomy. "Can that brother really save my mother? It seems like there are a lot of people over there. I'm scared." The three girls laughed and replied in unison, "No problem." Seeing that the boy was still not reassured, Yaya explained further, Yao Chengxi's spirit capturers are divided into 4 ranks, ranked from strong to weak Jia Bing Ding. Each rank is divided into 3 sub-ranks. The Jia level is divided into 3 ranks, upper Jia, middle Jia, and lower Jia. In the entire Tangchao continent, there are only 10 demons who have reached the armor level, of which 3 possess upper armor. To defeat a demon spirit of this level, at least 5 Yao Chengxi armor level would need to work together. However, an individual with a high armor level could completely fight it on equal footing. Among the 3 upper-class demons, Tang Cara is the strongest and also tops the 8 spirits rankings. In other words, he is the most formidable person, at least in this world. I think there is no demon spirit that can defeat him. Hearing Yaya's words, Xiaoqi's face brightened up. "That's great, so he's really that strong. Then surely my mother will return soon." Seeing the boy happy again, Xiaoran still couldn't hide her worry. She thought to herself, Tankar is very strong, but he is too easily provoked. Because of his overwhelming strength, he often does not pay attention to thinking carefully when acting, hoping that this time everything will go smoothly and he can bring the child's mother back safely. But why do I still feel so insecure? In the laboratory, Tankar observed a demon spirit that was being held tightly on the laboratory table. Jingxi had said that Xiaoqi's mother was kidnapped for some kind of experiment, but at this moment there was only one demon spirit lying on the table in the room, looking like it was being resuscitated, but its vitality was extremely weak. A little further away, a human man was pinned to a stone tablet, his soul drained. On the floor, the body of a demon spirit lay motionless. Tankar stepped forward, his eyes stopping on the young master, who was kneeling. He was still holding a gun in his hand. Tankar coldly said, "Tell me what happened here. Could that demon spirit be the mother of the child you kidnapped?" Seeing the young master's tear-stained face, Tankar couldn't help but wonder, is this guy mentally ill? A few minutes ago in the laboratory, the demon spirit's stomach on the table suddenly burst open. Hundreds of tiny creatures in the form of demons poured out, covering the ground. A mechanical voice rang out from the system. "The pregnancy experiment is 99% successful. The azure body shows signs of life, but the brain is still unconscious." The remaining 1% has consciousness and a complete brain. The experimental body is extremely dangerous. Should we treat it? The young master immediately ordered treatment. Meanwhile, among hundreds of newborn demons, suddenly one stirred slightly and slowly crawled up. Seeing that the young master happily exclaimed Lu Yuan. But just a second later, he realized something was wrong. The creature before him was a man. The demon spirit turned his head, his eyes cold as he looked at the young master, his lips curled into a smile. "I didn't expect you to be such a lovesick person." It moved closer to the man driving the car, who was dazzled on the stone tablet. His eyes lit up. "Honey, why are you here? You drove into me. It must be you, right?" With that, it reached out and touched the man, sucking out his soul in the blink of an eye. Licking the tip of his finger lightly, the demon spirit curled his lips in delight. "This is a soul. It's really amazing. I want more." Without hesitation, it immediately absorbed all the souls of the newborn demon spirits, lying scattered on the floor. Every time it swallowed a soul, its aura became stronger. "I feel a huge source of power constantly flowing through this body." He looked down at his male body and smiled faintly. "It seems that the current me is very formidable." At this moment, there were only two people left in the laboratory, the young master and the newly born creature. Step by step, they walked towards the young master, who was still stunned. The demon spirit said in a low voice, "Now there are only us left." The young master's whole body trembled and he stammered, "You were just born. How do you know who I am? What are you exactly?" The demon spirit grinned, his eyes flashing with a mysterious light. "I am your Lu Yuan." The demon spirit smiled evilly before sucking his soul dry. "You know, it's quite interesting to tell you the truth. From the beginning, those two scoundrels were just temporary pawns hired by me. Actually, I've been observing you for a long time. You are the young master of a giant financial group. You lack nothing, yet you crave love to the point of being pitiful. It's so funny. Is it because your mother died early, or are your brothers so outstanding that your father neglected you? I've studied all the information about you, but what I can see without data is your lack of affection. Actually, I am an evil priest, possessing the ability to see through people's hearts. My profession is a swindler who preys on fools like you. Do you really think you've found true love? The man behind me thought so too, and then I tricked him into driving straight to his death. With a casual, arrogant and reckless personality like yours, it's really too easy for me to manipulate. Now you understand everything, right? You can die clearly." Suddenly, another voice rang out in the demon's head, "Young master." That voice made him feel extremely headache. "Shut up." The young master growled, tightened his grip on the gun, and without hesitation pulled the trigger. The bullet went straight through the demon's heart, causing it to fall to the ground. Under the flickering light in the laboratory, its body gradually transformed into a girl Lu Yuan. She weakly called out, "Young master, young master." "See the girl in front." His body suddenly trembled, a feeling of extreme pain surged up, making him unable to stand. He held his head and cried, "No, it can't be. All of this is just magic. Obviously what we killed was just a monster." Lu Yuan whispered weakly, "Young master, I don't have much time left. Listen to me." She gave a pale smile, her eyes seemed to see through everything. "I have two personalities," she appeared at first to protect me. Memories of the past. In Lu Yuan's shabby house as a child, the little girl lay shivering on the cold floor. In front of her was a grumpy man. He roughly clenched the whip in his hand. "Wandering outside all day and only brought back a little money, and this is what you do. Not even enough for me to buy wine and meat." He growled, raising the whip high. "Lie down right now." Without waiting for Lu Yuan to react, the whip had already lashed down on the little girl's back, leaving a bright red mark on her pale skin. "There's no food tonight. If you don't bring enough money back tomorrow, I'll beat you to death." With that, the man turned away, leaving the little girl curled up on the floor. Her small hands clenched, her eyes lifeless, no longer hopeful. Back to reality, Lu. Yu Yuan closed his eyes slightly, his voice broken. "When I grew up, I learned about post-traumatic stress disorder. It's a self-defense mechanism of the brain when a person has suffered too much for too long. When there is no escape, the mind creates another personality to bear the pain in place of the subject. A tear falls down." She appeared like that. When I woke up, I realized that I had left my father a long time ago. My life was different, 100 times happier, but I also gradually discovered her existence. She doesn't just want to protect me, but also want to help you become strong. No one can bully you anymore. She said she would make me the richest woman in the world. But what I didn't expect was how she chose to do it. She didn't accumulate wealth through honest labor, but by deceiving those who were in love. With her mind-reading ability, she could easily make anyone fall in love with her. Every time she deceived someone, she would change her identity and create a new life. Her personality was too strong. What about me? I was nothing more than a puppet being manipulated. I hated being touched. I hated who I was, but I couldn't fight her. It was then that I truly realized that there were demons in this world, but no gods to save me. I thought that if death could free me from this pain, then maybe dying wasn't the worst thing to do. Your presence made me believe that God really exists, no matter what your purpose was. You were the only one who didn't touch me. Moreover, you were willing to stay by my side forever. You are really a good man. I really want to tell you the truth. But I couldn't escape her bondage. The words I wanted to say were on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't say them. That day when you first held me in your arms, what I felt was not resistance, but warmth. Perhaps her strength made me feel the resistance in your heart. What you were looking for was exactly what I longed for. My feelings for you were probably sympathy. I didn't know what love was. But at that moment, the only thought in my mind was that a man with a wounded heart like you had become the hero who saved me. Young master, all the goodwill you have for me is all due to her ability to manipulate. She knows clearly how strong your desire to conquer is. That's why you fell into that trap, step by step. I am just a half-baked fraud. There is a limitless personality in my body. A person like me is not worthy of following you. After hearing what she said, he choked up and cried, I already know everything, but I still like you. Could that be her ability too? She laughed in pain. It seems gods really do exist. Before she could finish her sentence, she was exhausted. He knelt before her, crying. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. Look at the wound on the demon spirit's body on the ground. It's such a big wound. It must have been caused by the special bullet from the gun in your hand. He looked up at the person who had just spoken. Who are you? The other person sneered, casting a sharp glance at him. This type of gun can only be manufactured by the Spirit Hunters' Weapons Supply Department of Yao Chengxi. He wiped his tears and slowly replied, You are Yao Chengxi's man, right? Then you must know about reincarnation, right? The other person folded his arms and said calmly, As far as I know, there is no such thing as reincarnation. He laughed in despair. Lu Yuan, I can't save you anymore. I killed you. Ha ha, he held his head and laughed crazily. The other person frowned, quickly moved away from him and walked to the lab table where the demon spirit was lying. Crazy, he's really crazy. This matter seems troublesome. It's best to report it to Yao Chengxi so they can handle it. He looked at the demon spirit that was being rescued. This must be that kid's mother. He shrugged, not caring anymore, bringing her back first and then thinking about it later. Suddenly from the lab table came the system's emotionless voice. Emergency failed, no signs of life. He frowned. Damn, this was going to be troublesome. Just then he discovered something unusual on the demon spirit's body. Golden nether eyes. That's good, he smirked. So the results can be reported. The next thing is to notify Yao Chengxi. Suddenly a loud gunshot rang out. The other person quickly turned back. He committed suicide. Before closing his eyes, he saw himself standing on a vast beach. In the distance, Lu Yuan was wearing a pure white dress, her hair flying in the gentle breeze. She smiled gently and called him young master. I told you, gods definitely exist. The two of them held hands tightly, happily watching the sunrise. At the same time, the guard suddenly woke up. When he entered the laboratory, the scene before his eyes left him speechless. He never expected that he would choose to commit suicide just because of a human girl. A low voice rang out in his ear. My poison can create hallucinations, at least let you die in a beautiful dream. The figure standing opposite coldly spoke. Your master is dead, do you still want to fight me? But he did not reply. It went to the young master, gently picked up his body and turned to Tang Cara. The young master has passed away. You no longer have any reason to convict him. Please let me take him home. Just then, a man holding a pipe slowly walked in. He smiled wryly. "Isn't this Quan Mo? My sincere apologies, I'm late." The person holding the young master moved slightly to the side, revealing his body to the person who had just arrived. The bodyguard standing next to him narrowed his eyes and observed cautiously. From the moment this person set foot in the corporation, he had a feeling of unease. Now that the young master was dead, that person acted as if he had never seen anything. He clearly had no intention of doing anything, but every time he saw him, this person made him shiver. Suddenly, another figure appeared. He frowned and asked in a low voice, "Another one. Who are you?" The newcomer gently clasped his hands. "I am Xian Yu Shu. I hope you will keep the events that happened here a secret." He frowned slightly. "Xian Yu Shu, why would someone have such a strange name?" The other person kept his voice calm. "I am the strategist of Quanhe Group. If this matter is exposed, the reputation of the group will be affected." Tankar crossed his arms, his eyes sharp. "What if I don't agree?" Xian Yushu smiled. "You can make any conditions. After all, we are considered fellow disciples. Can you give me some face?" "Fellow disciple, could it be that you are the one who sowed that bean?" "Yes, the little monk is the descendant of the magician Fang Xian. Coincidentally, I just received a mission related to you. If you answer me 3 questions, perhaps I will consider not reporting this to Yao Chengxi." He nodded slightly. "Please." Tankar lowered his voice, his eyes as sharp as knives. "First, why did you put a bean in the ear of the son of the chairman of the Wang Group? Second, the Fangxian sect of sorcerers was exterminated long ago. Who was your master? Third, I heard that the magician Fang Jian specializes in cultivating inner alchemy and divination and also possesses extraordinary skills. Is this true? As for the first question, the purpose is very simple. The 4 major financial groups each have their own fields, but it is difficult to avoid conflicts of interest. As a strategist of the Quanhe Group, I must help the master gain more benefits. Not only the Wang Group, but also the other groups have been spied on by me. He paused for a moment and continued. The reason why we chose to put it in young Master Wang's body was because it was the place that no one would expect. Furthermore, despite being busy with work, Chairman Wang still loves his son. Even during important meetings, he still wants his son to be by his side. As for the second question, I can only say that my sect has indeed been destroyed, and as for my background, I apologize, I cannot reveal it. As for the last question, is it true that I have learned a little martial arts? But whether it can be considered extraordinary or not is hard to say. Tankar put one hand in his pocket and smiled faintly. The Taoist techniques passed down by the family's founder are not something for people like you to use casually. I want to teach you a lesson on behalf of your old man. He paused and continued. But right now, I have urgent business to attend to and must return home. If I knock you down within 2 minutes, then let Yao Chengxi deal with you. If you can hold out for more than 2 minutes, I will keep quiet. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. What are these conditions? Do you dare accept the challenge? He curled his lips, almost forgetting. Fellow disciples cannot fight privately. If I don't accept the challenge, you'll have no choice but to inform Yao Chengxi, right? He pondered for a moment, then chuckled. Everything has its cause and effect. You and I meeting each other was predestined. He raised his head, his eyes deep, discovered my 6 senses. Perhaps that is the cause today you came here and met me is the effect. Duong Tat stared at him, his eyes sharp as knives. What do you want to say in the end? He slowly curled his lips and said, A few days ago I had a fortune told. Today is my lucky day. If I want everything to go smoothly, I have to follow nature, so I will accept your challenge. Only thing is, within 2 minutes you want to knock me down. Are you underestimating the Fang Zhen sect? Without saying much, Tang Cara put the phone on the ground, raised his eyebrows and looked at him. We'll know after one fight if after 2 minutes you're still standing in front of me. Then don't talk about it without telling the Demon City any conditions within my ability I can agree to. He smiled slightly. Speaking of fortune-telling, I also know a little, let me tell you, a fortune. Tankar closed his eyes, raised his fingers, and pretended to calculate, then slowly said, Tonight you meet a bad omen. With that, he pressed the phone button and started the timer. At that moment, Tankar rushed forward and punched the strategist. He muttered softly, all in one. Just finished speaking. He gently raised his hand, easily blocking Tankar's punch. Humph. Tankar frowned slightly. He had clearly hit the target, but the man's hand did not move. In the blink of an eye, the other man had changed positions, clearly drawing the battle line between the two. He looked around. Suddenly the space felt dark. Did he just use a secret technique? Tankar speculated that at first glance, this seemed to be just a form of instantaneous movement in the dark. If I look closely, I can definitely find the loophole. From afar, he saw the strategist raise his fist. Defensive stance, what is he going to do? Not yet thought. Tankar took a punch. Only then did he suddenly understand that he wasn't using instantaneous movement, but could change his position at will, just as he realized that another punch came down. But this time Tankar raised his hand in time to block the blow. Not only was he able to change position, he was also able to move instantly. Constantly under attack, Tankar was pushed back. The strategist stepped forward and calmly said, "You were punched and kicked by me, but you still stood firm. Is that thing on you a golden incarnation? I didn't expect you to have reached this level at such a young age. It seems I have underestimated you." Tankar curled his lips in response. "It should be said that you are the one who looks down on me." With that, he jumped up and activated the accessory technique, Evil Thunder Body Binding. The strategist was slightly stunned. This young man knows how to use two types of seal incarnation at the same time. He pondered, if a person from the secret sect can master a type of talisman technique before the age of 30, he is considered a genius, but he doesn't even need a talisman as an intermediary. He can directly perform the lightning talisman technique with his own body. His gaze became serious. Just what level of cultivation has this young man reached? Looking at Tankar's body, covered in lightning lore, he suddenly realized, in this state, how should I approach him? Tankar looked at him and smiled faintly. "Mao-shan's system really does not lack talents. I really want to tell your fortune." The lady smiled faintly, her voice lowered. "Don't waste your words." He narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice cold. "Don't you realize that your fortune-telling is completely inaccurate, and you even said that today is my most unlucky day? If it weren't for me withdrawing my hand, you would have lost the battle long ago. With just your little ability to escape, you still want to defeat me." Hearing that, Tankar was slightly startled. He's right. Even though he can't directly attack me, as long as he uses his abilities, he can still stall for 2 minutes. If this continues, I will definitely lose. Thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth. "There's no other way. Let's just do this. Hopefully, it won't cause too much trouble." He immediately used his energy to perform the triple-pronged peak split. The strategist still stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes calm as he softly said, "I'm really surprised." He squinted at Tankar. "The lightning technique has such powerful destructive power. You know how to use it too. But are you sure you can hit us?" As soon as he finished speaking, countless illusions of the strategist suddenly appeared around Tankar. He slightly curled his lips, his eyes full of challenge. "Do you think I would use magic haphazardly without any calculation?" He waved his hand. Boom, 3 lightning bolts shot straight into the sky. In a certain house, a boy was playing video games while playing. He was muttering, "When the time comes to fight me, you will definitely die." Suddenly he frowned. "Damn, there are 4 guys hiding here again. Humph want to fight me." Don't underestimate the hand speed of an elementary school student. The boy ran out onto the balcony, then suddenly widened his eyes when he looked up at the sky. "Wow, Mum, come out and see. There's a beautiful bolt of lightning shooting from the ground to the sky." His mother calmly replied, "It was just a lightning strike. Why are you screaming so loudly?" But at that moment the boy was startled when he saw the light suddenly flash. Oh, it was gone. Suddenly the phone in his hand vibrated with a notification sound. "You have been destroyed by the enemy." The boy's mother's face darkened. His mother immediately grabbed her son and angrily shouted, "I told you to do your homework. Why are you secretly playing games?" On Tankar's side, the strategist saw Tankar flying up into the sky and just smiled slowly, saying, "Truly majestic. If I get hit, even if I don't die, I will be seriously injured." He calmly continued, "But don't worry, I'm not that cruel. The black color on your body has already been broken by me. Now I want to see how you plan to avoid the next attack." As soon as he finished speaking, Tankar rushed straight towards him. The strategist stood still, clasped his hands and softly chanted a spell, all in one. Suddenly Tankar felt thin threads appear on his body, connected to an overhead system, like a puppet on strings. No matter what magic you use, I have golden incarnation protecting me anyway. Let's see what you can do to me. Thinking so, Tankar continuously made moves. But strangely, despite his superior speed, the strategist still dodged everything. Impossible! I'm clearly faster than him. Why didn't I hit him? His eyes became sharp. It must have something to do with the magic above my head. The strategist smiled faintly. Watch closely as Tankar rushes over. He's about to use a technique, although he really wanted to know what move Tankar would make. He still remained cautious. Suddenly the strategist brought the flute to his lips and blew out a misty stream of smoke, which quickly enveloped Tankar. Looking up, he was startled. He was right on top of my head. Ha! So this is just a trick to escape. Tankar gritted his teeth in anger. If you don't run, then hide. If you have the guts, then face me head on. The strategist replied with a sarcastically smiling smile, I wouldn't dare. His answer made Tankar blush with anger. The strategist suddenly threw out a bean. Shoot straight at Tankar. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to cover his mouth and shouted, Thunderbolt the first stage. The bean was bounced back, but at that moment Tankar suddenly froze. He realized something. That was the bean scattering technique just now. He quickly understood. This cunning guy definitely knew that that attack couldn't do anything to me. He deliberately used it to force me to change the direction of the spell, but how could he be sure that I would thunderbolt the first stage? The strategist curled his lips and said calmly, Thunderbolt, the first stage? If you really unleash it, it will be very troublesome. He calmly explained, your strategy is probably like this. Take advantage of the blockade properties of the first thunder. Expand the range to the maximum. Once I fall into it, you will gradually shrink the encirclement, forcing me to confront it head-on. Tankar gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with suspicion. You knew I would use lightning. So does that mean the magic on my head can predict my actions? But immediately he laughed coldly, but you cannot guess the trajectory of magic. He shouted Thunderbolt the second the two thunders clash. Two bolts of lightning suddenly transformed into two giant dragons that shot straight down from above the strategist's head. The strategist did not have time to react. At that moment, Tankar took advantage of the opening and rushed forward to launch a fatal attack. I caught you! A thunderous sound rang out. But contrary to expectations, the strategist was unharmed, but Tankar was cut on the face by him. A small and incompetent person, he can only practice one type of golden seal technique in my entire life, even though I can break your thunder easily. But in terms of strength still cannot surpass you. Tankar's magic does not require a medium, and the magic he is using relies on the glove. Looking down, he realized that blood was already seeping from the wound. Unexpectedly, Tankar reached out to touch the cut on his face that the strategist had just created. The suspect is a fellow disciple. I've gone easy on him. But now it is not necessary anymore. The strategist looked at Tankar with a doubtful expression. Then he suddenly startled. It seemed he had just awakened a monster. He originally thought that the three thunders was the limit of Tankar's power, but he didn't expect him to be able to use the four thunder shadows. Thunder rumbled, the terrifying pressure from Tankar shot out, causing the strategist to be blown away. This guy is so young, but his cultivation has reached this level. Unbelievable. He told himself while Tankar's blood had not yet dried, he should do some fortune-telling. He raised his bloody finger and muttered, bloody monster. This is the exclusive secret technique of the Fang Xian sect in the secret sect. Just by tasting the opponent's blood, one can calculate their past and future fate. After finishing the fortune-telling, he couldn't help but smile. This fate turns out to be my benefactor. At that moment, Tankar rushed over. He immediately predicted that Tankar would attack from the right. But wait, the left side has it too. The same was true of the rear. In the blink of an eye, the three directions of attack changed simultaneously. Oh no, it's 6 directions now. In his lightning form, Tankar's speed was so fast that even if he predicted the move, he wouldn't be able to react in time. The strategist was knocked into the air by Tankar, then immediately struck by lightning and fell to the ground. He lay there breathing weakly, his eyes bewildered. This terrifying power, combined with his fate, could it be that my lifelong wish has hope? Without hesitation, Tankar rushed down and unleashed another powerful palm strike, pushing him deep into the ground. After the final attack, Tankar stood up and gently touched his head. The magic on top of his head has disappeared. Maybe he's lost consciousness too. Looking around, Tankar breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this was an area outside the city. If his master found out, he would definitely be finished. He shook his head and muttered this time he had used a bit too much force. Even so, he still had the golden seal protecting him, so his life probably wouldn't be in danger. At that moment, the strategist stood up. Tankar raised his eyebrows and looked at him, then burst out laughing. "You are the first one to make me bleed." He stared at his opponent, his lips slightly curled. "I originally thought that the Fangxian sect was only full of strategists. Meeting you today really shows some ability," he said in a low voice. "I only blame myself for being too careless. I didn't expect me to be able to use the Golden Incarnation spell." The Golden Incarnation spell was extremely difficult to break, but the tactic Tankar had just used was able to penetrate this layer of protection. "The Golden Incarnation you just used has drained all your spirit energy, right? You're quite good." He nodded, his tone somewhat mocking, "but protecting your head and spine isn't enough. Otherwise, if you die, I'll be in big trouble." Despite being heavily injured, the strategist still tried to stand firm. Tankar frowned and shouted, "Your spirit energy is depleted. Don't move around carelessly." Even though he protected his head and back, the impact was enough to seriously damage his internal organs. The strategist did not reply, only coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he still tried to stand straight. "Why is he so stubborn the more I advise him?" Tankar muttered in frustration. "Big brother, if you die here, I will be chased back to the mountains by my master." He looked at his opponent, gritted his teeth, and continued, "Don't act like a fool. If you lose your job, you can find it again, but risking your life for the boss, don't you think it's not worth it?" Even though Tankar tried to persuade him, the strategist still didn't waver. He struggled to stand up, his eyes determined. "What happened here is no longer important to me." He looked straight at Tankar and slowly said, "I risk my life for you." There was a silence. 2 minutes passed. The strategist's lips curled slightly, his tone calm. "You lost." The phone rang amid the rubble. "I almost forgot about this." He walked towards the alley, his voice calm. "You said that if I could still stand after 2 minutes, you would agree to help me with anything within your ability." He paused for a moment, then continued, "About this matter you just informed Yao Chengxi, I only have one request. Let me be your teammate. Don't come so close." Tankar frowned and loudly protested. "You're really weird. Just now you didn't even let me inform Yao Chengxi, and now you say it's okay, and you want to join my team. Have you been beaten to the point of confusion?" "I'm very sober right now," he calmly replied. "There's a team in Yao Chengxi that specializes in hunting demon spirits. I can assist you. Furthermore, all the commission will be yours." Tankar crossed his arms in front of his chest, staring at him. "I see you've really been beaten into a stupor. Isn't a strategist supposed to work for a reward? Now you're telling me to help hunt demon spirits without taking a single penny. Moreover, you are not Yao Chengxi's man. How can you accept the mission with me?" He just smiled lightly. "It's fine. I'm the last descendant of the Fangxian sect after all, so joining Yao Chengxi shouldn't be a problem. Besides, the 3-yearly selection is coming soon." "This is crazy," Tankar thought to himself, his face hardening. Seeing that he continued, "You seem troubled. How about this? I'll make a deal with you. I just used your blood to tell a fortune. I will help you resolve the problem of many years. In return, you let me join your team." "Stop talking nonsense!" Tankar interrupted, his voice cold. "Who would believe you? Even if I didn't inform the demon city with the fierce battle just now, the headquarters will soon find out. Instead of worrying about me, you should think of a way to help your boss deal with this. Don't you believe in the divination ability of the Fangxian sect?" His eyes flashed with a sharp light. "You're about 20 years old this year. You just came to Lusang City 2 years ago. Before that you lived in Kunwei, more than 200 kilometers away, if I'm not mistaken. Before he turned 18, he always lived in Mount Fenzhou. Not only that, recently, a girl came to live with him. That person was facing a terrible fate, but thanks to you, it was resolved. Tankar was stunned, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. He also guessed this. Indeed, Fang Xian's divination is as terrifying as his master said. Over the years, he had never wondered why he could master 2 types of tactics, and even reach such a high cultivation level. He smirked. And your true identity too? Tankar was silent, his eyes flashing with hesitation. The strategist suddenly clutched his chest, coughed, and then vomited a mouthful of blood. He leaned on Tankar's shoulder and smiled weakly. I'm fine, I just need to rest for a few days, and I'll fully recover. Leaning close to Tankar's ear, he whispered something. After hearing that, Tankar's expression immediately changed. What a coincidence! He laughed. I live right above you. Having said that, he fainted. Tankar was silent for a moment, then carried him on his shoulder and returned home. His words just now kept echoing in his head. Could everything he said be true? When the 2 people's shadows gradually disappeared, suddenly 2 dark figures appeared in the corner. I told you that human is unreasonably strong. The remaining shadow nodded. That's why the Lord told us to keep a close eye on him. As expected of the number 1 Yao Chengxi, a man of the upper class. With this strength alone, even if all of our elite personnel charged together, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. Hearing this, the one-eyed demon broke out in cold sweat. As he ran, he panicked and shouted, If that's the case, then what are we waiting for? Let's retreat quickly. If he finds out, there's only death. Wait a minute, another guy suddenly spoke up. There is still a breath of air. Ngai luk jo tu duoi jat bat ngotoi. Jan leo len mot kai joy. Saun hu ku vuk. Shung kwan kua mot kon bach bach. Immediately after, a requester appeared. It turned out that it was the base's favorite girl named Lu Yuan. Just now, Dan was fatally shot by the young master, and yet she was still able to revive. Just escaped from underground, he laughed excitedly. I didn't expect I would possess the ability to revive. Moreover, it seems that my strength has increased significantly. He raised his hand to look at his body, his eyes filled with interest, dying and then being reborn. It seems that this is truly a blessing in disguise. Lu Yuan's weak and useless personality has probably also completely disappeared. I really have to thank that young master. I was only Lu Yuan's secondary personality before, but after being reincarnated, I regained control. I will seal her true personality in this body forever. I originally thought that both she and I were female, but I didn't expect that after being resurrected, I would become a male demon. This feeling isn't bad either. While lost in thought, he suddenly discovered that 2 other demons were staring at him. He was startled, turned around. Who are you? One of the 2 spoke slowly, a demon spirit born from the combination of a demon mother and human experiments. It is indeed not ordinary. Although it is only at B rank right now, its potential for growth is extremely great. The other nodded and continued. You have a total of 9 lives each time you reincarnate. Your strength increases significantly. If you continue like this, by the time you reincarnate, you might reach S rank. He frowned, his voice turning cold. Who the hell are you guys? The monster standing in front introduced himself softly. I am Goose Xiao, a C-class demon spirit, and the one next to me is Shu, a demon spirit specializing in intelligence. The one-eyed demon added, My ability is observation. I can see all living things within 100 miles. As for Shu, not only does he have extremely sensitive hearing, able to hear sounds at extremely long distances, but he also has the ability to analyze the strength and abilities of those around him. Gao Xiao smiled slightly and looked at him meaningfully. Our original mission was to track a person, but we unexpectedly discovered you. Just in time, our organization needs someone like you, Gao Xiao added in a low voice. I said so much to gain your trust. Having just reincarnated as a demon spirit, you must also need a place to rely on, right? He laughed coldly. Just saying a few sentences and you want me to believe you. How ridiculous. What if I don't agree? If you already know of our existence and even have some information about our abilities, then you have no choice but to either join us or become our prisoner, Shu coldly declared. He looked at them for a moment and then suddenly burst out laughing. I'm dead if what you say is true. Then a B-level person and a C-level person like you are just scouts in the organization. Still dreaming of defeating me. Just in time, I also want to test my current strength. As soon as he finished speaking, before he could make a move, Shu had already rushed over. In the blink of an eye, a sharp sword slashed up, cutting off his head. Shu stood there, his voice calm as ice. Just a small scout, killing you is not difficult. The severed head flew far away, rolling on the ground. But just a few seconds later, his body was reborn this time. The speed of regeneration was even faster than before. Shu crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes sharp as he looked at him. If you agree to join our organization, I will reattach your head, but if you continue to resist, I will throw your head into the sea. Hearing this, he was silent for a moment and then muttered, I understand. With that, he stood up. He reattached his head with his own hands and then turned and walked away. Shu looked on with a calm voice. When you recover, I will take you to see our Lord. Only if you pass his test will you be qualified to join. Shu cautiously reminded, be careful. The one-eyed demon spirit suddenly charged forward, its muscular body blocking the way, blocking the attack from the revived demon spirit. Shu turned his head, his eyes cold. I will take you to meet our Lord. But it seems that is no longer necessary. However, before he could counterattack, he was strangled. He was lifted into the air. At his feet, the one-eyed demon was also defeated. Their two scouts had died twice, so their boss must be much more formidable. The demon spirit laughed coldly, his voice full of provocation. Quickly tell me, according to your demon rank, how many times has my strength increased? Shu stuttered in response. Haha, there's also an S rank above that. If that's the case, wouldn't I be considered a real demon now? He smirked, his eyes shining with interest. I've decided to join you, but at least tell me the name of your boss, right? Our Lord's name is Bo-An. Bo-An doesn't sound like a monster's name at all. At Tankar's house, when he saw him return, Xiao happily ran over and asked, Tankar, you're back. What happened to your face? Without replying, he just quietly turned to call out to the little fox. Xiao-Qi, come here. His voice dropped. Sorry, when I found your mother, she was already gone. Xiao-Qi was stunned, his eyes red. But don't be sad, Tankar continued. I found this in her body. He held out an egg, the light from the golden incarnation, engulfing it. She knows the art of reincarnation. Luckily, I discovered it in time. When this thing breaks the shell, you have to protect her well. Taking the egg, Xiao-Qi burst into tears. This is the breath of mother. Thank you, big brother. I will definitely protect my mother. Tankar turned around to leave. Xiao hurriedly called out, Let me reheat some rice for you. No need, I'm not hungry. I'm going to sleep. His voice was cold. His appearance was tired. He walked into the room alone, leaving behind a heavy atmosphere. Xiao looked at his back worriedly, thinking, This is the first time I've seen him so serious. What the hell happened? Before she could think further, Jingxi came to her side and gently comforted Xiao-Qi. Don't worry, I will send an application to the headquarters to adopt you. Don't cry anymore. We will take good care of your mother. That night, returning to his room, Tankar locked the door. He stood at the door, his mind reeling from the strategist's words. Master, he... At the same time, the strategist came home and took a bath. He knelt before the altar, lit incense, and bowed respectfully. Master, today your disciple has met a noble person. This person's fate bears the signs of an emperor. If I help him, I can definitely fulfill your lifelong wish. On Tankar's side, he was tossing and turning on the bed, one hand on forehead, eyes closed, thinking. Then suddenly he jumped up, scratching his head in frustration. Damn it! How could Master lie to me? But then he paused. But that guy has no reason to lie to me. If what he said was true, then why did my master hide my identity? After a while, he took a deep breath. Instead of sitting here confused tomorrow, I'll go find the person upstairs and ask for clarification. Thinking so, he lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. In his dream, his memories returned to his childhood days. On the mountain beside the clear lake, his master was fishing. At that time, little Tankar was just a child. He ran and called out, Master, Master. Li Yichuan turned his head slightly, frowning. What's wrong again? Little Tankar grinned, holding up a wild boar. I caught this one, can I eat it? Yichuan looked at the animal and calmly ordered, Release it back into the forest now. What's wrong? Isn't it delicious? Yichuan sighed, his voice calm. If I eat it, what will happen to its children? Little Tankar bowed his head in thought. Then he sat down next to his master and suddenly asked, "So my parents are also in the mountains?" Yichuan smiled slightly, his eyes filled with thought. "When you were a baby, I picked you up at the gate of the government office. Perhaps your parents had some unspeakable suffering, that is why they sent you here. So have you ever looked for them? Looked for them, but it didn't work." Seeing Tankar's absent-minded expression, Yichuan gently stroked his head and said in a gentle voice, "Don't be too sad. The world out there is much harsher than you think. Perhaps they also have hidden worries in their hearts. But isn't it fun to follow Master?" He suddenly forgot his sadness and turned to his master brightly. "If my parents sent me to you, then aren't you my father?" "Silly boy, I raised you. Of course I am your father. Then from now on I will call you father. Don't talk nonsense. Still call me master." In the command room of the Demon City, after listening to Han Longgui's explanation, the ninth master calmly replied, "I have a clear understanding of the situation of this project and will definitely do my best to complete it, even if it means having to work hard. However, with my status, am I qualified to participate in the development of the demon spirit props? Don't worry, I'll take care of the higher-ups, so you can rest assured and carry out the task. Understood? In terms of space magic in the demon spirit world, I'm afraid she's still the best. You're exaggerating. Later, please stop by the famous place that specializes in exploiting demon spirit props. I have long wanted to see them once." Han Longgui continued, "If you can lend a hand, they will definitely be very happy. This project is called Spirit Realm." "Spirit Realm, what an impressive name." Li Yiwen walked to the door and excitedly greeted, "Long time no see, my little dinosaur. Looks like the Demon City division gets in big trouble this time." Zhou Lang bowed his head and said, "Greetings, City Lord. There are no outsiders here. No need to be polite, but without order, society will be in chaos." He waved his hand towards Han Longgui. "Little dinosaur, do you remember me? How many times have I told you don't call me little dinosaur?" Han Longgui was furious and immediately pulled out his gun and shot straight at Li Yichuan. But with just a gentle wave of his hand, he cast a spell that made the bullets float in mid-air. "You're so angry it seems like the situation has gotten out of control this time." "Not simple, just a crisis of love," Han Longgui calmly replied as he put away his gun. "Perhaps even threatening humanity. Tell me what could put the human world in danger. Related to the Third World War, Fantian Seal. To be more precise, I want to—" Zhou Lang spoke up. "I don't have the authority to know about this. Please don't discuss it further." He turned and left. "Mingqi Division still needs help. I will take my leave first." Han Longgui looked on, his voice low. "Don't mind the rigid rules. Maybe you can help too." "Oh, well, humans and spirits can coexist peacefully, but rules are still important." Zhou Lang disappeared. Li Yichuan sighed. "Under the mountain is full of fighting. Still the temple is more leisurely." "Stop talking nonsense. Follow me. The superiors are still waiting for me to report the situation." 1980 meters underground. The scanner sounded confirming identity. Confirmed Han Longgui, Commander-in-Chief of the Demon City of Lusang, head of the secret sect of the sect Li Yixuan. Lighting system. "The secret passage is clear." Entering inside, Li Yichuan asked, "Tell me what exactly happened." Han Longgui replied, "You must also know that the central energy source of the Heavenly Seal is formed from the spiritual energy of our secret sect's founder. Ever since Yao Chengxi conducted the strength test, this energy index has not changed at all. But on the third day, Tankar entered the Fantian world. The energy index dropped to 0.01%, but immediately returned to its original state. Only I have the authority to check Fantian world, so my superiors sent me to call you here." After listening, Li Yichuan pondered. "This is really strange. The founder's secret method is eternal. No matter how much time passes, the spiritual energy inside cannot change. But this has nothing to do with little Tankar. Fantian seals are used to seal demon spirits, and can only block them from the inside out. Like little Tankar, he was identified as a human. Furthermore, his physical body was also human at that time, so he was able to escape. An ultimate magical artifact like the Fantian seal would not easily change just because someone invaded it. If we want to find out the cause, the only way is to observe the entity. He instructed, just stay still and don't wander around. Even though you're human, the powerful spiritual energy of the Fantian seal can still have an effect. Stand before Fantian seal. Li Yichuan began to perform the cultivation method. To activate the seal, as soon as it is opened, a powerful spiritual aura erupted. Standing from afar, Han Longgui had to struggle to keep his body steady. She raised her hand to block the dazzling light from the Fantian seal that shone on her face. This spiritual aura was terrifying. Even from such a distance, it still made it difficult for her to breathe. This was the first time she had seen the legendary Fantian seal with her own eyes. Li Yichuan slowly approached. His eyes glowed golden as he used the golden nether eyes technique to see clearly inside the seal. A moment later, he turned to Han Long. Guilongui, you immediately returned to the imperial capital to report. What's wrong? She asked worriedly. The sealing system in the Fantian seal has someone breaking the barrier. Although fortunately, the Fantian seal automatically repaired the damage, this situation cannot be taken lightly. Hearing this, Han Longgui couldn't help but be shocked. There is actually a demon spirit that can destroy the barrier of the Fantian seal. Li Yichuan said sternly, inform the imperial capital request the demon cities of the 12 states to enter a level 1 combat state. I will stay here to strengthen the barrier. Inside Fantian world, a spirit creature slowly rose from the crater. It stepped up, stopping at the edge. Look down, target taken. A voice rang out from outside Tong. Leo, prepare to act. You will be released within 2 days. At Xiaolu Yu's residence. He was sitting in the garden leisurely taking a puff of his cigarette when Tankar walked in. You're here. Please sit down. The door was ajar, seemingly waiting for him. The door is unlocked. Are you waiting for me? Don't talk nonsense. Suddenly the phone rang. He glanced at Tankar. Wait a minute. I'll answer the phone. From the other end of the line, a hurried voice rang out. Mr. Advisor, you finally picked up the phone. The chairman has been looking for you like crazy. When did you... Before the other party could finish his sentence, he coldly interrupted. Sorry, from now on, I will no longer work for Quanhee Group. Do not contact me. With that, he swiped the phone back and ordered grab it and throw it as far away as possible. A red bean demon immediately received the order, grabbed the phone in its claws, and flew away. Xiaolu Yu turned to look at Tankar, who was still standing still. I've never needed any electronic devices before, except for the phone, which is only used when there's an emergency. Furthermore, there are only 2 numbers stored inside, one for the boss and one for the second young master, but I don't need it anymore. Because you are my partner now. What is your purpose in approaching me? Xiaolu Yu narrowed his eyes and slowly replied. For one person has been relentlessly pursuing one thing all his life. Perhaps through you, I can access some information. I know you came here because of what I said last night. However, my divination ability can only gather a portion of the information. So I'm sorry, but given your physical condition, I can't give you an exact answer. However, if I have the chance to do divination again, I might know more things, Tankar asked. Now that I've given you a drop of blood, can you calculate it for me right now? He shook his head. Not right now. Slowly standing up, he continued. From last night until now, I've been calling you partner, because if you want to get more information from the broken code, you need to gain my trust. We must become true partners in the true sense of the word. Tankar snorted coldly. Fortune-telling is just guessing. I thought your methods were magical. With that, he turned and left. But before leaving, Tankar said, my attack last night wasn't something someone like you could easily endure. Take good rest these days. If you're not feeling well, go to the hospital for a checkup. When your wound heals, I'll have a new task for you. Returning, Tankar thought Master has tried his best to hide his identity. Right now, I can only temporarily believe this guy's words and investigate further myself. Late night at an abandoned factory. A drunk man accidentally stumbled here, he muttered. Why did I run to this place? I was bored to death just now. I can stay here for the night. Staggering closer, he suddenly saw 2 large bells floating in mid-air in front of the factory door. I think I drank too much. This thing is interesting. He reached out to touch the bell and sneered. It really is. If only there were some pretty girls now. The sentence is not finished yet. His body was instantly drained of life by the bell, shriveled up like a piece of paper and disappeared. Immediately after, a demon spirit appeared beside the bell. It muttered, "I never thought that such a desolate place would be visited by humans. Looks like I'll have to change my hiding place again." It smirked, "I really like the way your organization works." Suddenly the spirit realized that a stranger appeared. Immediately became alert, his voice becoming sharp. "Don't suddenly act so aggressive. I'm your new comrade." The demon spirit, Shu, and a one-eyed octopus led the cat demon spirit, Lu Yuan, back to base. The cat demon spirit looked angry. "You have embarrassed our organization. You were beaten so miserably by a new demon spirit with no combat experience." The demon cat curled its lips and replied, "Just a new demon spirit do we have to report to the king?" Hearing this, the spirit, Lu Yuan burst out laughing mockingly. "Wow, you look so small, but you have such a big mouth. I'm also curious how much damage your bells can do." The cat demon smiled faintly. "If it weren't for the king wanting to see you, you would probably have died out there." Hearing the name of the lord mentioned the demon spirit Lu, Yuan thought, "This person they are talking about really interests me." At the base, a loud voice shouted, "Report to everyone, this is the new spirit that the king wants to meet. The king has been waiting for a long time." A masked man who looked like a robot, carrying an object covered by a cloth, approached. A wolf-shaped demon spirit looked at the newcomer and smirked. A weak cat demon like this is also ranked as an A rank. Oh my, our headquarters really is lacking in talent. A pink-haired female demon spirit who looked like a squirrel entered. So our organization finally has a new member. The cat demon stood in front of them and counted with his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Your entire organization only has 7 members. It suddenly looked up and laughed. "Big brother on the roof. Your murderous aura is about to cut my neck. How long do you plan to hide?" A cold voice rang out from above. "You're thinking too much. I'm here to observe. If you don't pass the test, I'll kill you immediately." The person on the roof looked like a giant praying mantis, arms folded and looking down. The cat squinted slightly. "I've come to like this place a little." "Shu, don't keep the lord waiting." The robot demon spoke up. "It's fortunate that our headquarters has a Shu here. Otherwise, I'm afraid the chance to hear your majesty's charming yet majestic voice will be very rare." After listening to the surrounding movements, Shu reported back, "Within a 1-kilometer radius around here, there are no electronic devices other than a few stray rats, and no traces of humans have been detected." The robot spirit nodded, then turned to the object in his hand and said, "My lord, you may speak now." With that, he reached out and pulled the cloth covering the thing down. The monsters had been chattering away for a while now, and finally their leader appeared. The cat demon squinted and muttered, "Let's see who this mysterious person is." The towel was taken down. A frog-shaped phone appeared in the robot's hand. From within the frog, a voice rang out. "First time meeting you. Due to my identity as a special agent, please forgive me for having to use this method to speak to you. I am Bo, and I hope you can join us." Seeing this, the cat demon immediately responded. At first he was a bit angry and curious. The other party clearly did not show up, but used a child's phone to talk to him. But at this moment, on the contrary, he felt very interested. At least this proved that the other party was a cautious and considerate person. "All I need is a place to stay. I really like the way you guys behave here." "Oh, so that means you agree to join us. Tell me, what do I have to do to prove I'm eligible to join?" The voice on the phone continued. "First, I will introduce you to the minister of this group." He pointed to the right where there was a wolf-like demon spirit. "This is Panhu spirit, based on human ranks. He is a superior A class. Superior A class. A superior A rank isn't that strong," the cat demon smiled faintly. "You want me to fight him?" "Exactly. If you can kill Panhu, you will officially join. On the contrary, if you are killed, we will hold a solemn warrior for you." The night spirit. Panhu stepped forward to face the cat demon. "The king has given orders. I heard that after your resurrection, you have also reached level A. It's not bad to have a match with you." The cat looked around and asked, "Wait, your group only has 7 people. What's wrong? If there are only 7 people, then what is that red thing flickering behind the wall?" He pointed behind him. Pan Hu turned his head in surprise. What could have escaped his surveillance? Could it be Yao Chengxi's hidden master? In the split second he turned his head, Mao Yu immediately attacked, stabbing his hand straight into Pan Hu's stomach. Witnessing that scene, a pink-haired demon covered his face and sighed. Is the minister this easy to fool? Pan Hu shouted angrily. Killing also requires brain. You are just a stupid wolf. I intentionally did not stab your heart because I wanted to wait a little longer to tease you. The spirit cat had not yet enjoyed its victory when it suddenly realized. His hand was trapped in Pan Hu's body. Pan Hu growled, "Kill! You overestimate yourself. Only when we are equal in strength can we fight. You are not worthy to fight me." But reluctantly, "I can consider you a snack." The pink-haired demon spirit outside covered her face and muttered, "If the minister touches me, I'll be corroded immediately. I was hoping for a new teammate. What a pity." Realizing the danger, the cat demon gritted its teeth and cut off its corroded arm, quickly retreating. Pan Hu rushed forward and sneered, "Cut off your own hand to protect yourself. Do you think you can escape? Turn into white bones and make food for me." He grabbed the cat's leg, and in the blink of an eye, that leg was also corroded to the bone. At this moment, the cat demon was really scared. He originally thought that as A-level he could win. He didn't expect that A-level also had a division, and he was only a lower A-level, while his opponent was a merchant. Is the gap between these two levels that big? Pan Hu was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and he was just a kitten trembling in fear. In that moment, his mind was completely blank. Facing Pan Hu and his mighty aura, the only word that echoed in his mind was run. "You have 9 lives, right?" Pan Hu smiled evilly. "Then I will make you and me die right here." He roared, ready to tear his opponent apart. Although he lacked combat experience, when faced with the boundary of life and death, his instincts began to rise. He cut off his corroded leg and said to Pan Hu, "Just now, because I was overwhelmed by your aura, I forgot something. I just got new superpowers last night. Just think about it, you can't touch me at all." With that, his body turned into liquid. "Quickly back away." Pan Hu rushed forward. He curled his lips and smiled faintly, naive, just relying on this trick to escape. "If you want to run, then the battle is over." "No, minister, it's my job now." The grasshopper demon stood on the roof, his hand gripping the sword tightly, speaking. "Who said I wanted to run away? Now this game is just about to start." The cat demon revealed its true form, its eyes flashing with a sharp light. "Why didn't I realize this sooner? The first time I was killed and revived, when I just emerged from the void, I had the ability to liquefy. The second time I had my head cut off by a mouse ear. In my despair, I just wanted to reattach my head, so I had the ability to super recover. Then, when I fought with the mouse ears and big eyes, I died again. In the moment of resurrection, I wondered how to improve my fighting ability, and then my body could transform into any kind of weapon. I didn't expect the liquefied state to remain the same." Shu was surprised. "Really, this ability is too overpowered." The pink-haired demon looked up and sighed. Shu thought to himself with a thoughtful expression. "At first, I thought this ability would make him the key combatant of the second team. But I was too simplistic in my assessment. This guy is too cunning and warlike. If I keep him by my side, I'm afraid it will be a big disaster." According to what he said, every time he is reborn, as long as his wish is not too far-fetched, he can choose a superpower for himself. Moreover, he can also use strong opponents to train. He curled his lips and smiled coldly. "It's really interesting. But why do you need to say more? This has nothing to do with our war." "Related," the demon cat smiled faintly. His eyes filled with excitement. "Don't you feel that if we add this, our battle will be more interesting?" As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed his arm into a sharp drill. "This is the hardened weapon you spoke of, but relying on this alone to fight you is not enough. Even with my current strength, I am not your opponent, but guess what superpower I will have when I am resurrected next time?" He laughed then, without hesitation. "Use that drill to stab him straight in the head." "This crazy guy," the werewolf roared angrily. "He's too arrogant. Am I seeing things? Did he commit suicide?" Beside him, the spirit with the big bell shouted, "Minister, stop talking about martial virtue. Let's eat him before he revives." The werewolf frowned slightly, replying in a calm tone, "Such despicable actions are not my style." As soon as it came back to life, the cat demon immediately turned into liquid and rushed straight towards the werewolf. Saw the demon cat coming. The werewolf smirked and said, "You know very well that if I touch you, you will be swallowed. I don't need to guess what your new ability is. It's like mine, but not exactly the same." His body gradually grew larger. Waves of powerful aura emanated from him, and then he transformed into a giant, wolf little devil. "I will show you what real difference is. Come here." With that, the two immediately rushed at each other, their bodies rolling around. Turned into two giant spheres, one white, one red, colliding violently. Create strong air currents that spread around. The situation is extremely tense right now. Both of them possess the ability to absorb and were trying to swallow each other. Because of this, their spiritual energies constantly clashed, forming a giant ball of energy. This fierce antagonism makes everything chaotic. No one can clearly distinguish who has the upper hand. "Master Minister," the spirit with the big bell cried out worriedly, but a calm voice rang out. "You mischievous devil, you think too much. Minister Panhu is my confidant. Do you think I can bear to watch him die here? Just wait a little longer. He was once a tyrant standing above 10,000 people, Your Majesty. Please give the order. If you wish tonight, he definitely cannot survive." Two energy balls collided violently, digging deep into the ground. The werewolf appeared, clutching the white orb in his hand. The demon cat was knocked down, his face full of fear, lying on the ground. The demon cat no longer had any strength to resist. The werewolf sneered. It had exhausted all of the demon cat's spiritual energy. Unless it was revived once more, it would be difficult for it to continue fighting in a short period of time. Master looked at the cat demon thoughtfully, and then calmly said, "Sorry, I've already let you be an experiment once." Panhu heard this and replied, "You are too harsh." He turned to the cat demon, his eyes cold. "Your potential I have clearly seen, that your ability to revive can bring great benefits to our mission. You are qualified to join this team. Here I can ensure that your combat experience will become more and more seasoned. At the same time, I can also give you a safe place to stay." The werewolf stood beside the wild beast. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank the king for taking you in." The beloved cat lay on the ground, its body full of injuries, unable to get up. He clenched his fist. In his heart, he said, "Just wait when I get stronger. None of you will survive. I still have 4 lives one day. I will become the strongest person in the world." At Tankar's house, he walked closer to Xiaoran and Yaya and saw that they were both playing games. He looked at Xiaoran and asked softly, "Is your wound better now?" I can take on missions." "Let's put the mission aside for now. There's something more important right now." What's the matter? "Don't you want to be Yao Chengxi? Get some rest tonight. I'll teach you how to use your spirit tomorrow." Really, Xiaoran's eyes widened in surprise. "You're really lucky Tankar has never taken the initiative to teach anyone before," Yaya said happily. "Have I ever lied to you?" Tankar smirked. Then he turned and left. "I'm going to sleep. You two should go to sleep early after playing." On the way back to his room, he thought to himself, "Last night caused such a big commotion. If Master and Long Jai find out, it will definitely be very bad. It's best to temporarily avoid them for a while. If Xiaoran can become Yao Chenxi, I will be less worried. I just hope that no strong demon spirits appear in the next few days. Otherwise, it will be a big problem." Sholu Yu was meditating in his home at this time. The day before, he was seriously injured by Tang Cara. The wound was quite serious. Although his internal energy had reached the upper level, the injuries in his body would still need at least another week to fully recover. Hope no one will disturb during this time, still should calculate the luck. Having said that, he raised his hand to cast the fortune. Bad fortune, the tiger falls into a deep trap. The hexagram shows that he will not be able to stay in this city for the next 5 days, which is unexpectedly a very bad omen for Lusang. But it's okay with Tankar here. The problem isn't too big. Just wait 5 more days. On the side of the spirit group, after the demon cat was accepted, they quickly gathered in front of a frog-shaped phone. The group knelt down in unison, waiting for orders. From the speaker came the master's voice. "Mao Shan's sect master, Li Yichuan, has been detained. Now the second phase of the plan begins." This time the target was his closest confidant, Yao Chengxi's upper-level armor. The leader in the rankings, Tang Cara Rong Yuan, it's your turn. Hearing this, the pink-haired female demon named Rong Yuan excitedly exclaimed, "Is it finally my turn?" A beam of light shot out from the frog's mouth, turned into a strangely patterned sphere. The demon cat stared at the object curiously, asking, "What is this thing?" Rong Yuan smiled lightly, took the ball, and put it in his mouth to swallow. "I will use my life to ensure its safety." "Very good, take him to the designated target point. Thanks for your hard work." Master turned to another spirit and coldly ordered Tao Gui, "Go find another place to discuss the others. Just wait for orders. Let's stop here for today. Everyone has worked hard." Suddenly, Demon Cat stood up and asked in a serious voice, "If I have joined here, I should at least know what your purpose is." At first they intended to let Minister Pan Hu explain to him, but seeing that the cat demon was too impatient, Master calmly replied, "Okay, I'll tell you directly. Our goal is to purge humans from this world." He then instructed Pan Hu, "Please pay more attention to our new recruit. If there is any problem, help him understand clearly." Call ended. Rong Yuan shouted excitedly, "Finally we can carry out the next step of the plan. Let's move forward together for our ideal world." She quickly walked towards the werewolf. The cat turned to ask Minister Pan Hu, "You said before if there is any problem I can ask. So I want to know, how strong is the master?" Pan Hu frowned slightly and replied, "I advise you not to learn too much about the master. I don't know much about him either. But once you've been chosen by the master, you just need to obediently follow orders. If you can do that, I'll consider you a colleague. I guarantee that no one will dare to cause trouble for you again. Understand?" The cat demon nodded his eyes, gradually becoming thoughtful. Pan H truly had the demeanor of a general. His demeanor was decisive and strong. He looked at Rong Yuan and asked, "You are Rong Yuan, right? I have a question. What is the use of the pearl in your stomach? We are both teammates after all. Knowing the next step of the plan is not too much." A small-bodied demon spirit standing beside him heard this and immediately interjected, his tone filled with caution. "He just arrived. How can such an important matter be said so easily?" Rong Yuan just smiled softly, reassuring. "It's okay, the person Master chose is our teammate. I don't want to be a colleague with this kind of demon spirit." The demon spirit spoke angrily. Rong Yuan laughed, turned to the demon cat, and explained in a low voice, "Don't mind Xiao Tao. He may say things that are unpleasant, but he is actually very kind. I don't mind a short-legged guy." Hearing that, Xiao Tao immediately became angry. "Do you dare to ask again who has short legs?" Rong Yuan chuckled, rubbed his belly and continued, "All right, back to the main topic. The pearl in my belly is a treasure. It's called the Song Hu Ling. This is a special part of our body found in an ancient tomb after much difficulty. There are only 3 of them in the world. 3 pills. That's right. It has the ability to summon ancient-level demon spirits that are sleeping underground." The Meow demon was stunned. Ancient-level demon spirits mean they can reach S-level Rong Yuan. Nodded, to be more precise. It can reach the upper level of S-level. In short, it is extremely powerful. The cat demon asked in a low voice, "If it's really that strong when summoned, will it listen to our master?" Rong Yuan smiled mysteriously. "Our goal is not to control it, but to create chaos. Then our opponents will be exhausted or completely destroyed." The cat demon was silent. "Just for one person you came up with such an elaborate plan. Is that person really that strong?" Rong Yuan crossed his arms and slowly replied, "According to Shu's intelligence, our entire force combined is no match for him. As for his specific strength, Shu couldn't analyze it, but at least he wasn't as strong as the king." The cat demon nodded slightly, as if he had understood something. "Oh yeah, there's one more really important thing we need to talk about." Suddenly, a huge gust of air came. The demon cat felt like he was falling into a deep black hole. There was a giant mouth there ready to swallow him at any moment. Just when he felt like he was about to be swallowed, Rong Yuan patted him on the shoulder, made him wake up with a start. She smiled, "Sorry, I was just thinking about something unpleasant and accidentally released my subconscious. But remember what I told you just now, absolutely do not let it out. Master's ideals are more important than our lives. Whoever dares to hinder this plan, I will devour him without hesitation. I'm looking forward to you joining us. Hopefully it's not you. Come on, let's go into the city and take a walk. Master has already arranged a mission for me today. I'm really excited. Rong Yuan happily turned around and left, leaving the cat demon standing there alone. He was deep in thought. Unknown, face unknown. Strength, even his voice, was changed by audio equipment. He concealed his identity too perfectly. Even if I knew Boan's name, I wouldn't have any way to investigate. Such powerful monsters all submit to him. Moreover, their goal is to eradicate humanity from this world. It had been a long time since he had felt so excited. If I am a demon spirit, I will become the strongest demon. That Tankar will also be put on his prey list. He will definitely step on their corpses to become the new king of this world. Although his demonic breath is very weak, his murderous intent cannot be hidden. I advise you not to act rashly. Master can see through everything. He only helps you because you still have value. Be careful, or you will get burned if you play with fire. Suddenly, a deep voice came from behind. The demon cat turned around in surprise. Who are you? Where did you come from? Another voice said, This is Shu. We are all disguised as humans now, so it will be more convenient to act within the city. He was surprised. Is the disguise that realistic? Are the others also new? Shu frowned. Are you going or not? You're so slow. Rongyuan introduced each person in turn. This one is Pan Hu, our minister. The one with green hair is Mu Kei. The young boy in the red hat is Tao Gui, and the old man with white hair and a gloomy expression is Ye Xingzi. Rongyuan held out a small ball in front of the cat demon and continued, We just happen to have a spare one for you. This is a man-made device, an indispensable item for demon spirits to legally exist in this world. Master worked very hard to obtain it. Its name is Ling Nang. Just place it on your chest, and it will cover your entire body, helping you camouflage into a human form. But then she added, It's just that this spirit pill is female. I hope you don't mind. The cat demon received the spiritual energy that Rong Yuan gave him. In just a moment, he transformed into a beautiful girl. It's no problem being a woman is more convenient in many situations. Rong Yuan happily clapped his hands. That's good, let's go. Let's go into the city for a trip. She laughed loudly today. I must have a full barbecue meal. Currently, the department has a total of 8 demon spirits. Shu rested his chin in thought. For some reason, it still feels like something is missing. In a hidden corner above a large cargo crate, a one-eyed demon suddenly awoke. He asked sleepily, How long have I been unconscious? Where is everyone? Has the master finished the meeting already? He sighed sadly. The strongest person in the world has been forgotten like this. What are you still doing here? Meanwhile at Tankar's house, Xiao Ran, hurry up. His loud call echoed throughout the house. How annoying taking a bath so early in the morning. Here, here. The two of them went up to the second floor, downstairs. Yaya stood there cheering, Go sister, go sister. For the first time, Tankar allowed her to step onto the second floor. She could finally see his training ground with her own eyes. The door to the middle room was opened. Behind it was a large courtyard. Come in, he said. Xiao Ran hesitated, but then she was startled when she saw him disappear behind the door. She cautiously reached out to touch it. Feels like touching a cool wall of water. Stepping inside the site before her eyes left her stunned. Wow, is this an arbitrary space door? Are we in the suburbs? He shook his head. This is an independent space, I asked. Yi Yan Wu for a long time, and he finally agreed. Then he sent Zhou Lang to secretly create this space for me. I owe Yi Yan Wu a favor, so in return I left him a room to use when he comes to the human world. He turned to look at her and continued speaking. This space is 5,358 square meters wide, equivalent to a small city. There are only 2 ways to enter here either. I bring someone in, or I enter myself. Xiaoran was extremely surprised when he heard this. How could he create such a huge independent space just by casually? How powerful was that person named Zhu Lang? Not only that everything in this space can self-repair. I show you. Having said that, Tankar took off his sandals, strengthened his spiritual power, then threw them hard on the ground. A loud bang rang out. The ground was instantly broken into a deep hole. Just throwing a sandal created such terrible power, but who told him it was Tang Cara? She had long been used to this unusual power. Suddenly, Xiaoran realized that the ground, after being impacted, automatically restored to its original state. How about this custom training ground, isn't it cool? He put his hands in his pockets and smiled at her. Now I will teach you how to activate your spiritual breath. I'm ready, tell me what's the first step? Let me figure out how to teach you first. Hearing this, Xiaoran had a bad feeling. 1 hour later, lying on the grass, she sighed. How long has it been? Tankar is so strong. Shouldn't he know how to teach the use of spirit energy? I must quickly become the Demon City division. I can't keep living off of him like this. Even though she said before that until she became a Demon City division, she wouldn't receive any remuneration, just as her study expenses. But thinking back, other than dragging him out, it seemed like she had no ability to do the task herself. If this continued, not to mention receiving a reward, she might even owe him a huge sum of money. No, I have to quickly become independent and earn money. I don't want to owe him that much. Also, that woman, she will definitely regret abandoning her and her father. After a moment of thought, Tankar finally spoke up. She immediately sat up and asked anxiously, "Can we start studying now?" He shrugged. "I don't know how to teach, but I know someone who is very suitable to teach you." Xiaoran's eyes widened. "You also said you need to correct your teaching mindset." He scratched his head and laughed. "I suddenly remembered when my master taught me about spiritual energy. When I was young, I had already researched it myself. So actually, I had absolutely no idea how to cultivate spiritual energy. For him, this may seem like a completely normal thing, but for me, it's not." She began to wonder, I wonder who Tankar will find to teach me. Very soon after a man appeared before her, he handed her a white rose. Smiling and introducing himself, "I am Xiaolu, Yu Tankar's friend. I heard that the young lady wants to learn spiritual martial arts. I'm here to teach her." Tankar's friend was definitely not an ordinary person, she thought as she bowed her head in response. "I am Zhuang Xiaoran. I hope you can help me." The man in front of me looked elegant, polite, and very calm. However, for some reason, he still made her feel a little cold. Tankar looked at the two people introducing themselves back and forth and impatiently urged, "Hey, stop dawdling, hurry up and practice. You two take advantage of the time to study. I'm going out to play games." He waved his hand and leisurely walked away. Xiaoran was furious. This brat said he would teach me yet. Now he's running off to play. Shen Yushu gently said, "Sit down, let's begin. I will explain to you a little about spiritual energy." Xiaoran nodded slightly silently, listening to him speak. Simply put, spirit is a form of energy that flows throughout every corner of our body, just like blood. For ordinary people, longevity and health are closely related to it. She abruptly interrupted him, "But I once heard Tankar say that spiritual energy exists in the human body, but is sealed. Only those who are born with the ability to activate it, or through later cultivation, can use it." He nodded. What he said is true, but even if it is sealed, there will still be a small amount of spiritual energy circulating in the body. However, other than maintaining human longevity and health, it has almost no other effect. We can call it useless spirit, which is what you girls usually call soul. In the 17th century, a philosopher proposed a theory called the commentary key, also known as animism. Accordingly, even a stone or a tree root has a soul within it. Although this is just a philosophical argument, it can be used to compare with useless spirit. He reached out to Xiaoran. "Miss, can you give me that flower? Oh, here." Xiaoran placed the flower in his hand. He immediately absorbed all the spirit energy inside it. The originally fresh petals suddenly wilted. Take this flower, for example. When it was in the ground, it could grow for a very long time. But when I drained all its useless spirit energy, it immediately withered. He looked at Xiaoran and smiled. Miss is indeed very smart. She understood after only hearing it once. "You are praised." Xiaoran scratched her head in embarrassment. "You are too kind." Before guiding her to activate her useful spirit aura, he explained, "There are 4 stages to cultivating spirit aura. Fan Xilianzhu. Fan is a useful spiritual stimulant. Qi is the stage of controlling spiritual energy, serving the practice of cultivation. Lian cultivation process help develop personal ability. Zhu is the final step, where ability reaches a much higher level of training and upgrading." He continued, "We'll start from the fan stage. There's a way to help you activate your spirit breath faster. That is, I will transfer part of my spirit into your body, he said, and walked over to sit behind Xiao Ran. Because the density of spiritual breath in each person is different, the useless spiritual energy in your body will automatically reject my spiritual breath. Close your eyes and focus on eliminating all distracting thoughts. Don't think about anything else so you can easily feel the flow of spiritual energy inside you. Hearing him say that, Xiaoran suddenly felt a little worried. Why does it feel like those martial arts movies that teach internal energy? Can it really be trusted? Placing his hand on her back, he continued, "Remember, you must clear away all distracting thoughts and feel the flow of spiritual energy. Okay, I will try my best." As soon as he transmitted a bit of spiritual energy into her body, a sudden burst of power erupted from within Xiaoran. "Push him back." She turned her head in surprise. "Ah, why are you being thrown away?" He looked at her, his eyes filled with doubt. "If I'm not mistaken, that was a demon's breath just now. But she's clearly human. Why does her body contain such a strong demon's breath?" Although his injuries had not yet fully healed, the girl's demonic aura was enough to suppress him. This person is not simple. Xiaoran ran over in panic and asked worriedly, "Why are you vomiting blood? Did I hurt you?" He waved his hand. "Miss Zhuang is thinking too much. This is just an old injury. A few days ago I fought with Tang Cara. That brat didn't know how to use his strength and injured me. It has nothing to do with you." Then he pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Actually, I have something to ask. Do you know why there is demon energy in your body?" Xiaoran was slightly stunned. Didn't that lazy guy Tang Cara explain the situation to him? After a moment of hesitation, she decided to tell Xian Yushu everything. After listening to Xiaoran, he pondered, "Mummy, I've heard of it before. That's an S-class demon spirit, right?" She nodded. "That's right. And this also proves that there is a connection between you and Tang Cara, which can be called a karmic bond." She smiled shyly, and he quietly observed her. So she has a mummy hidden in her body. If she learns how to use her spirit energy, she might be able to borrow Mummy's power. This would be truly amazing. If she had that power, Tang Cara would definitely be able to become the ruler of the other world. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, "Miss Zhuang, consider yourself to have met with misfortune, but received a blessing. You are currently in a human spirit symbiosis body, so grasping the spirit's aura will be much simpler for you than for ordinary people." She was surprised, really. So how long does it take for a normal person to practice spiritual breath? He explained, "No one can practice on their own without the guidance of a master, and one must have extremely high natural talent. Otherwise, no matter how hard you try, it will take at least 3 years to achieve success." Xiaoran was stunned. "Then if I am a human spirit symbiosis body, then Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly saw him in tears. "Why are you crying?" Seeing Shen Yushu crying, she worriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe his tears. He sighed softly and slowly said, "Miss Zhuang has two demon spirit awareness in her body." Xiaoran's eyes widened in surprise. 2 demon spirit awareness. "That's right, you only sealed part of Mummy's consciousness, but the child's original consciousness remains." Hearing this, Xiaoran immediately thought of the child in the jar. "Perhaps you are talking about the faceless child I saw in my consciousness when I entered the old house." He further explained, "The ability of the blood-sensing monster can see fragments of the opponent's memories. Thanks to that, I learned of that boy's existence. His name is Su Ye Chao. He was betrayed by a close friend and became a mummy. I don't know exactly what happened, but I know the person who betrayed him is named Bo An." He continued speaking simply, "You girls can only seal Su Ye Chao's resentment, which is mummy. His original awareness was separated by an accident. While at the old house, he was probably possessed by some force that possessed her body." Then he bowed his head slightly, his tone somewhat apologetic. "I'm truly sorry, it was my fault just now. The Baghua's ability allows me to sense the other party's emotions, causing me to shed tears unconsciously." Xiaoran suddenly worried. "Then wouldn't my body be occupied by him again?" He reassured Miss Zhuang doesn't need to worry too much. If he wanted to take over your body, he would have done it long ago. In my opinion, his current state is hiding in her consciousness, not wanting to reveal himself. I don't know the specific reason. Hearing him say that, Xiaoran pondered and then came up with a hypothesis. Perhaps he had witnessed Tang Cara's power and was afraid of being destroyed or sealed again. He looked at her and smiled lightly. Miss Zhuang, don't worry too much. Everyone has their own destiny. The outcome between you and him will sooner or later have an answer. He paused for a moment and then continued slowly. This time I saw many different things during my divination. The deeper I delved into the other party's memories, the more I could only see fragments. But even so I see more. He looked straight at her, his voice low. For example, Miss Zhuang was born into a happy family, but then her father fell seriously ill. When he fell, your mother could not bear the burden and followed a rich man who abandoned you. Xiaoran was stunned. His hands clenched tightly. He continued. A few years later, her father passed away. She was left alone. Although she had many relatives, no one was willing to take care of her. All of them coldly turned their backs in the end. She was sent back to the mother who had abandoned her. Hearing this, Xiaoran was so angry that she lost control. Her hands trembled slightly. She went into mummy mode, screaming at him, "Shut up!" Seeing her like this, Zhen Yushu did not show any signs of worry. Instead, she smiled. Miss Zhuang, please forgive me. Everything I said was to help you absorb it faster. Xiaoran gradually calmed down. Only then did she realize she had transformed into a mummy form. He looked at her and slowly continued. It seems that I was not wrong. Now Miss Zhuang can borrow mummy's power and still maintain consciousness. Indeed, the power of the mummy comes from resentment. Now the lesson truly begins. Elsewhere, the demon spirit Rong Yuan was standing in front of an aquarium. Pensive eyes followed the schools of fish gliding in the water. Minister Panhu approaches. Yexingzi said softly, Yexingzi just received a secret report from Master ordering you to take action tonight. He turned around and continued, Don't stay here too long, we'll wait for you at the gate. Rong Yuan silently looked at the fish surface, as if to send a message to the fish inside. Wait a little longer. Turning back to Xiaoran when she heard Zhen Yushu mention starting to study, she immediately asked, I'm going to have to study in this mummy state, yes. Just now I intentionally provoked you into becoming a mummy. Did you feel anything special at that time? Xiaoran frowned slightly. How does it feel? Just anger and frustration. We are not talking about the mind, but about the body. She thought and then replied, If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten that when I turned into a mummy, I clearly felt a hot stream flowing throughout my body as if my blood was boiling. Hearing that, he laughed. If you feel a hot stream of air flowing throughout your body, that is demonic energy. She nodded, Yes, I feel my blood heating up. He was slightly surprised. Your blood also heats up. I thought you would only feel a little heat, but it seems your ability to sense things is much stronger than normal people. Maybe being influenced by mummy is very good. The next step is to feel the demon energy in the body, then lead it out close. Your eyes concentrate and imagine. It will take a little time, but it should be no problem for Miss Zhuang. Xiaoran took a deep breath. Okay, let me try. In less than 10 seconds, she was able to return to her human form, and the method she had just used had helped her learn. Fan opening her eyes. She excitedly exclaimed, I'm back. Zhen Yushu looked at her. His eyes filled with admiration. If you are well trained, you will definitely become an important strategic factor. He smiled. Congratulations, Miss Zhuang. Not only have you mastered the way to borrow mummy's power, but you can also quickly transform back into human form. Most importantly, you have mastered Fan. Xiaoran happily said, Really, it's the first time I feel like I'm hacking. It's so cool. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. At the port of Lusang City, Rong Yuan clenched the ball in her hand. Determined eyes, it's time for us to change this world. Having said that, she jumped into the sea, diving deep into the ocean amidst the dark waters. Her voice echoed with determination. S-class ancient demon, it's time for you to awaken. Don't let us down. Meanwhile, at a secret bar, the remaining spirits were gathered in a room. Come on, guys, let's drink up. A man holding a glass of beer shouted. The red-capped boy put his arm around another guy, the one-eyed demon spirit who was left behind at the base earlier. Gu Xiao, don't be so petty. We were just too excited and forgot about you just now. He laughed heartily and raised his glass. Congratulations, we have completed the second step of the plan. Seeing the minister sat there silent, another man placed a glass of wine in front of him and asked curiously, "Today is a happy day. Why do you look so gloomy?" The cat continued to speak. "Minister, let's just say we don't know each other. Have a drink with me," he coldly replied. "I don't know how to drink." The cat smiled. "It's okay, just chatting is fine. If you have something to say, just say it." He glanced around and asked, "Is it really okay for us to just swagger around in a human bar like this?" Panhu shrugged. "This bar is originally Master's property, and it is also our gathering place. Looking at this space, I can see how rich the Master is." He said indifferently, "So what? The place we need to go to tonight is also Master's property." Just then the Rongyuan spirit rose from the water. In front of her was a giant oil rig in the middle of the sea. The cat demon was surprised when he saw it. This rig must be worth several billion. He didn't expect the king to be so rich. But then he suddenly thought of something and asked in a serious voice, "Wait, if this is the place to summon the ancient demon spirit, then when it wakes up, won't this drilling rig be in danger? Isn't that the property of the king? Our purpose is to let people realize the existence of ancient demons. At that time, Yao Chengxi will definitely investigate. So we can push the entire responsibility of summoning the spirits onto humans. Once they see the construction of the oil rig as the cause, they won't let our real plans slip." The cat sneered. "This Boan is really smart. If the master has arranged everything so tightly, the minister should be happy. Why do you look so serious?" He frowned. "Master is always careful in his work, never making mistakes, but there is one thing I cannot understand." The curious cat asked, "What is it?" He said in a low voice. "Song Hu Ling has a total of 3 fruits. These fruits were collected with great difficulty by previous ministers. They are extremely valuable. This time we will use the second one. The first one was lost because some other ministers did it. According to the master's arrangement, no one knows the real purpose. Not long ago it caused a commotion in this city. Although the Love City has not been able to find any trace of us, the master's actions still make me worried." He wondered why summon an ancient spirit. Meanwhile at Tang Cara's house, "Brother, aren't you going to watch sister practice? She hasn't eaten anything all morning." Looking outside, it was already dark. He was surprised. It was that late. Where was everyone? As soon as he finished speaking, he entered the cultivation space. Tankar scratched his head and smiled wryly. "I was so engrossed in playing that I forgot." He saw the other two were still practicing, completely oblivious to his presence. He raised his voice, still practicing. "So diligent." Shen Yushu did not reply, just quietly opened her eyes. Shen Yushu smiled. "You're here." He glanced at Xiaoran and asked, "What's wrong?" "She ignored me when I teased her." Shen Yu explained softly. "She has learned the fan and is currently meditating and cultivating." He glanced at Xiaoran and asked, "What's wrong?" "She ignored me when I teased her." Xian Yushu explained softly. "She has learned the Dharma and is currently meditating and cultivating." He was stunned. "It's only been a day. I really didn't find the wrong person." He came closer. "Let me check." Having said that he used golden nether eyes to observe her body, sure enough, the spiritual aura within Xiaoran's body had undergone a clear change. The color of the spiritual aura had changed from green to yellow. Furthermore, she was able to gather the spiritual aura within her body without letting it spread out. He muttered softly, "I once heard my master say that even a genius would need several years to master this." Jian Yushu explained Miss Zhuang is originally a human spirit symbiote, so her ability to sense spiritual energy is many times stronger than that of ordinary people. So it's not surprising that it only took her a few days to master it. He sighed in relief. "That's good, but I'm not very clear about the matter of cultivating spiritual energy. What stage is she at now?" Shen Yushu replied, "Miss Zhuang has already mastered the first steps of the breath technique. Breathing technique. This is a unique technique of our sect. It helps to increase the speed of cultivating spirit breath." He looked at Xiaoran and saw that she was completely immersed in a state of meditation. She had entered a state of tranquility. Now all senses such as touch, taste and hearing no longer existed. Simply put, her current state was like existing in an empty space, undisturbed by any elements from the outside world. "Can you tell me when she awakened her powers?" 3 days is enough. Much faster than I originally expected. Luckily, I had your help. The dharma of this sect allows people to go without food or drink for a whole week. So let Miss Zhuang rest these few days. There is no need to bother her. Well, then I don't need to say more. Tap put his arm around Xian Wushu's shoulder and continued. Brother, you really helped me solve a big problem. I didn't expect that getting to know you would be so beneficial. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Xiao Dao looked at him half-jokingly. His current mood and state could be understood as our relationship taking a step forward, right? Hearing that Tankar got goosebumps and immediately retreated. If you want to improve our relationship, stop saying such creepy things. 3 days later, in the training space, Tankar asked Xian Yushu with concern, Is your method really okay? Why isn't she awake yet? Could it be that she's gone crazy? Don't be so impatient. At this moment, Xiaoran opened her eyes. Tankar happily shouted, Awake! Seeing the two people standing in front of her, Xiaoran asked in confusion, Huh? When did you come? Is it dinner time already? What dinner? You haven't eaten anything for 3 days, Xiaoran was startled. What I thought, I was just meditating for a while. So have I learnt, Lian? Can't confirm yet, need to check a bit to know. Miss Zhuang, you can try releasing all your spiritual energy. The answer will naturally reveal itself. Okay, let me try. Xiaoran closed her eyes, gradually releasing her spiritual energy. Whoa, she is imitating Fan. What power will awaken in the end? There is some anticipation. Tankar looked at her with eyes full of excitement. This aura can be felt. Perhaps the ability she awakens will be very strong. Although Miss Zhuang's talent is only average, the power of the innate spirit. Spirit depends on the spirit power. In other words, her spirit power is very outstanding. Being evaluated by Xian Yushu like this, Tankar was even more expectant. After releasing the spirit, Xiaoran still felt nothing. She turned to the two and asked, What's wrong? What happened? Quickly test to see what abilities you have. So does that mean I have awakened Lian? But why don't I feel any changes in my body? That's right, Miss Zhuang has awakened Lian. Usually once awakened, one's instincts will know how to use them. But I don't see anything. Let me try. Hurry, hurry! Tankar urged eagerly. Xiaoran closed her eyes. She raised her hand, but no matter how hard she tried, nothing changed. Frustrated, she collapsed. Why does it feel like I'm being teased? Tankar was even angrier than her. Are you teasing us? Stop joking, show us quickly. But I really don't feel any ability. Is my talent so bad that I have no ability? Shen Yushu pondered. As long as Lian is awakened, whether strong or weak, there will still be power. Miss Zhuang's telepathy is very strong. There's no way you can't use it. The only possibility is that you need a time catalyst. Looks like Miss Zhuang is hungry. Why don't we go eat first and then we'll talk about it later? I'm really impatient. Tankar sighed. In the evening, Shen Yushu asked Tankar, How is Miss Zhuang? She still hasn't felt anything. She kept blaming herself for being so incompetent, so she went to take a bath. But then Tankar turned to Shen Yushu seriously saying, Thank you anyway. No need to be polite as teammates. This is what I should do. Although we have not known each other for long, I think you are really not bad. However, being a strategist for the Quanhe group is not quite like your style, right? Looks like you're not as greedy as Xiaoran, huh? Is everything you do for that person? Who is that person? What is it that you've been pursuing? Sorry, but I can't tell you right now. When you trust me completely, you'll know. It's okay if you don't say anything as long as the person you're looking for isn't evil. As he turned away, Tankar said to him, I agreed to help you with this matter. I don't like owing anyone anyway. In the bathroom, Xiaoran Yaya and Xiaohei are bathing together. Seeing that Xiaoran looked unhappy, Yaya comforted her. Sister, don't worry too much. Your ability will definitely appear. Maybe I have to become even stronger. I don't want to be a burden in future missions. Xiaohei hugged her and said softly, Your perception is very sharp. I can feel that you are very strong. She suddenly lifted Xiaohei up high, happily shouting, Silly boy, maybe you've already felt something in my body. Suddenly Xiaoran felt dizzy. A shrill scream came from the bathroom. Tankar and Shen Yushu immediately rushed over. What's wrong? What's wrong? Has she awakened her ability? Yaya hugged Xiaohei tightly, anxiously ran out and said to Tankar, Brother, Tankar, something's wrong. She just disappeared. Just now she was playing with Xiao Hei, then suddenly disappeared without a trace. Could this be her new ability? I'm not sure either, but Yaya stammered. She's not dressed yet. I used golden nether eyes, but I didn't feel any sign of spirit at all. It completely disappeared. Tankar pondered for a moment and suddenly understood. I know Xiaoran must have awakened the ability to teleport. While taking a bath, she accidentally activated her ability and was teleported to another place. Wow, this ability is really cool, Tankar said with certainty, but it's just a guess. Xiao Dao has a different opinion. The possibility of Miss Huang awakening. Her spatial ability is very low because when a person awakens, they will feel the attributes of the ability themselves. Miss Zhuang is bathing. There is no way she would suddenly want to go to a strange place unless she is the willful type, like Tang Cara. Hearing this, Tang Cara suddenly felt guilty. What do you mean by that? Do you mean I'm the type of person who can run around naked? He was annoyed. Tell me, where is she? Xian Yushu shrugged. I'm afraid only Miss Zhuang can answer this question. Tankar held his head and sighed. If Sister Long knew that I lost Xiao Ran, she would definitely kill me. While everyone was still worried about where Xiao Ran had gone, she suddenly appeared in the bathroom. I'm here, she said weakly. Sister Yaya called out, but saw Xiao Ran stagger and then collapse. Tankar quickly rushed forward to catch her. When she woke up, Xiao Ran found herself lying on the bed. Around her were worried eyes, finally awake. The ability you awakened seems to be similar to Xiao Hei's, which is hiding. It's good that you're okay. Yaya breathed a sigh of relief. Hiding is hiding. Why did you hide from us, making us so worried? Tankar complained. Ignoring Tankar's reproach, Xiao Ran said brightly, I have the ability. It seems like the stealth ability isn't too bad. I hate these kinds of evasion skills the most, Tankar grumbled. Shen Yushu suddenly spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. I think Miss Zhuang's ability isn't simply stealth. Everyone turned to ask, can you tell us in detail about the process of feeling your ability? Yes, tell me again. Xiaonim looked at everyone with a bit of guilt. Sorry, Yaya, I didn't mean to tease you. It's okay, it's good that you're okay. Xiaoran nodded slightly and began to tell. While I was playing with Xiao Hei in the bathtub, I suddenly felt dizzy. So I decided to go out for some fresh air. As soon as I got a towel, I fainted. When I woke up, I was surprised to find that I had become transparent. I tried to return to the original state, but there was no way to do it. However, I felt like the spirit energy in my body was gradually depleting, so I tried to control it. Thanks to that, I was able to recover a little bit, even if it was only in a faint state. But as soon as I saw everyone, I lost consciousness again. The little monk seemed to have guessed Miss Zhuang's ability. It is possible that her ability is borrowed. Under the deep ocean, a salamander is sitting on the carcass of an ancient dinosaur. It uses a glowing orb to awaken an ancient demon spirit. It muttered, time to wake up. Elsewhere, Xiaoran curiously asked, what is borrowed power? Tankar nodded. That's right. I also find it strange that using golden nether eyes, I can't detect any signs. Just like Xiao Hei's ability, the activation condition might be coming into contact with a specific object. Yaya exclaimed, this ability is so interesting, you're so amazing. Everyone was in an uproar, each saying something that made Xiao Ran a little confused. Do you mean I can borrow other people's abilities? Tankar extended his hand towards her. Try it. Xian Yushu glanced at Tankar and asked jokingly, can you even borrow your ability? Tankar curiously approached and took Xiaoran's hand. So how does it feel? Xiaoran was startled, blushed, and quickly withdrew her hand, stammering, no, nothing. Tankar was disappointed. This borrowed ability still has to choose people, making me excited for nothing. Yaya excited, let me try. She touched Xiaoran's hand. Oh, your hair is turning the same color as mine. Can you control it? Yaya exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that Xiaoran could only borrow the power of the demon spirit, but after only a few seconds, she fainted. You fainted again, don't worry. It's just that Miss Zhuang doesn't have enough spiritual energy. When she woke up, Xiaoran asked vaguely, what happened? I'm so dizzy. Hora liftiu, Shen Yushu calmly explained. Indeed, my guess was correct. Miss Zhuang can borrow the power of the demon spirit. Moreover, it's not just one type, but multiple different powers can be used at the same time. The activation condition is direct contact with the opponent, and the usage time will depend on the amount of her spiritual energy. Tankar's eyes widened, so that means that as long as she touches the opponent, she will be able to obtain their ability exactly. Miss Zhuang fainted due to insufficient spiritual energy. Therefore, if she wanted to use this ability for a long time, she needed to practice to increase her ability to accumulate spiritual energy. But you also need to experiment more to see how much power you can hold at once, and how long you can maintain it. Yu Xiu continued to analyze. I came to this conclusion based on the following points. If this is a stealth ability, then when she first awakens, she cannot immediately disappear completely, but only become faint. Newly awakened people need time to practice to master the ability. Then I realized that Little Black has the stealth ability that Miss Zhuang had just played with before. This made me suspect that her ability was borrowed. Moreover, when testing it with Tankar and Yaya, the results further confirmed this hypothesis. Before Yu Xiu could finish his sentence, Tankar frowned and covered his ears. All right, knowing the result is enough. No need for a long explanation. Suddenly, Xiaoren sensed something unusual. She ran to the balcony. She looked into the distance and said seriously, I sense an extremely terrifying aura, probably an extremely powerful demon spirit. Hearing that, Tankar immediately became angry. He stomped his feet and scratched his head. Those hateful demons again. Why do they keep appearing at this time? I really want to rush over and beat them up. But then he sighed regretfully. Unfortunately, I can't go. If I leave here, I will definitely be discovered by Sister Long. Xian Yu Xiu reassured. Miss Zhuang doesn't need to worry. Even if a powerful demon spirit appears, someone will definitely take action to subdue it. Now that your ability has just awakened, the most important thing is to train more to control it well. He waved goodbye. I'm going home, see you tomorrow. After saying that, Xian Yu Xiu turned around and left to return home. You've worked hard. Go home and rest early, Xiao, Ran called out to him. As he walked, he thought, the tiger fall into a deep hall. Will it appear tonight? I really look forward to Tankar's performance. On the offshore rig, workers urgently announced close all hatches and vent valves. They lowered the crane and tied down all the tools and equipment on the deck. A worker stood on the rig and looked down at the sea anxiously. He wondered, what the hell is this storm? Wasn't there any weather warning? Suddenly something emerged from under the water, terrifying him. He screamed in panic. From the bottom of the sea, a giant stone man slowly rose. It emitted dry roars that echoed across the deep water. In the distance, the salamander spirit watched the silhouette of the ancient spirit. It had just awakened. It muttered, I didn't anger it. So why is it heading straight towards Lusang City? So strange. Or just a coincidence. At Yao Chengxi's command post, the red alert system rang out continuously. Han Longgui walked towards the command center. Her voice was serious. The situation has not been peaceful at all recently. The report from the system said, a giant demon spirit has just appeared in the sea, 90 kilometers from the city. It is heading straight towards Lusang City. The initial cause was determined to be that the construction activities of the drilling rig accidentally awakened the target that was sleeping at the bottom of the sea. The exact threat level cannot be determined as it has exceeded the highest threat level, S-class. Jinxie's face turned pale when she heard. That system means the danger level is higher than S level. Could it be that this demon spirit has at least reached S rank, Han Long? Gui said sternly, immediately notify the people in charge of the coastal areas. Tell them to inform the city residents that a major storm is coming. Within 2 hours, all coastal residents must be urgently evacuated. Jinxie took note of the order and quickly left. While running, she was worried Sister Long hasn't rested for 3 days. But no matter what happens, she is determined to stay strong. In the surveillance room, Han Long Gui ordered, calculate the target's moving speed. Predict the time it will arrive at the city. The system quickly returned results. The target's current speed was 40 km/h, expected to reach the city in 7 hours and 45 minutes. Looking at the countdown clock, Long Han Gui was filled with worry. Even if Yao Chengxi's entire army was mobilized, they wouldn't be able to fight at sea, and there definitely wouldn't be enough time to evacuate the residents. There is only one way to find a way to destroy or contain it. She thought for a moment and then decided to contact the Criminal Investigation Department, immediately requesting that Su Wei Tang send troops. On the head of the stone demon, a portal appears. Send the members of Su Wei Tang to the battlefield. Su Wei Tang is one of the 4 great halls of Demon City. They are responsible for ensuring security and handling dangerous spirit incidents in the human world. In addition, they also hold the secret technique of transporting the Heavenly Seal. Each continent has 6 teams with a total of 12 members. Each person is personally selected by the leader. Because of their special mission, they must wear bronze masks, symbolizing their status as savages. These warriors are not only the assistants of the sect masters, but are also known as the strongest force in the Demon City. 12. Sarvis appeared from the teleportation gate, standing right above the giant demon's head. One of them spoke up. I was wondering why we were all summoned. It turns out that this thing is so huge. It must be an ancient demon spirit that has been dormant for millennia. One guard spoke up. Should we test its strength first? Another shook his head. No, if we anger it, things will become more difficult to deal with. Ninth brother tried to approach him and behave properly. The person called Ninth brother is named Su Zhe. He flew closer to the spirit. He spoke calmly. I don't know who woke you up, but please return to where you belong. I promise that from now on, no one will bother you again. However, the demon spirit did not react at all. Keep moving forward. Su Zhe frowned. It seems this is an unconscious demon spirit. If so, then I've offended you. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his shield to block the demon spirit's advance. A huge force came, causing the sea surface to shake violently. Notice someone blocking the way. The stone spirit immediately raised its fist and swung it down. Boom! Su Zhe was knocked away. When he turned back to his teammates, he frowned and said, Your technique couldn't even block one of its attacks. I'm afraid other attacks won't be effective either. A guard pondered. Its size is so huge if we want to seal it with the heavenly stems and earthly branches. How long do we need to maintain it? If someone cooperates, 1 minute is enough. Another spoke up. The order from above is to surrender or exile. Looks like exile is the only option for now. A guard nodded. All right, I will announce the battle plan and assign tasks. The younger sister used her magic to make the opponent lose consciousness for a few seconds. The 10th brother's duty was to protect the younger sister. 5th brother, take care of controlling the demon spirit's left arm. 4th brother will take care of the right arm. 9th brother, when I finish the technique, you must immediately use a shield technique to block it. Big brother, you need to direct the remaining energy. Let's try to block it together. Sister Ming. 6th brother, 8th brother, 12th brother. You guys help the 7th brother use the 12 earth fires to create the final blockade. The 3 layers of blockade must be set up simultaneously. As long as we can imprison it for a minute, we can complete the exile. As soon as the order was received, all the guards acted simultaneously according to their assigned positions. Fight with ancient demons. The little sister flew straight towards the demon spirit. She began to cast magic. An illusory scene appears. The ancient demon stopped slightly when he saw the little sister in front of him. But in the blink of an eye, it swung its arm to grab her. 7th sister coldly said, Your filthy hands are not worthy to touch me. Immediately she waved her hand, created a rope of excess strength tightly wrapped around the demon spirit's arm, preventing it from attacking. Su Gong recklessly exerted his strength, increasing the suppression. He frowned. Its force is too strong. But maybe little sister is about to complete the 7th technique. Realizing her arm was being controlled, the demon spirit immediately waved its other hand, preparing to counterattack. 4 brothers. The 4 guards immediately flew up, swung the sword straight into the demon spirit's remaining arm. From his sword, a giant ancient tree suddenly grew. Grab the opponent's arm and dig it deep into the seabed. Don't tie it at all. 7th sister shouted, 5th brother, 4th brother, you guys hang on a little bit longer. Just a little more time and we'll put it to sleep. Suddenly, a powerful stream of demonic energy shot out from the demon's mouth. 10th brother rushed straight towards that 7th sister, blocking her gathering strength to tightly wrap around that demonic aura. Little sister, don't be afraid, your 10th brother is here. He looked down at the demon spirit and smiled faintly. You don't take the main road, but you like to wander around the world to show off. Stop pretending, his voice dropped, his eyes cold. If my little sister loses even a single hair, I will kill you. This stone man's attack is too slow, just wait for death. Another guard urged little sister, hurry up quickly, finish your cry for help. As soon as the little sister heard this, she immediately shouted, 10th. Brother, quickly save me. Good. The 10th brother swung his sword and cut off the demon spirit's attack. Thank you for your hard work, 10th brother. 10th brother calmly replied. The technique went smoothly. It should be able to put it to sleep in about 10 seconds. No, little sister is the one who has to work the hardest. The demon spirit gradually closed its eyes. Fall asleep. Now it all depends on 9th brother. The man called 9th brother soared high, flying straight towards the top of the demon spirit's head. He brandished his saber, his voice resounding. Now it's your turn to awaken. The Devil's Court. The giant rotating sword. Transform into large shields surrounding the demon spirit, gradually creating a giant cage. Swallow it inside. From afar, Han Longwei observed the entire situation through a drone approaching the scene. She asked impatiently, how long until the reconnaissance machine arrives? An electronic voice replied, estimated to be about 3 minutes. Han Longwei clenched his fists and thought, if even they fail, the consequences will be dire. The population of Lusang City had increased too rapidly in just 8 hours. A complete evacuation was impossible. If they failed, not only would it lead to casualties, but it would also expose the existence of the demon spirit. Once that happens, the human world will definitely fall into chaos. Suddenly a voice rang out. Sister Long, I have good news. Jingxi rushed in, panting as she spoke. Can I come in, Han Long? Gui nodded. Please come in. Zhou Lang walked quickly over, nodded slightly and said, I just happened to meet Miss Jingxi. Hearing this, I have a way to buy more time for everyone. Long sister asked curiously, you mean the spirit realm plan is complete? Zhou Lang shook his head, not yet. But within 8 hours, it is absolutely no problem. I have finished everything that needs to be done, just waiting for the final test. He continued to explain, I also considered the opponent's enormous volume. Even if the spirit domain could be completed in 8 hours, the distance between it and the city was still too close. It would definitely be discovered before completion. Therefore, I asked Jingxi, and learned that within Yaochengxi, there was someone who possessed the ability of mist. He can create a thick layer of fog covering the entire area around the demon spirit, reducing vision to a minimum, helping us avoid being detected. Han Longwei pondered for a moment, then nodded. This way too? Zhou Lang, you've worked hard, it's nothing. You possess the foggy ability that Jingxi mentioned. If I remember correctly, you should be Yao Chengxi's top rank Zhang He Han Longwei. Immediately ordered. Contact him immediately. All current work is suspended immediately. Go to Luoguang area to receive orders. Understood. Jingxi nodded. But before leaving, she suddenly asked Sister Long, I have a question. That ancient demon spirit has such a great threat level. Why was the order given to Chevet not to destroy it, but only to advise it to surrender? Han Longwei slowly replied, did you notice this detail? According to information from the offshore drilling platform, that demon spirit has never actively attacked humans. That means it is an enemy of both of you. It is still not determined whether it is an ancient spirit. Perhaps it has existed since before we humans appeared. All lives are equal. We have no right to decide their life or death. She continued, Yao Chengxi's mission is to protect humanity. But don't forget we have another mission, which is to maintain peaceful relations between humans and demons. Jingxi thought silently for a moment, then nodded. I understand, Sister Long. I will call Zhang He right away. Han Longwei sighed softly, thinking to himself now, at least we have a second battle plan. If the spirit domain can be completed, then our third plan can also be implemented. She chuckled, King of Destruction. Tankar will be very happy. But then she lowered her voice, still hoping that Savati can persuade him to succeed. Situation on the side of Savati. After successfully sealing the demon spirit, a Sravasti shouted, He's here! Now it's time for us to act. He drew his sword. A stream of blue aura emitted from the blade. spreading through space. From that stream of air, a giant jellyfish emerged, slowly transmitted the spirit of love towards Shravasti, who was standing in front of him. Big brother, I can feel that my demon spirit is increasing. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and shouted Su Gong. Wow, third brother is about to use a cool move. Third brother is really awesome. Boss, quickly charge me up. If I have enough energy, I can also use such a cool move. The guards below cheered in unison. From the sky, a stream of molten metal that looked like lava poured down. The metal frame that was holding the demon spirit was covered, forming a sturdy tower. Wow, third brother is so cool, little sister. I'm not bragging. Big brother, quickly charge me as long as I have energy. I can do it. It's our turn to act now. The remaining guards immediately cast their magic. Heavenly stems and earthly Bramses lock, 5 metal spheres appeared around the tower, forming a 5-formation barrier, reinforcing another layer of seal, trapping the demon spirit inside. Success, third brother, come back and have a good time. Our 3-layer blockade can definitely hold it back, let alone a moment, even if it's just time to drink a small cup of tea. It won't be able to move. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon spirit inside suddenly woke up. A huge wave of demonic aura violently erupted from the cracks. Seventh brother, be careful. The warning screams. But still one step too late. A ray of demonic light from the demon spirit shot out, cutting off one of the 7th brother's legs, sending him flying away. It struck again. Old 9, you're closest to old 7. Quickly take him out of here. Got it. The 3 layers of sturdy seals still couldn't withstand a single blow from it. It seemed like this mission had failed. The demon spirit easily broke the barrier but did not continue to attack Savathi. But it calmly headed towards the city. What is it aiming for? Looking in the direction it was going, a guard spoke sternly. Everyone gathered 1 or 2 guards and immediately joined forces. Old 7, hang in there. Old 6 will heal you. Don't worry, I've stopped the bleeding. You won't die. Old 6, the fool with great magical talent, immediately drew his sword and created a magical healing force. Under the influence of magic, the 7th brother's legs gradually grew back, but he has no pants to wear. The 2 guards hurriedly covered the little sister's eyes with their hands. You pervert! Quickly cover your eyes. Old 7th, the little sister is still here. He wasn't embarrassed at all, still boasting, we're all brothers who grew up together. What's the big deal about seeing each other a little bit? Old 9th frowned, threw him a coat, cover it up. It's disgusting to look at. Is that okay? So anyoing, Han Longwei said in a low voice. How is the battle situation? They advised the goods to fail. The sealing was also unsuccessful. If we want to destroy it, we are not sure we can complete it, but we can at least risk weakening it, buying time. The 3rd elder, who had directly confronted it, spoke up. I have gathered some information. Its attack and defense power far exceeds its armor level. If we rely solely on our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for much longer. Furthermore, it has yet to reveal its full strength. A demon spirit of this level, perhaps only the sect master, can deal with it. Han Longwei pondered for a moment, then ordered, everyone has worked hard. Let us think of a way to deal with this. You guys return immediately. Jingxi stood beside, looking at the countdown clock. Savathi has bought some time. How is the coastal evacuation situation? Just received the report. Everything is still going smoothly. There should be no problems within 2 hours. Fortunately, the coastal area is quite sparsely populated. Mostly the red docks and construction sites are easy to evacuate. But what about the city area? Shouldn't it be evacuated first? Han Longwei explained, the mummy incident has caused a lot of suspicion in the past. If we order an evacuation now, I'm afraid it will cause panic. The construction site suddenly disappeared. More than 100 people are missing, while more than half of the city's population fell into a coma for unknown reasons. Although the financial group has used the media to spread fake news and control public opinion, if this time the entire city had to be evacuated, not to mention the losses caused by the panic, there would definitely be people who would start to doubt. This time, no matter what method we have to use, we must subdue the ancient demon spirit outside the city. I understand. I will go contact Tang Cara. There's no need to rush. That guy's destructive power is not inferior to that of an ancient demon spirit. Wait until all the coastal residents have been safely evacuated before reporting to him. That's right, Jingxi smiled and shook her head regretfully. It's just a pity that according to the contract, the sect master is not allowed to use any abilities in the human world. If not, my attribute booth can definitely help everyone. Don't worry, Sectmaster Zhou has been helping us a lot. As for matters related to the human world, let us handle them ourselves. Yes, although the current covenant still has many unfair points, it is necessary to maintain a peaceful coexistence between the two sides. As long as no one violates the boundary, humans will not come to the demon city to bother us. Zhou pondered. No one wants to witness the scene of suffering, but fortunately there is a mixed road. I'm somewhat relieved. That kid is more troublesome. An hour later at Tang Car's house, Xiaoran crossed her arms, her voice full of anger. Hey Tang Car, can you not change your clothes in front of girls? This is my room. My things are here too, but at least you should have given me a warning. Don't just quietly strip like that. Girls are so troublesome, I don't care. So what do you care about? So you're at a disadvantage. Xiaoran was angry and didn't bother to argue with him anymore. Seeing him about to go out, she asked, Wait in the middle of the night, where are you going? He smiled mischievously. Hey Jingxi, just texted me to wait for Sister Long's call. It seems like a really powerful demon spirit has appeared this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Car's phone rang. Xiaoran also ran over and asked curiously, What's wrong? Did something big really happen? Hello Sister Long, are you looking for me? Yes, but first I need to confirm one thing. Is Mummy in that female student's body still safe? Don't worry, it's completely stable. Xiao Ran has already learned the spirit's aura and can also freely use Ren Xiao's abilities. What, you've already grasped the spirit's aura? Han Longgui was surprised. Her matter cannot be taken lightly, I know, but don't worry, I guarantee she is completely safe. I also understand very well that if I accept the mission, the mummy in Xiaoran's body will be in danger. Last time, because of this, more than half of the residents of Lusang City almost lost their lives, so I absolutely wouldn't dare joke with Sister Long. Hearing this, Xiaoran suddenly fell silent. Although she was not the one who directly caused the incident, many lives had been threatened because of her existence. In Yao Chengxi, she had always been considered a potential danger. Seeing her sad expression, Tankar suddenly had an idea and said to Han Long Gui, Wait Sister Long, I can join this mission but on one condition. Please let Xiaoran compete in this year's Continental Championship. Hearing this, Han Long Gui pondered for a moment and then replied, All right, I will report to my superiors. This matter probably won't be too difficult, but we have to wait until after the mission is over. You should bring her to the headquarters high-level meeting to decide later. I understand, as long as Sister Long guarantees that everything will be fine. After that, Tankar resolutely hung up. Tankar looked at her and said seriously, It's done. I have to go meet that guy. She asked worriedly, What happened? Why do you have to bring this up again? Master, I once taught you that you must keep your word and keep your promise. I have agreed to something with you, and I do not intend to take this opportunity to back out. Otherwise, Sister Long will be in a very difficult position in the future. Listen to these words. She suddenly felt reassured. This guy may be a bit silly, but it's his sincerity and consistency in words and actions that make others feel trustworthy. On the side of the ancient demon, it had crossed the sea and was advancing towards the mainland. Just discovered the appearance of Tang Cara. It immediately took the initiative to attack. Deliver the fatal blow. Dare to use your big move on me, then I won't be polite anymore. Tang Cara laughed and immediately counter-attacked. He threw a powerful punch, causing the demon spirit to be knocked back. Wait, Sister Long said it was a very strong ancient demon spirit. Why does it look so weak? Lost all interest. Just then, Han Longgui's voice rang out Tang Cara. He immediately broke out in a sweat. Didn't I tell you to wait for my command when you get to the scene? But it attacked first, and I just reacted naturally. It was not me who initiated the attack at all. Han Longgui had a headache looking at the scene before him. But because of you, the ecosystem here has been severely affected after the evacuated people return. How are you going to explain this? She growled angrily. Suddenly, a warning sound came from the intercom, crystal falling. Tankar scratched his head and smiled wryly. Now I regret calling you. Look down below. He saw the demon spirit slowly sitting up. He smiled. It seems that the ancient demon spirit is not so easy to defeat. Hurry up and come here. Suddenly, an emergency signal rang out from the loudspeaker. Data update target speed is increasing. Current prediction 300 km/h. If it keeps this speed, it will reach the city in 43 minutes. Han Longgui immediately ordered Zhang He deploy the fog screen now. She then quickly contacted the famous person. How is the progress of the spiritual domain if it is not completed within 30 minutes? We can only let Tankar take action. But if that's the case, the existence of the demon spirit can no longer be hidden. Hearing this, Julang fell into deep thought. Suddenly thought of something. He immediately ran away quickly. I have a way, give me 10 minutes, I will be right back. Sister Long immediately shouted, hurry up and chase after him. We absolutely cannot let Sectmaster Julang do something so shameless. If Sectmaster uses his abilities in the human world, heavenly punishment will immediately come down. I know Jingxi did not hesitate any further and immediately chased after him. Han Longgui stood there. Longhair worried if Julang really uses space magic to deal with this ancient demon spirit, heavenly punishment will definitely come down. Heavenly punishment is the second protection mechanism established by the ancestor of the Taoist secret Guangchengzi to protect the human world. At that time he had two great mounts. One was the Tang Cara, a creature that could swallow everything, and the other was the Hai Guo, a creature that could see through everything from afar. The sea fruit has transformed into a heavenly punishment pearl, continuing to protect the human world. It was created to restrain the 10 strongest sect masters of Langting Demon City. They all swore that if they used magic in the human world, the heavenly punishment continent would immediately punish them. Once the oath is broken, no matter where in the human world, heavenly punishment will descend. Furthermore, the injuries caused by heavenly punishment are only aimed at the sect master. No one can avoid it. Jingxi chased after Julang closely and asked loudly, Sectmaster, where are you going? Julang did not turn back, only softly replied, Sorry, Miss Jingxi, I don't have time to explain to you now. A thought suddenly flashed through Jingxi's mind. Could it be that his destination is... Right then, Julang had already arrived at the door of Ming Shixi's mansion. He quickly called out, Xiaomei, open the door. The door immediately opened. A little girl rushed out. Jumping into Julang's arms, she happily shouted, Lord Julang, my master, and I have shortened the time to complete the spirit realm by half. Quickly praise me. Julang hugged the little girl, his eyes filled with affection. Xiaomei turned to wave at Jingxi. Sister, Jingxi is here too. Hello, Xiaomei. Jingxi smiled slightly, but there were still countless worries in her heart that could not be answered. The sect master looked at Xiaomei and nodded slightly. You did well, but the situation has changed. Joling said our original plan was to maintain the spirit realm for more than an hour, but this time Tankar is on a mission. Xiaomei confidently replied, If Lord Julang is here, then he must have a way. Let's take a chance. The little girl turned to Xiao Gei. The situation is extremely critical. We must speed up tenfold. Jingxi bowed to the elders. Joling said our original plan was to maintain the spirit realm for more than an hour, but this time Tankar is on a mission. So try adjusting the duration down to 5 minutes, so Tankar can easily subdue the target. An elder wondered, but Lord Julang, the spirit realm is very unstable right now. We are not sure we can control it. Xiao Ge spoke up worriedly. You should be fine with it, but Julang reassured him. Don't worry, I don't use spiritual power. I can still complete this, but I'm not good at human science, so I need your help. He continued, I will monitor the changes in the spiritual energy. You just need to adjust the quantity. If the energy is stable, modify the time parameter. If not, I will remind you to reduce the energy level. Little G nodded. Do it quickly, I will adjust the parameters. Master, please check the stability. As soon as he finished speaking, an elder suddenly nodded off and fell asleep. Xiaomei shook him gently. Master, wake up. Your old illness is coming back. Julang smiled. It's okay, just wait a moment, Jingxi explained. You're all over 105 years old, this is understandable. After a while of operation, Xiaomei announced, Energy operation is stable. all indicators are normal. Zhou Lang confirmed, very good, the time has been prepared. One of the elders also nodded. All right, let's begin. Jingxi looked at Zhou Lang worriedly. Master, what if it's not finished in 20 minutes? Zhou Lang said in a low voice, if it can't be completed within that time, I will deal with the ancient demon myself. My sacrifice alone can save the lives of countless people. Even if I am punished by heaven, it is worth it. On Yao Chengxi's side, Zhang He received a call from Jing Li. He asked, Jingxi, can we start? Jingxi replied, okay, understood. From Zhang He's mouth, a thick fog gradually covered the entire Lusang city. He was shocked. What's going on? At the same time, the ancient demon spirit rose up. Speed towards the city. Tankar still sat on its head, waiting for orders from Hanlong Gui. He was impatient. What are we waiting for? This is so boring. Nai went down below. Tankar muttered, if you don't have a brain, even if you get beaten, you should know how to run. If you have a brain, why do you keep rushing forward like this? He frowned. As long as I don't do anything, it won't do anything either. So where does it want to go in the end? The city gradually appeared before our eyes. Tankar turned to Hanlong Gui. Sister Long, the city is right in front of us. What are we waiting for? Keep waiting. She called Jingxi, Jingxi, how much longer? From the other end of the line, Jingxi's voice rang out. It was a success. She happily announced, I have dispatched drones to support Tang Cara. Hearing this, Zhou Lang smiled lightly. Jingxi hesitantly asked, then why didn't you tell me in advance? Zhou Lang explained, because this operation is extremely dangerous. Just one small mistake, the entire Yao Chengxi headquarters will be damaged. Jingxi nodded. It's true that Master Zhou Lang has always been calm. If something really happens, do you have a plan to deal with it? Zhou Lang was determined if there was an unexpected situation, I would use spatial magic to transfer the energy so no one would get hurt. Zhou Lang smiled in response. Your life is also very important. Jingxi was angry. Meanwhile, Tang Cara was sitting on top of the demon spirit's head. Then a drone brought him a cube-shaped object. He took it and asked, what is this? This is a spirit domain, a prop that was just invented by the famous Spirit. It can create a stable space of nearly 400 kilometers, but due to the need to speed up the production process, currently it can only last for 5 minutes. So you have to solve the target within that time. Just press this round button to activate it. Tang Cara opened his eyes wide, the light reflecting off of him filled with delight. Isn't this a miniature version of the practice room? Is this magic transformation? From the circle in the sky, a humanoid demon gradually appeared. It had 2 large horns, and its entire body exuded a powerful aura. Tang Cara crossed his arms and curled his lips, saying, is there a need to be so dramatic about just transforming? The spirit that just appeared is Yue, god also known as the God of Mountain, an entity with power far surpassing the upper S-class. Tankar looked at his opponent with eager eyes, a bit slow, but he doesn't seem weak. Yue god raised a finger. Toss into the air. Immediately from underground, a giant mountain arose. Rise straight towards Tankar. He was surprised. Oh, can you still control the great destruction? Before he could finish speaking, Tankar received a punch from the sky from Yue God, causing the newly risen mountain to be crushed. He was knocked away but laughed dangerously. I've waited so long for this moment. Finally, I can have a decent fight. Tankar clenched his fist, cracking his fingers. Thunderbolt 4. Thunder Shadow tightens. He rushed forward at breakneck speed, but Yue God remained still. Just a gentle wave of the hand blocked the entire attack. Tankar frowned. Can you block everything? Then let me try harder. He turned around and threw a hook kick straight to the mountain god's chin, made his head split open. Looking at the enemy standing motionless, Tankar muttered softly, did I go a little too hard? But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Yue God suddenly emerged from underground from behind. Bang! A powerful punch straight to Tankar's back sent a loud thud. He stood up, brushing the dust off his body, his eyes shining with excitement. You can transform. Well, your speed is on par with mine, and you can even merge with the ground to change your shape. Your fighting spirit is also far beyond my expectations. You are stronger than anyone I have ever faced. He smiled excitedly. Looks like I have to enjoy this battle for the remaining 4 minutes. From underground, a giant stone arm suddenly rose up, rushing straight towards Tankar. He quickly dodged and smiled faintly. You want to harm me again? He threw a punch, breaking the stone arm. But immediately from behind, Yue God rushed in, punched him to the ground. Underground, a series of stone arms rose up, launching consecutive attacks. Tankar jumped up high, his eyes cold. You absolutely won't stop, right? Then let's see who is more durable. Before he could react, he suddenly found himself trapped inside a giant stone ball. He tried to strike, but the ball was so hard that it did not budge. Outside, Yue God raised his hand to grasp the air crack. The stone ball immediately contracted, squeezing Tankar inside. A voice rang out from within the ball, "Is that all?" Then he burst out laughing. To make this battle more dramatic, I also don't mind telling you a secret. I have the golden incarnation curse on me. All those attacks just now were like scratching an itch for me. He shouted, "Use something stronger." With that, Tankar shattered the stone ball, his sharp eyes looking towards Yue God. Don't tell me you only know how to play these tricks. Quickly show off all your skills. Yue God did not reply, just coldly rushed forward, launched a powerful blow at him. Tankar looked amused. This move looks much cooler than the rock just now, and it's also combined with fire. That's quite creative. Then let me test how powerful it is. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his arms to directly receive the fire tornado that was rushing towards him. Suddenly, a crack appeared on Tankar's body. My golden incarnation seems to have been broken. He was thrown very far away, fell on a house. Standing up, he looked at Yue God and said, "You have some skills, you can even break my golden incarnation. But golden incarnation is just a shell I myself possess. Golden seal skin. Too bad you can't hurt me yet. Let me tell you, it's 3 times harder than golden incarnation. I don't know if you understand, but if there's no other way, let me end this match." Yue God continued to attack him with terrifying force, like a missile flying straight towards Tankar. He raised his hand to block his vision and smirked. This move looks pretty cool. The force of the attack was so strong that it caused all the surrounding houses to collapse. The ground cracked, forming a giant deep hole. From the pit, Tankar flew up and smiled faintly. It seems that more than half of your spiritual energy has been consumed. Then my goal has been achieved. This battle should end now. The 5 thunders cannot completely destroy you, but if I use the 6 thunders and 7 thunders, I am not afraid that I cannot break this semi-finished space. When you shrink, your power is formidable, can confront my fastest 4 thunder form. Not only are you strong, you are also very cunning, making me not sure I can defeat you in 5 minutes. So I came up with a plan. Suddenly a gash appeared on the ground. What did it do just now? As soon as it hits the ground, Yue God's arm recovered quickly. So this is why it's in contact with the ground. This seems a bit troublesome. Yue God stomped on the ground, launched into the air but suddenly stopped. Tankar narrowed his eyes. Why don't you run anymore? At that moment, Yue God's entire body began to transform. A hard fossilized shell covers its body. Tankar curled his lips. You still have a trump card, concentrating your internal core power on your entire body. I don't need to guess to know this is your armed form. Are you planning to fight me? Yue God immediately rushed to attack. Tankar quickly dodged, but as soon as the blow missed its target, Yue God continued to dive straight to the ground. What are you doing? Can't fight, so you run away, burying into the ground. Just in time to see Yue God burrow into the ground. Then right on the roof where Tankar stood, it suddenly emerged and launched an attack. Tankar dodged in time, but this time he started to lose his patience, shouting angrily, "How long are you going to play this game?" He frowned and deduced, "You have consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. Your speed is not like before, so you are taking advantage of your ability to move flexibly between the ground and buildings, to make it impossible for me to guess your next location. Not bad, but it seems I overestimated your weaponry. With this little bit of attack power, you can't do anything to me. Besides, it's not hard to predict your actions." Having said that, Tankar activated the Golden Nether Eyes technique, scanned the entire surrounding area. In a split second, he spotted his opponent hiding on the right. No hesitation. He swung his arm and delivered a fatal blow, knocked Yue God to the ground. But he did not stop. Immediately rushed after, strike another powerful blow. My full power attack just now only broke one horn. I didn't expect you to be able to block it with your fist. It seems your weapon form is quite sturdy, but I don't have time to play with you any longer. Tankar clasped his hands together and said in a low voice. His arms sat enlarged, becoming gigantic, then rushed straight towards Uegod with terrifying power. For the first time since coming down the mountain, Tankar felt so refreshed, but he also understood that there was not much time left. The next move would decide life and death. Tankar Uegod's giant arm launched a series of consecutive attacks that left it unable to fight back. Outside the realm, Han Longwei spoke. The time limit of the spirit domain is almost up quickly. Search for Tankar's location. At that moment, Tankar looked towards Uegod, smiling coldly. Looks like you only have one last breath left. You must have used up all your remaining demonic energy to stay alive. Now even if you touch the ground, you won't be able to absorb demonic energy to restore your body. Seeing Uegod almost exhausted, almost unable to resist, but still trying to crawl away, Tankar could not help but be surprised. Even though your body is so ruined, you still want to go to the city. What are you going there for? At this time, the reconnaissance plane had determined Tankar's position and sent out a message. Detected a suspicious character. Tankar, his hair color also changed. Where did you get that armor? Why did his hair change color? And that guy over there, is he an ancient demon spirit? If it really is the ancient demon spirit, then now is the opportunity to make a move. While he is still weak, we need to monitor him closely and at the same time wait for me to contact the guards to send him to the heaven-flipping world. Seeing that Tankar did not react, Sister Long called out, "Hey Tankar, did you hear that? If not, then just let the guards come here." Tankar replied, "Just let her come over." Then he stepped closer to Uegod. Now he is completely unable to fight back. This is a good opportunity for us to clarify something important. Having said that, Tankar sat down in front of Uegod, reached out to his forehead and performed a magical solo travel technique. His consciousness penetrated straight into Uegod's mental space. I want to see what exactly is hidden within your consciousness. Tell me what your purpose is in this city. Seeing his body intact, Uegod looked extremely surprised. Tankar calmly continued, "No need to be surprised. We are in your world of consciousness, even if you can't speak, as long as you think I can still hear. If you have no bad intentions, I can help you, but if you intend to cause trouble or refuse to talk, then I can't help it. In just a moment, you will be banished to another world, never to return." In the subconscious of Uegod, Tankar witnesses the distant past. Since ancient times, a group of people have wandered everywhere in search of a suitable land for survival. On the arduous journey, they crossed high mountains, great rivers, and endured countless hardships to find the promised land. Slowly transmitted the spirit of love towards Shravasti, who was standing in front of him. "Big brother, I can feel that my demon spirit is increasing." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and shouted, "Su Gong." Wow, third brother is about to use a cool move. Third brother is really awesome. Boss, quickly charge me up. If I have enough energy, I can also use such a cool move. The guards below cheered in unison. From the sky, a stream of molten metal that looked like lava poured down. The metal frame that was holding the demon spirit was covered, forming a sturdy tower. Wow, third brother is so cool, little sister. I'm not bragging. Big brother, quickly charge me as long as I have energy. I can do it. It's our turn to act now. The remaining guards immediately cast their magic. Heavenly stems and earthly Bramses lock, 5 metal spheres appeared around the tower, forming a 5-formation barrier, reinforcing another layer of seal, trapping the demon spirit inside. Success, third brother, come back and have a good time. Our 3-layer blockade can definitely hold it back, let alone a moment, even if it's just time to drink a small cup of tea. It won't be able to move. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon spirit inside suddenly woke up. A huge wave of demonic aura violently erupted from the cracks. "Seventh brother, be careful," the warning screams. But still one step too late. A ray of demonic light from the demon spirit shot out, cutting off one of the 7th brother's legs, sending him flying away. It struck again. "Old 9, you're closest to old 7. Quickly take him out of here." "Got it." The 3 layers of sturdy seals still couldn't withstand a single blow from it. It seemed like this mission had failed. The demon spirit easily broke the barrier but did not continue to attack Savathi. But it calmly headed towards the city. What is it aiming for? Looking in the direction it was going, a guard spoke sternly. Everyone gathered 1 or 2 guards and immediately joined forces. Old 7, hang in there. Old 6 will heal you. Don't worry, I've stopped the bleeding. You won't die. Old 6, the fool with great magical talent, immediately drew his sword and created a magical healing force. Under the influence of magic, the 7th brother's legs gradually grew back, but he has no pants to wear. The 2 guards hurriedly covered the little sister's eyes with their hands. You pervert! Quickly cover your eyes. Old 7th, the little sister is still here. He wasn't embarrassed at all, still boasting, we're all brothers who grew up together. What's the big deal about seeing each other a little bit? Old 9th frowned, threw him a coat cover it up. It's disgusting to look at. Is that okay? So anyoing? Han Longwei said in a low voice. How is the battle situation? They advised the goods to fail. The sealing was also unsuccessful. If we want to destroy it, we are not sure we can complete it, but we can at least risk weakening it, buying time. The 3rd elder, who had directly confronted it, spoke up. I have gathered some information. Its attack and defense power far exceeds its armor level. If we rely solely on our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for much longer. Furthermore, it has yet to reveal its full strength. A demon spirit of this level, perhaps only the sect master, can deal with it. Han Longwei pondered for a moment, then ordered, everyone has worked hard. Let us think of a way to deal with this. You guys return immediately. Jingxi stood beside, looking at the countdown clock. Savathi has bought some time. How is the coastal evacuation situation? Just received the report. Everything is still going smoothly. There should be no problems within 2 hours. Fortunately, the coastal area is quite sparsely populated. Mostly the red docks and construction sites are easy to evacuate. But what about the city area? Shouldn't it be evacuated first? Han Longwei explained, the mummy incident has caused a lot of suspicion in the past. If we order an evacuation now, I'm afraid it will cause panic. The construction site suddenly disappeared. More than 100 people are missing, while more than half of the city's population fell into a coma for unknown reasons. Although the financial group has used the media to spread fake news and control public opinion, if this time the entire city had to be evacuated, not to mention the losses caused by the panic, there would definitely be people who would start to doubt. This time, no matter what method we have to use, we must subdue the ancient demon spirit outside the city. I understand. I will go contact Tankar. There's no need to rush. That guy's destructive power is not inferior to that of an ancient demon spirit. Wait until all the coastal residents have been safely evacuated before reporting to him. That's right, Jingxi smiled and shook her head regretfully. It's just a pity that according to the contract, the sect master is not allowed to use any abilities in the human world. If not, my attribute booth can definitely help everyone. Don't worry, Sectmaster Zhou has been helping us a lot. As for matters related to the human world, let us handle them ourselves. Yes, although the current covenant still has many unfair points, it is necessary to maintain a peaceful coexistence between the two sides. As long as no one violates the boundary, humans will not come to the demon city to bother us. Zhou pondered, no one wants to witness the scene of suffering, but fortunately there is a mixed road. I'm somewhat relieved. That kid is more troublesome. An hour later, at Tankar's house, Xiaoran crossed her arms, her voice full of anger. Hey Tang, Car, can you not change your clothes in front of girls? This is my room. My things are here too, but at least you should have given me a warning. Don't just quietly strip like that. Girls are so troublesome, I don't care. So what do you care about? So you're at a disadvantage. Xiaoran was angry and didn't bother to argue with him anymore. Seeing him about to go out, she asked, Wait in the middle of the night, where are you going? He smiled mischievously. Hey Jingxi, just texted me to wait for Sister Long's call. It seems like a really powerful demon spirit has appeared this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Tankar's phone rang. Xiaoran also ran over and asked curiously, What's wrong? Did something big really happen? Hello, Sister Long, are you looking for me? Yes, but first I need to confirm one thing. Is Mummy in that female student's body still safe? Don't worry, it's completely stable. Xiao Ran has already learned the spirit's aura and can also freely use Ren Xiao's abilities. What, you've already grasped the spirit's aura? Han Longgui was surprised. Her matter cannot be taken lightly, I know, but don't worry, I guarantee she is completely safe. I also understand very well that if I accept the mission, the mummy in Xiaoran's body will be in danger. Last time, because of this, more than half of the residents of Lusang City almost lost their lives, so I absolutely wouldn't dare joke with Sister Long. Hearing this, Xiaoran suddenly fell silent. Although she was not the one who directly caused the incident, many lives had been threatened because of her existence. In Yao Chengxi, she had always been considered a potential danger. Seeing her sad expression, Tankar suddenly had an idea and said to Han Longgui, "Wait, Sister Long, I can join this mission, but on one condition. Please let Xiaoran compete in this year's Continental Championship." Hearing this, Han Longgui pondered for a moment and then replied, "All right, I will report to my superiors. This matter probably won't be too difficult, but we have to wait until after the mission is over. You should bring her to the headquarters high-level meeting to decide later. I understand, as long as Sister Long guarantees that everything will be fine." After that, Tankar resolutely hung up. Tankar looked at her and said seriously, "It's done. I have to go meet that guy." She asked worriedly, "What happened? Why do you have to bring this up again?" "Master, I once taught you that you must keep your word and keep your promise. I have agreed to something with you, and I do not intend to take this opportunity to back out. Otherwise, Sister Long will be in a very difficult position in the future." Listen to these words. She suddenly felt reassured. This guy may be a bit silly, but it's his sincerity and consistency in words and actions that make others feel trustworthy. On the side of the ancient demon, it had crossed the sea and was advancing towards the mainland. Just discovered the appearance of Tang Cara. It immediately took the initiative to attack. Deliver the fatal blow. Dare to use your big move on me, then I won't be polite anymore. Tang Cara laughed and immediately counter-attacked. He threw a powerful punch, causing the demon spirit to be knocked back. Wait, Sister Long said it was a very strong ancient demon spirit. Why does it look so weak? Lost all interest. Just then, Han Longgui's voice rang out Tang Cara. He immediately broke out in a sweat. "Didn't I tell you to wait for my command when you get to the scene? But it attacked first, and I just reacted naturally. It was not me who initiated the attack at all. Han Longgui had a headache looking at the scene before him. But because of you, the ecosystem here has been severely affected after the evacuated people return. How are you going to explain this?" She growled angrily. Suddenly, a warning sound came from the intercom, crystal falling. Tankar scratched his head and smiled wryly. "Now I regret calling you." Look down below. He saw the demon spirit slowly sitting up. He smiled. "It seems that the ancient demon spirit is not so easy to defeat. Hurry up and come here." Suddenly, an emergency signal rang out from the loudspeaker. "Data update, target speed is increasing. Current prediction 300 km/h. If it keeps this speed, it will reach the city in 43 minutes. Han Longgui immediately ordered Zhang He deploy the fog screen now. She then quickly contacted the famous person. "How is the progress of the spiritual domain? If it is not completed within 30 minutes, we can only let Tang Cara take action. But if that's the case, the existence of the demon spirit can no longer be hidden." Hearing this, Julang fell into deep thought. Suddenly thought of something. He immediately ran away quickly. "I have a way, give me 10 minutes, I will be right back." Sister Long immediately shouted, "Hurry up and chase after him. We absolutely cannot let Sectmaster Julang do something so shameless. If Sectmaster uses his abilities in the human world, heavenly punishment will immediately come down." I know Jingxi did not hesitate any further and immediately chased after him. Han Longgui stood there. Longhair worried if Julang really uses space magic to deal with this ancient demon spirit, heavenly punishment will definitely come down. Heavenly punishment is the second protection mechanism established by the ancestor of the Taoist secret Guangchengzi to protect the human world. At that time he had two great mounts. One was the Tengjia, a creature that could swallow everything, and the other was the Hai Guo, a creature that could see through everything from afar. The sea fruit has transformed into a heavenly punishment pearl, continuing to protect the human world. It was created to restrain the 10 strongest sect masters of Langting Demon City. They all swore that if they used magic in the human world, the heavenly punishment continent would immediately punish them. Once the oath is broken, no matter where in the human world, heavenly punishment will descend. Furthermore, the injuries caused by heavenly punishment are only aimed at the sect master. No one can avoid it. Jingxi chased after Zhoulang closely and asked loudly, "Sect master, where are you going?" Zhoulang did not turn back, only softly replied, "Sorry, Miss Jingxi, I don't have time to explain to you now." A thought suddenly flashed through Jingxi's mind. Could it be that his destination is... Right then, Zhoulang had already arrived at the door of Ming Shixi's mansion. He quickly called out, "Xiaomei, open the door." The door immediately opened. A little girl rushed out. Jumping into Zhoulang's arms, she happily shouted, "Lord Zhoulang, my master, and I have shortened the time to complete the spirit realm by half. Quickly praise me." Zhoulang hugged the little girl, his eyes filled with affection. Xiaomei turned to wave at Jingxi. "Sister, Jingxi is here too." "Hello, hello, Xiaomei." Jingxi smiled slightly, but there were still countless worries in her heart that could not be answered. The sect master looked at Xiaomei and nodded slightly. "You did well, but the situation has changed." Zhoulang said, "Our original plan was to maintain the spirit realm for more than an hour, but this time Tankar is on a mission." Xiaomei confidently replied, "If Lord Zhoulang is here, then he must have a way. Let's take a chance." The little girl turned to Xiaogei. "The situation is extremely critical. We must speed up tenfold." Jingxi bowed to the elders. Zhoulang said, "Our original plan was to maintain the spirit realm for more than an hour, but this time Tankar is on a mission. So try adjusting the duration down to 5 minutes, so Tankar can easily subdue the target." An elder wondered, "But Lord Zhoulang, the spirit realm is very unstable right now. We are not sure we can control it." Xiaoge spoke up worriedly. "You should be fine with it," but Zhoulang reassured him. "Don't worry, I don't use spiritual power. I can still complete this, but I'm not good at human science, so I need your help." He continued, "I will monitor the changes in the spiritual energy. You just need to adjust the quantity. If the energy is stable, modify the time parameter. If not, I will remind you to reduce the energy level." Little G nodded. "Do it quickly, I will adjust the parameters. Master, please check the stability." As soon as he finished speaking, an elder suddenly nodded off and fell asleep. Xiaomei shook him gently. "Master, wake up. Your old illness is coming back." Zhoulang smiled. "It's okay, just wait a moment," Jingxi explained. "You're all over 105 years old, this is understandable." After a while of operation, Xiaomei announced, "Energy operation is stable, all indicators are normal." Zhoulang confirmed, "Very good, the time has been prepared." One of the elders also nodded. "All right, let's begin." Jingxi looked at Zhoulang worriedly. "Master, what if it's not finished in 20 minutes? Zhoulang said in a low voice, "If it can't be completed within that time, I will deal with the ancient demon myself. My sacrifice alone can save the lives of countless people. Even if I am punished by heaven, it is worth it." On Yao Chengxi's side, Zhang He received a call from Jingli. He asked, "Jingxi, can we start?" Jingxi replied, "Okay, understood." From Zhang He's mouth, a thick fog gradually covered the entire Lusang city. He was shocked. What's going on? At the same time, the ancient demon spirit rose up, speed towards the city. Tankar still sat on its head, waiting for orders from Hanlong Gui. He was impatient. "What are we waiting for? This is so boring." Nai went down below. Tankar muttered, "If you don't have a brain, even if you get beaten, you should know how to run. If you have a brain, why do you keep rushing forward like this?" He frowned. "As long as I don't do anything, it won't do anything either. So where does it want to go in the end?" The city gradually appeared before our eyes. Tankar turned to Hanlong Gui. "Sister Long, the city is right in front of us. What are we waiting for?" "Keep waiting." She called Jingxi. "Jingxi, how much longer?" From the other end of the line, Jingxi's voice rang out. It was a success. She happily announced, "I have dispatched drones to support Tankar." Hearing this, Zhoulang smiled lightly. Jingxi hesitantly asked, "Then why didn't you tell me in advance?" Zhoulang explained, "Because this operation is extremely dangerous. Just one small mistake, the entire Yao Chengxi headquarters will be damaged." Jingxi nodded. It's true that Master Zhou Lang has always been calm. If something really happens, do you have a plan to deal with it? Zhou Lang was determined if there was an unexpected situation, I would use spatial magic to transfer the energy so no one would get hurt. Zhou Lang smiled in response. Your life is also very important. Jingxi was angry. Meanwhile, Tankar was sitting on top of the demon spirit's head. Then a drone brought him a cube-shaped object. He took it and asked, what is this? This is a spirit domain, a prop that was just invented by the famous Spirit. It can create a stable space of nearly 400 kilometers, but due to the need to speed up the production process, currently it can only last for 5 minutes. So you have to solve the target within that time. Just press this round button to activate it. Tankar opened his eyes wide, the light reflecting off of him filled with delight. Isn't this a miniature version of the practice room? Is this magic transformation? From the circle in the sky, a humanoid demon gradually appeared. It had 2 large horns, and its entire body exuded a powerful aura. Tankar crossed his arms and curled his lips, saying, is there a need to be so dramatic about just transforming? The spirit that just appeared is Yue, god also known as the God of Mountain, an entity with power far surpassing the upper S-class. Tankar looked at his opponent with eager eyes, a bit slow, but he doesn't seem weak. Yue god raised a finger. Toss into the air. Immediately from underground, a giant mountain arose. Rise straight towards Tankar. He was surprised. Oh, can you still control the great destruction? Before he could finish speaking, Tankar received a punch from the sky from Yue god, causing the newly risen mountain to be crushed. He was knocked away but laughed dangerously. I've waited so long for this moment. Finally, I can have a decent fight. Tankar clenched his fist, cracking his fingers. Thunderbolt 4. Thunder Shadow tightens. He rushed forward at breakneck speed, but Yue god remained still. Just a gentle wave of the hand blocked the entire attack. Tankar frowned. Can you block everything? Then let me try harder. He turned around and threw a hook kick straight to the mountain god's chin, made his head split open. Looking at the enemy standing motionless, Tankar muttered softly, did I go a little too hard? But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Yue god suddenly emerged from underground from behind. Bang! A powerful punch straight to Tankar's back sent a loud thud. He stood up, brushing the dust off his body, his eyes shining with excitement. You can transform. Well, your speed is on par with mine, and you can even merge with the ground to change your shape. Your fighting spirit is also far beyond my expectations. You are stronger than anyone I have ever faced. He smiled excitedly. Looks like I have to enjoy this battle for the remaining 4 minutes. From underground, a giant stone arm suddenly rose up, rushing straight towards Tankar. He quickly dodged and smiled faintly. You want to harm me again? He threw a punch, breaking the stone arm. But immediately from behind, Yue god rushed in, punched him to the ground. Underground, a series of stone arms rose up, launching consecutive attacks. Tankar jumped up high, his eyes cold. You absolutely won't stop, right? Then let's see who is more durable. Before he could react, he suddenly found himself trapped inside a giant stone ball. He tried to strike, but the ball was so hard that it did not budge. Outside, Yue god raised his hand to grasp the air crack. The stone ball immediately contracted, squeezing Tankar inside. A voice rang out from within the ball, "Is that all?" Then he burst out laughing. To make this battle more dramatic, I also don't mind telling you a secret. I have the golden incarnation curse on me. All those attacks just now were like scratching an itch for me. He shouted, "Use something stronger." With that, Tankar shattered the stone ball, his sharp eyes looking towards Yue god. Don't tell me you only know how to play these tricks. Quickly show off all your skills. Yue god did not reply, just coldly rushed forward, launched a powerful blow at him. Tankar looked amused. This move looks much cooler than the rock just now, and it's also combined with fire. That's quite creative. Then let me test how powerful it is. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his arms to directly receive the fire tornado that was rushing towards him. Suddenly, a crack appeared on Tankar's body. My golden incarnation seems to have been broken. He was thrown very far away, fell on a house. Standing up, he looked at Yue god and said, "You have some skills, you can even break my golden incarnation." But golden incarnation is just a shell I myself possess. Golden seal skin. Too bad you can't hurt me yet. Let me tell you, it's 3 times harder than golden incarnation. I don't know if you understand, but if there's no other way, let me end this match. Yue God continued to attack him with terrifying force, like a missile flying straight towards Tang Cara. He raised his hand to block his vision and smirked. This move looks pretty cool. The force of the attack was so strong that it caused all the surrounding houses to collapse. The ground cracked, forming a giant deep hole. From the pit, Tankar flew up and smiled faintly. It seems that more than half of your spiritual energy has been consumed. Then my goal has been achieved. This battle should end now. The 5 thunders cannot completely destroy you, but if I use the 6 thunders and 7 thunders, I am not afraid that I cannot break this semi-finished space. When you shrink, your power is formidable, can confront my fastest 4 thunder form. Not only are you strong, you are also very cunning, making me not sure I can defeat you in 5 minutes. So I came up with a plan. Suddenly a gash appeared on the ground. What did it do just now? As soon as it hits the ground, Yugod's arm recovered quickly. So this is why it's in contact with the ground. This seems a bit troublesome. Yugod stomped on the ground, launched into the air but suddenly stopped. Tankar narrowed his eyes. Why don't you run anymore? At that moment, Yugod's entire body began to transform. A hard fossilized shell covers its body. Tankar curled his lips. You still have a trump card, concentrating your internal core power on your entire body. I don't need to guess to know this is your armed form. Are you planning to fight me? Yugod immediately rushed to attack. Tankar quickly dodged, but as soon as the blow missed its target, Yugod continued to dive straight to the ground. What are you doing? Can't fight, so you run away, burying into the ground. Just in time to see Yugod burrow into the ground. Then right on the roof where Tankar stood, it suddenly emerged and launched an attack. Tankar dodged in time, but this time he started to lose his patience, shouting angrily, "How long are you going to play this game?" He frowned and deduced, "You have consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. Your speed is not like before, so you are taking advantage of your ability to move flexibly between the ground and buildings, to make it impossible for me to guess your next location. Not bad, but it seems I overestimated your weaponry. With this little bit of attack power, you can't do anything to me. Besides, it's not hard to predict your actions." Having said that, Tankar activated the Golden Nether Eyes technique, scanned the entire surrounding area. In a split second, he spotted his opponent hiding on the right. No hesitation. He swung his arm and delivered a fatal blow, knocked Yugod to the ground. But he did not stop. Immediately rushed after, strike another powerful blow. My full power attack just now only broke one horn. I didn't expect you to be able to block it with your fist. It seems your weapon form is quite sturdy, but I don't have time to play with you any longer. Tankar clasped his hands together and said in a low voice. His arms sat enlarged, becoming gigantic, then rushed straight towards Yugod with terrifying power. For the first time since coming down the mountain, Tankar felt so refreshed, but he also understood that there was not much time left. The next move would decide life and death. Tankar Yugod's giant arm launched a series of consecutive attacks that left it unable to fight back. Outside the realm, Han Longwei spoke. The time limit of the spirit domain is almost up. Quickly search for Tankar's location. At that moment, Tankar looked towards Yugod, smiling coldly. Looks like you only have one last breath left. You must have used up all your remaining demonic energy to stay alive. Now even if you touch the ground, you won't be able to absorb demonic energy to restore your body. Seeing Yugod almost exhausted, almost unable to resist, but still trying to crawl away, Tankar could not help but be surprised. Even though your body is so ruined, you still want to go to the city. What are you going there for? At this time, the reconnaissance plane had determined Tankar's position and sent out a message. Detected a suspicious character. Tankar, his hair color also changed. Where did you get that armor? Why did his hair change color? And that guy over there, is he an ancient demon spirit? If it really is the ancient demon spirit, then now is the opportunity to make a move. While he is still weak, we need to monitor him closely and at the same time wait for me to contact the guards to send him to the heaven-flipping world. Seeing that Tang Cara did not react, Sister Long called out, "Hey Tang Cara, did you hear that? If not, then just let the guards come here." Tang Cara replied, "Just let her come over." Then he stepped closer to Yue God. Now he is completely unable to fight back. This is a good opportunity for us to clarify something important. Having said that, Tang Cara sat down in front of Yue God, reached out to his forehead and performed a magical solo travel technique. His consciousness penetrated straight into Yue God's mental space. I want to see what exactly is hidden within your consciousness. Tell me what your purpose is in this city. Seeing his body intact, Yue God looked extremely surprised. Tang Cara calmly continued, "No need to be surprised. We are in your world of consciousness, even if you can't speak, as long as you think I can still hear. If you have no bad intentions, I can help you, but if you intend to cause trouble or refuse to talk, then I can't help it. In just a moment, you will be banished to another world, never to return." In the subconscious of Yue God, Tang Cara witnesses the distant past. Since ancient times, a group of people have wandered everywhere in search of a suitable land for survival. On the arduous journey, they crossed high mountains, great rivers, and endured countless hardships to find the promised land. One day a miracle happened in the middle of the desert. They discovered a lush green oasis. Not only was there an abundant source of water, this place was also filled with fruit trees and animals. It was truly an ideal paradise for people. They quickly built houses and settled here. Gradually they realized a strange truth. The closer they got to the high mountain in the center of the oasis, the greener the trees and the sweeter the fruits. Then a mystical event happened. One night that great mountain emitted a red glow. The people believe that the oasis's prosperity is due to the supreme protection of this mountain, and they worshipped it as a musical god. From then on, they held sacrificial rituals. It is unclear whether it is due to human beliefs or the natural transformation of the mountain. But over time it gets smaller and smaller, until one night the sky resounded with a thunderous sound. The ground shook violently, causing people to panic and run away. Amidst the chaos, the tribal leader suddenly remembered Yue God. He immediately led the villagers towards that direction to ask for protection. But when they got there, they were horrified to discover something unimaginable. Yue God has disappeared. In its place was a creature with humanoid appearance. Seeing this scene, the entire village knelt down and respectfully called him Yue God. Yue God just transformed into human form and collapsed to the ground. He didn't know how to walk, but as he watched humans running back and forth, he noticed how they used their legs. So he followed suit. So he went on and on, go on and on until accidentally leaving the green continent. Before him now was a vast desert. Looking back, he was shocked to realize that the energy source from the continent was gradually weakening. If he leaves too long, soon that place will also turn into a desert. Perhaps his instincts urged him to stay on the continent to protect it. After returning, it continued to be worshipped by humans as a god. When it was born, it had no emotions or desires, so it was always curious about everything around it. It began to imitate humans in eating and drinking, but then found out he had no mouth. Moreover, it does not need to eat. It tried to imitate human sleeping habits, but eventually realized it didn't need sleep either. It then moves on to observing and imitating the behavior of animals. After a period of contact with all species on the continent, he fell into deep thought. Whether it is human, animal, or plant, there are so many things that it cannot explain. So it started to calm down to feel this oasis. Gradually, it realized that the oasis was like a part of its body. No matter what happened, it felt that humans hunted animals, and animals ate each other. Plants not only absorb water from the ground, but also absorb long decomposed animal carcasses in the soil. All operate according to the law of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Since understanding what loneliness is, Yue God began to realize that all the creatures around him had their own kind. Only he was alone. Finally, it decided to gather some of its demonic energy in its tail, create a new life that humans call God. Even though he doesn't have the same emotions and desires as humans when he meets his own kind, Yue God still feels lonely. Seeing God cannot stand still, it instinctively went to help. It was at that moment that a special bond began to form between them. In the following days, Sun Than taught Than how to walk and imparted to him knowledge about the world. Take it to experience the life of all things on the oasis. When God gradually became aware of this world, God finally taught it how to use demonic power to protect the oasis. It was on that day that God made God understand the thing called affection, and so together they lived hundreds of years of peace. However, the beautiful dream could not last forever. Due to climate change, desertification became more and more serious, gradually affecting the oasis. The rivers and streams dried up, the trees withered, and all species on the oasis could no longer survive. In order to protect this land, God released almost all of his demonic power. Thanks to that, the dry trees can become green again. But only for a short time, because this place no longer has a water source. Realizing that God felt God's extreme pain, and at the same time remember the creatures they have protected over the years, then it made a decision. Without using words, God could still feel the separation from God. It rushed to stop it, but it was too late. God released all the demon power in his body. A strong stream of demonic energy rushed straight up into the sky, turned into thick black clouds. Immediately after, a heavy rain fell for 3 days and 3 nights. Thanks to this magical rain, not only the trees on the oasis were revived once again, but the water source also returned, helping this land overcome the great drought. Unfortunately, God had to spend tens of thousands of years cultivating before he could transform into a human form. As for the god, it was just a part of the demonic energy from its tail that transformed when it released all of its demonic energy, which meant that the god had sacrificed himself. But it had no regrets because in the end, it had protected the oasis, the land that God always considered his life. Furthermore, before it left, it still had God by its side. In God's perception, death is just an inevitable law of nature. It has long been accustomed to the loss of living beings on this oasis. But when he witnessed the god slowly turning to stone, he felt strangely heartbroken. Even though God had not truly disappeared, even though there was still a glimmer of demonic energy in its body at this moment, God understood what emotions were for the first time. The pain tore through its heart, as if a giant beast had crawled out of its body, taking everything away, making it unable to breathe. When God turned into stone again, it felt lonely again, and at this moment, at last it grasped the truth of love, a pure thing that did not care about profit. Just like the way it protected the oasis for so many years, not expecting anything in return, just silently waiting to cover, considering this place as its life. Even though I know that there is still a trace of evil in God. But God knew clearly that it would never be able to return to its original form, but to continue to protect this land. And at the same time maintaining the existence of God, it chose to sacrifice its body. Enveloping the god, both transformed into Old Mountain, becoming a shield to protect the oasis. The people on the oasis erected a stele, keep their story. Over time, descendants invented writing to commemorate them. People engraved on a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain the words Mount Yue God. But then with the rapid development of human civilization, Yue God and God were gradually forgotten. Until one day people discovered rare minerals at Mount Yue God. They mined them on a large scale, without knowing that Yue God's core was treated like a discarded stone and accidentally thrown into the sea. After listening to the story of Yue God, Tankar held his head and sighed. So you have no idea why you woke up. Your real goal isn't the city but to find your kind, right? Wait, this oasis still has a mountain. If he remembered correctly, there was a large mountain in the eastern suburbs of the city. In other words, your goal was the eastern suburbs of the city, so passing through the city was only part of your journey. If Yue God could talk, he would have explained it clearly from the beginning, and he wouldn't have used such force. With such a fast speed, you could have flown there directly, but you didn't shrink your form. Surely it is to retain the evil spirit, right? Tankar sighed, finally confirming that Yue God really had no ill intentions. He lowered his head, his tone somewhat apologetic. All right, it's my fault for beating you up like this. The matter has been cleared up. There's no use saying anything now. I'll take you to that mountain. And at the same time guarantee that from now on, no one will bother you again. while Tankar was thinking the drone outside kept sending out signals calling him back. He suddenly fainted. So what is he going to do? Tankar helped Yuegod stand up, turned to Han Longui, and said, "Its target is not the city." Waiting for the other party to respond, he jumped into the air and turned to Yue. "God, try your best, I'll take you there." Watching Tankar take Yuegod away, Han Longui hurriedly asked Tankar, "Where are you going?" "Sister Long, it's about to collapse. There's no time to explain," I said as I walked. In short, its real goal isn't the city, but to find its own kind. It just happened to pass through the city with absolutely no intention of harming humans. "Then you quickly report the situation now." 5 minutes later, after recounting the whole incident, Tankar concluded, "That's how it is." After listening, Han Longui thought silently for a moment before slowly speaking. From this perspective, many suspicious points can be reasonably explained. No wonder it did not attack the workers on the rig, nor did it fight back when attacked. Tankar quickly continued, "I'll go there first. If there really is a similar species in the eastern suburbs, we can lift the guard, hoping this ancient demon can reunite with its kind. It is really too pitiful." Meanwhile, Jingxi returned and suddenly saw Julang burst into tears. A creature willing to give up its freedom just to protect its other half, accepting to fall into an even deeper sleep. And as soon as it wakes up, the first thing it does is still to look for its companion. How pure is that feeling? "It's not easy," Jingxi wiped her tears and choked up Julang. "Seeing your master like this, I can't hold back my tears either. Let's pray together that he can reunite with his friend. They will definitely meet again." Tankar takes Yuegod to where he discovered the mountain. But the scene before his eyes shocked him. A large mountain range has been exploited. Han Longui frowned and said worriedly, "That's right, I just remembered. This mountain was previously discovered to have rare minerals, so the Quanhe group bought it and started mining it. But after a while, the amount of minerals gradually depleted, causing the workers to abandon this place. If an ancient demon saw this scene, would it be angry and want to take revenge on humans?" Yuegod stood on the top of the mountain. Tankar looked at it and said, "This place was once exploited, but you can sense whether your kind still exists." Yuegod silently pointed forward. "There a body of God is lying quietly, but in that body love has completely disappeared." God slowly stood up, then crumbled into dust. Oh no, there really was nothing left. The scene before their eyes made Han Longui and Jingxi exclaim. At the same time, one worried the other, heartbroken. Seeing his fellow man turn to dust, Yuegod also decided to use his last bit of demonic energy to transform into a ball of light, merging into the mountain. Yuegod's body that was being supported by Tankar also gradually disappeared. Tankar looked at this scene. In his heart arose indescribable emotions. What is the relationship between them? Is it family love, friendship, or pure love? He looked towards the ball of light and suddenly thought, it's not planning to grow back to take revenge on humans. Is it? Han Longui asked worriedly. Don't worry, that's not the case. Even though its body has turned to dust, its demonic aura still exists within the mountain. I think it has long since merged with this land. Tankar looked at the sphere left by Yuegod and quietly said, "You are a worthy opponent. I hope that from now on, no one will bother you again." Suddenly, the ground shook. The exploited mountain peaks are gradually recovering, grow back into two mountains like the original breath. Inside the mountains, the god sat quietly hugging his legs alone in the darkness. Just then a small sprout grew under her feet. Then a series of other sprouts also sprouted from the ground, bloom into brilliant flowers. Looking up, she saw that Yuegod had returned. He took her hand. Both stood silently beside each other, eyes to the horizon. Around the mountain, the trees began to sprout, covering the whole land with green. Tankar turned to Han Longui and said seriously, "Sister Long, I want to ask you something. I want to buy this land back. Use all the money you have. If it's not enough, you can deduct it from your mission fee. Surround this place, turn it into a nature reserve, and don't let humans encroach anymore, okay?" Han Longui smiled and nodded. "You don't need to worry, I also have this plan. We haven't finished investigating the matter of Quanhe Group arbitrarily using the demon spirit for experiments yet. Tell them to hand over this land to establish a conservation area. They probably won't dare to have any objections." She looked towards the revived mountain and said in a low voice, Humans should retain a little respect for sacred things. Tankar sighed softly. I hope so. Sister Long, I leave the rest to everyone. I'm going home now. Han Longgui turned to look at Jingxi and said Jingxi contact the Quanhe group later. But Jingxi did not reply. Han Longgui frowned and asked, Are you okay? Jingxi was startled and shook her head. Sorry, Sister Long, I didn't pay attention just now. I was just thinking if I were that ancient demon spirit, would I be able to do such things? The place I protect my kind, being destroyed by humans like that, without any resentment, without any anger. I still willingly sacrificed myself, giving up my freedom. Continue to protect this land, fall into 1,000-year sleep, finally able to meet my kind again. But when I wake up, that body is no longer there. She smiled faintly, her eyes filled with sadness. This ending is truly too cruel for me. They sacrificed silently, without asking for anything in return, yet humans brazenly occupied this land as if it belonged to them. As a human being, I feel very ashamed. Zhou Leng gently patted Jingxi's shoulder and said softly, There are good and bad people in humans, and the same goes for the Lin demons. You have also silently sacrificed yourself to protect the balance between humanity and the demon race. If so, perhaps this ending is not entirely a tragedy, freedom or not, as long as this place is still as prosperous as before. For them being together, whether in life or death, is already boundless happiness. Moreover, both sides retain a glimmer of hope. We vow to never leave you. Zhu spoke softly. The sect master was silent for a moment, and then said the last sentence. But Jingxi did not hear clearly, so he turned to ask again. The sect master just smiled at her. Sorry, I just casually mentioned an old story. Then turning to Han Long, Guizhou Lang continued. Commander Han, your reputation continues to spread far and wide. In no time you will personally research and create a finished product of the spirit domain. I have a request. I wonder if it can be accepted. Just say it, no problem. I want to stay here one more day, go out for a walk. That's not difficult. I'll report it to my superiors. I am extremely grateful. On the rooftop, several demon spirits were secretly watching Tankar. They were gossiping about him. In a short period of time, he defeated the ancient demon spirit that they had just awakened. A spirit monster softly spoke. I say, Minister, are we still going to attack this person? Don't tell me we're going to let him and that spirit monster suffer mutual defeat, even if it's just to stall for time. I'm afraid it won't last long. This guy named Tankar is really too strong. Just report first, don't let the soldiers' morale waver. Based on what we observed, the ancient demon spirit they awakened was extremely large, and its battle strategy was not ordinary. Even if the entire Suwei Guard Corps were to go into battle, it would be difficult to deal with it. However, with just his own strength, Tankar had already rendered it incapable of fighting back. Simply put, he was beating it like he was suppressing a small animal. Then for some unknown reason, the battle paused just as they were about to approach the demon city, and the commander sent a drone carrying a cube to... A moment later, they disappeared. 5 minutes passed when they reappeared. Both the Tang sect and the ancient demon spirit had changed their forms. It seemed that after transforming, both of them had become many times stronger. But in the end, the ancient demon spirit was completely defeated. Before it died, its body had transformed into the other half of the mountain. It is worth mentioning that in just 5 minutes, the ancient demon spirit fell into a miserable defeat. Tankar remained steadfast without any injuries. The minister spoke sternly, order a report to the Allied forces, and implement Plan B immediately. On a crowded street, the Zhulang sect leader was walking alone quietly. As he walked, she felt the bustling atmosphere around her. She smiled softly. It's wonderful the human world is becoming more and more prosperous. But then the image of someone suddenly appeared in her mind. The smile on her lips suddenly disappeared, replaced by a vague sadness. She wondered, can that person see this scene? Get away from the hustle and bustle of the city. She came to a small bridge over the river, where it was quiet and deserted. Indeed, people nowadays are no longer interested in ancient places like this. This is good. At least it still maintains peace. Although the surrounding architecture has changed somewhat every time he comes here, she still feels as familiar as the first breath. Anyway, this is where she and that person first met, reminiscing about the happy days. Her eyes suddenly stung. We cannot resist the flow of time. Suddenly, a gentle orchid fragrance wafted by. Pull her back to reality. She raised his head and saw cherry blossoms falling gently in the wind. That image reminds her of the past. Also at this bridge on a day when flowers were falling like today. A familiar voice called out, "Ju Lang Jun." She was startled. "I'm so damned I'm late again." He ran towards her, his face radiant, his breathing rapid. "I was reading a book of poems just now, so engrossed that I lost track of time." "Ju Longjun, are you angry?" Zhou Lang laughed. How could that be? The moment the cherry blossoms fell only happened in the blink of an eye. I was just a little absorbed. If you had come a little later, you would not have seen the flowers fall. It's okay, even though it's late, it's still beautiful. She smiled gently and said, "Don't say such embarrassing words in front of so many people. Zhou Langjun don't mind what the world thinks love is like a fresh flower. It doesn't need a beauty to pick it to be radiant." He turned back to face her and said excitedly, "That's right, today I read a very special poem. I want to read it to you." She asked curiously, "What kind of poem is it that is so exaggerated?" He began to read solemnly, "With you I vow to bind our hair and hearts, 100 years of love unbroken by fate or curse. Though rivers may run dry, mountains erode, though winter awakens and snow falls in summer, only when heaven and earth become one shall I part from you." He gently took her hand, his eyes filled with love. "Do you understand? That means in this life we will be together forever, never to be separated." Having said that, he turned and walked away, smiling confidently. "If not, wait for me. See you at the same place tonight." She blushed happily, watching his figure gradually disappear. However, the fallen flowers will bloom again, but only she is standing here waiting. And where is he now? In the Fantian world. A demon spirit stood alone quietly, his eyes distant. A subordinate came forward to report, "General, he has arrived." The other person nodded and replied, "Got it. He is none other than the head of Master Bo-An's royal guard." Lai Yun clasped his hands respectfully. "Master just sent the message. The first plan failed. Must move on to the next plan." Jiang Shou just nodded, looking unsurprised. Lai Yun hesitated and said, "This old man has something he has always wondered about and would like to ask the Prime Minister to confirm it so that he can rest assured. There is a time difference between Fantian world and the human world. Can we confirm it again?" Jiang Shou calmly replied, "Every time the Fantian seal is activated in the human world, only 10 seconds pass. But here, that amount of time is equivalent to 2 cups of tea, which is 20 minutes. It means that one day here is equal to 120 days on Earth." Lai Yun pondered. Master said he would leave in 3 days, so it has been a year in the human world. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Shou glared, coldly shouted, "Shut up!" From his eyes, a strong aura radiated, made Lai Yun feel like he was being cut by thousands of blades. Jiang Shou sliced him into pieces. Lai Yun was startled and quickly bowed his head. "I am old, please calm your anger, Jiang Shou." Jiang Shou coldly snorted, "There's one more thing. If you dare to use magic on me, then it's fine. But if you dare to use it on the king, the consequences will be much more serious." Lai Yun clasped his hands. "I understand. I will take my leave." At Tankar's house, Xiaoran saw him return in a strange state. Immediately shouted, "Who is it? Why are you coming here without permission?" Looking closely, she suddenly noticed the silver hair, mole under eye. Before she could react, he clasped his hands at his waist and confidently declared, "I am the nemesis of evil invincible under heaven. I am the brightest gem of Yap Cheng Si Tankar, the one who holds the world's top achievement in capturing demon spirits." Xiaoran was speechless. This idiot is truly an idiot. But he really looks cool right now. Her face turned a little red when she thought about it. The house instantly became quiet. Only Xiao Hei was sleeping soundly on the chair. "All right, I'm going to take a shower and sleep," Tankar declared, and then calmly walked up the stairs, but he was completely naked. Xiaoran covered her face and shouted, "Even though this is your house with me here, how can you walk around naked like this?" He shrugged, turning back to look at her indifferently. "What a mess, I don't care. You don't care, but I do." Tankar laughed, then suddenly realized, I forgot that I'm not wearing anything. I'll pay attention next time." Left her alone in the room. Xiaoran smiled slightly. Luckily he's fine. Last time Tankar was injured while saving Little Fox's mother, but this time I feel that the demon spirit is much stronger than usual. She thought to herself, a feeling of unease rising in her heart, but he was completely uninjured. It seems that I was worrying too much. This time I can sleep soundly. Xiaoran's phone rang. It was Jingxi texting her. Xiaoran, Tankar's phone is unreachable. Sister Long said that the two of you should go there tomorrow because there is something to discuss. The next morning, as soon as she woke up, Yaya rubbed her sleepy eyes and saw them getting ready to go out. She asked, "When did Tankar come back? Where did you want to go so soon?" Xiaoran winked at the little girl. "Go to Yaochengxi." Yaya excitedly said, "That's great. Doesn't Sister Xiaoran want to become Chengxi's lover? Maybe they will agree. Hopefully, but no matter what, with brother Tankar, she will definitely come back." Yaya nodded. "Then you two be careful." Xiaoran waved goodbye to the little girl and left with Duonkar. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Tankar saw Xian Yuliu standing there. He held a folded gift in his hand. "What are you doing here? Have you been waiting for us all this time?" Tankar frowned and asked. Xian Yu smiled brightly. "Today is a good day, a smooth journey." "Congratulations, Tankar, you defeated the ancient demon spirit yesterday. Miss Zhuang, there is also good news waiting for you today." Xiaoran was curious. "How do you know everything?" Tankar snorted coldly. "He must have hidden a camera in my house again." Shen Yuliu waved his fan and laughed. "It's just fortune-telling. Besides, Miss Zhuang has a chance to become Yao Chengxi. Why should I hide it? Your team of 3 is already qualified." "Huh? You still want to form a team?" Tankar frowned. "If you want me to help you with something, just say it." "A team?" Tankar did not reply, just pulled her hand and ran away. Shen Yuxiu waved and smiled lightly. "Let's go talking to this guy too much. Will only lead to being fooled." In front of Yao Chengxi building, Xiaoran looked up, shielding her eyes from the bright sunlight. "I thought this place would be in some secluded mountain. Who would have thought that Yao Chengxi's headquarters would be right in the center of such a bustling city? Isn't that too ostentatious?" Tankar smiled mysteriously. "You will understand later." Xiaoran ran after him, eyes wide open, exclaiming, "Wow, this is a famous bank." "Right, I heard that. If you don't have tens of millions in your card, you can't get in. Don't talk too much. Just follow me." In front of the ATM, an automated voice rang out. "Please select a service. Proceed with the transaction. Please insert your ID card to receive a code." Tankar took out his identity card and put it in the machine. The automated voice continued, "Code 0013. Please go to VIP room 15 to handle the business." The two walked to room 15. Tang Kang leaned his face towards the facial recognition machine and muttered, "Every time I come here, it's always this troublesome beep recognition." Successful, the door opened. Inside, a middle-aged man was waiting. In his hand was a stick with an eagle head. He smiled. "Long time no see, Tankar. We've been waiting for you for a long time." The man turned to look at Xiao. "Ran, this must be Miss Zhuang." He held out his hand. "Miss Zhuang, please leave your phone in our safekeeping. The headquarters does not allow personal devices. Thank you for your cooperation." Xiaoran obediently handed over the phone and walked inside with Tankar. The man pointed, "Miss Zhuang, please sit here and don't walk around, okay?" Xiaowai held the eagle stick and turned it gently. Boom! The entire room suddenly turned into an automatic elevator moving downward. Xiaoran turned her head in surprise to look at Tankar. He smiled, "Welcome to Yao Chengxi." Looking down from the elevator, Xiaoran was stunned. Below is a large crowded space. Hundreds of spirits of all shapes and colors were lining up to do administrative procedures, just like humans in the human world. The staff walked back and forth, constantly reminding. A strange world was gradually opening up before her eyes. To maintain order and security, here is your spirit identity card and spirit energy. Please do not disrupt our queue. I see that your registration form has a change of job request. Please proceed to counter number 5 to complete the procedure. In another area, a staff was reminding a demon spirit. "Sir, your income tax debt from last year has not been paid yet. Please pay it soon so you can continue your mission." Hearing this, the demon spirit widened its eyes. "Pay what tax?" The clerk handed him the tax list, pointing to the thick stack of papers. All the tax bill is here. The angry demon threw all the papers on the ground and shouted loudly. Pretending to be human is too hard, having to work hard to earn money to eat, getting scolded by the boss at work, tired all day, having to pretend to have good relationships with colleagues, sometimes lending money to others, but they still refuse to pay it back. This has to be spent. That has to be taxed. I once dreamed of ruling the world. I want to be a demon. I want to rule this world. These lowly humans were supposed to be food for us. It opened its mouth intending to rush at the staff, but before it could do anything, the security team gave it several heavenly blows. Then he was blinded and dragged away. The security team leader reported, "The troublemaker has been captured. The danger has been resolved." A team member snorted coldly. "What a big-mouthed level C demon. If everyone was like you and returned to the era of big fish eating small fish, would you be able to survive for many days?" The demon spirit bowed its head and mumbled, "You're right, I will definitely change." He looked at Xiaoran Miss Zhuang. "What are you laughing at? It's just a small conflict, nothing to worry about. We have many security guards with many times more strength, making sure nothing dangerous happens." Xiaoran asked curiously, "Then why are there so many monsters gathered here?" The other person explained, "This floor is the administrative center of Yao Chengxi, providing basic services similar to the human government. Simply put, if demon spirits want to coexist in the human world, they must disguise themselves and follow human rules. If they don't like the human world, they can go to the demon city of Langting, where all the demon spirits live. Of course, if a demon spirit from Langting wants to move here, it's not a problem. As long as they don't commit any crimes or have a criminal record, they can apply for a legal identity card in the demon city. All of these are clearly defined in the shared memory between the two species, to ensure that humans and spirits can coexist peacefully. That era of mutual slaughter neither side wants to repeat. At this moment, the elevator alarm rang. "We've arrived, go straight down the corridor and you'll reach the commander's office." Xiao ran after Tang Cara turned back and waved goodbye to Xiao Ai. "Thank you for showing me the way." Xiao Ai stood still in the elevator, looking at the girl's figure in front of her, thinking strangely, "I completely don't feel any spirit aura on her body. Indeed, the body technique that can create a spirit is truly special. If she can pass this challenge and become a judge for the upcoming competition, I'm really looking forward to her performance in the final round of the championship this time." Xiaoran excitedly said to Tang Cara, "I didn't expect Yao Chengxi to be so interesting." Tang Cara laughed, "That's all." Arriving at the command room, Tang Cara scratched his head and smiled at Hanlong. "Gui sister Long, I brought Tian Him here. If there's anything, please give me instructions." Seeing his 180-degree change in attitude, Tian Him couldn't help but feel confused. Why does a person who always acts arrogant and fearless like him seem to be afraid of Sister Long? Han Longgui said seriously, "Xiaoran, due to Yo Than Tu's negligence, you were exiled to Fantian world. Next I will personally open Janshan's door. I called you two here because there are two important matters to discuss." Tang Cara nodded, "Yes, Sister Long. The first is about the Fatian seal. How long have you two been in there? Just give a rough estimate." Xiaoran pondered. "I'm not sure about this either because I had already fainted at that time." She turned to look at Tang Cara. "What about you?" Tang Cara shrugged. "About 10 minutes. Han Longgui was stunned when she heard that. Her face suddenly changed. She asked doubtfully, 10 minutes, are you sure?" "Definitely. Anyway, I wasn't stuck there to play, I was stuck there to save." Xiaoran inside. Even that pig-headed guy said the closing time of Fantian Seal usually only lasts about 10 minutes. This is completely different from the information they have. Before that, Han Longgui pondered, then remembered when she was young. She had asked Li Yichuan about this. At that time, he was fishing by the lake. She ran over and shouted, "You are the head of the Maoshan sect, yet you are secretly sitting here fishing. What kind of decency is that get-up? The commander told me to ask you this." He turned back and smiled teasingly. "Isn't this little milk dragon? Long time no see? Do you miss your teacher?" She immediately rushed forward, raised her foot, and kicked him, shouting loudly, "I repeat, don't call me little milk dragon." He smiled lightly. calmly said, "You're still as naughty as ever. I'm really happy." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched and stood up, but Han Longgui's kick missed and she flew straight into the middle of the lake. Just as her feet were about to touch the water, the master waved his hand and gently lifted her up. "You should change your temper, otherwise sooner or later you will offend many people in Yaochengsi." "Oh, you're this tall already? I remember when I first came up to the mountain, you were only as tall as my knees. Back then I loved holding you up high like this." Hearing him say that, Han Longgui angrily grabbed his head and kneed him straight in the face. "I'm not a kid anymore." However, the blow did not hurt him at all, but instead, she hurt her own leg. He looked at her hugging her knees painfully, sitting on the ground, and sighed. "Even the fact that I have the golden incursion have you forgotten? It seems we have been apart for too long. The lively girl who always followed me around. Now she is just a memory." Anger flared up. Han Longgui pulled out his gun and gritted his teeth. "If you dare say another indecent word." Seeing her furious, Li Dich Shuyen did not joke anymore. "Let's get to the main point. The big boss came here this time to check on the number of people coming out of Maoshan this year, right? Hasn't Yao Chengxi been managing the outside world very well these past years?" He asked her. "It's because of the security that we have to be more vigilant. In fact, she came here this time to tell him something else." "I know what you want to ask. It must be about Fantian's seal, right? After all, in recent years, Yao Chengxi has exiled quite a few criminals. It is understandable that people would threaten others. If they did not do so, the evil spirits in the dark would definitely not be obedient. But if they relied too much on Fantian's seal, the higher-ups in Yao Chengxi would sooner or later feel uneasy. What we can reveal is that for a spirit, 1 day in it is equivalent to 120 days in the human world. I'm not sure about other things. If they want to study Fantian's seal further, it's best to give it up because it's the strongest treasure left by the master." He stood up, turned around and left, leaving a sentence. "Go home if you have time. Go up the mountain to visit me. I hope the next time we meet, it won't be because of work." Han Longyi mumbled thoughtfully. Disciple does not understand. If the Grandmaster is really that powerful, why doesn't he directly destroy the evil spirits that harm humans, but instead traps them in the Fantian seal? Li Yichuan smiled softly. "Have you ever wondered? All living beings in this world are good or evil. Why should it be up to humans to decide?" The Grandmaster's every decision was reasoned, and his divination skills were unparalleled. If immortals truly exist, then he is surely among them. Back to reality, Han Longgui still stood still and silent. Tankar called Sister Long. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just wanted to confirm. So the time spent by humans in the Fantian seal is completely opposite to that of demon spirits. Could this be the Grandmaster's arrangement? What is his purpose in the end? After all, the Fantian seal was created to trap demon spirits. From the moment I charged into it, I knew there would definitely be a way to escape. Even though it's a bit risky when someone is locked in there, you can't just stand by and watch, right? Furthermore, this person definitely doesn't just want to go in there to play. Let's put this aside for now. I called you two here today. You probably already guessed it without needing to be told, right? I can give you the qualification to participate in the Continental Championship. After all you once promised to ensure the safety of the people in front of you, I trust you. Furthermore, I also asked your master's opinion. He agreed to nominate Xiaoran with sect. Master Maoshan's guarantee the higher-ups won't be able to have any opinions. Tankar, you participated in the rookie test. There is a missing person case that suits her very well. Right now the mission is to bring that person back safely to headquarters. Xiaoran said with a determined expression, "I will do my best to complete the mission." Han Longgui continued, "The target of this mission is the former leader of Yao Chengxi, the previous generation of Dao Qi." After hearing that, Xiaoran was stunned. She broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "Sister Long, did I hear wrong? You said the mission's target is the head of Yao Chengxi. Isn't he as powerful as Tankar? If he escapes on his own, how can I bring him back to headquarters? Can't we just report the cause of disappearance?" Han Longgui explained. He disappeared from a nursing home, and it seems he left on his own based on the scene. He was previously confirmed dead, but no one found his body. Don't worry, although he used to be a selfish leader, he is now just an old man with temporary amnesia. Hearing what Sister Long said, Xiaoran still felt a bit uneasy in her heart. She thought to herself, is he really running away, based on what I've seen in movies? Aren't these old men all extremely scary? Han Longwei continued to instruct, there is one more important thing. The mission is for 3 days, during which time you are not allowed to go home. You will have to solve the problem of food and accommodation yourself. Don't ask anyone for help, even demons. For information on the target, you can ask Jing Shi. If any of the conditions are violated, the mission will be considered a failure. Xiaoran received the order, understood. Okay, now you go back the same way. Xiao Ai will pick you up. Tankar, stay, I have something to tell you. After leaving Yao Chengxi's headquarters, Xiaoran thought as she walked, Sister Long may look fierce, but she is a straightforward listener and a solid worker. Maybe she didn't mean to make things difficult for me. Very good, this time I must complete the mission. But what's the first step? That's right, I should ask for intelligence from Kan Hai. 2 days ago, at the nursing home where Wang Daoqi was being treated, in the dining room, Wang Daoqi was using a spoon to scoop rice. But as soon as he brought the food to his mouth, he dropped it on the table again. Mr. Wang, perhaps we should feed you. A nurse approached and asked with a smile, do you remember me? I'm Xiao Dian. This is your favorite dish. I don't want to eat rice anymore. I want to eat grapes. The nurse put the plate of grapes on the table, still smiling. You can eat grapes after you finish eating. She picked up the bowl of rice and was about to feed him. Come on, eat. After you're done, you can eat grapes. I want to eat each other right now. Suddenly, Wang Daoqi slammed his hand on the table and angrily shouted. Having said that, he threw the bowl of rice from the nurse's hand. Then he stood up and left the table. The nurse called out in panic. Mr. Wang, where are you going? He mumbled in response. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Okay, let me help you back to your room. On the way back to the break room, Mr. Wang turned to the nurse and asked, who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? The nurse smiled and replied, I'm Xiao Dian. Seeing him getting more and more emaciated, she couldn't help but worry, thinking to herself, it seems like Mr. Wang's dementia is getting worse. Unexpectedly, a person who was once Yao Chengxi's greatest strategist now fell into this situation. He devoted his whole life to humanity. Obviously a hero, but God is so unfair. As two people passed by another room, suddenly Mr. Wang heard gunshots coming from the TV inside. He paused, his face showing pain. Mr. Wang, why did you stop? The nurse asked worriedly. Suddenly, Mr. Wang suddenly collapsed and passed out on the spot. Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang. The nurse called in panic. He was rushed to the emergency room. When he woke up, he opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. He wondered, where is this? Looking around, he muttered, stars. No, this is a hospital. Confusion was evident on his face. Who am I? Why am I here? Then his memory slowly returned. That's right. I am the captain of the Shanhu Special Forces, belonging to the 12th National Military Region and the former leader of the evil city Wang Daoqi. But why am I in the hospital? His memory continued to piece together the events. The image of the command room appeared in his mind. At that time, his superiors had decided to let him retire for medical treatment. Thinking back to that time, he angrily shouted, "Are you guys joking? The situation outside is so chaotic, and you're telling me to resign and stand by." A high-ranking official calmly replied, "According to the results of the medical examination, you have shown signs of the onset of dementia. For the safety of yourself and those around you, temporarily resigning and receiving treatment would be the best choice." Sorry, he continued, but you have no right to object. We only want the best for you. After all these years of hard work, it's time to rest. Wang Daoqi clenched his fists, holding his head. A feeling of helplessness filled his mind. Old age, illness, early retirement. He thought bitterly, if I guess correctly in their eyes, I am now nothing more than a useless person, still needing to be taken care of by others. Suddenly, he jumped out of bed. Wait, this feeling. He slowly lowered his legs onto the bed, sat down on the ground, his eyes full of pain. No way am I really old. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I never thought that one day I would witness myself peeing like this. As he spoke, he covered his face, his laughter filled with bitterness. Damn it, the veteran who has been through many battles, the man who once stood at the peak of Yao Chengxi, finally had such a miserable day. Having said that, he burst into tears. I'm sorry, comrades. I no longer have the ability to protect anyone. At that moment, a voice rang out in the room. Wang Daoqi, you're not old yet. You can still continue to fight. He startled, looking around. Who is talking? Who am I? You will know sooner or later. Answer me, do you want to become a hero again? Hero? No, I don't want to be a hero anymore. I just want to be a useful person to this society. Very good, your spirit has now awakened. Do as I say and you will be able to return to Yao Chengxi. The voice continued to ring out. This is Yao Chengxi's internal nursing home. There must be many guards around. If you want to leave here the fastest way without using force, there is only one way, play dead. Wang Daoqi raised his eyebrows, thought for a moment, and then replied, Okay, I understand. The mysterious voice continued. The morgue is heavily guarded, but it is located near Back Mountain, so there is almost no guard here. Wang Daoqi pondered for a moment, and then firmly said, I don't know who you are, but even though I'm an old man now, at least my mind is still clear, and my spirit has also awakened. If there's anything unusual, we'll continue talking when I get out. Good, so you know what to do next. Wang Daoqi's eyes flashed with determination. He began to use his spiritual energy to initiate his plan to fake his death. He controlled the metal to absorb into his body, forming many layers to cover his internal organs. Thanks to that, even the heart rate monitor could not detect any signs of life. The blood in his body was also dispersed through the blood vessels, creating a perfect state of feigning death. Wang Daoqi took a deep breath, preparing to enter the most important life and death drama of his life. Noticing the pulse here, he immediately used the metal to block the blood vessels. With this method, there would be no mistakes. He then proceeded to manipulate the monitoring device, causing the alarm to sound repeatedly. Cardiac arrest signal. Outside, a nurse hurriedly called out, Room 23. Mr. Wang has no vital signs. Quickly notify the doctor to prepare for emergency treatment. In the emergency room, the monitor screen showed a straight line and all vital signs disappeared. Mr. Wang had the ability to control electronic devices. Even traditional methods of checking the baby's pulse or listening to the baby's heartbeat failed to detect any signs of life. Hold on, a doctor called out loudly while performing CPR. The head doctor paused, his eyes filled with regret. Forget it, Director Zhang. You've done your best. Mr. Wang is no more. Another doctor bowed his head and sighed. He's over 90 years old, at least he can go in peace. All the doctors took off their hats and masks, bowed their heads in memory a heroic life had ended. I hope in heaven he finds peace. His body was then taken to a cold storage room, a room called the morgue. When the door closed, the doctors left talking as they walked. I heard he has no relatives, how pitiful. Yes, but surely Yao Chengxi will hold a very solemn warrior. The next day, Zhuang Xiaoran entered the morgue and checked again. Is Mr. Wang Daoqi's body still here? She turned to ask a doctor who was with her. Yes, he was placed here all night long, but this morning, Yao Chengxi's men came and found the body gone. What? She frowned. They had previously carefully checked the traces at the scene, and initially it was confirmed that Wang Daoqi had not actually died, but had left the place on his own. However, no one knew why he did so. After all, the security system here was extremely strict, but he had still easily disabled it. All the surveillance equipment last night had been jammed. The doctor shook his head. I advise you not to try to find more clues from this place. Mr. Wang was a famous war god when he was young. Even though he is old, his counter-reconnaissance ability is still extremely excellent. Moreover, all signs point to the fact that he is no longer a harmless, frail old man. Even if you find him, there's nothing you can do. The young girl was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I didn't come here to search for clues, I just wanted to understand more about Mr. Wang Daoqi. She looked around the room, her eyes filled with thought. A nursing home. I've never been to a place like this before. After thinking for a while, she continued, First, we need to clarify the motive for his escape from here. I've looked through his basic records. After observing the area behind the nursing home, I think I have some idea of what happened. His profile shows that he was a very proud man, a great warrior who devoted his life to protecting his country and saving countless lives. But now that he is old, he has to rely on others to take care of him even in his personal life. She clenched her fists. If he really woke up in this situation, it would probably be a terrible torment for him. The image of her father appeared in her mind. She raised her head. Her eyes determined a man's self-esteem is sometimes more important than life. Then she left to continue searching for clues. On the doctor's side, when he saw that she had left the nursing home, he immediately called Han Long Gui to report, "Hello, Commander Long, the newbie just left. So what do you think? She has good qualities, empathy and reconnaissance abilities. Moreover, her mind is also quite sharp. Overall, she has the potential to join Yao City, Han Long." Gui pondered for a moment. This mission seems a bit too much for such a young girl. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? The doctor smiled softly. The other party was Mr. Wang Daoqi. If there is a conflict, there will still be someone to protect her. That's good. Continue to monitor the situation. The doctor's eyes became solemn. He looked towards the nursing home that was immersed in the evening light. As she walked, Xiao Ran pondered over the clues she had just gathered. Before he disappeared, he had taken a bath. Furthermore, all of his personal belongings had been taken away. His ability was to control metal and electronic devices. This really made things more complicated. She took out her phone to check. The recorded images showed that more information was needed. A new set of documents had just been sent, which included a detailed profile of Mr. Wang Daoqi. From behind, Tankar quietly followed closely, silently protecting her. He remembered when Commander Long asked him to stay in the command room alone. He asked Han Long Guixiao, "Ran has already accepted the mission, so is keeping you here to give you another important mission." Han Long Gui calmly replied, "It's still just a matter related to Xiao Ran. Furthermore, there isn't any mission right now that's interesting enough for you. Xiao Ran, she is my recommendation, absolutely trustworthy. You can rest assured. I trust you, but I'm still responsible for the headquarters, so you have your own mission too." "What mission?" Secretly monitor Xiao Ran. Han Long Gui continued. "The difficulty of this mission is not as simple as I said. According to the information we have investigated, the target may have recovered his sanity and tactical thinking. With Mr. Wang's personality, even if Xiao Ran found him, if she wanted to bring him back to headquarters, the only way would be to use force to force him. If a fight breaks out, will she be able to control the mummy's power well? If so, it proves that she is no longer a threat. No matter what method is used, as long as Mr. Wang is brought back, her mission is complete, but if she is in danger, you can step in to help. However, once he makes a move, Xiao Ran will forever lose her eligibility to participate in the upcoming entrance exam. The headquarters was already strongly against her participation. I could only seize this opportunity for her. Whether she succeeds or fails, it all depends on her." In the personal belongings storage area, after taking a bath, Mr. Wang Daoqi put on his familiar clothes again. He walked strongly and said to himself, "I will destroy 100 troublemaking demons so that they will understand what it means to have a sword that has not worn out yet." At an abandoned factory, 2 demons are nibbling on human flesh. Wang Daoqi stepped forward, his voice deep and resounding. "You guys live in the dark. Do you still like to hide in dark places like this?" Before the demon could regain his composure, he stabbed the demon with a knife. Head separated from neck. The remaining one panicked and backed away, his voice trembling. "Who are you?" He smiled faintly. "Wang Daoqi of Yao Chengxi." As soon as he finished speaking, in the blink of an eye, hundreds of iron bars rushed from all directions, piercing through the demon spirit suspended in the air. Looking back at the scene before his eyes, he sighed softly. "I'm really old. Just a little exercise, and I'm already tired." But the old form has not diminished. Suddenly a voice from above made him startled and raise his head. A dirty-looking boy, his clothes torn at the bottom, wearing a long cloak that reached down to his feet, was smiling brightly at him. He narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Where did this kid come from? Could he be a demon spirit?" The boy shook his head and replied, "I'm not a demon, I'm just a child who admires you." Wang Daoqi was slightly surprised. "You can read my mind and you can even speak without opening your mouth. Are you the one who called me out?" The boy nodded in confirmation. "I didn't expect the one cheering me on to be a kid." The boy happily jumped down, intending to hug him, but unexpectedly hit his face on the iron plate he had just summoned. It fell to the ground, holding its head and sobbing. Seeing that scene, he said in a low voice, "Kid, Your background is unclear. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in approaching me? Also, are you mute? Don't use this method to talk anymore." The boy looked up at him with teary eyes. "I told you I'm just a normal kid who admires heroes." "Humph, is this kid really mute? Or is he just teasing me?" Angry, he summoned iron plates tightly wrapped around the boy, then turned and left. "I have infused my spirit inside. It will automatically open in an hour." "I don't have time to joke with you. I don't have parents," the boy said after him. "Then go wherever you want and don't follow me around." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and was startled to see the boy still happily following him. "How did you escape? What kind of ability do you have?" The boy smiled mysteriously. "I want to be your assistant. Before I disappear, I want to experience the feeling of being a hero. Once, after defeating the evil with you, I will leave. Are you paranoid?" The old man frowned. The boy just laughed. The old man was so upset that he had to clench his fists to control himself. Suddenly, he felt something. He quickly stopped the child. "Don't go any further. Right ahead. A demon spirit carrying a person on its shoulders." When it detected two people appearing behind it, his eyes flashed with alertness. His two accomplices were killed. Not bad. Even stink bugs know how to gather together. The demon screamed, rushed straight towards him. He stood still, conjuring a knife in his hand. His eyes were cold. "Come here and see. I want to see what you're capable of." Suddenly, Wang Daoqi was stunned. He stood there and muttered, "Who am I? Why am I so hungry? I want to eat." Saw the demon spirit rushing towards him. He panicked and fell to the ground. He shouted, "Monster, don't eat me!" The demon quickly grabbed him and lifted him up. In the moment, it was about to swallow him. The boy's voice rang out, "Wake up, Wang Daoqi." His eyes immediately regained their clarity, looking at the demon spirit before him angrily. "You are the first monster that dared to make me so miserable." A powerful spiritual aura erupted from his body. The demon spirit panicked and turned to run away. "Why weren't you stronger earlier? It's too late to run now." The old man coldly raised his hand and said, "Golden Crow Prison." The demon spirit was immediately trapped in a metal sphere. It struggled madly, but the old man just smiled faintly. "You want to escape from inside? I advise you to save your strength. The iron made of Golden Crow is stronger than steel, unless you are an S-class demon spirit." He pulled out a metal wire, picked up the woman who was kidnapped by the demon. "Take her to the nearest hospital, and you." He glanced at the boy. "No matter what abilities you have, you should obediently wait outside." "I'm not kidding with this move." "I knew it. I knew it," the boy said excitedly. He turned the metal ball into a small object, vibrating at high frequency, creating sound waves to attack the enemy. Golden Crow suppresses evil. The demon spirit was instantly crushed. The surrounding rocks and soil were also blown away. Looking at the scene before his eyes, he sighed. "I wanted to test my current strength, but I'm really old. If it were before, this move would have turned the surrounding area into mud." The boy jumped out of the rubble and ran to him, his eyes shining. "Hero! That last kill move was so cool. I didn't expect to see this technique with my own eyes. It's amazing." The old man glanced at the boy. "You can follow, but don't talk too much. I hate noisy people the most." He paused for a moment, then continued. "But remember, after I kill another demon spirit, you really have to leave here. I promise to be good and not talk nonsense." The boy smiled brightly. Looking at the boy, the old man suddenly thought, "I suddenly fell ill just now, but he was able to call my sanity back. Whether it was a coincidence or not, keeping him around isn't a bad thing." He muttered as he walked. "It's time to meet up with old friends and reminisce. If I can't even destroy a B-rank demon spirit in one move, how can I face meeting them again?" He continued talking to the boy, unaware that something had just latched onto his neck. Wang Daoqi's past. Elsewhere, Xiaoran just received more information about Mr. Wang sent by Jingxi. She pondered how many things has he been through in this life. Document No 00 Prayer No 03. The Battle of the Dead Sea. All 12 members of the Hushan Tiger Special Task Force, Lusang Military Region, were assigned a top-secret mission. In the end, 11 people died. Only Captain Wang Daoqi was lucky to survive. Before the battle, the whole team took a group photo. Captain Wang Daoqi said, "Hey Cheesy, don't keep taking photos. We're going to fight, not on vacation." "Come here," Cheesy grinned. Running over to sit among his teammates, everyone smile. What's our boss's name? The whole team shouted in unison Wang Daoqi. At the campsite, the captain approached and patted Cheesy's shoulder. Xiaoqi, you take pictures every time you do a mission. Don't you find it annoying? Cheesy smiled. Taking photos is to preserve memories. Boss, think about it when we get old. These photos will not only be glory, but also precious memories of the whole team. Wang Daoqi's face was serious. War is not a child's play. If the mission fails, this photo will be our portrait. The whole team was silent. He continued, this mission is extremely important to the country. The person who went to control the news is very strict. All communication devices are banned, and we cannot bring any electronic products. The country cannot support us. There were only 12 of us facing a whole brigade. This is a life or death mission. The entire Hushan Tiger Forces team assemble immediately. A powerful voice rang out. What is our slogan? The whole team shouted in unison. No fear, no retreat, no failure. Our lives belong to our country. Our lives belong to the captain. Wang Daoqi looked at them and smiled, a bunch of idiots. He ordered to check the equipment and prepare for action. According to intelligence, the enemy's secret weapons and combat command center are located here. Their mission is to destroy the enemy's top secret weapons and collect the enemy's combat positions. Across the Dark Sea, 12 soldiers silently crossed the murky sea. Inside the enemy base, 3 soldiers were sitting around drinking and chatting. I heard, we have to make a move tonight. Shh, don't talk nonsense. This is classified information. If anyone hears you, you'll be court-martialed. But don't you find it strange? A large amount of secret weapons have been transported to the northern coast. We're not blind. Keep your voice down. We're on a mission. If the enemy hears, you'll be the first to die. Haha, have you had too much to drink? Our surveillance system is so advanced that even stealth planes and submarines can't get past it unless someone swims over here otherwise. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp knife was stabbed straight into his head. Finished him off on the spot. The other 2 panicked and hurriedly shouted. They're gathering troops and preparing to attack. Inside the heavy transport vehicle, perhaps the enemy's secret weapon. Raid below the base, the enemy is busy transporting a giant cargo. Slow down, be careful, one guy shouted. Suddenly the cargo cable broke. The crate fell to the ground, creating a loud noise. At that moment, Wang Daoqi immediately gave an order. Lam, use your ability to check inside the cargo box. Lam quickly used her ability to see through objects. Observe carefully and report. I see inside seems to be a heavy combat robot. On the arm says NP Future 01. The shape of the other transport vehicles is similar. There seems to be about 10 of these machines. Wang Daoqi looked worried. According to previous reports, it would take the enemy at least a decade to successfully research this weapon. However, they were unexpectedly able to deploy it on the battlefield so quickly. The entire body of these machines is made of high-density alloy, strong enough to withstand even heavy artillery. Their armor can hold tens of thousands of armor-piercing bullets, not to mention being equipped with a missile system. If there really were 10 of these machines, our coastal military base would definitely not be able to withstand them. Once the coastal defense line was breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. Is it possible that all the country's efforts over the years are about to go down the drain? On the enemy side, the commander walked closer to the crate that had just fallen to the ground and angrily shouted, "What kind of business do you useless people have? Do you know how much the stuff inside is worth? I just want to punch you in the head." The soldier in charge bowed his head, his voice trembling. "I'm sorry, Sergeant. I will definitely be more careful next time." Suddenly, a man appeared from behind the sergeant. He exuded a chilling air of danger. The sergeant immediately turned back, his voice stuttering. "General, it was my mistake. I was checking the damage to the robot. I am willing to take any punishment." The general in front of him had half of his face severely damaged, but he only smiled faintly. "It's okay, that thing isn't that valuable. It's fine as long as you're fine." His voice was low but powerful. Then he turned to the group of soldiers. His attitude somewhat softened. The mission had been extremely urgent these past few days. "You guys have worked hard. Go back and rest first. Only with good health can you complete the mission well." The subordinates bowed their heads in unison. "Yes, General." Just turned away and left. The sergeant was shot straight in the back, fell down immediately. He was able to rest earlier than expected. The rest were stunned, cold sweat pouring out. The general spoke coldly. Next mission, don't make any more mistakes. Even the other sergeant, who had yet to recover, immediately replied, his voice trembling, Yes, General. He nodded slightly, his voice low. Good, in an hour, the reinforcement fleet will arrive. Keep your spirits up. With that, he turned around and looked towards the barracks, thinking to himself, I don't know why I feel so uneasy tonight. On the other side, Wang Daoqi's team was monitoring the situation. He turned to Lam and asked, Are you sure that guy is Fei Lu? Lam nodded firmly. There's no mistake. Even if he turns to ashes, I'll still recognize him. I didn't expect that crazy guy to be here too. Could it be that there's a traitor in the intelligence team? Wang Daoqi replied thoughtfully, That madman is extremely cunning. I think even the enemy doesn't know of his presence. If they knew, they would definitely have killed the security guards, not so casually. His voice lowered. He is like us, possessing special abilities. Whenever there is a threat around, he will immediately sense it. That is why, until now, he has never failed. A worried team member asked, So, Captain, what should we do next? Wang Daoqi said in a low voice, Sorry, brothers, but I'm afraid this time we have to risk our lives to retreat and protect the coastal base. He ordered the entire Hushan Tiger team to assemble. Next mission, steal the enemy's battle map. Choose one person to bring back the intelligence. The rest stay and hold them off. He continued to assign tasks. Yanshi, you two are in charge of dealing with the guards on the observation tower. Kang Hong Guang Huiqi, Zai Lan sneak into the enemy's operations building in the confusion to steal their combat plan. Wu Kai Yu are the fastest swimmer, several times faster than us. When the team gets the map, you must take on the task of bringing it back to base. The rest of the people followed me and charged straight into the square to cause chaos. In the enemy's office, the general was leisurely enjoying a cup of tea. Suddenly a bullet flew past. Through the glass door behind him, immediately a subordinate rushed in a panic, his voice urgent. General, something's wrong. The enemy has suddenly attacked. The general showed no signs of panic, coldly asking his subordinate, How many people are there on the other side? There were about 10 people in front of him, one of whom looked very similar to Wang Daoqi from the enemy army. Oh right, what about our battle plan map? I'll order it destroyed immediately. Wait, if they're after military intelligence, then let them take it. You stay here and absolutely do not pass on any orders. Wang Daoqi, he gritted his teeth. His hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Voice dropped. I've wanted to meet him for a long time. Outside, the enemy troops were quickly forming up. The commander loudly ordered one squad immediately check the numbers. Before he finished speaking, 3 grenades came from somewhere. Fall them enemy formation, causing them to fall into chaos. There are enemies, send reinforcements quickly. At the first volley, several enemies were killed. Wang Daoqi fired and shouted, Everyone scatter and find cover. At the same time, his teammates threw smoke bombs at the enemy, making their ranks even more disordered. Captain, they used smoke bombs to blind us. There are quite a few of them, and they are using guerrilla tactics, making our troops confused, unable to distinguish who is enemy and who is friend. A soldier reported in panic. Where is the observatory? Why was there no warning? He had just finished speaking. He immediately received a bullet in the forehead. From above, Yan Shi, who had occupied the observation deck, aimed at each enemy one by one, pulling the trigger as he smiled faintly. Let me take care of these leaders and see how they fight. In the corridor, a group of enemy troops were retreating in haste. Quickly block the elevator door. The enemy could rush up at any moment. The leader shouted loudly, but at that moment Cheesy had already arrived. Lightning fast, took them all down in the blink of an eye. Damn, so fast, I didn't even have time to come to my senses. A soldier panicked. Set a record again, another one muttered. Damn, boss never sees this scene. A teammate begged each other. He probably only practices swordsmanship to get the captain's praise. Don't talk nonsense. Even though the captain doesn't use the sword much, his speed is still better than Cheesy's. Guang Hui commented. In another area, a group of enemy soldiers were running around. Be careful, the enemy has infiltrated our formation. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared from the dark corner. Who is it? Come out here now. When he saw who had just appeared, the commander exclaimed, "Sergeant, are you okay?" "No problem, that's great. But why are you here? The enemy has been completely destroyed by us. The captain sent me to reinforce them." He had not finished speaking yet, then received a slap. "You idiots! What did I tell you to do?" The sergeant gritted his teeth. In fact, he was Kang Hong, the person who killed the real sergeant and disguised himself as him. Outside, Wang Daoqi's team was still fighting fiercely. Suddenly, a blood-curdling sound came from inside. Wang Daoqi smiled. Good, got the battle map. But the joy did not last long as his expression suddenly became serious. In the sky, a helicopter flew silently away. Inside is Fei Lo. "General, are you really going to execute the sunken boat plan?" a subordinate asked cautiously. Fei Lu glanced at him, his voice cold as ice. "Pass on my orders immediately, don't make me repeat myself a second time." "But sir, there are still many of our soldiers on the island who have not retreated in time." "Don't worry, all exits have been sealed. Once the sunken boat plan is activated, no one can escape, not even a god." He spoke worriedly. "It is our responsibility to die on the battlefield. Even if there is a little pity, we cannot let it affect the great cause of unification. Moreover, it is very interesting to extinguish other people's hopes with your own hands." Wang Daoqi looked up at the helicopter that was leaving, and a feeling of unease suddenly rose in his heart. The base was just attacked. The person sitting on that helicopter must be a high-ranking figure. This place also contains secret weapons and thousands of elite soldiers. So why did they retreat? Suddenly he seemed to understand something. Immediately whistled to signal the whole team to assemble. "What's going on?" "The boss told us to retreat." At that moment, hundreds of missile warheads from above rushed down like a storm. "Captain, are you okay? Thank goodness," a teammate shouted. Wang Daoqi frowned. "Where are the others?" "They are still fighting at the camp gate, it's just what? Take me there." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward, where Cheesy was being crushed by a large rock, unable to escape. Still a second too late. "If I were as fast as the boss, I probably wouldn't be in such a miserable state." Cheesy tried to force a weak smile. Wang Daoqi turned to Lam, his eyes filled with hope, but she just shook her head helplessly. "Sorry, boss, I can't fight with you until the final victory. I really want to go to that moment with everyone." Kiza said with difficulty, then slowly closed his eyes. "Kiza sacrificed himself to save us," one person exclaimed, but did not have time to finish the sentence. But before he could finish his sentence, enemy artillery shells rained down. Everyone dispersed and found a place to hide. Kang Hong hurriedly gave a backpack to Wang Daoqi. "Captain, inside is the enemy's battle plan map. Must get the intelligence out, at all costs. Can't let Cheesy's sacrifice be meaningless. But Wu Kai's leg is injured. Can't go into the water. Only the captain has enough strength and speed to do it. We will hold the enemy back. You go quickly." "What are you joking about? If you want to go, then let's go together," Wang Daoqi objected. "If we hesitate any longer, we will all die here. If the intelligence is not released, all our comrades in the base will be wiped out." Wang Daoqi gritted his teeth and looked at his brothers. Then he clenched his fists. "I will definitely get the intelligence out." His teammates immediately opened fire to cover. Wang Daoqi rushed through the bullets and ran straight forward. But when he had just gone a short distance, he suddenly stopped, stunned for a moment. In front of him, Lam's head rolled on the ground. Another person fell down. Swallowing his tears, he gritted his teeth. He hugged his backpack tightly, crossed the dense shelling, jumped into the sea, and swam away with all his might. There was only one thought in his mind. "There's about an hour left until we reach the shore. I must get the intelligence out. Wait for me, brothers. We will definitely win this battle." But then the sea suddenly became rough. A submarine suddenly emerged from the bottom of the sea, right in front of him. Seeing the scene before his eyes, Wang Daoqi almost went crazy and shouted, "You bastard!" From the ship, Fei Lo stepped out, stood in front of the railing and smiled mockingly. "Captain Wang, you haven't seen all the storms yet. Why are you so agitated this time?" Wang Daoqi gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. "Look how well I treated you. I found all your teammates for you." Fei Lu waved his hand and pointed behind him. Before Wang Daoqi's eyes, the bodies of the 11 brothers were hanging in the air. Not a single one survived. Do you think that just getting the intelligence out will change the situation? I'm not afraid to tell you our secret weapon has been produced in quantities of over 100 units. He continued with a sneer. The real target is not this base, but the east and south coasts. At this moment on the deck, dozens of fighting machines stood in a row ready to fire. Do you understand what I mean? Your comrades have sacrificed themselves in vain. The difference in power between the weapons is too great, making the outcome of the battle almost decided. Look back and you will understand what true despair is. Wang Daoqi did as he was told, turning his face to look out at the sea. Before his eyes, countless enemy warships were covering the water. It's a pity for your teammates, each of them possesses formidable skills. If I were to use them, it would be like a tiger growing wings. But at least they still have some value. Bring them back to headquarters for anatomical research. Who knows? We might get some unexpected gains. In Wang Daoqi's mind, the image of the 12 the 12 brothers who were full of enthusiasm before setting out on a mission suddenly appeared. Now he was the only one left. Do you know why you lost? He said as he raised his gun, coldly pulled the trigger, and shot straight at the corpses of Wang Daoqi's comrades. This is a battlefield. The strong do not need compassion. The winner is the king. The weak are just chess pieces in a game of war, and chess pieces are only useful. He burst out laughing, haha. His expression right now is really happy. He only lost a few subordinates. Yet the undefeated Hushan Tigers captain showed this expression. How ridiculous! Wang Daoqi said nothing. A huge source of power suddenly surged within him. His body exploded, rushing towards the bodies of his comrades. In his head, familiar voices echoed, as if they were still cheering him on. Captain, we will definitely win. Don't be sad for us, continue to live well. For us, be strong. Boss, don't let that guy be complacent. Kill him for me, Captain. In the next life, we will still be brothers, protect the country for us. In this life, the most righteous thing I have ever done is to go to the battlefield with you, to protect the fatherland sacrificing. For the homeland is our honor. We know that even though you are still alive, it is more painful than death. No matter what happens, we will always stand by your side. Please continue to fight for us. Wang Daoqi clenched his teeth, tears silently falling. A bunch of idiots. Suddenly all the surrounding metal was drawn towards him. The power in his body exploded stronger than ever. His whole body slowly flew out of the water, his eyes flashing with hatred. The wicked must die. Fei Lu's eyes widened, his face pale. He can fly in the air. Could it be a secret weapon? He hurriedly shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Shoot him now. Absolutely do not let him escape." Immediately, bullets from all directions rushed towards Wang Daoqi. But as the bullets approached, they suddenly stopped in mid-air. Wang Daoqi gently snapped his fingers. All the bullets immediately changed direction, shooting back towards the soldiers. In the blink of an eye, they were completely destroyed. In the blink of an eye, they were completely destroyed. He continued to rush in front of Fei Lu, growling, "Kneel before my comrades. Perhaps I will let you live a little longer. Wait until the day we win, then you will have to pay for your sins." Fei Lu retreated, his whole body trembling, as he muttered, "Did I see a ghost? What the hell is he? We can't let him live, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable." Just then a voice came from the walkie-talkie on a soldier's body. "General, are you okay?" Unexpectedly, the ship's door cannot be opened. Fei Lu immediately shouted into the radio, "Contact the battleship's internal affairs. Immediately concentrate all firepower here." However, the communication signal was interrupted again. The battleship team respond quickly. But there was only silence in response on the other side. The entire battleship system was also in chaos. "This is the combat command center." The warship team heard clearly and responded immediately. "The captain still cannot contact headquarters. How is this possible? Who activated the ballistic missile system?" The commander shouted, "Didn't we manipulate the system? Why did it suddenly lose control? What is the target of attack? Our own." As soon as the missile was fired, the entire battleship burst into flames in the sky and sea. "Your fleet has been completely destroyed by me. If you kneel now, perhaps there is still time." The enemy stared in surprise. Is there such power in this world? But no matter how strong you are, you cannot save the world alone. We will meet again in hell. He shouted loudly, "Long live the Wit Empire." As soon as Fei Lu finished speaking, a series of iron bars from all directions, wrapped tightly around him, forced him to kneel on the ground. He tried to struggle, but in vain. His whole body was completely controlled. There was no other way. He had no choice but to continuously kowtow to the souls of Wang Daoqi's comrades. Wang Daoqi bowed his head silently, looked at the bodies of his comrades and brought them back for burial. The dawn has broken, but there are people who will forever remain in the darkness. However, the light they brought will be remembered by posterity. After watching the documentary about him, Xiaoran couldn't hold back her tears. "Mr. Wang, I will definitely find you. You must not have any problems." Suddenly her phone vibrated. A new announcement has appeared. An abandoned chemical factory in the southern suburbs of Lusang exploded. No casualties have been reported, yet experts are conducting a preliminary investigation. Human causes have been ruled out, and the cause of the explosion is suspected to be a chemical explosion. The investigation is still ongoing. Xiaoran stared at her phone screen. Mr. Wang had just gone missing, and then an explosion had occurred in an abandoned factory. It couldn't be a coincidence. I had to go there and check. Standing in front of the chemical factory gate, she saw many firefighters working urgently. She thought about how to blend in. She closed her eyes and concentrated, a special aura emanating around her. There was indeed a spiritual aura here, very weak but extremely powerful. Could it be that Mr. Wang was still in there? But the problem is that it is not easy for an ordinary person like her to enter this area. I have to find a way to get past the firemen. She continued thinking, this workshop is so big. That's right, Mummy has the ability to sense spiritual energy and locate it. If I borrow that power, I can find clues. Thinking is doing. She closed her eyes and used her spirit to activate Mummy's ability. When she opened her eyes, she smiled slightly. It worked. Looking around, she noticed two lingering spiritual auras in the air. If the yellow spirit mark is Mr. Wang's, then who does the remaining thread belong to? The other side. Wang Daoqi led a young boy to the cemetery to visit his fallen comrades, standing in front of the poster. He said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, brothers. I haven't visited you all these years. I didn't expect that illness would follow me when I got old." He looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with determination. "But I just tried. I can still fight. The power that everyone has given me, I will use it to the fullest. As long as there is anyone who dares to threaten this country, even if it is a god or a demon, I will destroy them all." He sighed softly. "It probably won't be long before I come to see everyone." The boy standing next to him shook his head. "The men who fought by your side were heroes, but I believe they would not have wanted you to choose this way of sacrificing yourself to end your life." Wang Daoqi was silent, turning his head to stare at the boy. Suddenly a person appeared silently standing in front of him. The man was wearing a black cloak and a hood. "People from Yao City," he said coldly. "You'd better get out of the way. I'm not in a good mood right now." The man in black did not reply, just silently removed his hood. Seeing his face, Wang Daoqi was shocked. Unconsciously exclaimed Cheesy, "No way, Cheesy is dead. I must be crazy. It must be just an illusion." As the person called out Captain, he immediately rushed to swing the sword to attack. Sharp blade slashes straight down, made him collapse on the spot. He angrily shouted, "You bastard, who are you? How dare you impersonate Cheesy?" The other person slowly stood up. Throw away the cloak. Revealing a fierce expression, he coldly said, "Have you forgotten me so quickly, Wang Daoqi?" At that moment, another head grew out of his body. It was the face of Fei Lu, the enemy, who had killed all of his teammates. "You guys have been in hell for a long time. This is considered a meeting." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw down a head with Cheesy's face. Bloody head rolling on the ground. Seeing that horrifying scene, he remembered the smiling appearance of Cheesy, who always called him boss. His anger flared up violently. No more hesitation. He rushed into the attack. The giant metal fists he created simultaneously collapsed, but he still stood still with a mocking smile. This attack was too weak. He quickly dodged all the iron punches, but at that moment, he was shocked to realize that there were countless metal threads wrapped tightly around his body, so tight that he could not move. Wang Daoqi rushed forward and kicked him straight in the head. "Die, that's still too easy for you." His blood splattered everywhere. He continued to strike without stopping. In the distance, Xiaoran was driving over. She looked up at the sky and saw Mr. Wang fighting with someone. Wang Daoqi used all his strength to hit Fei Lu so hard that his body was deformed. He was lying flat on the ground, but terrifyingly. He's not dead yet. He smirked, inheriting all the power of his comrades, and this is all. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "You have no right to mention them." Having said that, he gathered a large amount of spiritual energy. He delivered the fatal blow. Even though he was defeated, Fei Lu's laughter still echoed in the air. "You are the one who deserves to die. You are the one who deserves to die." Wang Daoqi locked him in a metal circle. High-frequency vibration. He thought he could definitely kill him this time, but to be safe, it was best to wait until he recovered his strength, and then deal the finishing blow. But what he didn't expect was for Fei Lu to appear right behind him. He slowly approached, his tone full of sinisterness. "In war, the victor is the one who is righteous. You and I are the same. Our hands are covered in blood. The death of your comrade has nothing to do with me." In a situation where he knew nothing about the enemy's strength, he still stubbornly attacked, causing his teammates to die unjustly, while he himself survived until today. "So the one who deserves to die is you, Wang Daoqi, and now I am immortal." His anger made him lose control. He used his golden fist armor to continuously hit him. Why? Why do those who deserve to live die, while a bastard like you still exists? At this time, Xiaoran was almost there. She saw that the war seemed to be over, but she didn't understand what Mr. Wang was planning to do. Unable to drive in, she had to run, after beating Fei Lu to the point of being buried deep in the ground. Wang Daoqi was exhausted. He thought breathlessly, "I didn't expect him to still be alive, and he hasn't aged at all. He must be possessed by a demon." Suddenly he hugged his chest, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Using too much spiritual energy makes this old body unable to hold on any longer. But from underground, a familiar voice rang out again. "Wang Daoqi, you are the one who deserves to die." He angrily rushed towards him and roared, "I don't care if you are immortal or not. As long as I still have a breath, I will fight you to the end." However, before he could get there, his body lost strength and he collapsed to the ground. "Don't try in vain. I know your body has reached its limit. Just admit it, Wang Daoqi. You are old now, you can't even protect yourself." "Shut up, you bastard." He struggled to stand up, muttering, "I can still fight. I can still protect anyone. Really look back at what's inside the sphere. That's my second gift to you. I'm sure you'll enjoy it." He slowly turned his head. Before him, above a demon's head, were his 11 former teammates. They were writhing in pain. They called out in unison, "Captain." He knelt down, his eyes filled with pain and bewilderment. Wang Daoqi, even though those people were fake, the shame he felt towards them was real. Now he can't even stand, he's just a burden to others. "Admit it, you're old. Accept it, you're the one who killed your comrades." Fei Lu's laughter echoed in his ears endlessly. "Stand up, Wang Daoqi. Rather than dying by my hands, it's better for you to die by your comrades' hands. That would be the most suitable ending for you." Wang Daoqi was like a lost soul. He stood up and walked towards his teammates. As he walked, he muttered, "It was me. I was the one who killed everyone." Just as he was about to enter the demon's mouth, a voice suddenly rang out. "Come back to me, Wang Daoqi." He turned to face the boy. "Get out of here, kid. I have no strength to protect anyone anymore." Then he raised the knife and intended to kill himself. But at that moment, Xiaoran rushed over, grabbed his hand in time and shouted, "Mr. Wang, wake up! It's all an illusion. Stop hurting yourself." Looking at her, his eyes gradually regained clarity. The knife fell to the ground, and he bowed his head. He asked in a low voice, "Who are you? Why are you here?" "I am Xiaoran, a newcomer to the Yaochengxi Championship this year. My mission before the match is to find you and bring you back to headquarters." When I arrived, I saw him in the air fighting someone. I didn't know who his opponent was. I guessed he must be hallucinating, so I immediately rushed over. He was stunned, not expecting that a little girl would save his life. Xiaoran looked at him kneeling on the ground, his body covered with wounds. "Couldn't help but worry, Mr. Wang. Let me take you to the hospital first. You've lost too much blood. Look up." His eyes stopped at the boy who was still standing there. He looked at him smiling. Seeing him struggling to get up, Xiaoran asked Mr. Wang, "Where are you going now?" He waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Don't follow me. There's something I need to confirm. I'll go back to Yaochengxi with you later." He walked up to the boy, asked sternly, "Do you really exist?" "Of course. I am your ego." He was startled and took a step back. You mean everything that happened after I left the nursing home was my imagination? He raised his hand to cover his face, his voice bitter. So not only do I suffer from senile dementia, but I also suffer from delusions. It seems that I am really an old man, beyond help. Now dreaming of being a hero even when I'm about to die and not causing trouble for others is already very lucky. The boy shook his head. That's not it, I appeared, because your condition is showing signs of improvement. I just didn't expect the demon in your heart to be so great. If you continue to blame yourself, your illness will only get worse. The boy smiled, even though you no longer remember your youthful appearance. But the clothes I'm wearing will definitely help you remember. He looked closely at the boy's clothes and a memory flashed back. It was him as a child on his first day in the army. He had witnessed the sacrifices of his predecessors. They were the ones who told him, Xiao Daoqi, if you want to become a soldier in the future, change your crybaby nature. A real man must have courage and passion. A soldier can shed blood, but he must never shed tears. Even if he fights far away from home, he must not cry. Sacrificing himself on the battlefield for the country is the highest honor for a soldier. As long as he gives his all, whether he lives or dies, he will be filled with pride. Even if we cannot complete the mission, even if the weapons are too great, even if we are just like a stone-throwing dog, we must still move forward. Because soldiers are the symbol of the nation, the pride of the people. Even if the abyss lies before us, we must not hesitate. Death is not scary. The scariest thing is losing self-respect. Let's use our flesh and blood to build an indestructible wall of honor. One day when you grow up, you will understand what it means to be a real soldier. That wall can only be built with life and determination, without hesitation. They were ready to face the fiercest attacks from the invaders. Only then could the people behind the wall live in peace and prosperity. Do you remember now, he did nothing wrong as long as he protected his honor. Even if he died on the battlefield, it would be the ultimate pride. I should disappear too. I hope that from now on you will never see me again. I hope you can return to being yourself, Wang Daoqi. With that, the boy gradually disappeared. The spiritual energy flew up and merged into his body. But because of his many injuries, he no longer had the strength to stand, fall to the ground. Even if my condition improves, even if I find myself again, what good will it do? I am about to die now. My strength is fading. My body is weakening, Mr. Wang. What use is there now? Xiaoran panicked and rushed towards him. Mr. Wang, don't come here. I can stand up by myself. He tried to get up, his voice dropping. I don't know your background, but letting a young girl like you come find me in Yao Chengxi, you really treat me like an ordinary person. He curled his lips and smiled faintly. You must have read my information before accepting the mission. You must have been worried when you learned that this old man was once Yao Chengxi's #1. But after meeting me, are you no longer afraid? Maybe you even find me pitiful. He chuckled softly, his eyes filled with sadness. Now, even if I return, I can only return to the nursing home, but just now, consider it as you saving my life. Following you back to help you complete your mission can also be considered as me repaying my debt of gratitude. Xiaoran lowered her head, her voice firm. Mr. Wang, you go pretend I never met you. She looked straight at him, her eyes serious. No one could decide his life or death, even more so, no one could decide his future. Now that you are clear-headed, how you should live the rest of your life is up to you. She smiled slightly. I don't see you as pitiful, on the contrary, I only have respect. She laughed bitterly. Actually, I'm the pitiful one. Before I always thought I was unhappy, living only to make money. I wanted to make a lot of money, to make the woman who abandoned me and my father regret it. But now thinking back, it's ridiculous. She looked up into the distance. Compared to what you guys have been through, I'm nothing. Before I always held resentment towards life, always wondering why I didn't have a complete family, why no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make as much money as others. But before taking on this assignment, I suddenly realized that I had forgotten something very important. I can eat whenever I want. Even if I work all day, I can still leisurely walk around the suburbs at night and enjoy the peaceful night view. On weekends, I can find a quiet corner and sleep soundly without anyone disturbing me. I also don't have to worry about whether I'll be hungry tomorrow, Because in this era, anyone can have enough to eat just by working. Isn't it all because we've had peace for so long that I almost forgot the most important thing? She bowed her head. Her voice choked. Thank you. Without heroes like you, how could we have the peace we have today? So, Mr. Wang, I have no right to send you back. Moreover, in my eyes, you are still an extremely powerful person. I can sense your spirit. As soon as I set foot in the abandoned chemical factory and saw the devastation, I knew that you possessed extraordinary strength. Look around you. Even though your body was covered in wounds, you were still able to stand up. Not everyone in the Demon City could do this. Xiaoran bowed her head to him, her voice full of regret. Sorry, I said too much. She hesitated and continued. If you don't want to go back, at least let me take you to the hospital. Trust me, I absolutely will not reveal your whereabouts to Yao Chengxi. Realized she had misspoken. Xiaoran suddenly blushed, thinking to herself, oh no, why am I talking so much? I'm clearly just a junior, yet I'm talking nonsense to a hero like this. How embarrassing. As if understanding her feelings, Wang Daoqi clasped his hands together and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. I never thought that I would be encouraged by a little girl my entire life. Because he laughed too loudly, the wound on his body became more serious. The pain made him cough up blood. Xiaoran panicked. Mr. Wang, are you okay? Let me take you to the hospital now. He raised his hand to stop her, his voice low but firm. Don't panic, this little injury isn't worth it. Suddenly, Xiaoran suddenly felt an unusual aura, as if something dangerous was about to happen. She quickly jumped back, keeping her distance from him. At the same time, her tail suddenly appeared. Why is my tail showing? When looking towards Wang Daoqi, she saw a large tumor protruding from his back. The tumor is spreading constantly, as if taking over his whole body. He stood up straight. His body was possessed by a demon spirit. A ghostly laugh rang out. After waiting for hundreds of years, I finally found the perfect body. Xiaoran was shocked. This familiar feeling is that red demon breath. Why is it hiding, Mr. Wang? The demon spirit tore off his clothes, revealing a muscular, yet wounded body. It smirked. Although this body is old, it is still very good compared to my old corpse. It glared at her, its voice cold. If it weren't for this old man's consciousness being too strong, I would have successfully parasitized him a long time ago. With that, it opened its mouth, sprayed a stream of green slime straight towards Xiaoran. She immediately backed away. She quickly analyzed the situation in her mind. So it's a parasitic demon spirit. Perhaps when Mr. Wang was fighting at the chemical factory, he was accidentally attached to it without knowing it. Although this demon spirit isn't too strong, its parasitic ability is extremely dangerous. It sneered, the people I parasitized before were all useless trash, but this time is different. It looked down at its muscular hands, its eyes filled with ambition. This new body can control electronics and metals. In the age of humans, this ability is no less than the power of a god. Suddenly it narrowed its eyes at her, its voice becoming murderous. If you know my secret, you will die. Just in time, I also want to test how strong this body is. Immediately, countless flying knives appeared and shot straight towards Xiaoran, but her tail reacted automatically. Block all attacks. However, she did not expect that. Right under her feet, countless sharp blades rose from the ground. A knife suddenly shot up, almost piercing her leg. Xiaoran jumped back, thinking to herself, I'm so naive. How could I have thought that I could fight him? The body he's occupying is that of Mr. Wang, who used to be the #1 Yao Chengxi. With my current strength, there's no way I can win. Moreover, Tankar is not here. I alone am completely not strong enough to fight. There was only one thought in her mind: escape. Seeing her run away, the demon Lin burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, just as I thought. Humans are really stupid. It shook its head, its voice mocking. I said so much just to scare you away. Its eyes flashed with a sinister light. After all, I don't know how strong you are. Moreover, I still don't have complete control over this old man's abilities. It crossed its arms and continued calmly. Run. I don't have time to waste my energy on you. When Yao Chengxi's reinforcements arrive, I will have stabilized my strength. By then, it will be too late for anyone to kill me. It curled its lips and smiled coldly. It's not easy to get such a perfect body. Of course, I have to play around a bit first. Run further and further away from the demon spirit. Xiaoran kept thinking the most reasonable choice right now is to leave temporarily, wait until it's safe, then contact Yao Chengxi's people. Wait, that demon spirit definitely can't wait here forever. If it waits for reinforcements to arrive, it might have escaped. If that happens, Mr. Vuong will be in danger. Xiaoran immediately stopped, pulled out his phone and called Jingxi. I've found Mr. Wang, but the situation is a bit complicated. I've sent the location, please quickly send reinforcements, and I will try to hold him off. With that, she quickly transformed back into her mummy form, then turned around and charged towards the demon spirit. A girl like you clearly had a chance to escape. Why did you suddenly come back? Looks like I'll have to take some time to see you off. Looking at his attack, Xiaoran seemed to realize something. She stuck her tail into the ground, used force to bounce up and hung in mid-air. When she calmed down, she realized something was wrong. Since you fell here, you clearly could have attacked the ground, yet you just stood there watching me run away. Your attack now is also a bit strange. If your power was really strong, you should have attacked from the beginning. That's right, your attacks all come from the ground, so if I don't touch the ground, you won't be able to unleash your full power. Xiaoran frowned, her eyes filled with thought. So that's how it is. Even though you have Mr. Wang's power, it's only at the superficial level. You can't completely control the metal, right? She gave a cold smile, time to counterattack. After saying that, she immediately shot up high out of sight of the demon spirit. He stood below, looking worriedly. This brat guessed correctly. Moreover, I have no idea what her true abilities are this time. It will be difficult to deal with her. Even so, he still decided to attack probingly. He immediately controlled the flying knives to fly towards her. Xiaoran used her tail to block all of them, but the closer she got, the more accurate the flying knives became, and the more they increased in number. If she continued to confront him like this, she wouldn't be able to hold out for long. She needed to find a way to separate the demon spirit from Mr. Wang's body. Using Mummy's ability, Xiaoran saw through his body and discovered what she was looking for. So it's that thing. The lump on his back is the demon spirit's true form. It's absorbing Mr. Wang's spirit energy. She bit her lip, knowing that with her current strength, direct approach was extremely difficult. She needed a plan to pull that thing out of Mr. Wang's body. How can I separate it? That's right. Xiaoran suddenly swung her tail and charged towards the opponent. Seeing this, he immediately created a metal shield to block it. Humph, I thought you had some great move. So all you can do is wag your tail. He laughed coldly. I really don't know if you're stupid or overconfident. But just as he was being sarcastic, suddenly she disappeared. Where are you? He looked up quickly but saw no sign of her. At that moment, something suddenly flew straight into his face. Rock, no way. I didn't even see where that rock came from. Then many other stones fell down all around. Disorient him. Just then, Xiaoran suddenly rushed over from behind, jumped onto his back, grabbed the bump on his back and pulled it out. Get off Mr. Wang now, she screamed. The demon spirit roared and struggled, but was held down by her. It never expected that it would be defeated so easily by a girl. Damn, I underestimated this brat. In just a split second, everything happened so fast that he didn't have time to react. He now understood from the beginning she had been hiding and throwing stones to distract attention, then circled around to deliver the final blow. A perfect diversion. The little girl was indeed inactive. But now he realized it was too late. The tumor was pulled out of Mr. Wang's body by Xiaoran. Success, she shouted happily. But suddenly the boil reached towards Xiaoran. Surprising, right? Now I can change my body at will. It quickly turns into a slimy mass, clinging to her on the ground. Xiaoran struggled but could not escape. Damn, my tail can't move. He did not expect it to directly parasitize his body. Mr. Wang had clearly fought it before, and although he was attacked by hallucinations, it was not to the extent of being directly parasitized like this. Give up. I have absorbed that old man's spirit energy with your current strength. There is no way you can escape from me. It chuckled, its voice filled with mockery. Your abilities are very interesting, but before I return to that old man's body, I will take over your body and make you kill yourself. You already know too much anyway. From afar, Tankar witnessed the scene. Filled with worry, just now praised her for borrowing Xiao Hei's strength. Not bad. Unexpectedly, now she was defeated like this. What should we do? Can she hold on? Suddenly he remembered something. That's right. I was so busy following that I forgot I could use the Yaothansi app's data system to look up information about this demon spirit. Thinking so, Tankar immediately took out his phone to scan the data of the demon spirit in front of him. Sure enough, the results quickly appeared. The target is a sea-level demon spirit. It has no direct attack ability itself, and it parasitizes on the backs of lower-level demon spirits. It can absorb energy and increase its ability to act thanks to the host's power. When the host and it reach a state of complete symbiosis, both will have the same consciousness and depend on each other to survive. If the host dies or it is severely attacked, it can move to a nearby creature to continue growing. When parasitizing on different hosts, it can develop an independent consciousness, evolve into a B-level or A-level demon spirit, and at the same time gain new abilities. The ability does not reject the host's consciousness, but the condition is that the host must be of a lower level than it or be in a coma. It inherits the host's abilities when it has completely parasitized. After reading the information, Tankar became even more worried. Damn, it just absorbed Mr. Wang's spirit energy, so hasn't it reached level A? If this continues, Xiao Ran will be in danger. He immediately stood up, intending to rush to save her, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly heard a voice calling from behind. Tankar turned around, immediately saw Xian Yu Shou poking his finger into his cheek. He immediately shook his hand off and asked with a frown, "What the hell are you doing here, Yan?" Yu Shu replied seriously, "I read in a book that brothers teasing each other will help strengthen their bond. Sorry for my rudeness just now." Seeing him keep talking about irrelevant things, Tankar got annoyed. "Who cares about that nonsense I'm asking you? Why are you here?" Xian Yushou didn't answer right away, just quietly took out his notebook and wrote a few lines in it. "Oh, so teasing you will make you angry, not happy." Tankar glared. "Are you crazy? I'm asking seriously." Xian Yushou laughed. "Of course I came to help, Miss Zhuang. The mission is complete." "Mission shit. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't do it now, Xiao Ran will be in danger." "Calm down," Xian Yushu slowly said. "She can turn things around." Tankar was stunned. "What, you can even calculate that?" Xian Yushu shrugged. "A few days ago, when you guys went to Yao Chengxi, I already told you. So Tankar, you don't need to do anything. She will complete the mission herself." Seeing the confidence in Xian Yushu's eyes, Tankar hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "Okay, I'll trust you this time. This is the fortune-telling of the wizard Fang Jian anyway, so there probably won't be any problems." Turning back to Xiao Ran, she was struggling, but she was completely unable to move. Her strength was decreasing, and her body felt like it was gradually becoming numb. Could it be that I was too rash, that not only could I not save Mr. Wang, but also myself? In her consciousness, a familiar voice rang out. "Sister, I can help you get through this." Xiao Ran was startled. "Is it you?" "The child is not present." "Don't worry, I won't take over your body." The voice rang out, gentle and determined. "I'm not a demon at all, but just a normal child named Ye Qiao. When the war broke out, his parents died. The only relative left was his best friend, Bo An. However, there were bad people in the village who took advantage of the situation of his family to blame him. Therefore, he was considered by the villagers as a cruel enemy, was captured and subjected to cruel punishment. They nailed the demon-suppressing coffin all over her body, and her face was also smashed with a hammer. At that time, even though she had only a faint breath left, she was still locked in the sandalwood, sealed with a talisman. After the sealing ritual was completed, she fell into an immortal state for thousands of years, gradually turning into a mortal. Because of the talisman and the spirit binding, even though she had turned into a demon spirit, she still could not leave the altar. After 1,000 years of being in the dark, she realized that it was her once close friend, Bo An, who had performed this sealing ritual. The resentment in her heart gradually accumulated, transforming into a cruel and heartless entity, separating from her original consciousness. Even though the two entities are one, they are not exactly the same. "I swear I will not harm you. You can believe me or not, but there is no more time to hesitate now. Let me borrow your body. I can use 30% of the power of the human to help you overcome the danger before you, as long as you promise not to let that white-haired man seal me again." Of course, in the future, without your permission, I will absolutely not take advantage of your body without your permission. Please believe me. Hearing those words, Tion-hyeom suddenly thought if it really wanted to take over her body, it wouldn't need to say these words. Maybe it was sincere. Moreover, in the current situation, there was no other way but to borrow Mummy's strength. Okay, I agree. Just in a moment. Her power increased dramatically, causing the demon spirit that was taking over her body to instantly explode into countless pieces. It thought angrily I was almost able to control her body. Why did her strength suddenly increase several times? Xiaoran in mummy form stared at it. Sharp eyes made the demon spirit tremble even more. Without hesitation, it immediately ran away. This feeling is too strange, I must quickly return to that old man's body. However, just as it was about to fly towards Wang Daoqi, Mummy hugged him in time. Take him to another location in the blink of an eye. This speed is too abnormal. I can't even see clearly how she moves. The demon Lin was terrified. Mummy quickly created a small, pyramid-shaped barrier enveloping Wang Daoqi. She looked at it and said, "This old man seems to be very important to me now. I can fight with peace of mind." The demon watched Mummy's every move, thinking to herself, with her speed, parasitizing that old man directly is impossible. Furthermore, I don't know how strong this barrier is. I can only take a risk. Once the final form is activated, all accumulated magical energy will be completely consumed. But in return, all of its abilities will increase many times over. Immediately the demon spirit transformed, becoming a terrifying giant form. Now that I have released all the demonic energy that I've accumulated over 100 years, combined with that old man's spiritual energy, everyone must die by my hands, it roared fiercely. Next, it squeezed Xiaoran in its palm. How does it feel? Does it feel like being crushed by tons of steel? Now I can crush you as easily as crushing an ant. But Mummy was tightly held in his arms, but did not show any pain or fear. On the contrary, her face remained calm as ever. What's that expression? The demon spirit felt uneasy. Mummy just moved slightly and immediately a cracking sound rang out. Is the bone broken? He thought no. That's the sound coming from your own hand, Mummy calmly replied. With that, the demon's hand exploded. Looking at his injured arm, he whispered, "Luckily my mucus has extremely strong regenerative abilities." That's disgusting. Mummy glided over and gently waved her hand. In a flash, the demon spirit was sucked closer. Head separated from neck. Impossible, I had clearly completely sealed my body and had to consume 100 years of demonic energy to transform, and yet with just one move she defeated me. He was bewildered, his body was as hard as steel, yet in her hands it was as fragile as mud. Who is she? Mummy sat down in front of him, smiled softly and said calmly, "Let me help you die clearly, I am Mummy." With that she gently placed her hand on his head. As demonic energy forth. Immediately the demon spirit's head exploded, shattering like a punctured balloon. From above looking down, she saw that the demon spirit's body still contained fragments containing demonic energy. His life was so tenacious that only by destroying all of his flesh and blood could he be completely destroyed. Without hesitation, she sprayed a stream of demonic energy his body. 6 harmonies blast. The demonic flame erupted fiercely, burned the entire demon spirit, leaving no trace. The surrounding space was completely silent, without any trace of demonic aura. That demon spirit had been completely erased. Mummy turned to Xiao, ran her voice calm. "That old man is yours. We have a pact." Before disappearing, the boy reminded Xiao Ran to return to human state. When she woke up again, she suddenly realized that everything was settled. "Right, Mr. Wang." Xiaoran hurriedly ran to Wang Daoqi's side, silently thanking the boy for protecting him. In the sky, Tankar glanced at Xian Yushou and said in a low voice, "Luckily you reminded me to fly up first. Otherwise, if she had discovered me, I would have definitely been questioned about everything." Yushou laughed. "Can Xiaoran borrow Mummy's power to transform? That's the lost 9-character mantra. You know this technique too." Yushou shook his head. "Not everyone can practice. As a disciple of the Fangjian sect, being able to comprehend the Golden Seal, art is already very good. Well, now I can rest assured to go home and play games." "What about that guy?" he asked. Tang Cara shrugged. "It's a long story. I will explain to you when I have the chance. He is a descendant of Fang Xian sect and is also participating in this championship competition. The two of them spoke as they kicked the air and flew home. Yushu glanced at Tang Cara. It's still early. Do you want to come over to my place to discuss some academic matters between the sects? Not interested. I just want to go home and play games. Oh my god, you don't like academic research, is playing games. The only thing you like, stop talking nonsense. Is there something wrong with your brain? At headquarters, Xiao Ran's mission progress was closely monitored. Han Longgui turned to his superiors and spoke in a calm voice. So can you rest assured now? One of the elders who had been dozing off during the meeting spoke up. Although I didn't hear the whole content of the meeting, Xiao Han, I still trust you very much. Another nodded. I have no opinion. Me too. Sikongshin said we have no objections. All 4 Sikongs agreed. If all 4 Sikongs are fine, what about the 3 Shangdus? Han Longgui continued to ask. One of the 3 spoke up, his voice filled with solemnity. Commander Han, you can guarantee that if there are any mistakes, you will take responsibility yourself. But S-class demon spirits are an extremely large threat. If an accident occurs, the consequences for humanity will be unimaginable. Where do you get such confidence and determination? Han Longgui put her hands in his pockets, her eyes sharp. I will answer both questions at the same time. First, I trust Tang Cara, who once promised me that Mummy was safe. Second, Tang Cara is always by her side, 24/7. That is the second layer of insurance. Third, you guys have seen for yourself that bringing her to meet Wang Daoqi was the best test. When faced with unexpected situations, she was still in complete control of her abilities. Furthermore, she was able to perform free zooming. This further confirmed my trust in Tang Cara. Of course, my wish for her to join Yao Chengxi also comes from my personal goals. There is a serious shortage of human resources right now. Furthermore, the head of Maoshan's sect also reminded me to prepare for a level 1 battle. The demon spirit is plotting to destroy the Fantian seal. You must have seen the intelligence gathered every month and every year. This year, the C-level threat level has increased by 13% compared to last year. The B-level threat level has increased by 25%, and the A-level threat level has also increased by 8%. At the same time, for over a decade, there have been no S-class demon spirits, but this year there are 2. The number of Yao Chengxi employees who died this year is also greater than last year. The championship competition is held every 2 years, but every year there are still countless people participating. However, the number of people who are qualified to become valid members of Yao Chengxi is getting smaller and smaller. If this situation continues, our human resources will not be able to meet the demand. So it was necessary to expand the strategy at this time. For the symbiotic human individual, she was a seed full of potential. If she can harness the power from the bond between human and spirit, maybe she can rise to A rank. You all understand the value of a Yao Chengxi A to us, right? This is why I am determined to do this. There is another important issue. This girl is half human. We have no right to detain her. That is against the rules. If she wishes to join the demon clan, then we have a legitimate reason to let her stay with Tang Cara. Wouldn't that be a perfect solution? I understand. The governor nodded. This proposal has been passed with great difficulty for you all. Meeting adjourned. Everyone left the meeting room one by one. At this moment, Sikongshin called out Han Longgui. Wait a minute. Sikongshin, what else? Her so-called personal goal, isn't it simply to increase her combat power? Come on, come to my place, we will talk more clearly. After following Sikongshin to his office, Han Longgui sat down on the chair and asked, What do you want from me? Tell me straight. Just now when you presented the project, when you mentioned your personal goals, I noticed a wavering in your words, so I called you over here. Maybe I can help in some way. Hearing this, Han Longgui suddenly remembered that Sikongshin had the ability to see other people's emotions, and different emotional states would manifest in his eyes as distinct colors. She wasn't lying, but perhaps she was subconsciously thinking about something else, causing him to notice something unusual. Sorry, Sikongshin. At that time I suddenly thought of something unrelated to this project, so I didn't mention it. It's okay, I'm just worried you're taking on too much. Don't push yourself too hard. Once the spirit is overstretched, people are prone to making mistakes. Don't you believe me? You used to be my assistant. Why wouldn't I trust you? I just don't really trust your junior brother, Tankar. His personality is too reckless, and he never seems to feel any real danger. If possible, I want to meet that girl once. Okay, I'll make time. You've worked hard, go home and rest early. After leaving Sikong Shin's room, Han Longwei pondered keeping that girl by Tankar's side might help him change his fate. Sorry, Sikong Shin, if you find out about Tankar's secret, the entire continent will be in chaos. Looking at her back, Sikong Shin felt the uneasiness that was covering her. He leaned back in his chair and muttered, "It seems that Long Gui has really grown up. She even has her own secrets." At Tankar's house, seeing Xiaoran just returned, Yaya happily shouted, "Sis, you're finally back. I was worried to death. Are you tired? Are you hurt anywhere?" "Yaya, you don't need to worry about me too much. I'm fine. Look down at the torn shoes." Seeing her blood, Yaya could not hide her worry. "Sister, your shoes are stained with blood and they are also torn. Are you injured? Wait a minute, I'll go get the first aid kit. No need to bother, I checked it. The wound is completely healed. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten about it. The wound healed that quickly." Tankar was playing a game nearby and said, "Not bad. Last time you were injured, you had to rest for a few days, but this time you recovered so quickly, it seems like the mummy power you use is getting more and more proficient." Seeing his indifferent attitude, she felt a little annoyed. Isn't this guy worried about me at all? Even though he's injured, he's still just at home playing games, not caring about my feelings at all. Tankar continued, "That's right, Jingxi called just now to say that he had already informed Yao Chengxi. But before they could arrive, you personally resolved the crisis. So you are qualified to participate in the selection exam of the Demon Chengxi. Congratulations." Yaya happily hugged her tightly, even lifting her up. "That's great, sis, I knew it. You can definitely become a member of Yao Chengxi." Yaya put me down. "You're so strong I can't breathe. No, hold me a little longer, I'm really happy." "Sister, does that mean we can be together forever?" Xiaonim didn't understand, so she asked again, "What do you mean? Do you know there is a team form in Yao Chengxi? Usually only people with relatively low levels choose this method, but in fact, the party has no level limit. The prerequisite is that the members must live together so that they can coordinate more effectively in the mission." "What's wrong? I can smell sweat on you too. Go take a shower and go to bed." "It's so noisy. Living together really isn't beneficial for me at all," Tankar grumbled out. Yaya pulled her into the bathroom. "Come on, let's take a bath together." The little girl leaned close to Xiaoran's ear and whispered, "Let me tell you something. At first, I didn't know that Tankar had heard the call. His reaction at that time wasn't like now. If I were to say it in human terms, he was a hypocrite. I was afraid he wouldn't agree. I didn't expect that. When I asked him, he only replied with one sentence, 'I know.' Moreover, when I asked him a question, he answered very coolly. Ya imitated Tankar's tone and recounted his words at that time. There's no other way who told her to become a human symbiote because of a mistake in my mission. This is my responsibility. Before the human spirit in her body disappears, I will take responsibility for her to the end." Hearing this, Xiaoran blushed and smiled. This idiot Yaya kept chattering, non-stop. "I've seen movies people say fire near straw will eventually catch fire. Is that true?" Outside, Tankar finally couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted, "I heard everything. Yaya, be careful if you say another word." "Yes, Mr. Tankar, I will be quiet now." In the bathroom, Xiaoran suddenly asked, "Yaya, I just want to ask one thing. Just say it." Tankar, although his personality is a bit straightforward, he is very powerful. Maybe there are many people pursuing him. I know what you are going to ask, but he has never loved anyone, really. Yes, I just remembered this. I advised him to find a girlfriend before, but he said he wasn't interested in that. Moreover, his master wouldn't allow it either. He said that when he came down from the mountain, he was not allowed to be near women, so he forbade love affairs. They don't allow men get close to women. Taoist priests are not monk, so they should be able to marry Xiao. Ran thought deeply. Oh no, how could I forget about this? Does that mean I can't love him, and then I can't become his family? No, even if you don't love each other, you can still be family. Brother Tankar treats me like family. Can't he treat you like that too? But I've never seen you contact your family. Are you like Brother Tankar? Don't you have parents? Hearing Ya's question, Xiaoran suddenly lowered her head and sighed softly. I don't. Ya stood up, walked towards her and asked, Sister Xiaoran, what are you thinking? Then suddenly hugging her, Ya gently said, Don't be sad anymore from now on. Tankar and I will become your relatives. Indeed, Yaya is a lovely girl with an innocent personality. Seeing her always so happy, Xiaoran feels a bit of admiration. You always smile like that, is it? Because there is nothing in this world that can bother you. Hearing the question, Yaya was stunned for a moment. But then she burst out laughing. Of course not, ha ha ha. Soaking in the water for too long made her a bit dizzy. Ya waved her hand. I'm going to sleep first. You should go to sleep early too. Back in the bedroom, Xiaoran picked up the family photo, put it away quietly. Only the picture of her father smiling happily was kept. In the future, I will live my life as Mr. Wang advised. Let go of my obsessions and try to live for myself for once. She told herself and determined to become someone like Ya, someone who can be happy and not be bound by the past. In the next room, Ya sat on the bed, head bowed and crying. She was not as happy inside as she looked. Her painful memories flooded back. Previously, in a dark and dirty prison cell, she was chained among rotting animal carcasses. A man walked up and coldly said, My child, wake up quickly. It's your turn to go up the field. The nightmare startled the little girl awake. Xiaoran's voice came from outside. Ya, wake up and have breakfast. Downstairs, Xian Yushu had arrived and was sitting with Tankar, Xiaoran said, as she walked downstairs. Sorry everyone, I usually wake up very early, but today it took me a little longer to call Ya. She sat down next to Xian Yushu and asked curiously, The tournament is about to start. How much longer is it? I suddenly feel a little nervous. Xian Yushu calmly replied, Exactly 65 days left. Tankar looked at him with some discomfort. You came here early in the morning just to announce the match time. Why are you more anxious than Tianhim? I had learned a little about this competition before. There were mainly two groups of participants. The first group was the disciples of the Five Great Sect. The second group was the Dead Warriors, who possessed supernatural powers. These people needed to have a recommendation to be eligible to participate in order to ensure the quality of the selection process of the Demon City. Understood, Tunim nodded. That means everyone participating has undergone rigorous training for a long time. Meanwhile, I have only just learned how to use spirit energy. Furthermore, the competition is only 2 months away. That's right, Miss Zhuang. You need a crash course. That's why I came. Tankar waved his hand and smiled. Oh, intensive training. Then it has nothing to do with me. You two go practice. I still have to play games. Xiao. Ran looked at his indifferent expression and was speechless. Last night I still believed what he said, saying he would be responsible for me until the end. Now he only cares about playing games. What a pig-headed guy. Shen Yusho chuckled and turned to Tankar. Actually, I have something I need your help with. After all, you are a demon, so you must know quite a few demon spirits. Right now, we need to find out what the limits of Miss Zhuang's abilities are. Tankar rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Xiaoran can only copy the demon spirit's ability, but the time and quantity limits are still unclear. Suddenly he had an idea. I remember a pretty good place. That place can be considered a power supermarket for Xiaoran. However, that place cannot be known to outsiders. Shen Yushu frowned. Outsiders? Yes, so you go home first. Come back in 3 days. Seeing Tankar's indifferent attitude, Shen Yushu couldn't help but laugh. What outsider? He's too straightforward. He looked at Xiaoran, smiling meaningfully. It seemed that Tankar no longer considered her an outsider. Xiaoran smiled awkwardly. He speaks a bit bluntly. Don't mind him teaching me spiritual breath before it was really hard for you. Shen Yushu crossed his arms and smiled. I like to associate with people like him. Then he seriously instructed. That's right, before choosing an ability, don't focus too much on the damage. You're just learning spirit energy, so you can't control it well. The greater the damage, the higher the spirit energy consumption. Now that you know you can use 2 types of abilities at the same time, how to increase this number by 1 or 2 is what you need to care about. Miss Zhuang is smart, you must understand what I mean. Then I won't bother you anymore. Look forward to your progress in 3 days. Take your time. After hearing Shen Yushu's words, Xiao Ran fell into deep thought. He's right, the first time she used Xiao Hei's ability, it only lasted for a full 3 minutes, and then she was completely exhausted. Moreover, if she chose an ability with high damage, the duration would definitely be shorter, or she wouldn't even be able to activate it. Yeah, you came just in time. Take me to the secret base. Ya replied. No need to rush, there's breakfast downstairs. You can eat something and then go. Seeing Ya come back down, the two said in unison. No need, let's go. Stop imitating things in the library. You don't need to lose weight. No, I just don't want to eat. The little girl forced a smile and continued. Sister, let's go. As he followed her to the second floor, Xiao Ran asked in surprise, so the base that Tankar was talking about is on this floor. Why can't I see anything? Ya replied, Are you talking to me? That's right, only Tankar and I go to this room almost no one knows. The room on the right at the end of the hallway is reserved for Lord Yi Yanwu. The room in the middle is Brother Tankar's training room. The room on the left is where we need to go. Follow me. Looking at Ya Xiao, Ran suddenly had a feeling that something was wrong. Ya looks very strange today. She is definitely hiding something in her heart. When the time is right, she will definitely ask clearly. Enter the room. Ya introduced sister. This place is Tankar's Demon Park, Xiao Ran asked in surprise. Demon Park? Ya nodded. That's right, this is the name I gave. This place has more than 100 species of demons living. It is the home that Tankar reserved for demons like us. Wow, this place is really too magnificent. Xiao Ran's eyes widened in amazement at the majestic scene. The spirits here are neither enemies nor friends of humans, nor are they dangerous. Most of them are spirits that Tankar secretly collected during his mission. This area is a special space created by Mr. Zhu Lang. To be more precise, he took the initiative to give this space to Tankar 6 years ago. At that time, Tankar had just become a demon, and I was the first demon spirit he had adopted. At that time, if a demon spirit like me was discovered, there were only 2 paths. Either I had to undergo rigorous training and disguise myself as a human to continue living in the human world, or I had to go to Langting Demon City to live with other demon spirits. However, only a few demon spirits have intelligence, and the others are just imprisoned when they come to Langting Demon City. Brother Tankar is afraid that you will be bullied, so he hid you from Yao Chengxi's sight. After Mr. Zhu Lang found out about this, he took the initiative to give this space to Brother Tankar, so Brother Tankar is truly a very good person. Come on, I'll take you to meet some other friends. The 2 of them jumped from above. Ya immediately called Jojo. Immediately, a flying fish shaped like a cloud appeared gently supporting both of them. Jojo, have you been waiting for me here? So good. Ya introduced. Sister, this is Ju. Joet's ability is to change color based on the surrounding environment. It can be considered a stealth ability. Juju say hello to Sister Xiao Ran. Looking more closely, Xiao Ran realized that the trees in this area were very special. Are these plants also created by Mr. Zhu Lang? She asked curiously. Ya shook her head. No, all the trees here were planted by me. There is also a special spirit here. Its body can produce seeds of ancient plants. With the help of some other friends, it probably took me 4 years to build this place. You are really good. Such a big place was all made by you. Actually, besides watching movies, my favorite hobby is planting trees, hey. Looking at Ya Xiao, Ran suddenly realized that when she came to this place and mentioned Tankar, she returned to her usual lively and lovely self. But deep inside, Ya was definitely still hiding some pain, just silently enduring it, not showing it. As soon as she set foot in the forest, a voice rang out from inside, Sister, you're here. Immediately after, Xiao Hei ran over and hugged her tightly. Alright, hey, are you used to this place? Yet have you made any friends? You said it again, I often don't see you. It turns out you're here. Looking towards the forest, Tio Hak said, they are all my new friends. Don't be afraid, come out, this sister is Tankar's friend. But no one appeared. Xiaohei sighed and explained. They were hurt by humans before, so they are very afraid of strangers. Try releasing some demon aura, maybe they will feel more familiar. Is that so? Okay, I understand. Xiaoran immediately released a bit of demon aura. However, her energy was too strong, causing them to run away in fear. Sorry, I scared them. It's okay, I forgot. Mummy is an S-class demon spirit anyway, which is inherently very scary. Let's go. I'll introduce you to demon spirits that aren't afraid of humans. Yaya took Xiaoran on a tour around the forest, introducing each of the spirit friends in here. Night gradually fell, so this place has day and night too. How wonderful. Yes, the time here is synchronized with the outside world. You've basically met all the spirits here. Have you observed their abilities carefully? No need to rush, there are still 2 days left. I want to get close to them first before thinking about borrowing abilities. It just so happens that tonight I can also consider which ability to choose. I think you are a really lovely and gentle girl. Actually, I have long considered you as my real sister. Really, don't you think of me as family? Family members must love and help each other without calculating gains and losses. No matter what happens, family will always be by your side. Yeah, if you consider me family, then if you have anything on your mind, please tell me. This morning I noticed something strange about you. I remembered last night when we were taking a shower together. I asked you if you hated anyone, but you immediately rushed back to your room to sleep. Don't keep everything to yourself like that. If there is something on your mind that you can't say, just share it with me. Maybe I can help you solve it. Actually, there's nothing to hide. I should have forgotten that time soon. It's just that I'm too useless. Yaya choked up tears, silently rolling down her cheeks. She continued, It's been a long time, but every time I remember it, I still feel scared. I still feel cold all over. I should hate that guy. But I cannot hate anyone. I also had a family before. Moreover, there are many of them. My parents once told me that 3,000 years ago, my tribe was called sailors by humans. When humans saw us, they would think that that year would be a good harvest. Even though in their eyes my tribe looked ugly, they still worshipped us because we could help the crops grow well. We were inherently gentle. We did not kill living beings and only ate plants. But then when human civilization developed, war broke out. They wanted to drag my whole clan into it. We never killed anyone but were forced to leave our homeland. Where there are people, there is death. To escape from the pursuit, our clan leader searched for many years. He finally discovered an isolated island, a land-like paradise where no human can set foot. It was there that our ancestors established the ancestral teachings. The ancestral teachings of our clan have 3 important things. First, absolutely do not kill. Second, do not distinguish between noble and humble. Third, do not harbor evil thoughts in your heart. By following these rules, our clan lived peacefully for 3,000 years and gradually cultivated into human form. Although our demonic aura and fighting ability increased significantly, our clan never had a war, until my life has revolved around farming, a simple joy. Then one day, a stranger suddenly broke into this land. When we discovered that he was seriously injured, our tribe helped him treat him by grinding his fangs into powder to apply externally, and also made a special medicine to help with internal injuries. Thanks to that, he quickly recovered. At first he was extremely scared, but after realizing that we had no ill intentions, he gradually let go of his guard. Just like that, we became friends. He told us many interesting things about the outside world and said that the war had ended a long time ago. In return, we shared with him the history of our tribe. When he described the human world, our whole tribe was excited. Maybe it was time for us to integrate into that world. We're just not ready to leave this peaceful island yet. Not long after he left, in order to ensure his safety, my parents escorted him back to the human world. I was so happy to know he would be returning home safely, but then they went too long without coming back. Every day I run to the top of the mountain looking out to sea, waiting for them to return. But the people I waited for were not my parents or him, but a group of strangers. They brazenly invaded my tribe's island and secretly poisoned the only water source. Because I was on the top of the mountain, I was lucky to escape. But when I woke up, all I saw was a bloody wasteland. It turns out their only goal was to get my clan's fangs. Because of that, they massacred my entire clan. Until now, I still can't understand why they were so cruel to do that. At that time, in my eyes, humans were the real monsters. I finally understood why my ancestors had to flee from humans. I was so scared that I ran away from what used to be my home. I never expected that. Because of that, I would be discovered by humans and taken to the black market. It was a dark place without any light. The air around was filled with a foul smell. They kept me there, treating me like a commodity to be traded. If no one buys for a long time, those people will throw you into the lair of other monsters, becoming their only food. At that time, what I feared was not death, but fear that I myself will become a monster. Then the unthinkable happened. Someone bought me. That person is my owner. But instead of seeing him as my master, I agreed to call him father. Because of him, I was able to survive until now. At first, my father treated me very well. He took care of me like his daughter's son, gave me a separate room, provided me with clean water and adequate food. He also gave me nice clothes, taught me human etiquette. Gradually, I thought that maybe not all humans were bad. But later, I learned another truth. My father had taken in many demons. I thought I could make friends with them. But it turned out none of them cared about me. They seemed to be afraid of something. Very quickly after that, I started to get a lot of attention. No one could beat me. I became the center of attention here. That made me so happy. Because no one sees me as a monster anymore. Everyone who loves me calls my name Yaya. But then I started to notice something was wrong. Every time I join the game, my father doesn't let me watch the other spirits' matches. At first I didn't think much of it, but then the number of friends I played the game with became fewer and fewer. Finally, only me left. At that point, Dad took me to another area where a completely different game was taking place. He took off my blindfold and told me to watch the match. When I opened my eyes, what appeared before my eyes terrified me. This game is unlike any game before it. All the participants put their lives on the line. They madly rushed at each other, biting and tearing without hesitation. At this time, my father told me about the rules of the new game, Yaya. You have to kill your opponents, otherwise you will become their prey. I firmly refused to participate. That made my father very angry, and he sold me to another place. Once again, I was imprisoned. The only food they threw me was live fish. Because I have never eaten meat, I had to starve. In this prison, I just realized that the game was my father's source of income. He used it to earn what humans call money, which can be exchanged for anything in the human world. I can't believe that my father, who has always treated me well, would abandon me for money. He must be just angry for a moment. He will definitely come back and take me away from here. Carrying that ray of hope, I waited for a long time, so long that I was almost exhausted. Just then, I finally saw him appear. I quickly reached out to him, my voice trembling. "Dad, you're finally here. Please take me home." But he just stood there coldly saying, Yeah, you really surprise me. You've been starving for 72 days and still have the strength to move. He brought in front of me what humans call a smartphone. In it are the images of your parents. He slowly asked, "Are these your parents?" After they escorted the other human back to safety, the two were taken to a secret laboratory. Through many studies, it was discovered that your demon race possesses superior fighting power, and their skin and hair are incredibly tough. As long as they are not injured at vital points, they can still regenerate even if their bodies are severed. In particular, your fangs have extremely powerful healing abilities and can even be used on the human body. Unfortunately, other than your fangs, the other parts are worthless. He laughed mockingly and continued. At first, they planned to pull out all of your fangs and domesticate the demon race into a high-level army. But no one expected that the group of statue keepers had surprisingly pure hearts. No matter how they were tortured, they did not show any resistance or hatred. Even when they were burned alive, they endured it silently. "What a bunch of stupid creatures," he squinted at me, his voice gradually becoming sharp. "But if it were me, I will definitely make them pay. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Haven't you ever wondered why I know everything so well?" He paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. "It's simple, because I'm the person you saved. From the information your clan provided, I made a huge profit, but I didn't expect that in order to keep it a secret and avoid being discovered by other forces, they would destroy your entire clan. At that moment, I felt so much pain that I couldn't breathe. I sobbed and choked as I asked him why we've clearly never done anything to harm humans. He smiled faintly, his eyes flashing with coldness. Because your fangs can cure all diseases. For humans, health is priceless. Thinking about it another way, your clan has indirectly saved the lives of many people. If you think like that, maybe you'll feel a little better. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. How could someone be so cruel as to use one life to exchange for another? I don't understand. He shrugged, his voice full of contempt. You don't need to understand. The only thing you need to do is obey the rules of the human world. Don't you understand it's because your hearts are too weak that your race was exterminated? He paused for a moment and then said in a steady voice, let's get to the main point. You can go without food or water for more than 70 days while your parents died in less than a month. If I'm not wrong, you've been waiting for me to save you, right? But do you know why I only appear when you are about to collapse? He chuckled, his eyes filled with contempt. Because I want to teach you a lesson. Putting your hopes in others is the most foolish thing in the world. She opened her eyes wide to look at him, unable to believe what she had just heard. But he continued. His voice carried a terrifying cruelty. Hope sounds so beautiful, but do you know there is a dark story behind it? There was once a scientist who conducted an experiment with mice. He put a mouse into a glass jar filled with water. Because the wall of the vase was slippery, the mouse had nothing to hold on to and could only struggle desperately, trying to swim to stay alive. During the experiment, after dozens of trials, the results showed that most of the mice could only last about 10 minutes before becoming exhausted and sinking to the bottom. However, the experiment did not stop there. When the mouse was almost dead, it was picked up, dried, fed, and rested. After it had fully recovered, it was put back into the jar for further observation. Can you guess how long it can last? What amazed the researchers was that these mice could swim persistently for nearly 60 hours. In the moment of death, they believed that humans would once again save them. Thanks to that, physical limits can be overcome. This is an experiment in hope, a cruel experiment, but clearly demonstrates the power of belief. Isn't it ironic? In this world, there are countless people who are even more cruel, not to mention animals. Even humans are used as test subjects for terrifying research. So don't put your hopes on humanity. That day when you appeared in the night market battle, I was extremely excited. Once all of your clan's fangs were sold, you would become the only one left, a most precious commodity. I would continue to nurture you, turning you into a warrior in the arena, helping me earn countless amounts of money. Even if you died, your fangs would still have value, continuing to bring me profits. In my eyes, you were just a money-making tool. You are progressing very quickly. Even without killing intent, you can still easily defeat your opponents. In this underground arena, all the participants are at least A-class demon spirits. As long as you listen, you will soon be able to dominate this place. At that time, not only will you live, but you will also be loved by me like before, and there will even be countless people admiring and pursuing you. On the contrary, if you refuse to fight, you will be imprisoned here in solitude, and in the end, the only value left will be your fangs. Follow me to the top. Only by continuing to fight can we become stronger, can we change our fate. I'm sorry I can't hurt others, please let me go. That plea was like an insult to him. His anger flared up and he shouted, "You animal, even a pig is smarter than you. I caused your clan to perish. Your parents were killed because of me. I pushed you into this miserable situation. Do you really not hold any grudge?" He continued in a harsh voice, "God has given you strength and a fierce appearance, yet you only know how to farm and not kill. How stupid looking at your pleading face, I feel sick. Wake up, you are ugly monsters, not rabbits for others to hunt. You are a disgusting pig. Get angry, fight back. Don't forget that there is no home for you in this world anymore. Begging me to spare your life, don't even dream about it. This world is already under human rule. No matter where you hide, you will only be seen as a monster. No one needs you. As for me, I am the ruler of this place. I am the Lord. Here you can only follow my orders." At that moment, I no longer felt hunger, nor pain, or fear. My body felt like it was falling into an endless swamp, and my soul seemed to be sucked into darkness. I was so naive, that I thought that someone would come to save an ugly person like me, who would care. No relatives, no hope, no reason to continue living. And that's when Tankar appeared. When he saw me, he was very surprised. I didn't expect that there were still survivors in the Yatun tribe. It seems that there are no serious physical problems. That's great. I'm sure Sister Long will be very happy to hear this news. I didn't expect that this investigation would bring about such an unexpected discovery. So excited that I almost forgot about the dangerous guy. At that moment, my father was hit by Tankar and passed out. He turned to me and said seriously, "Tell me everything you know." So I told Tankar the whole story. Now I realize he is the type of person who hates long-windedness. But when I told him everything, not only did he not interrupt, he also patiently listened until I finished speaking. After I finished telling the story, he immediately grabbed the fat guy's head, pulled him in front of me and said, "Listen, I can give you a chance to get revenge. You can beat him, even kill him. I guarantee no one will stop you." I shook my head and begged, "I can't do it. Please, don't hurt him anymore. I eat very little, just a little bit of wild vegetables is enough. As long as it doesn't harm others, you can tell me to do anything. Please take me out of here anywhere, I promise I will listen." Hearing this, Tankar seemed very angry. He shouted loudly, "I am 100 times worse than this fat guy. If you don't kill him, I will kill you. Think carefully before answering." I smiled faintly, lowered my head and whispered, "Then please kill me." He was so angry that he was going crazy and angry to death. The one who should apologize is that fat guy. He turned to him, his voice mocking. "How old are you?" I hesitated a bit, then replied, "Probably more than 500, I don't remember the details. I'm sorry." He shook his head and sighed. "With this personality, you'll be bullied wherever you go. How about this? I'll adopt you. The house just happens to be short of a handyman." While the two were still talking, the fat man suddenly woke up. He laughed coldly and said through gritted teeth, "You guys can't even think about leaving here." Immediately after, 2 small demon spirits were sprayed out from his mouth. He smirked smugly. "Our profession requires bodyguards. Do you know why I'm always alone but still able to suppress all the demon spirits under my command? Because in my body, I have 2 extremely powerful demons. One is a red demon, the other is a green demon." He sneered and continued to boast, "I spent a lot of money to get these 2 treasures. If you dare to come all the way here, you must be Yao Chengxi, right? But I know all the people with a bit of reputation in Yao Chengxi. As for you, a stranger, you probably can't even reach B level, right? Still dreaming of catching me? Ha ha ha. Your reputation is immeasurable, I'll tell you the truth. Just these 2 demon spirits combined can reach level A. Red Devil, Green Devil, kill him for me." But as soon as he finished speaking, the 2 demon spirits were defeated by Tankar in the blink of an eye. The fat man was stunned. Mouth agape, speechless, he stammered and retreated. You don't come here. It can't be my red ghost, my green ghost. How is that possible? Who the hell are you?" Tankar coldly replied, "I am Tankar from the Yao Chengxi. I will soon become the #1 spirit catcher in this city." At that time, I found hope. Later, Tankar asked Long for custody of me. From then on, I understood how people treat their loved ones. He decorated a bedroom for me. This room was previously uninhabited. He said, "I've found someone to fix it up. Do you like it?" I nodded, feeling an unprecedented warmth in my heart. He also ordered a lot of delicious food for me. "You are at the age of growing up now. If you don't have enough, just say so. I will order more." Not only that, he also bought me new clothes. "These are the clothes I had someone make especially for you. Don't you like them?" I replied shyly. "I'm more used to wearing old clothes." Gradually I began to understand more about the human world. Brother Tankar gave me a small ball called the Spirit Eye, which helped me see the world in a different way. Thanks to it, I could freely walk down the street like a real human being. The human world is not as bad as you think. The war is. Over the chaotic period filled with corpses in ancient cities is no more. He was right, even though it looked prosperous on the outside, and people lived in peace and prosperity in the dark, there were still bad people like that fat guy. But it's okay, we the Demon City Division will destroy them all. He put his hand on her shoulder, his voice warm. In this world there are still many people who are silently contributing to protect order and maintain peace. That is our goal. Moreover, when I'm here, no one will dare to bully you anymore. She smiled softly and replied, "Brother Tankar, it's been a hard time for you. I'm truly grateful for what you've done for me. Compared to the past, my current life is like a dream. This feeling makes me both happy and uneasy. If someone were to discover that behind this shell I am actually an ugly demon, would I be able to truly integrate into the human world? A good-for-nothing like me, is it worthy to be by Tankar's side and live carefree days?" Hearing me say that, Tankar got angry, punched me and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? You think I'll be like that fat guy cheating on you? Stop saying such silly things. Men have to keep their promises. As for the ugly appearance, at least where I live, no one is judged by their appearance." His words made me forget all my worries. Thanks to him, I can enjoy every day. So I'm really happy now. Don't worry about me. Those painful memories are my own problem. I don't want him to worry anymore. Furthermore, the one who used to be your master has already been detained and given appropriate punishment. After hearing her story, Xiao Ran fell into deep thought. So Yaya had a painful past. With her current condition, that trauma must be related to the fact that that fat guy is still alive. Yaya believed that Tankar could protect her, but for a 5-year-old child, that past was truly too big a wound, and the fear still haunted her to this day. The existence of that fat guy was the reason why she could not escape from the nightmare, but to break this fear, advice was not enough, only she herself could overcome it. How can I help Yaya get through this? Xiaoran suddenly thought of a way. A meaningful smile appeared on her lips. She stood up, turned to her and said, "Don't worry, I won't tell Tankar. Now you don't only have him trust me, I will definitely be stronger and will have enough ability to protect you." Yaya was moved to tears. "You treat me so well, I have one wish. If you can become the person by Tankar's side, I will have no regrets in this life." Hearing this, Xiaoran quickly waved her hand. "Now is not the time for me to push the boat. Moreover, you have to promise me one thing. Don't say such things in front of Tankar again." Yaya nodded and muttered, "I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself." Xiaoran patted her shoulder and said, "Try to control yourself for me." It was getting late. They quickly went downstairs. As soon as they entered, they saw Xian Yu Xiu. Xiaoran excitedly asked, "Little master, why are you here?" But immediately, she found Tankar clutching his chest and collapsing on the ground. Xiaoran and Ya both ran over in panic. "Brother Tankar, what's wrong?" Xian Yuxiu reassured. "Don't worry, although I don't know why he's like this. But when we fought before, I tried touching his bloodline. I'm sure there's something special about his body, and there's no serious problem. It's just that this state has lasted for 3 minutes already." Xiaoran worriedly asked, "Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Do you need to go to the hospital? Can you stand up?" Tankar did not answer. He just hugged his chest and muttered to himself, "Did I lose?" His trembling finger pointed at the TV screen. On it, the words KO were flashing. Shen Yu Shou frowned. Maybe he's referring to this game. It seems like he's really into games. If we want to get closer to him, maybe we should learn to play a little. Everyone turned to look at each other. No one understood Tankar's current mood. He who has never touched a game before keeps winning. As for me, I've lost 28 games, completely defeated. Tankar suddenly jumped up, pointed straight at Xian Yuxiu's face and shouted, "You must have cheated. Tell me, did you use your all-seeing eyes to predict my moves? If so, I will use all my strength to defeat you." Xian Yuxiu calmly replied, "No, I didn't." He sighed and continued, "Sorry, Tankar, but I can't play with you anymore. I should take some time to calm down now. If you are still so stubborn, I will come back tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow I definitely won't lose again." Xiaoran hurriedly followed Xian Yu Xiu to the door. "Let me see the little master off." Once outside, he stopped and asked her, "Miss Zhuang, is there something you want me to do?" She nodded. "Yes, I want you to help investigate someone." 3 days later, Xian Yu Xiu came to find Xiaoran and reported that the person you are looking for, that fat guy, is a citizen of the United States. He was an accomplice in an illegal spirit trafficking case. He used illegal spirit to compete. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison, but because he provided information about important black markets, should be reduced to 6 years. A year ago, he completed his prison term and was released. However, due to his past actions, he had many enemies, so after leaving the 12 continents, he went into hiding and has not appeared since. Disappeared without a trace. Xiaoran raised her eyebrows. Little master, don't joke around with your formidable divination skills. Is it really that difficult to find someone? Xian Yushu smiled faintly. I haven't finished speaking yet. In addition to that basic information, I also heard some more things. Last night I had a fortune told. According to the result, he is currently on an island in the Sea of... If nothing goes wrong, he is most likely hiding on Moonlit Mang Island. This island is hidden by illusions, so it is difficult for ordinary people to discover it. It is also the only place in the world with a legal spirit fighting arena. Since the sea area is not under the control of any country, humans and spirits are allowed to gamble on the island. Among the forms of gambling, the most famous are life and death battles. Hearing this, Xiaoran smiled slightly. Sure enough, he still has old habits. This time I have to help Yaya take revenge, and at the same time help her laugh away the worries in her heart. She turned to ask, Little Master, do you know the rules of death matches? Xian Yushu nodded, I know. There are 2 forms of competition. In addition to the Demon City division, any human or demon spirit can participate. The first form is individual competition. The second form is team competition, in which a team must have 3 people. This form has the highest bet. Is that so? Xiao Ran muttered, her eyes revealing contemplation. A moment later, she turned to look at Xian Yushu, intending to say something, but before she could open her mouth, he understood. Although I don't know what you're planning, if necessary, I can participate in the competition. Xiaoran smiled. Little Master is truly the best. All right, I've decided. I will join this death match. I will definitely strip that fat guy. At this moment, Tankar, who was watching TV, heard the conversation and turned to look at her. What did you just say? Want to participate in the death match? Are you crazy? Xiaoran shrugged. The reason is very simple. I need to practice for the next 2 months. Without an opponent to train with, Little Master is too strong. The gap in strength between me and him is too big. If I participate in the life and death battle, I will have the opportunity to improve my actual combat skills. There is another important reason I want to take revenge for Yayai. Wait a minute, Tankar glared. Aren't you talking about that fatty? Why so fast? Has he been released already? Shen Yushu nodded. I've already investigated. Even though he committed a serious crime, he was actually just an accomplice. He's very cunning. Most of the underground spirit trafficking deals he participated in didn't have enough evidence to convict him. The only living witness was Yaya, but for some unknown reason, she didn't come forward to denounce him. Thanks to his meritorious service in assisting the investigation, he was only sentenced to 6 years in prison in the end. If Tankar really cared about that guy, then Miss Zhuang's offer wasn't bad at all. Moonlit Mang Island was originally a lawless area. Even if he was killed, no one would pursue the matter. Really, Tankar narrowed his eyes and then smirked. Now this is interesting. Xiaoran panicked. Wait, are you two really going to kill him? Tankar curled his lips meaningfully. Killing him would be too easy for him. Xiaoran breathed a sigh of relief, but then heard his next sentence. You just focus on training. As for revenge, leave it to me. If the law can't punish him, I'll beat him to the point where he can only lie in one place and cry for the rest of his life. This time you must obey my command. I have a way to make him suffer more. Oh, I almost forgot. Participants must have a sponsor, and the sponsor's assets must exceed 2 billion to be eligible to go to the island. Even though Tankar is number 1, he definitely doesn't have that much money, right? But it's okay, I have Xiaoran. Her eyes lit up and she continued thinking, can fortune-telling make money? She wondered. Shen Yushu just smiled and continued. After knowing the rules, you asked me for help, probably to participate in the 3-person team mode, right? But Tankar from the Demon City division can't compete, so who will be the remaining person? Just then Yaya came over, carrying a plate of fruit. Xiaoran smiled at the little girl. The last one is you. Yaya. The little girl blinked in surprise. I'm sorry you decided to let me participate in the competition on your own. Girls are often very sensitive. Their hearts always contain unspeakable pain. Time can make memories fade, but it cannot completely soothe them. The only way is to face it directly. That fatty has been released. He is on this island. I am preparing to participate in the special training competition, so I will help you take revenge. If you trust me, come with me. With us here, no one will dare bully you. He must know that touching Yaya's relatives is a big mistake. Tankar clenched his fists. His eyes determined, he continued. Although I don't know what Xiaoran is talking about, but if that guy is released so soon, I think he must be taught a lesson. It's obvious that you two have taken great care of me and worried about me. What reason do I have to not listen to you two? Yaya choked up. Thank you, everyone. If you consider us family, then from now on you can't cry alone anymore. If you want to cry, you have to cry in my arms, Xiaoran gently reminded. Yaya nodded. So when you're sad, can you also cry in Tankar's arms? Do you want to die? Tankar raised his eyebrows. Xiaoran quickly pushed her into the room. Hurry up and go wash your face. Your eyes are swollen from crying. She then turned to ask Xian Yusho, Little Master, if Tankar can't compete, can he come to the island with us? Demon City Division is not allowed to compete, but there is no rule against going to the island. It's just that people from Yaochengxi are not welcome there. That's good. Xiaoran nodded, but if that fatty finds out about Tankar, he might not dare to compete with us. We need to disguise ourselves a little. Let's not talk about disguise yet. I'm more curious about how your abilities have been these past 3 days. Tankar asked, have you determined your limits and chosen your abilities? That's a secret. Xiaoran smiled mischievously. I can only say that I can still borrow up to 5 types of Xiaohei and Yaya's abilities. As for what the other 3 abilities are, just wait and see. What I show in the match, that'll be interesting. Tankar crossed his arms, looking annoyed. I hate this kind of ambiguity the most. I want to know right away. Xiaoran ignored him and continued to discuss with Xian. Shu Tu, Little Master, do we need to make an appointment to go to the island? No need, but if you want to go today, I have a way. Isn't anyone listening to me? Tankar frowned. All right, you can play games with Little Master. I have to go buy camouflage with Yaya. We'll leave tomorrow. On the other side of the island, Boan's faction is also approaching this area. A spirit cat looked around and wondered, what the hell is this place? One of the group replied, this is our mission objective this time, Moonlit Mang Island. Didn't you say Plan B? Why did you come all the way to this island? It's because we have to carry out Plan B that we came here. This time the mission is to hide your identity, infiltrate the fighting arena, and find suitable personnel. Fighting school, and the captain of the extreme fish. That's interesting, I want to join. Don't be rash, we need to determine the direction of the attack first. Rong Yuan turned to ask. According to intelligence on this island, there are only 4 human sponsors suitable for us to replace. Among them 2 were criminals on the run from Yaochengxi. One was about to die of old age and the other was not finished speaking. He suddenly discovered someone approaching at an extremely fast speed and warned someone is coming. Conceal. Above them, a person was flying past. He was clutching a shark in his hand. It seemed like he was just passing by. Rong Yuan immediately ordered disarming. Shu asked curiously, can you wait a moment? Instead of looking for the other 4 sponsors first, I want to find out who the guy who just flew by is. Rong Yuan clenched her fists. Her face darkened. A strong demonic aura emanated from her entire body, looking extremely angry. As far as we know, since this place is a lawless area, it's not uncommon for players on the island to go missing. If you want to find him, it won't be a problem. It's just that we should act discreetly, avoiding causing too much commotion. Don't worry, I know how Rong Yuan replied and immediately left. The cat demon wondered to the mouse ear, who was that guy who just flew over? Did the salamander know him? No, the problem isn't him, it's the shark he's holding. Shu replied. The cat demon was surprised. Huh? What do you mean? Shu lowered his voice and said, Lord Rong Yuan is usually very calm, but there are 2 things in this world that make her angry. One is when someone dares to disobey the orders of Monarch Bo-An, and 2 is when she discovers someone is hunting aquatic creatures, especially fish. So does that mean I can't eat fish anymore? Yes, unless you don't want to live somewhere else. The fat guy was enjoying the hot pot with his subordinates. One of them asked, why hasn't it been brought yet? We're only missing 1 ingredient. Here it comes, here it comes. As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate carrying a large shark entered. The fat man happily ordered cut off the top fin. For me, throw away the rest, yes, master. The subordinate had just approached the fish when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Looking back closely, he just discovered a strong stream of love was rushing straight towards him. In the distance, Boan's 4 men slowly walked over. Shu looked at the fat man and said, "Lord Rongyuan, the one standing in the middle seems to be the 4th target we need to replace. It seems this is the will of heaven." The group quickly headed towards the target. Seeing the 4 strangers approaching, the fat man laughed loudly. "Ha ha! It's the enemy's men again. I've hidden all the way here and I'm still being found. You 4 idiots really came here to give your lives." He waved his hand and pointed at his subordinates, saying in a harsh voice, "I currently have 2 A-level demon spirits. I also have a hermit who is strong enough to compete with the strongest people in Yaocheng Sea. Ancient devil, tear them apart for me." The squire saw that the situation was not good and quickly shouted, "Everyone don't come over here. Quickly take the master away first. This time the opponent is completely not on the same level as us. Xiaoxing, leave that big guy to me. You handle the rest," Rongyuan ordered. A stream of black smoke came out of Xiaoxing's mouth. After inhalation, the fat man's 2 demon spirits immediately turned around to attack their master. The fat man was horrified. "What are you doing? You dare betray me!" The warrior director intended to return to save his master, but was blocked by Rongyuan. "Your opponent is me." As soon as she finished speaking, she continuously launched fierce attacks that left him no time to fight back. The demon cat, watching from afar, muttered, "Rongyuan's strength is not inferior to Panhu's at all. Even when the opponent is deep underground, she can still hit. Too terrifying." The warrior was beaten to the point that his body was deformed. The salamander looked at him with cold eyes and exclaimed, "Your whole body is broken, and you are still conscious. I must admit you are the most resilient person I have ever met." He opened his eyes heavily, looking hopelessly into the distance. The 2 demon spirits that were once loyal to him were now tearing the fat man apart. "Master, if Master is dead, I don't need to live anymore." Hatred welled up. He gritted his teeth and roared, "I will to make you. Blood debt paid with blood." With that, his body immediately swelled up like a giant. He roared angrily, "You dare kill my master. He is my only remaining relative in this world. Since I was a child, I have been treated as a deformed person, abandoned by my own parents. It was he who took me in, raised me and trained me to become the strongest warrior in this arena. This act cannot be tolerated." Seeing his power burst forth, the cat demon frowned. What did he just say? His aura suddenly increased, but in the end it was just because his muscles had grown larger. Shu snorted, "Don't underestimate this guy's ability. All the bones in his body were shattered, yet he was still able to stand firm thanks to his muscle strength. Furthermore, he is burning his life force to strengthen his body 100-fold. With our current strength, the 3 of us working together may not be his match." The cat demon was startled. "What are you saying? Even I can't win." Just then Shu suddenly shouted, "Lord Rongyuan, if we hesitate any longer, we will lengthen the battle line and easily be exposed." Immediately after, the warrior swung his giant hand and rushed straight towards Rongyuan. A loud explosion rang out, stirring up dust that covered the entire battlefield. The other 3 quickly raised their hands to block their faces. As the dust cleared, the cat spirit stammered, "What was that sound just now?" The dust was so thick I couldn't see anything. Then he was stunned when in front of him, the hermit was left with only half of his body. Rongyuan stood there calmly and turned around. She wiped her mouth and said calmly, "It's been a long time since I've eaten human flesh, but you're really tough." Shu nodded, "Just let Xiaoxing absorb the rest, no problem." The cat demon turned pale. "This little girl said she wanted to eat me before, is it true?" Xiaoxing rubbed his stomach and sighed. "Eating like this makes me feel a bit full." Rongyuan reminded, "Have you memorized the physical characteristics of these people? The fat guy is the only one left alive. Now we will replace him and his subordinates and perform the swap technique." Receiving the order, Xiaoxing cast his magic. In the blink of an eye, all 4 of them transformed into the fat guy's group. The cat demon asked curiously, "So you have this ability, so why did we have to use the spirit pouch to blind them before Rong Yuan explained. This technique can only last for 3 days. It's not as convenient as the spirit pouch. According to intelligence, their whereabouts have been determined. We shouldn't linger here too long. Let's go. He pondered. That big guy just now is not bad. Maybe this time I will be able to subdue a few useful demon spirits. Elsewhere, Tankar is being dressed up by Xiaoran to set off for moonlit Mang Island. He is dressed in a formal suit with a horsehead mask on the front. Xiaoran gave a thumbs up good. Branded clothes, high-end watches, luxury shoes. Add this horsehead and no one will recognize you as the Demon City Division. If you are alone, no one will know you are Tankar. Tankar frowned. Are you serious? Xiaoran smiled. Of course I carefully chose this outfit to help you cover up your overly cool and upright demeanor. A person like you can advance and retreat. You play any role perfectly. But honestly, even with a horsehead on that muscular body can't be hidden. Hearing the compliment, Tankar immediately became excited. and put the mask back on. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go! Xiaoran turned her face away, trying to hold back her laughter. This narcissist is really easy to seduce. On the cruise to moonlit Manga Island, Xiaoran and Ya stood there, enjoying the breeze and the beautiful view of the ocean. Ya exclaimed with delight, "Wow, it's so beautiful. If only we could lie here all day and watch the ocean. It would be great." Xiaoran laughed. "If we had the money, we could stay in the presidential suite again this time." Looking around, it seems like everyone is very excited. Is this your first time on a cruise ship too? We're almost there. Are you nervous? I'm just worried that I'll be nervous when I meet that person. With everyone around, I'm not scared. These past few days, listening to you and Tankar talk, I'm no longer obsessed with him, but even so, I still have a strange feeling. It seems like there is a seed of unease in my heart. I don't know why, but that feeling makes me uncomfortable. Maybe only when I face that person, I will have the answer. If you hadn't helped me make the decision, I probably wouldn't have had the courage to face him, and that insecurity would have haunted me forever. Facing the past is already commendable, Yaya. The answer lies within you. I will definitely help you find it. Not only that, I also help you eliminate this anxiety completely. The ship's loudspeaker blared, "Dear passengers, we will arrive at moonlit Mang Island in 15 minutes. Please pack your bags and be ready to go ashore. Finally here. It's been a long time since I've been back here to earn some pocket money since I became a bodyguard. My saber is the same. It's been a long time since I've tasted fresh blood." After saying that a red-haired masked man appeared, he was the bodyguard for the previous CEO and had participated in the mission to find the child in the old house. The incident that Xiaoran and Tankar had intervened in. As the ship docked, the loudspeaker rang out again. "Hello passengers, our journey has officially come to an end. Congratulations on arriving at moonlit Mang Island. Individual and team competitors, please gather in Area A to check in and receive instructions." In Xiaoran's room, "What do they mean? Tankar, do you have to get off the boat first?" "Little master, why do we have to go to Area A? I don't know the path either, but just follow the instructions." Tankar stood up and prepared to leave. "I heard the announcement too. I leave Yaya and Xiaoran to you. If anything happens to them, I will not forgive you. Even without you protecting us, the two of us are not easy to deal with. Don't worry." At the concentration area, "I wonder why they called us to Area A," Xiaoran asked curiously. Suddenly she felt an abnormality in the air, her tail unconsciously exposed. "What's going on? Is there an enemy?" She felt her breathing become labored, her chest hair also heavy. "Sister, I don't feel very well." Yaya hugged her chest. Voice weakened. "Little master, are you okay?" She turned her head back, saw Shen Yushou still standing there calmly, slowly smoking. "Don't you feel anything?" "Miss Zhuangya, Ya, don't panic. With the current situation, the two of you can still hold on for a while longer. Just be patient a little longer. Everything will be over soon." On the ship, many people could not bear it and collapsed to the floor. A boy holding a lollipop stand on high watched them. "Looks like there are quite a few strong guys on this train." Then the boy jumped down to the deck and raised his voice. "Sorry everyone, I was a bit rude just now. Let me introduce myself. I am Hao, the captain of this Peach's security team." That boy Xiaoran immediately became alert. "Miss Zhuang, have you noticed now?" His spiritual aura is extremely powerful. He deliberately released a murderous aura to suppress everyone present in Area A. A person whose spiritual energy is too different from his opponents is like a tiger. Meeting a tiger just killing intent is enough to make the enemy dizzy, even unconscious. But thanks to Mummy, you possess special sensing abilities. After the spirit awakens, you can still resist somewhat. Not fainting is already very good. Why can't I sense Tang Cara's aura? He's so powerful. How could he completely hide his aura? Tang Cara didn't hide it on purpose. If that boy's aura was like a giant, creating pressure on him, then Tang Cara was like a poem hard to grasp, her true form. Because he himself was standing right in front of you. I said so perhaps Miss Zhuang understands. Well, I was just thinking too shallowly. This way of expression really suits Tang Cara. The boy continued to suck on the candy and said, "What happened just now was just a small test to ensure the balance of strength between the contestants and to increase the entertainment for the sponsors. Those who have collapsed or cannot move properly will be eliminated from the competition. Anyway, when the strength is equal, the match is more interesting." The boy paused for a moment and continued, "Now we will start the grouping. Based on observations, we will score each person. The evaluation will be based on the physical condition of the contestants in the previous test. The maximum score is 10. Individual players will be paired with opponents with similar scores. Team players will be matched by the total score of the 3 players to create a balance between the 2 sides. Xiaoran received 4 points, which is probably considered passing the standard. Sisters get 6 points. Yaya is actually quite powerful. Little Master, I didn't expect you to get a perfect score of 10 points. The other opponents whispered. Looking at this lineup, we haven't seen it last year. It seems like this is our first time participating. Furthermore, the difference in their scores is too big, to put it bluntly, aren't they? The perfect prey for us. The boy smiled lightly. All right, you guys have received your scorecards. The staff will take you back to the hotel in a moment. I won't bother you anymore. But remember, any player who has lost his or her eligibility to compete and causes trouble will be dealt with according to the island's rules. Leave the rest to that person to handle. At Xiaoran's group's hotel room, the waiter brought the luggage. "Hello, sir. Your team has been brought back safely. I am your personal butler. If you need anything, please call me. During your stay here, the sponsor is my master. You can do whatever you want me to do," she said while deliberately twisting her body in front of Tang Cara. Seeing this, Xiaoran was filled with anger and coldly said, "My young master is not interested in this game. Please leave." With that, she slammed the door and chased the waiter out. In the room, Xiaoran checked her phone. "We have received the detailed competition rules. Now we need to arrange the order in which the 3 of them will appear on the field. I have thought of this in advance. I will be the first to go into battle. Little Master fights the second battle. This is a 3-win, 2-win format, so Yaya will have the last match, but if my Little Master and I win both the first 2 matches, she won't have to compete. There's also basic information about each player on here. Let me look it up." Before she could finish her sentence, Xian Yushu interrupted. "Miss Zhuang, what time is our group match tomorrow? Let me see. Found it tomorrow night. Sitting on the boat all day, everyone should rest early. Let's think about it tomorrow." Ya blinked. "I want to sleep with you." 2 girls holding hands back to the room. Late at night, while Xiaoran and Ya were sleeping, a demon spirit sneaked into the room. It opened its mouth ready to attack, then suddenly swallowed by a small black hole of Xian Yushu. The next morning, looking at the captured creature, Xiaoran frowned. "What is this, a mouse? Why does it look so scary?" Xian Yushu explained. "This is not an ordinary creature, but a demon spirit. It appeared in your room last night. So it turns out that you interrupted me because of it. That's right, just use my black hole. It can be easily dealt with. But it seems that this is just a type of demon spirit that releases poison or is sent to scout." Xiaoran looked at him warily. "Little Master, don't tell me you also released a black hole in our room." He shrugged and calmly replied, "No, I just put it in the living room. But since getting off the boat, I've arranged a lot of black holes around the harbour, the hotel, and even the hallway where we're staying. I'm so embarrassed I didn't even have time to say anything, and my black bean generals into your room. It's okay, the black bean people are protecting us anyway." The surroundings here are safe now. I want to hear Miss Zhuang's plan for revenge. Xiao Ran seriously presented her plan to everyone. We'll just compete as usual. That fat bastard lives off of gambling, so his team is definitely not ordinary. Last night before going to bed, I looked through their information. This tournament is divided into 3 levels. But because the Little Master's score was too high, we reluctantly entered the 2nd level. Meanwhile, that fat guy was in the 1st level. We just pretended to be weak and incompetent. I will try not to use Mummy's power if I really can't resist. For safety's sake, I will use it, but not to the point of taking anyone's life. As for Little Master, you don't need to reveal your true strength. When we reach level 1, we can make that fatty careless. At that time, I will bet the way he wants. He regards money as his life, so losing money probably makes him more upset than dying. Sinister people like him will definitely find some despicable way to get that money back. But with a math genius like the Little Master and a game-breaking expert like Tang Cara, we will definitely defeat them in no time. Then make him kneel down to apologize to Yai. I believe that only then can you let go of the hatred in your heart. But the prerequisite is to have betting capital. This depends on the Little Master. Mummy is an S-class demon spirit, and the Little Master is so formidable, we definitely won't lose. Xiao Ran clasped her hands in front of Xian Yushu, her eyes filled with anticipation. No big deal. Wow, Little Master is so cool. Just then, the phone rang with a text message. There's a team that's betting more money and wants to fight us. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably the Demon Lin's team from last night. That time was just a reconnaissance. After all, Miss Zhuang and Yaya didn't discover it, which proves that our team was underestimated. Xiao Ran's face lit up with excitement. Good, the money will come naturally. If you don't take it, you'd be a fool to accept the deal. Outside the hotel, Shu's team was scouting around. Suddenly he noticed something unusual in the grass. As he approached, he saw a black bean. He was about to pick it up, but then hesitated. It seems he realized something. He turned to his teammates. Let's go. We've been walking around since morning. Did you sense any strong demon spirits? Moreover, there is no one here. Is he just trying to lead us around in circles? Shu was silent from the moment he saw the grass. Another person asked anxiously, did you find something? I just saw a black bean. Is there something special about the black bean? It's not an ordinary bean. It contains the spirit of the antidote, a secret technique of the Fang Xian shaman. Hearing that, the rest of the people immediately changed their expressions. You are talking about the Fang Xian shaman of the Taoist sect. Shu nodded, his eyes filled with seriousness. The group suddenly became bewildered. That's right. Those who can use this secret technique can only belong to Fang Xian sect. Unexpectedly, there are still descendants of that sect still existing. The only one who didn't understand the cat frowned and asked, "Hey, what are you guys talking about? Can someone explain?" Shu lowered his voice. "This place is not convenient to stay for long. Let's go back to the hotel and continue talking. If Fang Xian shaman is really here, this plan will have to change." Without hesitation, he led the whole team out of that area. In the hotel room, a cold voice rang out. "Can you tell me who Fang Xian shaman is?" Fang Xian shaman and Tankar's Maoshan sect both belong to the Taoist sect. However, the strength of Fang Xian sect cannot compare to Maoshan sect, but their most terrifying point is astrology and divination. The other person laughed disdainfully, so it turns out they are just a bunch of fortune tellers. Don't underestimate them. Not only can they predict disasters, they can also deduce bad fates. Furthermore, if they possess just a drop of the opponent's blood, they can see through all of that person's memories and abilities. This ability is no different than possessing a portion of God's vision. Therefore, to the Lord, this person is an extremely serious threat. Previously, I mentioned to you the largest-scale battle between humans and aliens, the battle at the Gate of Deer. In fact, this was the plan of the king. The goal of that battle was not simply to defeat humanity, but also aimed at 2 important things. First, forcing the founder of the secret Taoist sect Guang Chengzi to exhaust his spiritual power when activating the Fantian seal. Second, take that opportunity to completely destroy the Fang Xian sect. Unexpectedly, there was still a Fangxian shaman left alive. Looking back at the situation at that time, it seemed that they knew in advance that they would be destroyed, but still chose to fight to the end. However, perhaps they left behind a hidden trump card. Not only that this guy has been hiding his existence from the very beginning, otherwise we would have discovered him long ago. Shu, this time the master has assigned you to be the commander. What are you going to do now? Shu Mouse folded his arms and said thoughtfully, I have a question. The Fangxian sect has been in hiding for a long time. Why did it appear on this island now? Moreover, there are many cameras installed around the hotel on the island. If he is really from the island, using the bean solution seems unnecessary. So there are two possibilities. One is that he is investigating someone or something here. Two is that he is participating in the competition. No matter what his intentions are, once we discover him, we cannot leave him alone. If we do not deal with him immediately, he will sooner or later become a great threat to our plans. However, there is currently a very strong jamming system on the island, making it impossible for us to contact the master. Fangxian Yi sect does not have brutal attack tactics like Mao Shan sect, so we can take advantage of this to attack without anyone knowing. At present, we have not yet determined the exact information about this person and cannot report it to the army. Therefore, we can only decide on our own actions. Among the four of us, Shu is the weakest master, has appointed him as the commander. There must be a reason. Shu smirked. Such a long story, but I understand what you mean. Don't worry, let me arrange it. If Lord Rong Yuan has no objections, then from tonight we will start monitoring the match. Investigate that person's movements, and then find the right opportunity to eliminate him. Evening at the arena. Tankar's group was arranged in an observation room, which could see the entire stadium. Xiaoran excitedly shouted, the view from this area is really great. Ya, come here and take a look. The arena below is really big. The loudspeaker announced, inviting Team Yaya to enter the death match. First player, Zhuang Xiaoran. Please move to the preparation room. Xiaohim turned to Yaya. Remember to cheer for me. Yeah, definitely. You must win. This team is named after you, so this is your battle too. I hope you can overcome yourself when you leave the island. Yes, but you have to be careful. There is no shortage of treacherous people in this kind of competition, willing to use any means to win. Be careful. Don't worry, little master. I have 3 more trump cards. Let me reveal to everyone. Tankar also spoke up. I also want to see how far your new abilities go. Don't disappoint us. Wait and see the good show. Xiaoran walked down the arena alone. Even though she spoke so strongly, she still felt nervous. The loudspeaker sounded, again distinguished guests. Next to step out from the deathmatch team. Yaya, the pioneer player, Zhuang Xiaoran. Despite not having any previous achievements, this team has directly advanced to the second round. Can she bring us a surprise? Next is the pioneer player of Qingwen team stepping out of the Dragon Gate of Line and Death. Mumu has an impressive record of 8-2. This time he is facing a rather young girl. Can he maintain his previous winning rate? Passing the gate of life and death is like walking on the boundary between life and death. In this match, if any incident occurs, we are not responsible at all. According to the rules of the competition, each player will represent 1 round. If the opponent falls to the ground for more than 10 seconds, the remaining player will win. Since Qingwan team proposes the betting level, the odds will be tripled. We invite distinguished guests to place their bets. The countdown begins 3, 2, 1. The match officially begins. Are you Zhuang Xiaoran? Then I'll call you Miss Zhuang. My teammate bothered you yesterday. I'm really sorry. When he competes, he often uses fair and just methods. Although it makes me angry, his strength far surpasses mine. So I had no choice but to accept it. Moreover, I also needed money. After being discovered by Yao Chengxi, my family was forced to live in the human world. Unfortunately, we couldn't adapt to the rules here. I can only receive insurance benefits every month to maintain my life because I want to help my family have better conditions. I participated in the competition. I didn't expect my friend to be such a shameless person. Winning without ability has no meaning. I felt so ashamed to go with him, but there was nothing I could do. For last night, I would like to apologize to you on his behalf. Zhuang Xiaoran quietly listened to his explanation. Her eyes cold as she replied, I know, don't lower your head anymore. However, he still did not react. Xiaoran thought to herself that if she did not return the greeting, would he not stand up? Thinking so, she also bowed her head in response. Just wait for it. The demon spirit immediately rushed over, taking advantage of her distraction to attack. However, before he could get close, he was hit hard by her tail. That injured him. Being surprised, he immediately jumped back, wiped the blood off his face. He remembered the moment when he looked at the scoreboard at the table. No one hid the members' scores. At that time he thought she was an idiot, but no, she was more cunning than he thought. She deliberately pretended to fall into the trap to make him complacent, then took advantage of the moment he attacked to counterattack. However, when her tail was revealed, she looked even more seductive. Xiaoran laughed coldly and replied, "Ridiculous. Do you think these words can fool children? Your friends are despicable people, yet you expect me to believe you are a gentleman. I just wanted to see how strong you were, but I didn't expect you to rush at me so immediately. It seems that the previous 8 victories were just tricks. To deal with a little demon like you, I don't need to use my tail at all if you want to prove yourself. Use your strongest move, don't let me down." He curled his lips, his tone challenging. What a big tone! Then let me give you a taste of my extinguisher eye wave. He knew she was deliberately provoking him to make the first move, but it didn't matter. He still wanted to see how formidable she was. Just now I accidentally revealed my tail. From now on, I must use my own strength to win. Only then will victory truly have meaning. For someone like her who doesn't have much combat experience, attacking first will only make it easier for the opponent to find an opening. He was clearly agitated and hastily used his ultimate move. This distance is far enough. If I run a little faster, I can avoid it. He smirked. Didn't you want to see my moves? Don't blink. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his 2 hands in front of his face. 2 eyes appear on the palm of the hand. When her eyes accidentally met his eyes, everything before her eyes suddenly went dark. Xiaoran panicked, tried to rub her eyes, but still couldn't see anything. He had been close for a while, his breath blowing on her face. His voice rang out, carrying a hint of amusement. The scent of a human girl is really charm. Xiaoran controls the attack speed, but due to her lost eyesight, she could not hit the target. He sneaked up behind her and suddenly touched her butt. Oh, so soft. Xiaoran turned back, her eyes filled with anger. If you dare to touch me again, I will make your life worse than death. The demon spirit curled his lips and smiled smugly. Once you look into my eyes, your vision will be taken away. Unless you can stay more than 1 kilometer away from me or make me lose my senses, don't even think about breaking the spell. Unfortunately, you cannot fulfill both of those conditions right now. He tilted his head, his tone full of provocation. I have revealed my secret to you, so don't give up so soon. I want to play with you a little more. Where should I touch this time? How about your breasts? They look quite plump. He licked his lips, his eyes filled with delight. Xiaoran immediately controlled her hair to transform into a giant hammer that hung suspended above. In the stands, the audience was bustling with excitement. Wow, she used her hair to transform into a huge hammer. I've seen this move before at the Spirit Park, but it's never been this big. If you can judge the position by sound and attack at a fast speed, the chance of winning will be very high. Not really. Miss Zhuang is very smart. She can't attack hopelessly without seeing the opponent. She must have another plan. During the match, Xiaoran continued to control her hair, this time turning it into a giant banana. The demon spirit laughed mockingly. Do you really think this thing can hit us? Using this hair to wave around will only waste your energy. Seeing Xiaoran whipping her hair around the arena, his disdain grew even more. Humph, what did you hit? Or are you planning to lose and give up? Suddenly he realized something was wrong. The surrounding space became strangely silent. Where is she? He quickly looked up into the sky. There was no one. He scanned the surroundings, but still couldn't see Xiaoran's figure. If I'm not mistaken, she has the ability to hide. He took a deep breath to calm down, as long as I don't make a sound. She won't be able to detect her exact location. Observe carefully, you can definitely find her traces. But as he was still looking around nervously, a strange feeling came from his body. What is this? Is this hair? His whole body was blinded before he could react. Xiaoran's voice rang out close to her ear. I advise you not to struggle too much. Each strand of my hair can lift up an adult. As soon as the words were finished, the demon spirit was lifted up into the air. He panicked too high. Is she going to throw me down? Xiaoran recalled the time they practiced in the demon spirit forest, when they often played hide and seek, and she focused on controlling her hair to track down other players. Yaya hide. Well, I'll start searching. From such small exercises, she gradually perfected her ability to control her hair, thanks to Yaya's ability. Each hair can withstand up to 150 kil. If she could fully control it just with Yaya's web-spinning skills, she could create countless useful combat moves, like now limited visibility complex terrain, but she can still quickly detect and control the target. A voice echoed in her memory. You're so amazing, you found me so quickly with your eyes closed. Yaya's tribe was not warlike by nature. Their innate abilities were only used for farming and transporting goods. But after training with Xiaoran, she realized that the combat potential of this type of ability was huge. Not only did it have high durability, outstanding endurance, and can also transform into many different shapes. I want to learn too. Playing rock, paper, scissors with hair will definitely be interesting in the future. Xiaoran smiled as she looked at the demon spirit that was suspended in the air. I can even transform my hammer, let alone you. Back to the ongoing battle. The demon spirit was suspended in mid-air. Xiaoran controlled her hair to pull him down at an extremely fast speed. He screamed in panic, I surrender, I surrender. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Xiaonim swung her leg and kicked straight into the groin, causing him to immediately faint. In the stands, the audience witnessing this scene couldn't help but shiver, cold sweat pouring out. The audience cheered. It only took Miss Zhuang from Team Yaya 8 minutes to defeat her opponent. She is truly a dark horse with great potential. The next match will start in 10 minutes. The odds are still 3-1. Please hurry up and place your bets. Returning to the break room, Yaya ran to pick up Xiao, ran her eyes filled with excitement. You're so cool. You won so quickly. Another team member also spoke up. Your performance was excellent. It seems like we were worried for nothing. Shen Yushu suddenly remembered what happened earlier, tilted her head and asked, That's right, Miss Zhuang. Just now that demon touched you. Do you want me to use red beans to cut off his hand? Xiaoran waved her hand and laughed. No need, no need. It's my turn to go on stage. I'm going, the young monk said excitedly, then quickly left. Xiaoran looked at Shen Yushu's back and thought to herself, what he just said was definitely not a joke. This little master must be very strong. Suddenly she felt a little worried about his upcoming opponent. Down in the yard, the loudspeaker blared, signaling the start of the next match. On the stage, 4 demons led by Shu were watching Xian Yushu intently. Shu frowned, his face full of doubt. This person's aura is so familiar. Where have I met him before? Suddenly he remembered. It was that night. He was the human teenager who fought with Tang Cara. Rong Yuan asked curiously, What's wrong? Your expression is strange. Did you feel something? Shu shook his head slightly, hiding the unease in his heart. Nothing, let's watch the match first. Downstairs, Shen Yushu's opponent is a great spirit. He silently observed and said to himself, This person looks gentle, but his aura makes me shiver. Absolutely cannot confront him head on. I must find a way to wear him down first. Thinking so, he immediately flew into the air, spitting down a large amount of mucus. The liquid quickly transformed into a series of tentacles. Tightly wrapped around Xian Yushu, the tentacles that clung to his body also gradually spread out, wanting to swallow him completely. The demon spirit thought smugly, He has 10 points, but I also have 9 points. Even if he escapes, he will be significantly depleted, while I can absorb energy from him. If I keep going like this, I will definitely win. But he had no idea that all his thoughts had been read by Xian Yushu. As soon as he launched his attack, Shen Yushu suddenly blew out a large puff of smoke, covering the entire stadium and a corner of the stands. Just seconds later, from within the smoke, Xian Yushu appeared outside, walking straight towards the entrance. The audience was stunned. What's going on? Is Team Yaya's player, Xian Yushu, heading towards the gate of life and death? Could it be that he gave up as soon as the match started? In the smoke, the demon spirit was still kneeling motionless on the ground, just for a brief moment. What happened? The audience was shocked and in disbelief. The difference in the two people's evaluation scores was only 1 point. Yet the demon spirit was defeated in an instant, completely without a chance to counterattack. His head was even twisted 780 degrees. The atmosphere was boiling. It seems that the biggest dark horse of this tournament is none other than Team Yaya. In the stands, a cat demon excitedly shouted, "Wow, this handsome guy is interesting. It feels so strong. Can we fight him?" Another person nodded. Without using any fancy moves, we ended the match in the blink of an eye. "He's really suspicious." Urshu narrowed his eyes and thought, "Let's go back to the room and rest. I need to think more carefully. My mind is in a mess right now. So is it because I used my perception ability too much that it overloaded? He is the Ian Yu Shu who fought Tang Cara before. It was the night we discovered the spies. Such a coincidence, I have absolutely no impression of it. You hadn't revived yet at that time. So what if he fought Tang Cara before? Could it be that he is also our enemy? The problem here is not who he fought with, but that I cannot sense any ability from him, unless he is really just an ordinary human who has not awakened his spirit. Or there is another possibility: he knows the Golden Seal. A person of the Taoist sect. That's right, only those who belong to the Taoist sect can possess this magic. However, once the people of the Mao Shan sect come down from the mountain, they will join Yao Chengxi, and Yao Chengxi absolutely does not participate in competitions like this. There is another branch that can cultivate this technique, which is the Fang Xian sect. If so, it is very possible that he is a Fang Xian Sanshi. Wait, if he really is a Fang Xian Sanshi, isn't he a fellow sect member of Tang Cara? At that time he had no reason to confront Tankar. What do you think, Rongyuan? Why did they fight at that time? Haven't heard any news, the other asked curiously. Do you remember when we introduced ourselves, Go Xiao talked about the scope of his abilities, but I didn't. That's because my abilities are more complex and my scope isn't as wide. The so-called clairvoyance can actually only hear within a range of 3 miles. The ability to perceive is only effective within a range of 1 mile. But if one senses a human aura, the range can extend to 100 miles. At that time, I already knew that Tankar possessed the Golden Seal, so I didn't dare to get too close to observe. At that moment, he was standing outside of Gu Xiao's extreme sensing range. The target of observation was also only Tankar, so he did not pay attention to the others. But right now, I have a strong feeling that he is a Sanshi Fang Xian. Then we must find a way to probe further. But how to confirm? Gu Xiao had observed that when they fought, Tankar had to use 3 thunders and 4 thunders to defeat him. Obviously, that guy's strength is not simple. We absolutely cannot confront him directly. Fang Xian's faction has an unwritten rule. They will protect their master with all their heart. If we want to act, we must target his master. But if they are always together, the opportunity to strike is very difficult to grasp. The most suitable time is when competing. The system has displayed the list of the 8 strongest teams. They will have another match tomorrow night. Xian Yu Shu will be on stage. Then we will take action. Xiaoran's team, after studying the information about the competing teams. She spoke up. This is that fat guy's team, Team Rafala. Since they were the champions last season, only the teams that made it to the finals will have a chance to face them this time. If we win 3 more matches, we will definitely meet them. At that time, my little master and I will beat them to a pulp. After a long sleep, Duongtap sat up and asked lazily, "Are you all done fighting?" Seeing his lazy appearance, a member was dissatisfied. "Watching us fight, you still feel sleepy." Tankar shrugged and smiled faintly. "Because your opponents are too weak, there's nothing interesting. Hopefully the next few are a bit stronger, so I have something to watch." Xian Yushu spoke up. "Miss Zhuang will probably have to use up quite a bit of energy tomorrow. The opponent is the Serta team, which looks quite strong. They had a match 3 days ago. I heard from other spectators that both of their previous matches ended very quickly. There was one person among them that caught my attention in particular because he took the initiative to ask to fight her. His name was Dao Laogui. Before his opponent could even get close, he was chopped into 5 or 7 pieces, very cruel. The most important thing is that no one saw clearly how he did it. Shen Yu Xiu warned in a low voice. Although fighting with an expert can help you quickly increase your combat experience, when facing him, you must keep your distance, observe carefully, and not be subjective. I look forward to your performance and growth. Don't worry, little master, I definitely won't let you down. The battle begins. On the second night, Xiao Ran continued to step onto the stage. At that moment, the loudspeaker's voice resounded throughout the hall. First match, please invite Team Yaya Zhuang. Xiao Ran to compete. Maybe this match will end soon. In a corner of the arena, 4 people from Rong Yuan's group were discussing, we should also start taking action. The next person to take the stage is a member of the Dao Gui team. The next person to appear on stage was a member of the Dao Gui team. As soon as Xiao Ran saw him, she immediately felt a familiar pressure. Just like the time she encountered the 2 Wolf Langs before. In the stands, the audience was talking excitedly. That girl Xiao Ran's previous match wasn't bad, but it seems she still isn't strong enough to defeat Dao Gui. He has never lost a match before, and his methods are extremely ruthless. I'm a little worried about that girl. Because of Dao Gui's undefeated record, the amount of money bet on him has decreased significantly. I'm placing my hopes on that girl again. If she wins, the prize money will multiply. I'm afraid that your love will be lost for nothing. Last night, that girl's performance was not bad. Guess how long it will take him to finish this match? Probably about 10 seconds. On the Serta team's side, the other 2 members also didn't pay much attention to Xiao Ran showing disdain. Gloomily in the darkness, the door of their room suddenly opened. Someone was there. 2 waiters entered and gently placed the tea tray down on the table. Since you have entered the top 8, the organizing committee sent us here to serve you. They also carried 2 cups of specially prepared ginseng tea in their hands. Oh, besides the sponsor, do we have servants? This ginseng tea is said to have miraculous effects and is best enjoyed while hot. As soon as the lid of the teacup was opened, a billow of black smoke billowed out, rushed straight into a demon's nose, causing him to immediately fall into a state of confusion. The remaining demon frowned. What kind of magical tea is this? I want to try it too. Just finished speaking. He was immediately completely subdued by one of the 2 waitresses, who rushed over. Those 2 were actually members of the Shu team, who had transformed to blend in. After absorbing all the life force of the demon spirit, one of the 2, a cat demon, clicked his tongue. I've been a bit full these past 2 days. I feel like I've accumulated too much demon energy and can't use it all up. I'm craving someone to fight with. The other man replied in a low voice, now just act according to Shu's request. He approached the still delirious demon spirit and whispered in his ear, next match, burn all your energy. Even if you die, you must defeat your opponent. After that, everyone left the room. The cat demon smirked. Now I know that when a demon spirit burns itself, it can unleash several times more power than normal. The black-clothed guy did that before. What kind of power does your black smoke have? Can it even hypnotize you? Who are you, or did you never want to talk to me in the first place? Fateful confrontation. Under the ring, Xiao Ran focused her eyes on the opponent in front of her. Just rely on breath. She could feel that he was very strong. Before knowing his abilities, she absolutely could not sit still and wait for death. She needed to take the initiative and probe from afar first. She adjusted her posture, ready to deal. Listening to the little master, he can tear apart an opponent's body in the blink of an eye without even getting close. It's truly terrifying. The prerequisite is to quickly widen the distance, then probe to see what kind of abilities he possesses. Thinking so, Xiao Ran immediately launched a hair attack towards him. But before the hairs could touch him, they were shredded into tiny pieces. It feels like being cut by an invisible blade. In the blink of an eye, she lost the opponent. When did he appear behind her? A cold voice rang out. Your fighting method, other than using your tail, mainly relies on controlling your hair, right? So this match is so boring. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ran didn't even have time to react. Countless cuts appeared all over her body, blood dripping on the floor. I didn't expect your spirit to be so strong if it were an ordinary warrior. They would have been cut to pieces by me long ago, but since you are a woman, I will spare your life. Xiao Ran collapsed to the ground due to serious injuries. Why is his speed so fast? She didn't have a chance to dodge at that moment. She only felt a strong gust of wind, followed by a sharp pain spreading throughout her body. As if cut by sharp blades, she tried to remember. A strong gust of wind came from where he was standing, and in the blink of an eye appeared behind him. If it was a teleportation ability, I wouldn't have felt the wind, but if he had exploded in speed to jump over the ground, definitely wouldn't have been intact like this. There was just a bit of dust, it seemed. I understood his ability. The demon spirit did not know that Xiaoran's body contained a magic substance that made her physically much stronger than normal people. It was true that she was seriously injured just now, but not to the point of being unable to move. If I don't fake my death, his next attack will definitely make it impossible for me to hold on. She promised her little master that unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't use Mumi's power. But what happened next was beyond her control. This was my chance to turn things around. The bloodstains on Xiaoran's body suddenly exploded. Make the arena shake, splash of earth and rocks. The demon immediately retreated, exclaimed in surprise. Blood can also explode. How much power do you have? If I hadn't reacted quickly and thrown away that bloody shirt, I would have died in the explosion. Why be so stubborn? I said I would spare your life, yet you still want to seek death. He glanced at the cloud of dust and smoke, but couldn't see Xiaoran anywhere. Unexpectedly, despite being so seriously injured, you still dodged the explosion. It turns out that even if your body is injured, your spiritual power depends on the control of your spirit. As long as you still has spiritual power, you can still use your hair control ability to dodge and hide. But don't forget there are wounds on your body. The blood flowing out will reveal your location. He pointed to the bloodstain and smiled coldly. I don't kill old people, women or children, but if you are determined to die, I will fulfill your wish. Just finished speaking. A sharp gust of wind cut through the bloodstain, but didn't touch her. Wasn't she there? Was this bloodstain left by her on purpose? Looks like she has some skills. Xiaoran used her hair to cover her entire body to stop the bleeding, while also utilizing her stealth ability. She stood behind the demon spirit. I have already guessed his ability, but the current situation is still very dangerous. The attack just now was clearly stronger than before. If I get hit, I will definitely lose my life. At this time when he has not discovered me, there is only one way. Suddenly Xiaoran was terrified when she realized the change from her opponent. His aura was different from before. The murderous aura was no longer hidden, but erupted strongly. Take his position as the center. The spirit created a violent tornado that spread across the arena. Xiaoran was unable to dodge and was forced to retreat. In the stands, the audience started to stir. Dao Gui seems to be getting serious. It's been a long time since I've seen him go all out. Luckily, this tempered glass is bulletproof, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to save our lives. His attack injured Xiaoran. She let out a scream. So you're hiding behind my back? The old disease relapsed once the murderous aura was revealed. You can't hide it anymore, he sneered. I was wondering how you were able to stop the bleeding. Turns out you were using your hair to cover your body. It seems that the thickness of your hair has increased, making your defense stronger. Why don't you continue using your stealth ability? Do you want to give up, or do you think you can withstand my attack? I have already seen through your moves. Without using any force, you can still teleport behind me, but the strong wind you created unintentionally betrayed your presence. If I'm not mistaken, you possess the ability to control the wind. In previous matches, you could cut your opponent without making contact, because around your body, there are always invisible wind blades. But what if you understand my strength? At your current speed, do you have the ability to dodge this attack? Xiaoran tied her hair tightly. At the same time, she took off her coat and threw it behind her. With information about your abilities, I won't need to avoid you anymore. If in the previous battle my hair ability had completely suppressed that demon spirit's ability to steal his vision, this time the power I am about to use will completely suppress you. Humph, do you have other abilities? Stop joking. Xiaoran closed her eyes slightly, her mind immediately recalling the time she trained with Yaya in the demon spirit forest. Although it is a small animal, it is extremely shy. Just a little noise around. It will panic and run away immediately. But that same animal can emit sound waves that can cause damage, even cut through all obstacles with its very sound. The ability you used just now was Windblade, right? But in addition to attacking, it also increased your speed significantly. How interesting. If I applied this to combat, I could completely break your wind blades. The demon spirit frowned slightly. Soundwave. The farther the distance, the weaker the power of the wind blade. Looks like I can only fight her in close combat. Thinking so, he immediately rushed forward, launching a powerful melee attack. This time I don't believe you can handle it. As soon as he got close, Xiaoran suddenly raised her hand. Create a powerful sound wave. Knock the demon spirit back. Sound wave. My previous attacks were also repelled by her in the same way. How much more power does she have left? Xiaoran stomped on the ground. Use sound waves to increase speed. In a flash, she jumped into the air. Then strike a thunderous kick, causing the demon spirit to be crushed to the ground. Completely incapable of resistance. Looking at her opponent motionless, Xiaoran thought to herself, it seems the match is over. But suddenly, before her eyes became blurred, dizzy, her eyes were blurred. She could no longer see clearly anything around her. The three types of abilities being used continuously in the battle, coupled with the injuries on her body, had drained her of all her strength. Not long after, the demon spirit suddenly stood up. He created a big wind. You think you can defeat me with just one kick? I am the majestic wind warrior, Dao Lao Gui, yet I was beaten to this state by a little girl who still has a runny nose. What a disgrace. Now let me show you the true power of wind. He just finished speaking. Before he could execute his next move, his whole body suddenly stiffened, and he fell face down on the ground. Xiaoran approached and spoke calmly. That wasn't just a kick with normal lethal force, it was a move I researched based on the power of sound waves. My sound waves not only spread through the air, but also penetrate the blood vessels, directly affecting the internal organs. Although the damage is not great, it is enough to paralyze you for a moment. She smiled slightly. However, there is an interesting point. That's because its effect is a bit slow. That's why we call this move Yu Bo, Shonenwing. The whole arena had not yet recovered from the unexpected result. Did I win? Before she could enjoy the joy of victory, fatigue set in everything before her eyes went dark. She collapsed unconscious. Yaya hurriedly took her back to the room to take care of her and bandage her wound. When Xiaoran woke up, she found herself lying in bed. Yaya was sobbing beside her. You're awake. Your body is full of wounds and you've been in a coma for so long, I was worried to death. Xiaoran smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. Thanks to Mummy in my body, my injuries will heal quickly. Yaya breathed a sigh of relief. I was the one who bandaged you. It was very hard. Then I'll bother you. Xiaoran looked around and suddenly asked, Little Master hasn't finished his match yet. Where's Tankar, sir? Told me to take you back to the hotel to rest first. Brother Tankar said he wants to watch Mr. Xian compete. Little Master's match will definitely be much more exciting than mine. No, your match was also great, very cool. Xiaoran's eyes flashed with sadness. She thought to herself, isn't that guy worried about me at all? But thinking about these things is useless. Tankar promised his master that he would not be close to women, which also meant that he could not fall in love. Thinking of this, she blushed. What love? What nonsense am I thinking? On the field, just saw Shen Yushou. The demon immediately roared, Murderer, I must kill you. Look at its reaction. Shen Yushou frowned slightly. The first time we met, he already had such a bad feeling towards me. It seems like his spirit is also a bit unstable. This demon spirit has a problem. Standing above, observing Tankar also noticed the abnormality and muttered, Oh, this demon spirit is burning its own soul. It seems like it wants to risk its life with Zhen Yushu. Quite interesting. At that moment, two female employees appeared behind Tankar and bowed respectfully. Hello, sir. Because you and your teammates have made it to the top 8, the island owner has invited you to attend the banquet. The players' matches will be broadcast live. We hope you understand. Must I go? What a hassle. We hope you understand. Okay, don't worry, I'll join in. Please follow us. Following the two waiters into the middle of the forest, Tankar asked, Where are you taking me? This place is so remote, are you trying to kidnap me? You're so funny, our hall is on the sea, we're almost there. I see then, can you explain to me? Who is watching from the trees? Is he your accomplice? One of the two employees was stunned. How could a human discover that? Looks like we've been exposed. Then there's no need to pretend anymore after saying that they immediately revealed their true forms. Oh, the Taoist sect is also willing to be your lackeys. A fat guy in the group stepped out and sneered. So it's you. I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. Tankar looked at him and curled his lips. I was still worried if anyone would recognize me. Turns out it's you, you damn fat guy. A cat demon standing behind spoke up. Since we've been discovered, there's no need for further words capture him. He immediately rushed to, shaped a strong blow to Tankar's head. However, for Tankar, that blow was like scratching an itch. He just gently waved his hand to turn it off for him, causing him to fall face down to the ground. Looking at the fat man in front of him, Tankar smiled faintly. I came to this island to find you. But you ran to the door and gave yourself up. Urshu was scared. Sweat was pouring down, not daring to move. He is Tankar. Tankar stepped closer and said in a low voice, but your appearance was truly beyond my expectations. It's obvious that Xian Yuxiu created a bunch of black beans, yet you still found your way here. Looks like you got some pretty good subordinates this time. Looking at the enemies fighting each other, Tankar muttered, I can only stand by and watch. It's really annoying. I hope this time his subordinates aren't as weak as those little brats from before. At that moment, Rongyuan intended to attack, but Urshu quickly shook his head and shouted, no rudeness. The cat demon that was flattened on the ground gradually regained consciousness. He crawled up and laughed coldly. I didn't expect you to be an ordinary person. It seems I don't need to be respectful anymore. Urshu saw his comrades about to attack Tankar and immediately panicked and shouted, stop right there. Oh no, he still didn't know that his opponent was Tankar. He turned to the road, gritted his teeth and said, your subordinates this time are indeed much stronger than the two brats before, but I wonder if they can still stand if I throw a punch. As soon as he finished speaking, Tankar swung his fist. The powerful blow shattered the enemy's body. Now the situation was getting more dangerous. Urshu still hadn't realized Tankar's true identity, but after all, he had just lost a subordinate. Looking at the body of the demon floating in the air, Tankar curled his lips. It seems like it hasn't been completely destroyed yet. Tankar laughed. Looking at your appearance, it seems like your recovery ability is very fast, huh? But usually such abilities will have disadvantages. He observed the remaining debris with golden nether eyes and then sneered. Found it. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the hiding place of the demon spirit. My golden nether eyes have discovered it. Your brain hidden in this pit is your weak point, right? If I didn't have golden nether eyes, this ability of yours would be really troublesome. With that, he squeezed that brain, then crushed like a firework. Oh my, what a disgusting feeling. Returning to the fatty, he said. You seem to be unlucky this time. Didn't you call more subordinates? I've taken care of one who's next. Saw him getting closer and closer. Seeing him getting closer and closer, Rongyuan turned to ask the mouse ear, do you have any plans? For now, whether you resist or run away, it's useless. The fat guy suddenly knelt down, whispered in Kinon's ear, just kneel down first to buy time. He's still recovering. Being beaten to pieces like that, he definitely needs some time to regenerate. It is our last hope of survival. Tankar looked at the two people in front of him before he could attack. He knelt down on the ground. He was surprised. What's going on now? The fat man said sternly, this time we have no other intentions. We just want to apologize to you. The past grudges were my fault. My subordinates offended you. I apologize for him. Tankar curled his lips and smiled coldly. I really hate you guys, who bully the weak and bow to the strong. Look up. Did I forgive you before? How did you answer me then? Answer me. His delaying tactic was too obvious, the fat man shouted angrily. Enmity, whoever did it in the past will have to bear it. If you want to kill, then do it. Don't drag others into it. Rongyuan suddenly rushed forward to attack Tankar while shouting at the fat man, run quickly, I will hold him off. Tankar smirked. Oh, finally, a worm dares to show its face. Let's see if your great water ball is stronger or my three thunders are more powerful. What do you think, using water to deal with lightning? How stupid. Take advantage of Tankar's distraction. Rongyuan immediately used water to curl the fat man away. Smart. Disperse the water balls to distract me, hide the fatty. They even used the demon breath to disrupt golden nether eyes' judgment. Tang Cara frowned slightly. It seems like they also know a lot about me. These guys definitely don't mean well. Disguising themselves as that fat guy, what was their purpose? Not only did they know me well, they even dared to plot a kidnapping. There must be someone more powerful behind. Okay, let's see who it is. As Tankar chased after the other two, below the cat demon was also gradually recovering. He recalled what the fat man had just said, and a thought immediately appeared in his mind. Just now the ear mouse called him Tang Cara. Someone with such strong strength, could it be that Tankar is Yao Chen Si's peak combat power? If it really was him, then with Ershu's brain, he definitely wouldn't kneel down and beg for his life. He must have intentionally transmitted information about the other party's identity to me, and at the same time bought me time to revive. With their strength, it was impossible to escape from him. They were clearly betting everything to help me survive. I see this time the game was really big. Luckily Bo-An had told me before the mission, otherwise the consequences this time would have been unimaginable. At this time Tankar had caught up with the fat guy. Found you. He grabbed the fat guy by the neck, straight down to the ground. The fat man closed his eyes and waited for death, muttering, "Your Majesty, your subordinate is incompetent and cannot witness your dream come true." However, Tankar was in no hurry to kill him. He lifted the enemy up. "Hanging upside down in the air, I won't let you die so easily. There are still many things I want to ask. That fatty's way of speaking and acting is not like you. He is not the type of person who is willing to sacrifice himself for others. Stop acting. I just used golden nether eyes to observe. You are not human. So what did you guys do to that fat guy?" Receiving no answer, Tankar immediately threw him to the ground, pretending to be dead. "You know me well, so don't force me to use the first thunderbolt." One of them spoke coldly. "We've already dealt with him. At least we helped you get rid of a nuisance. Of the three enemies, only your spirit is the weakest, but the other two obey your orders. This proves that you have the most information. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't need to use the word thunder to prevent you from escaping. That healer seems to have only reached A rank, but the one with 6 arms is already approaching S rank. Meanwhile, you are at most B rank. You want to capture me with just the 3 of you. I don't know if you are stupid or if the person behind you is even more stupid. What is your purpose after all? Your 2 accomplices are still alive. If you tell the truth, I can spare one of them." The fat man was interrogated by Tankar, but remained silent. No matter how perfect his disguise was, he was still seen through. But no matter what, he could not reveal his master's plan. Luckily, he still had one last trump card. Thinking so, he tried to stand up and smiled faintly. "Don't be so arrogant. I still have one card left to play. Isn't your trump card to kneel down and beg me?" Tankar sneered. Suddenly, fat guy transformed. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, Ye Xingzi's fake disguise can adjust the size of the black mist. I originally only intended to use it to cover my eyes and escape, but now I have to use it to hide my spiritual energy and avoid being exposed." Each spirit wolf has its own code number managed by Yao Chen Si. The Lord has to work very hard to hide his identity. If my identity is discovered, they can use the camera system to track the Lord just based on my human appearance. Then everything will fall apart. After completing his transformation, he raised his voice in defiance. "The 2 girls who accompanied you are in my hands. If my subordinates do not see me return within half an hour, they will be immediately dealt with. The location is the hotel where Xiaoran and Yaya are resting. You should rest a bit. I'm fine, Tankar, and the Little Master will be here soon." "That's right, I think we can watch the Little Master live on the hotel TV. Find the remote and turn it on." But just then, something is sneaking into the girl's room. Sense the danger. Xiaoran immediately waved her tail, rushed to the door to attack the intruder. However, because she was caught off guard, both she and Yaya were hypnotized. They lost their ability to resist and were controlled by the stranger. In Xiaoran's head, Mummy's voice rang out. "Sister, wake up quickly. If your consciousness is not clear, I cannot control your body. That person's aura is too strong. If you don't wake up soon, I'm afraid you're done for." But before she could finish her sentence, Mummy's consciousness gradually fell into darkness. In a corner of the room, Xian Yushu's underworld watched the entire incident unfold at the hotel. On the stands, after receiving the information, Xian Yushu pondered. So this time they are targeting Miss Zhuang and Yaya. Fortunately, before leaving, I had a fortune told, and the result was auspicious. If that was the case, there would definitely be a noble person to help. From the current situation, the opponent's attack had no clear combat logic. Looking like a puppet being controlled, Xian Yushu quickly gathered his spiritual power, using almost half of his demonic aura to summon a giant fire dragon. In normal battles, escaping was already difficult, let alone counterattacking. He flew high, unleashed a spirit attack to cut off the opponent's fire dragon's head. Head thrown back. The head was thrown back, and he quickly rushed after. Shoot a black bean into the enemy's hand. The other guy screamed in pain, "I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." He concentrated all his demonic aura on burning. Meanwhile, Xiao Yushu clasped his hands and slowly walked towards the exit. The one-horned player had already displayed his hellfire form, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. The distinguished guests in the stands were cheering non-stop. But at this moment, contestant Xian Yushu was advancing towards the gate of life and death. Had he decided to give up, or like the previous match, had he already secured victory? As soon as the death move is deployed, he summoned the Lava Priest. It had been a long time since he had used this technique, because it required a huge amount of demonic energy, and also caused a reaction, making him unable to continue fighting after using it. Wait. This time he summoned not one, but 2 lava priests. It seemed he was determined to push Xian Yushu to the brink. Anyone bitten by the lava priest will be burned to death by hellfire, a fire that cannot be extinguished. But Xian Yushu remained still. He showed no signs of counterattacking or dodging. Had he accepted his fate? Xian Yushu muttered 3 words softly, "Destroy it." Immediately, the monster behind and the 2 lava priests exploded at the same time. What just happened? Xian Yushu didn't make a move at all. The lava priest had already exploded. In the stands, a commotion broke out. Nat Jiak stood there, his body motionless. What is he doing? Why did he explode? Xian Yushu calmly walked towards the life and death gate. Could it be that he had planned everything out beforehand? Unbelievable, it was all according to Xian Yushu's plan. But how could he do it? A contestant shouted, "Look, there's something on one horn." A small demon spirit slowly crawled out from one horn's ear. I understand Xian Yushu didn't strike behind one horn to show his disdain, but rather to release his demon spirit into the opponent's ear. If I'm not mistaken, it was this demon spirit that controlled one horn, causing it to self-destruct. Who would have thought that such a small demon spirit could control a high-level player? Xian Yushu won. It was truly a feast for the eyes. Back to hotel, Xian Yushu meditates. He glanced at the clock. According to this time, Xiao Ran's noble person should appear soon. Elsewhere on the island, under the rushing waterfall, a red-haired figure meditating. I haven't been to this island for a long time. The opponent's strength was still weak. The next match was the finals. It probably wouldn't be much better. However, this place made him nostalgic, a peaceful land suitable for cultivation. Previously, his range of perception under the waterfall was only limited to a radius of 1 kilometer, but now it had expanded to 3 kilometers. The lake has 5721 fish. Within 3 kilometers, there are a total of 1,288 creatures. Suddenly, he discovered someone intruding into his area. In the middle of the night, not participating or watching the match, there must be something fishy. What's more remarkable is the extremely powerful source of demonic energy. Cultivating here is good, but fighting with experts is definitely more interesting. He stood up and left the pond. Elsewhere, a demon spirit is leading Xiaoran and Yaya away. Suddenly, a sword slashed straight at him. Being able to take this move of mine without flinching is at least A-level. If I'm not mistaken, you're not a mid-level A-level demon spirit, but an upper-level A-level demon spirit. This is the first time I've met someone of such a level on this island. My sword is shaking with excitement. Do you want to fight? But as soon as he saw the person behind the demon spirit, his eyes darkened. Xiaoran, he waved, "We meet again, little sister," but she didn't respond. He frowned slightly. I'm not stupid enough to not realize you're being controlled by that birdman. His eyes turned cold, his hand clenched the hilt of his sword. Kidnapping a young girl in the middle of the night. This sin my sword cannot forgive. The demon spirit rushed forward, swinging his sword straight at his opponent. Sanshi quickly responded, his eyes cold. He smiled faintly. You really underestimate me. You call that an attack? No need to guess, it's just a poison technique. A cat scratch like that, just using saber energy is enough to deal with it. Sanshi swung his saber through the dense air, attacking forward. But what he didn't expect was that the demon spirit circled behind, where Xiao Ran and Ya were standing. That shameless little demon is using a young girl as a foil again. Naive fool, let me show you what the fastest blade man in the world is like. Sharp blade slashes down. Cut the spirit body to pieces. But there was no blood. There was no scream of pain. Why did this feel like cutting into tofu impossible? How could an A-rank demon spirit be this weak? It was all an optical illusion. Suddenly, another demon spirit swooped down from the sky, aiming at Sanshi. The moment he defended, the demon spirit lost its chance, grabbed Xiaoran and Yaya, and immediately flew away. Another clone technique. It had absolutely no intention of counterattacking it, just wanted to hold him back. Sanshi coldly snorted. If that's the case, I don't need to hide my cards anymore. He waved his hand. Create a barrier that covers a corner of the forest. Block all exits. Inside this battlefield, my spiritual energy is overwhelming. Clone techniques, stealth techniques, or any other tricks become useless. Unless your strength reaches S rank, no matter what kind of attack you use, you won't be able to break this barrier. The only way to escape is to defeat me. On the other side, Tankar just heard the demon spirit mention his accomplices kidnapping Yaya, and Xiaoran immediately remembered the image of the two girls being saved by Xian Yushu. Damn, I let that guy steal the spotlight again, but he quickly dismissed that thought. Whatever, just fight as long as Yaya and Xiaoran are okay. He crossed his arms and curled his lips. You underestimate the person following me. He is a little fortune teller. Although his strength is still a bit weaker than mine, he is still more than enough to deal with your comrades. Furthermore, his battle ended long ago. His eyes and ears are everywhere on this island. Sooner or later, he will catch the remnants of you. So stop wasting your time resisting quickly. Tell us everything you know. The demon spirit smiled faintly. Is the person you are talking about the Fangxian mage? If you already know the strength of Fangxian's sect, then why did you let your teammates go capture those two girls alone? He curled his lips confidently. Because its ability is too special, even if it is discovered, it can easily escape. Even the magicians can't do anything about it. So don't bet on the lives of those two girls. If you let us go, I guarantee they will be safe. Tankar laughed coldly. In this world, other than my master, no one has the right to order me around. His eyes suddenly became sharper from the six-armed man's attack. Just now, it seems like he took action to save someone, but why do you know the intelligence about me? He must have known that he couldn't escape, but he still deliberately stalled for time. He narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping across the entire area. That six-armed man probably only suffered minor injuries, but you've already fallen into my hands. Furthermore, he looked towards a hidden corner where a demon spirit was secretly recovering.